The proud and ambitious young general promised to give Su Guiwan a lifetime of companionship. She believed him, only to be confronted with a man who brought an older woman before her, claiming he wished to give that woman a title. Ha! Did he truly consider her noble status as merely ornamental? Su Guiwan turned away, terminating her pregnancy and seeking a divorce. Later, her ex-husband asked, "Has she accepted my taking a concubine? If so, I shall go to the royal residence and bring her and the child back." The servant replied, "The princess has aborted the child and requested a divorce from you." The ex-husband responded, "Has she learned her lesson? If she has, I could forgive her previous ignorance." The servant responded, "She has married someone else." The ex-husband exclaimed, "No." The servant added, "Oh, by the way, she also intends to kill you." Before falling in love with Su Guiwan, someone remarked, "What does the granddaughter of the Su Wang have to do with me?" After falling in love with Su Guiwan, that same person declared, "The princess, of noble lineage, is not to be schemed against by nefarious villains. Safeguarding her is the duty of a loyal subject." Chapter 1. Proposal of a Concubine. The sun blazed overhead, and not a whisper of wind stirred. Though it was the height of summer, Chu Yi's words sent Su Guiwan into an icy despair. She looked up in disbelief at the radiant Chu Yi, who stood before her like a fiery beacon. "What did you say?" The hurt in Su Guiwan's eyes momentarily made Chu Yi wish to flee, wanting to jest as he often did when provoking her ire. Yet, the thought of how others mocked him, ridiculing him as a man dominated by a mother tiger at home, living off her support, solidified his resolve. I said I wished to take Sister Shui as a concubine. You know her father sacrificed his life to save me. She has done a great service to the Yuan Marquis, and I cannot neglect her. Besides, she is not young anymore. No one else would want to marry her. Rather than let her suffer with another, I will take her, ensuring she lives well at the Yuan Marquis. Su Guiwan scoffed. "A great service to the Yuan Marquis? Chu Yi, do you overestimate yourself? The Marquis is still alive, and the future heir is doing quite well. How does her father saving a mere illegitimate son equate to a great service to the Yuan Marquis?" Chu Yi's youthful, handsome face flushed with embarrassment. How can you say such things? You truly are the unreasonable mother tiger they speak of. Sister Shui is so gentle and kind. She would never compete with you. Why can you not accept her?" Su Guiwan's scorn deepened, as they say. "Chu Yi, your childhood sweetheart, and yet you do not know her well enough. It is a failure of character to rely on others' opinions." Chu Yi, stung by her words, felt his confidence waver despite his outward bravado. Had it not been for his promise to the Su Wang that he would only ever love Su Guiwan, how could the son of a marquis dare to propose to a first-rank princess? Seeing him hang his head in silence, Su Guiwan's expression grew colder. She could not recall when the boy who once lingered at the gates of the Su Wang residence, hoping for a glimpse of her, had transformed into this man. Childhood sweethearts, a lifetime of companionship, a marriage decree, once the envy of numerous noble ladies in Bianjing, now a mere farce. Noticing the derision on Su Guiwan's face, Chu Yi, filled with indignation, raised his head. "Su Guiwan, I have treated you generously. Ask around Bianjing, which man does not have 3 wives and 4 concubines? I merely wish to take Sister Shui as a concubine. How can you be so jealous?" In response to Chu Yi's furious outburst, Su Guiwan chose not to utter another word. She had known Chu Yi for 11 years. When he first laid eyes on her at the age of 7, he had vowed to marry her. 11 years of pursuit had moved not only her but all those around her. Thus, when Chu Yi returned victorious and presented the marriage decree, both she and her grandfather joyfully accepted it. Yet, she never anticipated that within a year of marriage, the young general, who once seemed to have eyes only for her, would propose to take a concubine. Linglong, standing nearby, clenched her fists, ready to defend Su Guiwan at any cost. Even if she was no match for Chu Yi, anyone who dared to upset her princess would face her wrath. Linglong's fury was palpable, prompting Chu Yi to glance at her before returning his gaze to the composed Su Guiwan. You act like a servant without the decorum of one. I'll sell her off, and Sister Shui can help you choose 2 more. His brazen remarks elicited a laugh from Su Guiwan, though her mirth soon turned to tears. She lowered her gaze, hiding her vulnerability from him. "Chu Yi, what is Sister Lu Shui to me, that she should be allowed to choose my servants? Do not overestimate your importance. Linglong has grown up alongside me, and I could never replace her even if I discarded you as my husband." Shocked and ashamed, Chu Yi looked at Su Guiwan, whose face bore a mocking expression, while Linglong rolled her eyes in delight. Su Guiwan, say that again? Suddenly, chaos erupted outside as a servant shouted, "Not good, not good. Young master, the concubine has fallen and injured herself." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yi dashed out, not even bothering to inform Su Guiwan. The flirtatious maid offered a half-hearted curtsy. "I have seen the young lady, but do not blame the young master. He is merely worried for the concubine. It is not my intention to offend, but you should learn to show respect to your elders and honor your husband." After delivering her remarks, the maid attempted to leave, but Su Guiwan, already seething, exchanged a knowing glance with Linglong. In an instant, Linglong kicked the maid, sending her sprawling face-first to the ground. Once done, Linglong stood by, arms crossed, awaiting Su Guiwan's command. Su Guiwan gently caressed her abdomen as she approached, with Yuxiang and Linglong cautiously flanking her. She smiled reassuringly at them, signaling that she was unhurt. Before she could act, Farong, unable to contain herself, scrambled to her feet, glaring at Su Guiwan with indignation. "Young lady, I am the chief maid of the concubine. You have struck me today. I will certainly report this to the concubine." If one were to ask Farong who she despised most, it would undoubtedly be Su Guiwan. Were it not for Su Guiwan, she could have long since become Chu Yi's favored maid, or even a concubine. Su Guiwan coldly smirked. "Linglong, how should we punish a maid who disrespects her superior?" The question sent chills down Farong's spine, prompting her to turn and flee. However, Linglong seized her by the hair, grinning as she responded to Su Guiwan. According to the laws of the Eastern Jin, anyone who disrespects their superior is to be beaten to death. Farong, terrified, struggled to escape Linglong's grasp. "Young lady, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. Please, spare me." Su Guiwan regarded Farong's pleas with indifference. "If you cannot humble yourself, then Linglong, kindly assist her." A maid's knees, rendered useless, would doom her to a life of despair. A piercing scream echoed behind them, yet Su Guiwan continued, without faltering. Though her relationship with Bai Yinyang was not particularly cordial, she still felt obliged to visit her mother-in-law after the fall. A daughter-in-law ought to show concern for her husband's family. Her medical skills were quite commendable, and had her injuries been severe, she could have assisted the doctor. If Su Guiwan had known earlier that enduring her discomfort would lead her to witness such a glaring scene in Bai Yinyang's courtyard, she would have refrained from courting misfortune. Chapter 2. A Bitter Scene. The intermittent pangs in her abdomen rendered Su Guiwan's complexion ashen. Seeing her mistress in such distress, Yunxiang disregarded the hierarchy and urged, "Mistress, there's a gentleman with Bai Yinyang. Nothing dire will occur. You should return and rest." Su Guiwan shook her head resolutely. "I possess medical knowledge, and am aware that my condition is not perilous. I must first ascertain the situation. If aunt is gravely injured, I may be able to assist." Understanding that her entreaties were futile, Yunxiang supported Su Guiwan's frail form as they advanced. Is that truly the case? Mother, you must have had many admirers in your youth." "It's not as exaggerated as that. I am now older, and cannot compare to youthful ones." "That is not true. In my eyes, mother appears quite young. Should you accompany me outside, others would surely mistake us for sisters rather than mother and daughter." The sounds of merriment from within the courtyard compelled Su Guiwan to pause and glance inside. She beheld the person who had purportedly fallen, now seated at the table, laughing heartily at Lu Rushue's antics. Beside her, the gentleman who had hurried to visit aunt sat with a gentle demeanor. Su Guiwan instinctively attempted to curl her lips in a smirk, only to find herself incapable of even that, tasting instead the bitterness of despair. Lu Rushue noticed the pale yellow dress peeking from the courtyard entrance, and, with a gentle smile, dabbed a handkerchief to wipe Chu Yi's mouth. Chu Yi instinctively recoiled, but Lu Rushue gently pressed him down, whispering, "Stay still, Xiao Yi, you have something on your lips that I shall clean for you." His face gradually flushed crimson as he allowed her handkerchief to brush against his mouth, the fragrance of powder making his heart race. Having achieved her desired effect, Lu Rushue cast a triumphant glance outward before resuming her customary gentle demeanor. Throughout her subtle actions, Bai Yinyang's keen eyes did not miss a detail. However, she merely shot Lu Rushue a cold glance before returning to her affectionate smile. Compared to Lu Rushue, who relished playing mind games, she harbored a greater disdain for Su Guiwan. Su Guiwan's lofty status and less than pleasant temperament rendered her an unyielding adversary. With Su Guiwan monopolizing her son's attention, it would be more advantageous for Bai Yinyang to allow Lu Rushue to sow discord between them. Eventually, When her son grew weary of the strife, he would naturally turn to her, his mother. Standing outside the courtyard, Su Guowan's emotions transitioned from shock to disappointment, then to despair, ultimately settling into a tranquil acceptance. Without uttering a word, she turned and departed by Yinyang's courtyard, as if she had never set foot there. The servants, having been instructed by Yinyang, remained hidden, not a single one daring to inform Chu Yi of Su Guowan's presence. Although he heard the sounds of movement outside, he assumed it was merely the maids and did not turn to investigate. After a lengthy pause, Chu Yi felt it time to take his leave and approached by Yinyang and Lu Ruxue to bid farewell. "Aunt, Sister Shui, it's getting late. I must go purchase some peach blossom pastries for Wanwan. They are her favorite, and I know she would be delighted to have them fresh." Yinyang, whose demeanor had relaxed, immediately tensed at Chu Yi's words. Her hands tightened on the armrest, and a flicker of disdain for Su Guowan flashed in her eyes. Lu Ruxue, her own animosity towards Su Guowan masked by a facade of understanding, encouraged, "Then hurry along, Xiao Yi, and buy the pastries for the princess. Given her noble status and straightforward nature, you should be more accommodating." Chu Yi halted at Lu Ruxue's suggestion, recalling the mockery he had faced from others outside. Frustrated, he sank back onto the bench in the courtyard, defiantly declaring, "She may be of noble birth, but I am still the son of a marquis, a third-rank general bestowed by the emperor. Whoever wishes to yield to her may do so. I certainly will not. Aunt, I shall remain here for dinner tonight." Yinyang's eyes sparkled with delight as she promptly instructed the servants to prepare the evening meal, offering Lu Ruxue a genuine smile. Lu Ruxue blushed and lowered her gaze, concealing the complexities swirling in her heart. As Su Guowan departed Yinyang's courtyard without a backward glance, she instructed Linglong to gather their belongings and return to the Su Wangfu. Linglong's eyes brightened, and she hurried off to rally the others. It was once Chu Yi who professed he would marry only her, and now, emboldened by her pregnancy, he brazenly sought to take a concubine. She resolved to recount all the grievances she had endured in the Yuan Marquis' residence to the old king, for the sole princess of the Su family should not be bullied by a mere illegitimate son and his aunt. Sitting in the carriage, the sounds of the bustling street outside brought tears streaming down Su Guowan's cheeks. She vividly recalled that last year at this time, Chu Yi had gone to great lengths to learn how to make her favorite peach blossom pastries to lift her spirits, only to burn his hand in the process. She had found the sight of the disheveled boy both amusing and exasperating. Yunxiang, feeling for her mistress, offered a handkerchief, saying, "Mistress, do not cry. It will harm your eyes." Linglong, anxiously squatting before Su Guowan, added, "Yes, mistress, if you do not think of yourself, you must think of the child within you." Observing the usually reticent Yunxiang and the animated Linglong striving to comfort her, Su Guowan managed a faint smile. Yunxiang drew closer, allowing Su Guowan to rest against her. The distance from the Yuan Marquis' residence to the Su Wangfu was roughly 13 li. Typically, Su Guowan would find this journey lengthy. However, this time it felt fleeting, leaving her no time to compose herself before the carriage halted at the gates of the Su Wangfu. Upon hearing of Su Guowan's return, the elderly Su Wang, with graying hair, approached her from afar. "Wanwan, you've returned. Stay at home and rest for a while. Since your marriage, no one has kept me company." The Su Wang had once been a formidable general in his youth, serving the late emperor on the battlefield, which earned him the title of Wang. He had long noticed the redness around Su Guowan's eyes. Yet, for her sake and his own pride, he feigned ignorance. Su Guowan pressed her lips tightly together, unable to voice the many thoughts swirling in her mind. Afraid that speaking would lead her to tears, she remained silent beside the Su Wang. By the time they reached the courtyard, she had concealed her grievances and smiled, jesting with the Su Wang. "Grandfather, I wish to stay in the residence for a long while. I wonder if you would permit it?" The Su Wang shot her a resigned glare. "You are home. Why ask for my permission?" "How unreasonable." Su Guowan laughed, assuring him that she was not feeling shy. This was her home. She had merely made a jest. As she turned, tears welled in her eyes again, and she hastened her steps into the house to stifle her muffled sobs. The Su Wang, feigning kindness, instructed the servants to care for Su Guowan while discreetly sending his spies to investigate the situation at hand. Chapter 3. Friend Su Miao. As night fell, Prince Su sat in his study, emanating an aura of coldness, while the shadow guard knelt before him, head bowed, rigidly still. After a long silence, a cold smile emerged on Prince Su's wrinkled face. "Take a concubine?"
Ha!
The memory of his granddaughter's swollen eyes upon her return ignited a fury within him, prompting him to shatter the nearby table with a single strike. "Your Highness, please calm your anger." The prince waved weakly, dismissing the shadow guard, and leaned back in his chair, motionless. Regret washed over him. He should never have hastily agreed to the marriage upon witnessing Chu Yi's deep affection for his granddaughter. Had he known Chu Yi was such a man, he would have defied the imperial decree to protect her. The desolate moonlight illuminated the Su residence, mirroring the sorrowful hearts of its two lords. As dawn approached, the sleepless Prince Su moved his numb legs and made his way to Su Guowan's courtyard. He found her seated by the window, her face clouded with melancholy. His gray brows furrowed in displeasure as he scolded the maidservants nearby. "How do you care for the princess? Allowing her to sit in such thin clothing by the window in the morning chill. What if she catches a cold?" Su Guowan concealed her sorrow and turned to her grandfather. "I chose to sit here myself. Do not blame them." The prince shot her a reproachful glare. "What a disappointment. If you are aggrieved, why not call for me? I would have come to bring you home." He emphasized the word, personally, knowing that had Su Guowan informed him of Chu Yi's intentions, he would have stormed the Yuan Marquis' residence to confront that faithless scoundrel. Understanding the underlying meaning in her grandfather's words, Su Guowan smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Grandfather, I have not been wronged much. You know my temperament. Even if Aunt Bai dislikes me, she wouldn't dare truly harm me." The prince gestured for a maid to drape a cloak over Su Guowan. Hearing her words, his anger surged. "She dares. My granddaughter is not someone a mere concubine can bully. 1-1. If you are unhappy at the Yuan Marquis' residence, return home. The Su residence and your grandfather will always be your refuge." Allowing the maid to wrap her in the cloak, Su Guowan touched her abdomen, her heart heavy. This motion caused Prince Su's eyes to widen in surprise. 1-1, are you with child?" Su Guowan lowered her eyes in sorrow. "It has been 3 months. I couldn't speak of it earlier, as we intended to share the news with you in a few days." Though she did not voice the rest, Prince Su understood. They had planned to announce the joyous tidings together once the child reached 3 months, but unexpectedly, Chu Yi had changed his heart first. Furious, Prince Su paced the room. That bastard Chu Yi. How dare he? His anger flared, for his precious granddaughter had never faced hardship. Yet now she was being bullied by a mere son of a marquis. If it weren't for Su Guowan marrying him and carrying his child, that faithless man would have been incapacitated the moment she returned with red-rimmed eyes. Su Guowan stood and grasped her grandfather's sleeve. "Grandfather, I am fine. I will only give Chu Yi one chance. If he truly disregards our feelings and insists on taking a concubine, then I, Su Guowan, do not mind being the first woman in Dongjin to divorce her husband." Prince Su glared at his obstinate granddaughter with disappointment. Yet he could not utter words that would further provoke her. He did not support her in seeking a divorce. In Dongjin, men could not be divorced, only women. Should Su Guowan pursue such an action, she would face scorn from all the men in the kingdom and be shamed by the women. Not to mention, with Chu Yi's child at her womb, the marriage was an imperial decree. They could not simply end it, or they would be accused of defying the emperor. He lamented that he had been blind, allowing such a fickle man to approach his granddaughter. Finally, he subdued his anger and took a seat. 1-1 for now. Stay at home and wait to see how he resolves this matter. Su Guowan nodded obediently. She was of the same mind. In her fury, she had spoken harshly to Chu Yi, but now, with a cooler head, she felt a tinge of regret. Chu Yi was not truly that kind of person. He held her dear within his heart. It must have been the taunts from others that led him to lose his way and speak of taking a concubine. After all, their 11 years of affection were not mere illusion. Chu Yi's original intent in going to battle was to earn merit and return to marry her. She believed in him, but she would only afford him one chance. If the boy who had guarded her for 11 years truly rotted away, a glint of resolve flashed in her eyes. She would never permit Chu Yi to live carefreely while she wallowed in despair. Su Guowan waited for 7 days, yet Chu Yi did not come to apologize. Her heart shattered repeatedly during this time, her hands bearing countless pricks from embroidering in her distraction. Seeing her distress, Prince Su dispatched someone to inquire about Chu Yi's whereabouts to inform Su Guowan. Regardless, she was carrying his child, and he hoped they could reconcile. After much hesitation, Su Guowan finally rose to change her clothes and step outside, accompanied by Ling Long and Yunxiang. They strolled to the Golden Jade Pavilion, renowned for its exquisite jewelry favored by the women of Bianjing. Despite his modest salary, Chu Yi always managed to save and buy something for himself. Wan. Just as Su Guiwan reached the entrance of the Golden Jade Pavilion, a joyful voice interrupted her steps. Turning around, she saw Su Miao, her face radiant with excitement. Wan. It's wonderful to see you again. A smile graced Su Guiwan's face as she replied, "It has been too long since we last met." The lively girl in a pink dress brightened at her words, linking her arm with Su Guiwan's. "You have no idea how long I wanted to visit you at the Yuan Marquis' residence, but my parents forbade me." Carefully glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Su Miao leaned closer and whispered, "They say there is a foster daughter, Lu Rushua, who is already 19 and still unmarried. They worry my frequent visits to the Yuan Marquis' residence will tarnish my reputation." Apologetically, Su Miao stuck out her tongue. "Of course, they meant Lu Rushua, not you. They truly like you." Chapter 4. Chu Yi. "We are finished." Su Guiwan smiled and gently tapped Su Miao's forehead. "I know. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su are wonderful people. They say this for your own good. If there is an opportunity, I will send you an invitation to visit the royal residence." Su Miao nodded earnestly. "All right. When you return to the Su royal residence, you must send me an invitation to play." The two girls, hand in hand, joyfully entered the Golden Jade Pavilion, yet halted simultaneously on the staircase leading to the second floor. Wan. Su Miao looked worriedly at Su Guiwan. At this moment, Su Guiwan had lost all strength to respond. Were it not for Yunxiang supporting her, she might have stumbled in public. Unbeknownst to Su Guiwan, as she conversed with Su Miao on the staircase, Chu Yi had already sensed her arrival. Eagerly holding the selected golden butterfly hairpin to present to Su Guiwan, he was unable to do so before Lu Rushua, quick as lightning, snatched it away to try it on. This led to the scene where Su Guiwan and her companion witnessed Chu Yi accompanying Lu Rushua in selecting a hairpin. Su Guiwan cast a cold gaze at Chu Yi, remaining silent, while Su Miao, incensed, rushed forward to scold him. "Chu Yi, you heartless scoundrel. You once claimed that we would only need each other for the rest of our lives, so what then is the situation with her?" With Su Miao's finger pointed at her, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lu Rushua's eyes, followed by a look of helplessness as she turned to Chu Yi. "Xiao Yi, have I done something wrong to anger Miss Su?" Witnessing the timid Lu Rushua being intimidated by the arrogant Su Miao, Chu Yi swiftly shielded Lu Rushua behind him. "Miss Su, do not overstep your bounds. Sister Xue is part of my Anyuan Hofu, and it is not your place as an outsider to reprimand her." Su Miao was taken aback by the implication of Chu Yi's words, standing there speechless. She had encountered Chu Yi many times before, each time seeing him tenderly protect Su Guiwan. This was the first instance where he had not rushed to her side with joy upon seeing her. Su Guiwan regained her composure and echoed Su Miao's sentiments. Su is the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. It is for Minister Su and Madam Su to speak on her behalf, not for you, an outsider. Chu Yi glanced awkwardly at the cold-faced Su Guiwan standing beside Su Miao. She had never before put him in such an uncomfortable position. Su Guiwan's lips curled into a frosty smile as she confronted Chu Yi. "Is that exquisite golden butterfly hairpin truly a gift for Miss Lu?" Just as Chu Yi was about to respond, Lu Rushua tugged at his sleeve, her pleading gaze urging him to suppress his words. Wan, when will you return home?" Their subtle interaction did not escape Su Guiwan's notice, her heart chilled at the sight of the familiar intimacy between Chu Yi and Lu Rushua, a layer of frost settling in her eyes. "Chu Yi, I ask you once more, is that golden butterfly hairpin indeed a gift for Miss Lu?" Chu Yi swallowed nervously, realizing from Su Guiwan's demeanor that she was genuinely angry this time. Yet, looking at the beseeching Lu Rushua beside him, he steeled himself. Wan, I believe this exquisite golden butterfly hairpin suits Sister Xue perfectly." "Ha! Chu Yi, we are finished." With that, Su Guiwan turned on her heel and exited the Jin Yuman Tang without a backward glance. This was the last opportunity Su Guiwan would grant Chu Yi. From that day forth, he would no longer be her husband. In future encounters, they would be adversaries. Chu Yi rushed forward to grasp Su Guiwan's arm, but was intercepted by Ling Long and Su Miao. Frowning intensely, he glared at them. "Step aside." Ling Long engaged him physically, while Su Miao kept a watchful eye, preventing him from pursuing Su Guiwan. As Lu Rushua observed Su Guiwan leaving the Jin Yuman Tang, a smirk tugged at her lips, though she quickly suppressed it and turned her worried gaze towards Chu Yi. She understood both Su Guiwan and Chu Yi. Both were exceedingly proud individuals. With her meddling, there would be no chance for reconciliation. Do not blame her. She simply yearned to rise above. Without Chu Yi, Su Guiwan still held the title of a princess and the entirety of the Su Wangfu, but without Chu Yi, she would have nothing. By the time Chu Yi extricated himself from Linglong's grasp and reached the doorway, Su Guiwan had already departed. With a worried expression, Lu Rushua approached Chu Yi, placing a hand on his arm. Xiao Yi, should I go and explain things to the princess? I can endure her wrath, but with today's outburst, the people of Bianjing will surely gossip about how even the princesses may dare to confront you. Chu Yi was about to step out when he paused. What is there to explain? Our relationship is pure. It is Wanwan who has been overly indulged, and she must learn to be a virtuous wife. Lu Rushua, unfazed by Chu Yi's dismissive gesture, followed him with her head bowed, revealing a slow smile in a hidden corner. Upon seeing Chu Yi with a bulging purse, she realized he was at Jinyu Mantang to purchase jewelry to placate Su Guiwan. After her efforts to create a rift between them, how could she possibly allow a chance for reconciliation? Thus, she insisted on accompanying Chu Yi to help him select items for Su Guiwan, and the sight of her wearing that golden butterfly hairpin was entirely by design. Su Guiwan was known for her possessiveness over Chu Yi, unable to tolerate his closeness with other women. Chu Yi, being soft-hearted, would never humiliate her in public if she pleaded with him. She had wagered correctly. To avoid embarrassment, Chu Yi had refrained from disclosing that the hairpin was meant for Su Guiwan. Instead, he acquiesced to Su Guiwan's claim that it was a gift for her. Ultimately, the exquisite hairpin remained unpurchased, but Lu Rushua did not mind, for she sought not merely a trinket. Once she became the general's wife, she could acquire as many such adornments as she desired. Su Miao followed Su Guiwan back to the Su Wangfu, gently placing her hand on Su Guiwan's shoulder to offer comfort. Su Guiwan suddenly lifted her head and posed a question to Su Miao. Su, would I still desire a soiled garment? Seeing that Su Guiwan's mood was somewhat stable, Su Miao sighed in relief and answered without hesitation, of course not. You are a dignified first-rank princess. Can you truly lack for clothing? Oh, by the way, I recently acquired a bolt of shoe brocade. I shall bring it for you. It was a gift from the Emperor, as my father is quite competent. Su Guiwan let out a soft laugh. Indeed, as a princess, I could hardly be in need of a mere garment. Su, you should keep that shoe brocade for yourself. The Wangfu has no shortage of fabric. Su Miao, playfully ruffling her hair, replied, You are right. How could the Su Wangfu lack for cloth? Then I shall keep it for myself. I find that fabric delightful. Su Guiwan pinched her nose. Look at your pained expression. Keep it for yourself. Su Miao chuckled shyly. As soon as Su Miao departed, Su Guiwan's expression turned icy once more. Chapter 5. An ambiguous smile just before her hand could touch her abdomen, she withdrew it coldly. Having decided to let go, there was no need to invest further emotions. Linglong noticed Su Guiwan's frigid demeanor and, recalling her earlier words, could not help but inquire, Princess, do you truly wish to part with your fiancé? Linglong was not as naive as Su Miao, believing that Su Guiwan meant one garment was equivalent to another. Su Guiwan raised her gaze and offered a chilling smile. What do you perceive me to be, Linglong? With unwavering conviction, Linglong answered without hesitation. The princess is bold in love and hate, proud, passionate, with an ethereal beauty that is renowned in Bianjing. Su Guiwan chuckled softly. Then why should someone as remarkable as I wish to exchange garments with another? Linglong and Yunxiang lowered their heads, choosing silence. The decisions of their mistress were not for them to influence. Noticing all the servants bowing their heads in response to her words, Su Guiwan tugged at the corners of her mouth. Very well, let me be alone. You may all leave. After dismissing everyone, Su Guiwan pressed her pulse, remaining motionless for a long while. At times, she wished her medical skills were not so proficient. If her skills were not so refined, she would not be aware of her body's condition, and terminating this pregnancy would not weigh so heavily on her conscience. Su Guiwan gazed at her flat abdomen with a complex expression, realizing that this might be her first and last experience of motherhood. By relinquishing this child, she would not have another chance to bear children. Yet, thinking of the man who had spoken of taking a concubine, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. My dear child, forgive me. In the next life, may you be reborn into a better fate, and do not return to my womb. It is not that your mother does not love you. Rather, I love myself more. If I were to keep you, I would have to share my husband with others, which I cannot endure. With that, Su Guiwan gripped the embroidered cloth on the desk tightly, tears streaming down her face. She had contemplated simply allowing things to be, giving birth to the child, and turning a blind eye to all that Chu-yi had done. However, her pride forbade her from doing so. She was Su Guiwan, the illustrious and haughty princess of the Su Wangfu. How could she bow before a man, transforming herself for his sake? To terminate the pregnancy meant she would lose not only the man and the child but also her very self. Countless thoughts wrestled in Su Guiwan's mind, causing her stomach to twist in pain, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her brow. Time passed, and Su Guiwan collapsed onto the table, gasping for breath, her expression turning to one of relief. Yunxiang and Linglong, who stood guard outside, rushed in upon hearing Su Guiwan's weakened voice. "Princess, what is the matter?" "I shall fetch the court physician," said Linglong. Leaning against Yunxiang, Su Guiwan beckoned Linglong closer. "Come here, Linglong." Linglong, her face etched with worry, returned hastily. "Princess, you truly need to see the physician." Su Guiwan took a delicate sip of the warm water Yunxiang had offered, as her tea had long since been replaced by this comforting liquid. After finishing, she turned to the anxious Linglong. "I am fine. It was merely a moment of overwhelming emotion. I just need a moment to compose myself." Before Linglong could respond, Su Guiwan interrupted. "Bring me paper and pen." As the names of various herbs appeared on the paper, both Linglong and Yunxiang widened their eyes in shock. Even the usually composed Yunxiang could not suppress her exclamation. "Princess! Peach kernel, tong chow, and musk, these are all abortifacients." Su Guiwan maintained her calm demeanor as she finished writing the remaining names. "I am aware." She set down the pen and handed the prescription to Linglong. "Inform grandfather of my decision, and gather these herbs to brew the concoction for me." Linglong hesitated, wishing to offer Su Guiwan a chance to reconsider, but upon meeting Su Guiwan's resolute gaze, she understood that this was a decision made after careful deliberation, one that could not be changed. With a choked voice, she replied, "Yes, I shall go at once." Yunxiang gazed at Su Guiwan with heartache, for no one understood better than those close to her how much Su Guiwan cared for this child. Shortly after marrying Chu-yi, Su Guiwan often caressed her belly, anticipating the child's arrival. Among the belongings they retrieved from the Inyuan Marquis' residence were many garments and belly wraps that Su Guiwan had embroidered for the child with her own hands. Neither Su Guiwan nor Yunxiang possessed martial skills, and thus they remained unaware of the shadow that lurked within the Su Wangfu. After Linglong departed to converse with the prince, the shadow followed her, darting towards the palace. About half a stick of incense later, Linglong returned with the herbs Su Guiwan requested. Without even glancing at them, Su Guiwan instructed Yunxiang to prepare the medicine and told Linglong to take a moment to rest. As dusk deepened, Su Guiwan accepted the medicine brought by Yunxiang, her brow furrowing at the scent wafting from it. "Is there something wrong with this medicine?" Seeing that Linglong was genuinely unaware and trusting that she would not conceal anything from her, Su Guiwan lightly shook her head. "It's nothing. You may leave for now." Placing the medicine on the table, she stood alone by the window, gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky. This medicine was not the abortifacient she sought, but rather one meant to preserve the pregnancy. Su Guiwan could not fathom who wished to protect this child. She had never doubted her grandfather. He would never compel her to act against her will. Nor would Chu-yi, had he truly wished for her to terminate the pregnancy. He would have stormed into the Su Wangfu in anger upon learning of her intentions. If it was neither her grandfather nor Chu-yi who desired to keep this child, then only one person remained. Su Guiwan's gaze turned icy as she contemplated the palace. Her grandfather had never hidden the relationship between the Su Wangfu and that individual from her. She understood more than a little about it. With a cold laugh, Su Guiwan thought that individual wishes to keep this child as a puppet to control the Su Wangfu without considering her consent. She would never resign herself to such a fate. Her destiny had always been in her own hands. The judgments of society and the obstacles from others could not shake her determination to terminate this pregnancy and part ways with Chu-yi. Turning, she lifted the medicine from the table and, with her back turned, slowly poured it into the flower pot. "Someone, I have finished the medicine. Please take the bowl away." Linglong entered to collect the empty bowl, and the guards outside, seeing her carry it out, felt relieved and returned to report. They were sent by Emperor Yunyan to keep an eye on the Su Wangfu, aware that Linglong had been overheard when she went to speak with the prince. Yunyan was concerned that without this child, Su Guiwan might fall out with Chu Yi, jeopardizing his plans to consolidate power within the Su Wangfu and support Chu Yi against the older ministers. Thus, he had ordered the abortifacient to be swapped for a preservative. Su Guiwan was the last descendant of the Su Wangfu, and her child would have inheritance rights. As Chu Yi was Yunyan's man, if this child inherited the Su Wangfu, it would grant him effortless access to its power. In the imperial study, upon learning that Su Guiwan had ingested the preservative, Yunyan's handsome face bore an inscrutable smile. The granddaughter of Prince Su really is a restless one. Hearing this, the palace attendants and shadow guards lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. To be cautious, Yunyan even instructed the shadow guards to purchase all abortifacients near the Su Wangfu, eager to see how Su Guiwan would dispose of the child without them. With an air of carefree arrogance, Yunyan left for the inner palace. In the deep of night, Su Guiwan, dressed in a maid's attire, slipped out of the back door of the Su Wangfu and hurried to a nearby pharmacy. "Doctor, I need all the herbs listed here." Handing the prescription to the elderly physician, she was surprised at how smoothly things proceeded, as he did not even glance at her before preparing the requested herbs. After thoroughly checking to ensure they were indeed the correct materials, she left the pharmacy. Just as Su Guiwan exited, someone lifted the door curtain to follow her, and the doctor waited respectfully at the side. "Amo, do you think we're being too harsh on the granddaughter of Prince Su? After all, he is a venerable minister of the Eastern Gene." The young man dressed in pale blue frowned slightly at his companion. "What does her happiness have to do with me?" The one clad in white embroidered with auspicious clouds, standing tall like a jade tree, smiled gently, but his words conveyed a sense of indifference. "Her happiness is of no concern to me." Chu Rui shook his head, having long recognized how cold-hearted Yunma was. Yunma smiled broadly at Chu Rui, who instinctively took a step back. "Amo, I have not offended you. I merely accompanied you to deliver abortifacients to the princess. Please do not act rashly against me. You may not find another as useful as I." Chu Rui's demeanor disgusted Yunma, who could not fathom how the people of Bianjing could have deemed him a refined gentleman. Recognizing the disdain in Yunma's eyes, Chu Rui wished to shout in frustration. Yunma fancied himself noble. Yet everyone in Bianjing knew him as the living king of hell. Despite his outwardly gentle smile, he could easily bring ruin upon anyone who crossed him. Yunma's slender fingers caressed the prayer beads on his hand. "I instructed you to observe discreetly, ensuring that the schemes of that individual do not succeed." "What are you thinking?" Chu Rui, relieved to have survived the ordeal, patted his chest. "You should have said so earlier. Rest assured, I will not allow that individual the chance to continue utilizing the resources and influence of the Su Wangfu to nurture that worthless Chu Yi." Yunma twirled the prayer beads in his hand and elegantly boarded the carriage, departing from the pharmacy. The opulent black carriage, even on this tranquil night, made but little noise. Yet, within Chu Rui's eyes, a trace of pain lingered, were it not for that person within the palace. The one currently seated upon the dragon throne should have been Yun Mo, not confined to relying on a carriage for movement. Once a formidable warrior of the Eastern Gene, Yun Mo would never have needed to resort to such means. The compassion that had adorned Chu Rui's face swiftly vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. How could an unformed child ever compare to his long-standing friend? To thwart any potential disruptions, Su Guiwan vigilantly guarded the concoction of medicine, consuming the entire bowl without hesitation once it had cooled, leaving not a drop behind. Having seen the note from Su Guiwan, Yun Xiang and Ling Long tirelessly prepared a few chickens in the small kitchen to nourish her. In what appeared to be an unremarkable deep night, the blood from Su Guiwan's miscarriage was discreetly disposed of alongside the chicken's blood. It was not until the following day that the Duke of Su arrived at Su Guiwan's quarters, his heart heavy as he gazed upon his pallid granddaughter lying in bed. "My foolish child, why must you be so obstinate?" he lamented, with a smile. Su Guiwan replied, "But grandfather, did you not support my decision? Otherwise, I would not have been able to leave the royal residence so smoothly, nor conceal the matter of the child's loss so effectively." In that moment, the Duke appeared to age a decade, fully aware that his conversation with Ling Long had been eavesdropped upon by the Emperor's spies. He understood well that his granddaughter was exceptionally skilled in medicine and would surely recognize the discrepancies in the abortifacient. His absence the previous night had been a strategic maneuver to draw the Emperor's attention away, allowing his granddaughter to successfully terminate the pregnancy. The Su family had always been known for their loyalty and valor. Had he not worried for his granddaughter's health, he would have opposed the birth of this illegitimate child. Given the character of the child's father, the Duke believed the offspring would not fare any better. Grandfather, Su Guiwan reassured him, I am well. If I can just survive this trial, I will be bestowed the title of a first-rank princess, endowed with noble status, beauty, and the love of my parents and you. Perfection is a rare concept in this world. Encountering minor setbacks in love is only to be expected. Tears welled in the Duke's eyes as he regarded his obedient and understanding granddaughter. He had fought valiantly for the late emperor, with both his son and daughter-in-law perishing in battle for the Eastern Gene. Yet, the powerful were now scheming against his innocent granddaughter for their selfish desires. To suggest that Chu Yi, at merely 18, had achieved the rank of a third-rank general without the emperor's machinations against the Duke's household was far-fetched. The emperor sought to reclaim the power and influence held by the old courtiers. If he had the courage, he should confront the Duke directly, not harm his innocent granddaughter. Noticing the hatred in the Duke's eyes, Su Guiwan grasped the fabric of his robe, urging, Grandfather, do not be impulsive. We have thousands of loyal subjects behind us, and the honor of the Su family to consider. We cannot act recklessly. The Duke, with a heavy heart, stroked Su Guiwan's head, wishing she could be less understanding at times. Fear not. This time, I shall ensure you attain your desires. However, Su Guiwan firmly shook her head. No. Grandfather, I shall see to this myself. It was my folly to be blinded by Chu Yi and allow him to seek a marriage decree. Thus, it is my responsibility to end this ill-fated connection. Both the Duke and the maidservants present exchanged worried glances as he quietly admonished, You are being foolish. A royal decree of marriage cannot simply be undone at your whim. Su Guiwan, with unwavering resolve, insisted, I believe I can. Grandfather, do you know what is most essential for a nation? After a moment of contemplation, the Duke regarded her with admiration. You wish to find ways to increase grain production and present the findings to the emperor as grounds for divorce? With a cold smirk, Su Guiwan replied, Divorce? No. I intend to seek a decree of annulment. With a resigned sigh, the Duke responded, Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall support you. But finding ways to increase grain production is no simple task. Many have sought solutions over the years, yet with little progress. Resting her chin and her hand on the pillow, Su Guiwan mused that while it was not easy to find ways to increase grain yields, sourcing high-yield seeds would prove significantly simpler. The Duke narrowed his eyes and eventually replied, I shall send someone to other lands to procure high-yield seeds for you. Focus on recuperating within the residence. With a mocking smile, Su Guiwan remarked, Grandfather, our Su family has long been under scrutiny from that individual. If you send someone to engage with outsiders, he will surely suspect our family of harboring treasonous intentions. The Duke wore a look of resignation. He had no such inclination. In his youth, he had fought alongside the late emperor, and now, in his elder years, he simply wished to enjoy the comforts of family. Yet no one believed him. Shifting her position, Su Guiwan continued, Grandfather, you know me well. If I cannot bring this marriage to an end on my own, I shall live my life stifled by resentment. Seeing the fierce determination in her eyes, the Duke sighed heavily. Very well. I shall support you. Take Ling Long with you, and I will arrange for a few shadow guards to assist you. That individual remains unaware that this is our Su family's hidden strength. Feeling guilty, Su Guiwan apologized. Grandfather, I am sorry. It is my unfilial behavior that burdens you at your age. The Duke accepted the nourishing soup offered by a maid, gesturing for Yin Xiang to feed it to Su Guiwan. What apology is needed among family? As the elder, it is my duty to shield you from the storms of life. As she sipped the soup, Su Guiwan's tears fell into the bowl, her crimson eyes reflecting not remorse, but guilt towards the Duke and hatred for Chu Yi. She would not let Chu Yi, Bai Yinyang, or Lu Rushua escape unscathed, especially that fickle man. Were it not for the Su family, Chu Yi, a mere illegitimate son of a marquis, would have never caught the emperor's attention. It was said that Yun Yan favored Chu Yi's capabilities, but it was far more accurate to say she coveted the power of the Su family behind him. Her grandfather was one of the earliest ministers to follow the late emperor into battle, amassing great wealth and prestige over the years. Despite the fact that the current emperor ruled the Eastern Jin, he was constantly threatened by the late emperor's favored Prince Chen and the biological son of the Empress Dowager. Prince An, Thus, the emperor was eager to reclaim the power and wealth held by the old ministers to cultivate his own forces against Prince Chun and Princeton. The duke said nothing, simply placing a gentle hand on Su Guiwan's shoulder before departing. He trusted that his granddaughter understood what needed to be done, and even if it escalated to the emperor's attention, he would not fear the consequences. At worst, he could surrender the wealth accumulated by the Su family over the years to ensure his granddaughter's safety. He would simply have to endure a more modest life with her and the loyal subjects of the Su household. Nevertheless, he could never hand over his loyal subjects to the emperor. After all, their family had sacrificed so much for the late emperor. And since the late emperor had favored Prince Chun the most, none of them would fare well if surrendered. The emperor had never truly trusted the Su family's loyalty. 3 days later, once again, it was a splendid sunny day. Su Guiwan reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun. After Ling Long returned from an excursion, her expression was filled with fury. Su Guiwan smiled gently. Who has dared to provoke our dear Ling Long? With those puffed cheeks, you resemble a fish from the lake. Ling Long stamped her foot. Princess, you still have the leisure to jest? You have no idea how outrageous they have been. The smile faded from Su Guiwan's face, her demeanor weary as she inquired, Speak then. What trouble have they stirred this time? She should have anticipated it. There are only a handful of individuals capable of inciting Ling Long's ire. Reluctantly, Ling Long extended the invitation card to Princess Guiwan, saying, You can see for yourself. How shameless they are. Daring to send an invitation for a birthday celebration of an adopted daughter to our Su Wangfu. With a mocking smile, Guiwan perused the card entirely before lifting her gaze to the glaring sun, chuckling softly. Ling Long, Yunxiang, tell me, how blind was I to have failed to discern this man's true nature? Yunxiang paused in her task of massaging Guiwan's legs, gently replying that the princess should not belittle herself. It is not just the princess who failed to see, even the entire Bianjing populace did not recognize it. General Chu merely relied on their 11 years of affection, believing that the princess could not let go of their bond, thus emboldening him. Ling Long fervently nodded in agreement. He thinks that once the princess marries him, she will be irreversibly his. In times past, he would have worried whether the princess would become upset if any woman approached him, let alone broach the subject of taking a concubine. Guiwan carelessly placed the misshapen invitation card, which Ling Long had crumpled in her grip, on a nearby stone table. Has he grown careless since receiving it? He wagers that I will compromise for him, yet he is unaware that I have never yielded to anyone. At this juncture, Guiwan, smiling, turned to Yunxiang and Ling Long, asking, What do you think? The young general's only gamble, the price of which is to lose his beloved forever. How does that sound? Yunxiang remained silent, merely smiling at Guiwan, indicating her unwavering loyalty to her mistress. Ling Long clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Of course. Our princess, being so extraordinary, should not dine on the leftovers of others. Glancing at the sky, Guiwan stood and walked toward her chamber, instructing Yunxiang, Help me prepare. Since they have set the stage, if we do not attend, this play shall surely fail to unfold. Yunxiang disapproved, following closely behind Guiwan, stating, My princess, your health cannot withstand this. Regardless of what they say behind our backs, they cannot speak ill of us at Su Wangfu. The priority is for you to restore your health. A glint of determination flashed in Guiwan's eyes. If I do not go today, Su Wangfu will inevitably become the laughingstock of all. They will think I am afraid, and such a perception is irretrievable. Unable to dissuade Guiwan, Ling Long and Yunxiang applied layers of powder to her pale face, just managing to conceal her illness. Throughout, Guiwan maintained a faint smile. Yet those who looked closely would discern that her smile never reached her eyes. Indeed, she had underestimated the audacity of Chu Yi and Lu Rushua, who chose today, the day of the birthday celebration, to notify her. They intended to catch her unprepared, leaving her with no choice but to either not attend or arrive late, thereby becoming the subject of ridicule. They wished for everyone to believe that she was afraid to show up. But Guiwan resolved not to grant them that satisfaction. If they possessed the audacity to invite her, they must brace themselves for the humiliation she would bring upon them. By the time Guiwan finished her preparations, the carriage awaited at the entrance of Su Wangfu. Chapter 8. Eager to become a concubine, Miss Lu is truly a remarkable beauty. No wonder she has captured the heart of General Chu, who had previously only had eyes for Princess Su. As Guiwan entered, she was met with a disdainful voice, mocking her and Lu Rushua. Someone nudged Duan Xingyu, signaling her to cease her remarks upon noticing Sigüewen's approach. As Sigüewen walked past, that individual quickly lowered their head to pay their respects. With a smile, Sigüewen approached Duan Xingyu, remarking, "I noticed everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves while I was absent. Why the sudden silence now? Especially you, Madam Shen, who was quite chatty just a moment ago. Why the quietude now?" Duan Xingyu glared at Sigüewen with jealousy. Reluctantly bowing along with the others, this humble servant, Shen, pays her respects to the princess. Sigüewen waved her hand lightly. "No need for such formalities. Please rise." Lu Ruxue was merely an adopted daughter of a marquis' household, and today was neither a coming-of-age ceremony nor a wedding. Aside from Sigüewen, the highest-ranking individual present was Duan Xingyu, the daughter-in-law of a minister. The attendees, aside from a few attempting to curry favor with Chu Yi and the Yuan marquis' household, were mostly there to witness the spectacle of Princess Sigüewen's predicament. After all, General Chu had pursued Sigüewen for 11 years and had later assured the Su Wangye that he would never take a concubine, a promise that had stirred much gossip in Bianjing. They were all intrigued by Lu Ruxue, the one who could snatch General Chu from Sigüewen's grasp. As the crowd stood, Sigüewen turned her gaze mockingly toward Duan Xingyu. "Madam Shen? One would think a concubine was vying for attention." Duan Xingyu, in secret, had once confessed her feelings to Chu Yi, which Sigüewen could have overlooked as youthful infatuation. However, she thought it unseemly for Duan Xingyu, now a married woman, to still harbor such feelings for Chu Yi. Duan Xingyu's face flushed with embarrassment at Sigüewen's words. Nervously glancing around, she noticed the stares directed at her. And in a fit of rage, she shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am not." Sigüewen chuckled. "Anyone with eyes can see the truth. I merely spared the Duan and Shin family some face in the past. Madame Duan, you are here today out of spite, yearning to understand why Chu Yi favors one woman after another yet overlooks you, aren't you?" Duan Xingyu's eyes bore into Sigüewen's, her body trembling with anger. She realized that once news of this incident spread, the Duan family would surely sever ties with her, and the Shin family would no longer want her. Sigüewen waved her hand, and immediately someone dragged Duan Xingyu away. Had she not revealed her innermost thoughts, Sigüewen would have been more lenient. Now, with her removed, neither the Shun nor Duan families could afford to confront her. The onlookers swallowed nervously at the scene, and Sigüewen soon turned her attention to Lu Ruxue, who had just rushed in, her face alight with joy as she beheld Chu Yi. Sigüewen's scorn was unmasked. "If I recall correctly, Miss Lu is already 19. Is she not? That means she is a year older than Chu Yi." Lu Ruxue clenched her fists tightly, forcing a smile. "My princess, you know my mother passed away long ago, and my father perished while rescuing Xiao Yi. Unlike you, who has a grandfather looking out for you, no one has concerned themselves with my marriage." After speaking, Lu Ruxue lowered her head sadly. Chu Yi shot Sigüewen a disapproving glance, believing she should not humiliate Lu Ruxue in front of everyone. Losing her parents was already a heavy burden for Lu Ruxue. Sigüewen need not add salt to her wounds. Reading the expression on Chu Yi's face, Sigüewen felt a pang of discomfort. She laughed. "Am I to understand that the etiquette I learned from Miss Lu is something to be proud of? So, Miss Lu blames Lady Bai and the Yuan marquis' household for not securing you a good husband? The Yuan marquis' household and Lady Bai truly lack compassion. Your father died saving one of their own, yet they leave you, a lone young woman, unmarried at your age. Quite shameful, indeed." Lu Ruxue gazed at Sigüewen in shock and fear, shaking her head vigorously as she explained to the crowd, "That's not true. They were looking for me." Sigüewen calmly seated herself, denying Lu Ruxue any opportunity to redeem herself. "So what you mean is that you looked down upon those suitors?" Lu Ruxue was on the verge of tears. She had not yet clarified the earlier misunderstanding, and now Sigüewen had dug another pit for her. If this were to spread, she would have offended all those who had once expressed interest in her and alienated both Lady Yuan and Lady Bai. Sigüewen seemed to speak casually, entirely oblivious to the urgency painted on Lu Ruxue's face, relishing the moment as she observed her. "Have you truly waited all these years, only to find yourself in your twilight years, reduced to feasting upon the remnants of my plate? I have encountered many individuals devoid of humanity. Yet it is a novel experience to witness someone so eager to become a concubine to one younger than themselves. The Yuan marquis certainly excels at nurturing children, having raised you to be so uniquely different." Upon hearing Su Guowan's words, a servant hurriedly made their way to the courtyard of the Anyuan Marquis's wife. Should she continue to remain idle, the reputations of the young ladies of the Anyuan Marquis would be irreparably tarnished, leaving their prospects for marriage shrouded in uncertainty. The several illegitimate daughters of the Marquis were caught off guard by Su Guowan's remarks. They had merely come to observe the spectacle, never anticipating they would become part of it. Each of them, embarrassed, clutched their handkerchiefs in confusion, fully aware that they were not entirely innocent. Before Su Guowan's arrival, they had been gossiping about her fiery temperament, dismissing her as unsuitable for the role of a virtuous wife and mother. Chu Yi stepped forward, intending to speak favorably on behalf of the others, but upon receiving a cold glance from Su Guowan, he retreated. He sensed the unspoken warning in her eyes. Should he dare to approach, she would not treat him kindly. Heartbroken, he gazed at Su Guowan's delicate, pale visage, which now lacked the tenderness she once held for him. Appearing utterly indifferent, he could not fathom how they had arrived at this juncture, believing they were destined for a lifetime of happiness. Why could she not understand him? He merely wished to take a concubine like everyone else, and his heart remained with her.
Suguyan averted herkese from Cheheui.
It was better not to dwell on the husband she had foolishly chosen, for each glance inflicted further pain upon her. Lu Rushue, humiliated, bit her lip and cast desperate glances toward Chu Yi for help, but alas, her signals fell upon deaf eyes. At that moment, Chu Yi could see only his long-absent wife and not her. The Marquis's wife arrived amidst this peculiar atmosphere, greeting Su Guowan with an affable smile. "Princess, I trust you have enjoyed your time accompanying Lord Su. How fares his mood?" Chapter 9. The slap you must endure. The Marquis's wife had always treated Su Guowan with gentleness and courtesy, and she was willing to extend some regard. "My grandfather is well. Thank you for your concern." Seeing that Su Guowan had spared her embarrassment, the Marquis's wife relaxed. "You must know that Miss Lu is the adopted daughter of concubine Bai, and thus, she bears no relation to our Anyuan Marquis. If any wrongdoing has occurred, please inform me, and I shall arrange for someone to correct it. It is indeed unfair to expect concubine Bai, a mere concubine, to undertake the upbringing of children." A smile graced Su Guowan's lips, prompting murmurs among the others. The Marquis's wife's remark implied that a child raised by a concubine would inevitably carry the same demeanor. Not only did concubine Bai suffer from this insult, but even Chu Yi's pride was trampled upon by the Marquis's wife's words. His complexion shifted from pale to flushed, and just as he prepared to counter her statement, he was restrained by the hand of Chu Rui. The elegant young man gently pressed down on Chu Yi's shoulder, smiling effortlessly. "Mother, princess." The Marquis's wife finally revealed a genuine smile. "As a guest residing in the Marquis, how could you summon me here personally?" After returning a smile to Su Guowan, Chu Rui took his place beside the Marquis's wife. "I heard someone had tarnished our family's reputation, and I came to check on matters." The daughters of minor officials blushed upon seeing the gentle Chu Rui. In response, a flicker of helplessness crossed his gaze. It was unnecessary for them to hold him in such high regard, for he was no paragon of virtue. The Marquis's wife recognized that Chu Rui was there to support her. Given that the Anyuan Marquis favored his illegitimate son Chu Yi, who indulged in concubines at the expense of his legitimate wife, if she were to stir trouble with concubine Bai and Chu Yi today in an effort to uphold the Marquis's reputation, she would ultimately bear the brunt of the Marquis's wrath. Behind closed doors, no one knew of the Marquis's bias towards his illegitimate son and concubine, yet the cold treatment she received was painfully real. Aware of her son's good intentions, the Marquis's wife grew bolder. She turned her gaze toward Miss Lu, who was attempting to maintain a facade of grace while struggling against her own humble origins. "Though your foster mother is a concubine, you should not emulate her ways. Our Anyuan Marquis cannot harbor someone with such impure thoughts. Pack your belongings and leave." The other women of the Anyuan Marquis cast grateful glances at the Marquis's wife. Had she not intervened, they would have remained vulnerable to defamation. Ignoring their appreciative gazes, the Marquis's wife instructed a nearby maid, Qingxing, despite the shortcomings of Miss Lu's father. "He did save a member of our Anyuan Marquis. We cannot ignore our benefactor. Retrieve 1,000 taels of silver from my private treasury for Miss Lu." In a short while, the Marquis's wife had arranged matters for Lu Rushue, providing her no opportunity for rebuttal. Rushue gazed at Chu Yi with feigned innocence, hoping he would speak on her behalf. She had never desired to be a mere concubine. Her aspirations lay in becoming a general's wife. finally noticing Lu Rushua's pleading eyes. Chu Yi approached the Marquis's wife to plead for her. Madam, Sister Rushua is my savior. How can you cast out an orphan? Chu Yi displayed no respect for his mother, causing a flicker of displeasure to cross Chu Rui's eyes. Before he could intervene, he was amused by Su Guiwan's next action. Smack. After striking Chu Yi, Su Guiwan calmly wiped her hands with a handkerchief, as if he were something foul. Disdainfully returning the handkerchief to the maid and instructing her to burn it later, Su Guiwan turned to Chu Yi. Chu Yi, she is your own benefactor, not a member of the Anyuan Marquis. If you wish to repay her, do so yourself. Do not pretend to be magnanimous here. I was unaware that the daughter of a concubine could extend an invitation to me, a first-rank princess, for a birthday celebration. You may have thick skin, but I find it beneath me. Chu Yi covered his red-marked face, staring blankly at Su Guiwan. How can you treat me with such disregard? Su Guiwan rolled her eyes. You, Chu Yi, still care for your reputation? When I married you, I disregarded my status as a first-rank princess. Now, you concern yourself with your meager reputation. Have you no awareness of your position as a mere illegitimate son of the Marquis? Chu Yi was provoked by Su Guiwan's repeated reminders of his status, his eyes reddening as he gazed at her. My feelings for you were always genuine, never based on your title. Su Guiwan nonchalantly stepped back from him, wary of his spittle. Who knows? Perhaps you have schemed from a young age. It is no wonder you turned your affections elsewhere after merely a year of marriage. Perhaps you coveted my status as a princess from the start, feeling inadequate compared to your brother, the heir of the Marquis, and sought an easier path. Hearing Su Guiwan's words, Chu Rui stood even straighter, his expression remaining composed. The Marquis's wife felt a flicker of relief and admiration. Upon discovering the Anyuan Marquis's favoritism towards Chu Yi and concubine Bai, she had yearned to retaliate against the Marquis, which she had failed to accomplish. Someone else was now executing. A glimmer of joy crossed Lu Rushua's face as she anxiously approached Chu Yi. Xiao Yi, is your face all right?
Su Guiwan smiled gently.
Since Miss Lu is so concerned for Chu Yi, perhaps she should experience the pain herself. Ling Long, administer a slap. Yes, Ling Long, who had long been eager to make her move, stepped forward and struck Lu Rushua twice, leaving her originally delicate face swollen and red. Chu Yi, still lost in sorrow, gazed at Su Guiwan with disappointment. I never anticipated you to be such a person. How could you tarnish my feelings for you? Su Guiwan felt a wave of nausea. She questioned who had truly sullied this affection. She firmly believed that Chu Yi had genuinely cared for her, yet she also recognized his desire to take a concubine and indulge in the joys of shared companionship. Choosing not to engage further with the foolish Chu Yi, Su Guiwan turned her attention to the tearful Lu Rushua, saying, Miss Lu, I have never blamed you for enticing Chu Yi. For I understand that if a man harbors such intentions, it would not be you, but another woman in your stead. On the contrary, I am grateful to you. Had it not been for you, I would not have discovered so early that the man I once chose was rotten to the core. The crowd, along with Lu Rushua, stared in astonishment at Su Guiwan, whose expression of mirth and relief conveyed the sincerity of her words. With a slight smile, Su Guiwan shifted her tone, however. This does not grant you the audacity to prance before me. You may seduce Chu Yi without consequence, but harboring schemes against me is unacceptable. Hence, those 2 slaps are yours to bear. Chapter 10. Speaking nonsense with open eyes after conversing with the two, Su Guiwan, her fox-like eyes sparkling with amusement, surveyed the surrounding onlookers. I have come today merely to address certain individuals who find amusement in the shadows. Indeed, most women of the Eastern Jin Kingdom must appease men, honoring them above all. Yet I, Su Guiwan, am not one of them. I am the one who is revered and sought after. Those who met Su Guiwan's gaze lowered their heads, unwilling to engage with her directly. Su Guiwan was not mistaken. Even if Chu Yi wished to take a concubine and argued with her, as the only descendant of the Su Wangfu, destined to bear children who would inherit the power of the Su household, she was fundamentally different from the others. Regardless of their reluctance to admit it, this was an undeniable truth. Turning her attention to the humiliated Chu Yi, she proclaimed, You believe that by marrying me, I become your subordinate? You are mistaken. I, Su Guiwan, have always belonged to myself. Should you choose to take a concubine, then so be it. I shall return to the Su Wangfu, and you may live your life with your concubines. With that, Su Guiwan bid farewell to the amused Chu Rui and the lady of the Gofu before departing from the Anyuanofu. Chu Yi, seeing Su Guiwan, adorned in resplendent attire, preparing to leave once more, hurriedly approached her, intent on stopping her. His grand gesture of hosting a birthday banquet for Lu Rushue was partly to express gratitude for her father's life-saving grace, and partly to invoke jealousy in Su Guiwan, hoping to instill a sense of urgency within her. Observing this, Lu Rushue quickly signaled to Zhang Ping beside her, who promptly slapped Chu Yi on the shoulder.
Cheheui.
You cannot be serious. To be slapped by your own wife and yet chase after her to apologize? At this rate, you will inevitably become a source of shame among men. Laughter erupted from those nearby, and Chu Yi, holding back his urge to pursue, retorted defiantly. I was merely being considerate due to her pregnancy. Do you not believe she will soon return to acknowledge her mistakes? Before he could finish, a sense of dread washed over him, an inexplicable premonition that events would not unfold as he desired. The others, hearing his stubborn declaration, merely shook their heads with amusement. They believed the likelihood of Chu Yi being the one to apologize was far greater than Su Guiwan conceding. In Bianjing, who did not know of Su Guiwan's stubborn nature. Once she had made a decision, there would be no turning back. The Suwang had spoiled her thoroughly. Such a person could never be expected to admit fault. However, they held little hope for Su Guiwan. Regardless of the sweet words spoken by men before marriage, it could not change the nature of concubinage. What man in the world did not desire to take a concubine? This time, Su Guiwan had perhaps overstepped her bounds. The lady of Ofu exchanged glances with Chu Rue. Both recognizing the amusement in each other's eyes, it seemed Chu Yi was destined for misfortune this time. As the guests lingered, the lady of the Gofu commanded that Lu Rushue be expelled. As for the arriving by Inyang, upon seeing the lady's cold demeanor, she dared not utter a word on Lu Rushue's behalf. Chu Yi wished to intervene, but his prideful nature rendered him no match for the formidable lady of the Vofu, who easily subdued him without the need for the young master Chu Rue's assistance. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to provide Lu Rushue with funds to rent a dilapidated residence. As she surveyed the shabby abode, Lu Rushue seethed with anger, all the while maintaining a facade of understanding, assuring Chu Yi that she was unharmed. The oblivious Chu Yi, believing her words, returned to drown his sorrows in drink, leaving Lu Rushue to curse him silently within the confines of her new home. Upon returning to the Su Wangfu, Su Guiwan was immediately ordered by the Su Wang to rest and recuperate. While he supported her endeavors, he insisted that she must not jeopardize her health. Under his firm insistence, Su Guiwan reluctantly complied, lying in bed as Su Miao frequently visited to keep her company. Were it not for the concern of disturbing Su Guiwan's recovery, she would have stayed at the Su Wangfu indefinitely. One day, upon receiving news from Linglong, Su Guiwan smiled and inquired, "Is it true that Chu Yi intends to take a concubine?" Linglong nodded furiously, "Yes, my lady."
Su Guiwan scoffed.
Should I be grateful that his concubine is not Lu Rushue? All present understood that this was Chu Yi's attempt to probe Su Guiwan's limits. Should she accept even one concubine, it would open the floodgates for countless others, and Lu Rushue's inclusion in the Anyuanofu would merely be a matter of time. Su Guiwan lightly tapped her fingers on the table. "Find a maid with a figure similar to mine. Let her study my mannerisms. Linglong. Also discreetly investigate the places where Chu Yi has been appearing frequently." Though Yunxiang and Linglong were puzzled by Su Guiwan's intentions, they immediately set out to fulfill her directives. 2 days later, as Chu Yi languished in a tavern, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, he caught sight of a figure in light yellow passing by the entrance and hurriedly pursued, grasping the person's arm.
Wan Wan.
The woman turned, revealing a delicate face that bore no resemblance to the ethereal beauty he had envisioned. Disheartened, he withdrew his hand, muttering apologies, "I mistook you for someone else." The woman, unwilling to relent, slapped Chu Yi and fled in tears, covering her face. Returning to his table in a daze, Chu Yi downed his unfinished drink in one gulp. He truly adored the proud princess, yet why did she choose to inflict such pain upon him? Each time he recalled Su Guiwan's words, his heart ached unbearably. How could the one he cherished so deeply cast doubt upon his feelings? Meanwhile, Su Guiwan, having administered medicine behind a pillar, was startled by the 2 silent figures standing behind her. Chu Rue smiled gently, gesturing toward the inebriated Chu Yi outside and then to a private room upstairs. Reluctantly, Su Guiwan followed them. Throughout the journey, her attention was irresistibly drawn to the lazily smiling Yunma beside her, causing her instincts to scream that he was dangerous. Once the door to the private room was closed, Su Guiwan steeled herself and greeted Yunma. Guiwan pays her respects to Uncle Chenwang. Yunma smiled lightly. There is no need for such formality, princess. Please, be at ease. Observing the scrutinizing gazes exchanged between the two, Chu Rui interjected, attempting to ease the tension. There is no need for such restraint, princess. Both Mo and I are exceedingly amiable individuals. If it were not for the consideration of Yunmo's cunning nature, Su Guiwan would have certainly given Chu Rui a scornful glance, for his words were far from sincere. Who in Bianjing was unaware of the crown prince Yunmo? One moment he might be engaging you with a charming smile, and the next, he could orchestrate your demise. Observing Su Guiwan's persistent gaze directed toward the ground, Yunmo chuckled with a hint of amusement, though his eyes betrayed an emptiness, pondering what intriguing substance she had just concealed within General Chu's wine vessel. In Chapter 11, the wolf has arrived. Su Guiwan's face displayed a rare moment of embarrassment as she reported to the crown prince, it is a contraceptive poison. Yunmo was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the lovely Su Guiwan with unexpected admiration. Previously, he had regarded her as foolish for marrying a mere illegitimate son in pursuit of a man's promise. However, it now appeared that he had misjudged her. Upon discovering her lover's change of heart, instead of clinging desperately for his affection, she decisively chose to terminate the pregnancy and administer the contraceptive. Truly, she possessed a measure of fortitude befitting the offspring of a founding minister. Yunmo's praise left both Su Guiwan and Chu Rui momentarily flabbergasted.
Shu Hui.
Surprised by Yunmo's genuine accolades towards Su Guiwan, had anticipated that the crown prince would disapprove of such unconventional actions. Having grown up alongside Yunmo, he discerned the sincerity in his friend's words. Su Guiwan found herself unable to decipher whether Yunmo's compliments were earnest or laced with sarcasm, ultimately opting for an awkward smile of gratitude. Yunmo regarded the tense Su Guiwan with a flicker of exasperation. He was not the terrifying figure that the people of Bianjing portrayed him to be. Those he had slain were either irredeemably wicked or had sought his life. Yet, the world insisted on believing the tales spun by others rather than the truth before their own eyes, thus tarnishing his reputation further. Chu Rui, with a smile, poured Su Guiwan a cup of tea, saying, "Please sit, princess. There is no need for such formality among us." Seeing that Yunmo offered no objection, Su Guiwan smiled lightly and took a seat opposite them. Contemplating her impending actions, Su Guiwan pinched her palm and ultimately raised her gaze resolutely to Yunmo. He took a leisurely sip from his teacup, and once he had finished, she spoke. "I recall, Crown Prince, that you suffer from cold poison, do you not?" Before Yunmo could respond, Chu Rui's expression hardened, prepared for combat, ready to act should Su Guiwan's next words prove inappropriate. Yunmo, reclining casually in his chair, responded with languid indifference. "Oh, do you possess an antidote?" Su Guiwan initially shook her head, then nodded. "I do not have an antidote, but I can help the Crown Prince suppress the effects of the poison. As long as you refrain from overexerting your internal energy, I can guarantee that you will live at least another decade." Chu Rui's guarded demeanor widened in disbelief. "Can you truly extend Amo's life by 10 years? Su Guiwan disregarded Chu Rui's rudeness. She had never been one to care much for societal norms. Yunmo's expression remained unchanged, as if etched in stone. "The princess would not assist me without reason. Speak. What do you wish to gain from me?" Su Guiwan's eyes darkened with a hint of resentment. "I require the Crown Prince's assistance to leave the city and to conceal all traces of my whereabouts." Yunmo silently gazed out at the willow branches for a moment before responding with a low, affirming, "Very well." After Su Guiwan's departure, Chu Rui and Yunmo stood by the window, observing her retreating figure. After a moment, Chu Rui shook his folding fan. "Mo, with the Crown Prince's influence, she intends to leave Bianjing. What could Su Guiwan possibly be planning?" Yunmo, fixated on the branches swaying in the wind, replied, "She seeks to procure grain seeds from foreign lands." Chu Rui halted his fan, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Grain seeds? Is she hoping to leverage this against Chu E? But she is not skilled in medicine. Crafting a remedy for a plague is hardly simpler than seeking elusive seeds." Yunmo turned to regard the oblivious Chu Rui with sympathy. "In all the years since the founding of our nation, the Eastern Jin has never encountered a plague. Even if patience existed for her to examine and treat, she might not succeed. However, seeds are different. The populace's sustenance is paramount. If she presents the seeds, The entire realm will observe, and the emperor will have no choice but to fulfill her desires or reward her handsomely.
Shui Shukled.
Feigning ignorance to Yun Mo's incredulous gaze. As a subordinate, he dared not voice dissent against his superior. He clasped his hands behind his back, observing Yun Mo, who disregarded his noble status by casually leaning against the window, and mused, Chu-yi truly lacks ambition. I once envied his keen eye for selecting the most esteemed lady in Bianjing, only to find that he squandered his fortune.
Yun Mo smirked. Foolishness begets foolishness.
Chu Rui fell silent, reflecting on the truth of those words. With such an admirable wife, had Chu-yi but refrained from his own folly, he would have lacked neither power nor wealth throughout his life. Yet, Chu-yi remained oblivious, discarding a fortune that many would covet. Simultaneously, Chu Rui cast a regretful glance at Yun Mo, recognizing Su Guowan's pride and loyalty as a fitting match for him. Regrettably, her vision was clouded, leading her to choose the ineffectual Chu-yi. On the day Chu-yi took a concubine, Su Guowan departed the city in a carriage arranged by Yun Mo. While all believed her to be retreating to the countryside to nurture her pregnancy, the truth was that the genuine Su Guowan had already left Bianjing. With a clear objective, she journeyed westward with Linglong and several shadow guards. Her grandfather had once tasted a type of grain in the west, reputed for its exceptional yield. At that time, he had been solely focused on his ambitions and had scarcely paid heed. Later, as a prince, he lacked for nothing in terms of provisions. Had it not been for Su Guowan's need, he might not have recalled it. Time flew swiftly during their busy travels, and soon 2 months had passed. The original carriage had been exchanged for horses, due to the rugged terrain. Su Guowan felt fortunate that her grandfather had once been a military general and had taught her to ride. Otherwise, she would have had to start anew, which would have consumed much time. As they ventured further west, the weather grew colder, starkly contrasting the sweltering heat of the eastern Jin. Remarkably, after 2 months, snow began to fall from the sky. Reaching out to catch the falling snowflakes, Su Guowan smiled faintly. It seemed they were nearing their true destination. Once they crossed the mountain ahead, they would arrive at the place her grandfather had traversed in his youth. Indeed, this region was as her grandfather had described. Within 10 miles, the climate shifted dramatically. While other areas remained warm, this place had already welcomed the snowfall. As dusk approached, the shadow guards felled some trees in the woods and constructed a makeshift shelter in the nearby clearing, igniting a fire within. Su Guowan rubbed her hands together and joined the guards in erecting another shelter, one for herself and Linglong, and another for the guards. Over the course of the month, the shadow guards had grown accustomed to Su Guowan's assistance. As she approached, they could only assign her lighter tasks. As night fell, Su Guowan sat beside the fire, drawing maps in the dirt with a stick while analyzing their route. Once they crossed the mountain, she would reach her grandfather's promised land. Suddenly, a howl pierced the air. In Chapter 12, A Reunion at the Cliff, the chilling cry of wolves drew all the shadow guards to Su Guowan's side. Grasping her sword tightly, she commanded, "We must split up. Draw the wolves away. We cannot hope to defeat such a multitude." The shadow guards and Linglong stared grimly at the approaching horde of wolves, acutely aware of the truth in Su Guowan's words. Yet, their princess was indeed unarmed and vulnerable. Should they separate, she would surely perish at the hands of the wolves. Su Guowan was aware that with a few swift strikes of her sword, she could topple the makeshift shelter, allowing the flames to blaze more fiercely, momentarily scaring off the pack of wolves. "Linglong, run with me. Remember not to tangle with the wolves. Preserving your life is of utmost importance." With that, Su Guowan picked up a torch from the ground and dashed backward, followed closely by the others as they scattered in different directions. Su Guowan and Linglong fled up the mountain. Not accustomed to running through the forest, Su Guowan suffered multiple scratches on her face from the branches. Yet she paid no heed to her bleeding visage, focusing solely on racing forward. Several wolves slowly approached from the mountain, and Su Guowan and Linglong stood back to back. Linglong gritted her teeth and pushed Su Guowan towards the direction devoid of wolves. "Quickly, princess." Su Guowan bit her lip, determinedly charging ahead. Linglong's martial skills were decent, and her chances of breaking through the wolf pack alone were substantial. Conversely, remaining behind would only hinder Linglong. Linglong left most of the wolves behind, with only a few in pursuit of Su Guowan. She had to seize the moment to eliminate the remaining threats before pursuing Su Guowan. In her haste, Su Guowan misstepped and tumbled down the mountain. The wolves followed closely behind, and she scrambled to her feet, gripping her sword tightly, ready to fight to the death. 3 wolves lunged at her. But before they could strike, they were pierced through the throat by flying leaves. Su Guiwan turned abruptly to see Yun Mo spitting blood, nearly fainting. She rushed to his side, supporting him. "Uncle Chenwang, are you alright?" Yun Mo coughed up another mouthful of blood, splattering it on Su Guiwan. At that moment, a wolf appeared in the distance. Su Guiwan placed her pouch in Yun Mo's hand. "Uncle Chenwang, there are silver needles inside. You can use them as hidden weapons. If I perish, you must tell my grandfather to assist me in obtaining a divorce." With that, Su Guiwan charged forward, her dislocated arm from the fall causing her sword to waver in her grip. Yun Mo, half kneeling, observed the young woman clad in a pale yellow dress battling the wolves. Despite lacking martial prowess, she fought valiantly against the beasts with sheer courage. Both the wolves and the young woman sought each other's demise. Yun Mo attempted to harness his energy but coughed up more blood, helplessly watching as a wolf bit into Su Guiwan's arm, tearing away flesh. Such a scene was all too familiar, yet this time Yun Mo found it impossible to look away. He felt a stirring within him. Su Guiwan could have easily escaped, using him as a target to facilitate her flight. However, she chose not to abandon him, slaying the 3 wolves merely for her own survival, with saving him being a secondary concern. Yet that foolish girl remained to fight desperately for him. In that moment, Yun Mo seemed to comprehend why Su Guiwan was the most beloved noblewoman in Bianjing. Such bravery and loyalty would make her shine, even if she were not a princess. In Yun Mo's anxious gaze, Su Guiwan plunged her sword deep into a wolf's body, her clothing already soaked in blood, resembling blooming red flowers against the backdrop. After surviving the ordeal, Su Guiwan smiled back at Yun Mo, who revealed a relieved grin before succumbing to unconsciousness. She hurriedly dragged her battered body toward Yun Mo. Regardless of whether he had saved her, she could not bear to witness her uncle's demise before her eyes. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, leaving crimson footprints in Su Guiwan's wake. She managed to drag Yun Mo to the nearby wind-sheltered cliff and retrieve the pouch she had placed in his hand to prepare the needles. Once everything was set, Su Guiwan rubbed her icy hands together, shaking off the chill that had settled into her bones. Her warm cloak had long been discarded during her escape for being too cumbersome. Looking around, she spotted the corpses of dozens of wolves lying not far away, and her eyes brightened. Before her fall, Yun Mo had already slain a pack of wolves. Su Guiwan picked up her sword and approached the pile of carcasses. In a short while, she had skinned several wolves and returned. The pelts were still stained with blood, but she could not afford to be choosy. Without a means to keep warm, both she and Yun Mo would freeze to death. She draped the thick wolf pelts over Yun Mo, and then covered herself with one as well, the first side facing inward, blood still seeping from the exterior. Yun Mo remained unconscious for 3 hours before awakening to the sound of breathing beside him. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent, which dissipated upon recognizing Su Guiwan. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, Yun Mo's expression softened. "Can you still walk? In a quarter of an hour, daylight will break. We must hurry. Remaining here without food will not sustain us for long." Su Guiwan nodded lightly, determined to avoid becoming too comfortable lest she perish on the cliff. Throughout the night, she rose intermittently to walk around. Yun Mo approached the nearby wolf carcasses, drew a dagger and cut off 2 pieces of meat, handing one to Su Guiwan. "There is no firewood or flint here. Endure the unpleasantness and eat." Su Guiwan did not protest, accepting the wolf meat and taking a bite. The first mouthful made her stomach churn, but she persisted in chewing the tenderest portion that Yun Mo had selected. As she chewed, thoughts of that day when Chu Yi had approached her, declaring his intention to take a concubine, flashed through her mind. The more she thought, the more ferocious her chewing became. How absurd! The man who once claimed he would marry no one but her had ultimately become as fickle as any other man in the world. Had she not chosen to terminate her pregnancy and divorce Chu Yi, would she now be just like the women in Bianjing? Watching her husband dote on a concubine every day, she could have remained indifferent, marrying a man of equal status, becoming a true mistress of the household. Yet Chu Yi had instilled hope within her, encouraging her to lower herself, only to ultimately destroy their relationship. Her desire for Chu Yi's demise grew ever stronger. Why should he, who had ruined her life, remain unscathed? Observing Su Guiwan's demeanor, Yun Mo's eyes flickered with something unreadable. Then, as if nothing had happened, he wiped the blood from his lips. Daylight is approaching. Lust apart. The two walked side by side through the snowy terrain, silence enveloping them.
Suddenly, Yun Montag heitet.
Positioning himself protectively behind Su Guiwan. She had yet to grasp the situation when a group of oddly dressed individuals surrounded them. Chapter 13, misunderstood as a heartless Manet girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently on Yun Mo.
Who are you?
How did you trespass into our village? Her eyes were filled with curiosity and caution, devoid of malice, prompting both Su Guiwan and Yun Mo to momentarily relax. Stepping out from behind Yun Mo, Su Guiwan explained, "We are siblings engaged in trade. We encountered wolves and accidentally fell. Pray tell, what is this place?" The girl exchanged glances with a young man nearby, signaling the others to lower their tools. "This is Ruming Village. I am Meng Lian. Regardless of your reasons for intruding, you now have two choices. Either stay here and live out your days in the village, or be burned alive." A flicker of reluctance crossed Meng Lian's eyes as she mentioned death, and the young man beside her grew tense.
Su Guiwan fell silent.
Knowing she could never agree to remain in this village, her grandfather and the people of the Su Wangfu were still waiting for her return. At that moment, Yun Mo replied with a faint smile, "All our savings from years of toil have been rendered worthless, and we now bear serious injuries. If your village could accept us, it would be a great blessing." Hearing Yun Mo's words, Su Guiwan could only feign a modest nod, indicating her compliance with Yun Mo's sentiments. Through several encounters, she discovered that Yun Mo was entirely different from the rumors surrounding him. The whispers suggested that the crown prince possessed a capricious temperament, akin to a smiling tiger. However, Su Guiwan perceived neither volatility nor duplicity. Instead, she saw a composed figure who adeptly managed all affairs with a gentle smile. Prior to her interactions with Yun Mo, merely hearing tales of his exploits instilled fear in her, but now she realized that she harbored no fear of him. As Meng Lian learned that Yun Mo and the others had decided to remain in the village, she joyfully ran to Su Guiwan's side, inquiring about her name. While her question was directed at Su Guiwan, her gaze was fixed on Yun Mo. Su Guiwan smiled softly. "I am Su Wanwan, and this is my elder brother, Suan." Meng Lian, in her familiar manner, grasped Su Guiwan's hand, exclaiming, "Wanwan, welcome to Ru Meng Village. Oh, by the way, this is my brother, Meng Hui." The man standing beside Meng Lian blushed under Su Guiwan's smiling gaze. Throughout their journey, Meng Lian enthusiastically introduced Su Guiwan to the village. From her words, Su Guiwan and Yun Mo gleaned several useful pieces of information. Ru Meng Village was a secluded community, originally not situated in this location. Many years ago, due to unknown circumstances, their ancestors relocated here and sealed off the village. Those who inadvertently stumbled into the village or were rescued from the outside would remain to live within. However, once someone entered the village, they were forbidden from leaving, destined to grow old and die there. As Meng Lian continued to describe the village, a girl in a blue dress adorned with a silver hairpin stormed over. Her demeanor fierce. "Meng Lian, you've brought back another stray. You fool, do you not realize that if the person you bring back harbors ill intentions, it could endanger the entire village? We have watched you grow up. How can you bear to put everyone at risk?" Meng Lian, taken aback by Meng Jiao's scolding, quickly regained her composure and swatted away Meng Jiao's accusatory finger. "Meng Jiao, if you wish to tarnish my reputation as the clan leader, just say so, without hiding behind the guise of concern for the community. Our village allows for the bringing back of people. It simply does not permit them to leave. Everyone in the village was once brought back." Meng Jiao glared at the defiant Meng Lian before turning to the elderly clan leader behind her to lodge a complaint. "Clan leader, look at Meng Lian. Does she exhibit the qualities of a future clan leader?" At this moment, the villagers noticed the unassuming, stooped elder behind Meng Jiao. Her dim eyes fixed intently on Yun Mo. Had she not been frail, she would have rushed to devour him whole. Meng Lian anxiously positioned herself in front of Yun Mo, looking to the clan leader, who had always favored her, and implored, "Clan leader, do not listen to Meng Jiao's nonsense. Wanwan and Brother Su are good people." Little did she know, her gesture only incited the clan leader's fury. The clan leader glared at Meng Lian, momentarily seeing the reflection of her sister from years past, who had disregarded warnings and shielded a wild man. "Meng Lian, step aside. These two must die today." Meng Lian immediately spread her arms wide, denying her kin the opportunity to approach Su Guiwan and Yun Mo.
"No."
"Clan leader, Wanwan and the others have not committed any acts that threaten the village, nor do they wish to leave. You cannot condemn them to death. Meng Lian's defiance secretly pleased Meng Jiao, who thought to herself, clan leader, see. Despite your usual affection for Meng Lian, she dares to hurt your feelings for the sake of two outsiders. Meng Jiao's words momentarily grounded the clan leader's rationale. She could not force the death of these two without jeopardizing Meng Lian's standing in the village, which would be detrimental to her future succession as clan leader. She tapped her cane on the ground, commanding Meng Lian, step aside. I have a few questions for the man behind you. Meng Lian, at a loss, glanced back at the perpetually smiling Yun Mo and then at the evidently agitated clan leader. Torn between the man she had fallen for at first sight and the clan leader who had cherished her since childhood, she was uncertain of her next move.
Yun Montag.
With his left hand behind his back, subtly nodded at Meng Lian, Miss Meng, I appreciate your defense of me. However, I too am curious as to why the clan leader harbors such animosity towards me.
Reluctantly, Meng Lian stepped aside, positioning herself beside Sugiwan,
allowing Yun Mo to confront the clan leader directly. If the clan leader had merely seen Yun Mo from a distance and thought he resembled the man she despised now, standing before him, she felt he was indeed a reflection of that very figure. She bit down on her lip, suppressing the urge to faint from the overwhelming hatred. Yun Mo observed her with a hint of perplexity. He genuinely did not recognize the elderly woman before him. If he had encountered her before, he would have recalled. Yet he had never crossed paths with her, and her hostility was unfounded. He surmised the reason behind it. His father had left him with this troublesome legacy even after his demise. Had this been 2 years prior, he would not have needed to stand here facing interrogation. For no mere village could bar his way. Yet, regrettably, he was currently unable to harness his inner strength due to injuries, thus he had to submit to the circumstances. Yun Mo lazily lifted his eyelids, addressing the clan leader. Have we met before? I truly have no recollection. The clan leader spat vehemently. Had Yun Mo not been prepared to sidestep, she would have splattered him with her saliva. Chapter 14. Letting you act, now look what you've done after her outburst. The clan leader, filled with animosity, retorted, You don't remember me? I, however, remember you, the ungrateful wretch. Yun Mo maintained his smile. The clan leader has mistaken me. I am but a solitary soul, with only a younger sister for companionship. I have never entangled myself with anyone, and I am certainly not the ungrateful wretch you speak of. Upon hearing this, the clan leader gradually calmed down. Indeed, that treacherous man was significantly older than her, making it impossible for him to be this young man before her. Yet, her blurred vision remained fixed upon Yun Mo. Even if you are not that man, you are undoubtedly related to him. I refuse to believe there exist two individuals who bear such a striking resemblance. Meng Jiao cast a triumphant glance at Meng Lian before turning to the clan leader. Clan leader, it's merely that man's grandson or son. If we cannot kill the man, must we not eliminate this one before us? Meng Jiao's eyes gleamed with malice. Although she was unaware of the history between the clan leader and the man who resembled Yun Mo, it did not deter her desire to eradicate those Meng Lian sought to protect. Meng Lian silently shot a glare at Meng Jiao. The clan leader had no time to consider the rivalry between the two girls. Her gaze remained locked on Yun Mo. A wry smile crept onto Yun Mo's face. Clan leader, I truly fail to understand how my appearance could inspire such deep-seated animosity within you. Even in the interrogation of a prisoner, one must inform them of their alleged crimes. The clan leader forcefully struck her cane against the ground, startling everyone present. What is wrong? That ungrateful wretch deceived my sister and caused the deaths of numerous clansmen. We nearly lost all of Rumeng village. Tears streamed down the clan leader's weathered face, causing Meng Lian to fall silent, bowing her head, unable to meet the clan leader's gaze. Seeing the hatred directed at them, Su Guiwan stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yun Mo clan leader. While I am unaware of the specifics of what transpired, I can assure you my brother is innocent. We are merely passing through this place for the first time. Moreover, you previously stated that the man who deceived your sister is of a different generation than you. The clan leader coldly regarded the ethereal Su Guiwan. What is your surname? What are your father's and grandfather's names?
Su.
We are of the Su clan. I am Su Wanwan and my elder brother is Suan. Our grandfather is Su Shimu, and our father is Su Baichi. The chieftain's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of confusion as she inquired once more, Do you truly bear the surname Su? Have you never altered your name? It seemed improbable that Su Guiwan and Yun Mo would concoct a fictitious name to deceive her. In the Eastern Jin Kingdom, surnames held immense significance. One would never abandon their lineage. Just as the residents of Ru Meng village retained their surnames even after escaping, they could not forsake their family heritage. Su Guiwan nodded affirmatively, while Yun Mo offered a light laugh in agreement. The chieftain found herself at an impasse. She desired to eliminate the two yet feared harming innocents, rendering her no different from the heartless scoundrel who indiscriminately slaughters. Touching her cane, she asked, "Are you familiar with Yin Chongguang?" Upon hearing this familiar name, Su Guiwan glanced at Yun Mo, who blinked in surprise. Witnessing their reaction, the chieftain's eyes widened, fury threatening to erupt from within. "You know this man?" Her tone was laced with undeniable hatred and malice.
Yun Montag, intriget, querit.
"How do you know our former emperor of the Eastern Jin?" The chieftain swayed unsteadily, and had it not been for Meng Hui's timely support, she would have toppled. In disbelief, she asked Yun Mo, "What did you say?" "You claim Yun Chongguang is the emperor of the Eastern Jin?" They had lived in seclusion for generations, never engaging with the outside world, rescuing only those who had fallen into despair or abandoned children. How could these individuals possibly know the emperor's true name? Yun Mo's words nearly shattered the chieftain's composure. With an air of finality, he added, "He is indeed the former emperor."
Haha.
Oh, heavens! Why do you turn a blind eye? The virtuous perish in flames while the wicked ascend to thrones. The chieftain collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. As Meng Lian and Meng Hui were also moved by her profound sorrow and joined in her lamentation. Not a single member of Ru Meng village could lift their heads, tears streaming down their faces. Witnessing this poignant scene, Su Guiwan felt a lump in her throat. Only Yun Mo maintained an air of calm, his composure slightly wavering upon seeing Su Guiwan, yet it was merely a flicker. Once the tears subsided, the chieftain was carried back to rest by her kin. Meng Lian turned towards Su Guiwan and Yun Mo, saying, "I must tend to the chieftain. My brother will guide you to your lodgings." Su Guiwan smiled in understanding. "We comprehend, little Lian. Do not concern yourself with us. Attend to the chieftain's needs." As Meng Jiao departed, she cast a lingering, malicious glance at Su Guiwan and Yun Mo. Meng Hui noticed this and approached Su Guiwan and Yun Mo. "Do not mind Meng Jiao. Her temper has always been rather foul." Concerned that Su Guiwan and Yun Mo might be intimidated by Meng Jiao, Meng Hui comforted them by patting her own head. Yun Mo offered a gentle smile, placing a reassuring hand on Meng Hui's shoulder. "It is of no concern. We are unfazed." Meng Hui genuinely believed they were undeterred, leading them happily to their accommodations. Following behind, Su Guiwan inadvertently observed Yun Mo discreetly conceal the hand that had touched Meng Hui behind his back. Retrieving a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe it clean, she nearly laughed aloud, bemused by his pretense of gentility. It seemed as though Yun Mo possessed eyes in the back of his head. As she smiled, he turned to meet her gaze, leaving her caught between amusement and exasperation. Within Ru Meng village, Su Guiwan opened the window to see Yun Mo at the adjacent window. "Are we to reside in the village from now on?" Yun Mo understood her implication. His presence in the wilderness was no mere coincidence, and time was of the essence. He delicately adjusted a sleeve. "I find this village appealing. The people are simple and unpretentious, and there is no need to constantly hustle for business. By remaining here, we can establish a stable life." Chapter 15. An unsteady heartbeat. Yun Mo comprehended Su Guiwan's thoughts. His appearance in the wild was indeed not serendipitous, and he had little time to waste. With a subtle motion, he tapped his sleeve. "This village is quite agreeable, with its honest folk, and we shall not need to scurry about for trade." Su Guiwan grasped the gravity of their situation. They had 1 month to devise an escape plan. The shadow guards could arrive at any moment, and Yun Mo's internal energy could not be utilized, leaving them to rely solely on their wits. Realizing this, Su Guiwan respectfully bowed to Yun Mo. "Then I shall settle in with peace of mind." Following this, she closed the window and began to tend to her wounds. After bandaging herself, Su Guiwan knocked on Yun Mo's door. "Brother, I have come to check on your condition." Opening the door, Yun Mo's gaze fell upon Su Guiwan, who donned the distinctive blue dress of Ru Meng village. Her clear, bright eyes met his, and a smile played upon her lips. In that moment, Yun Mo felt an unexpected flutter in his heart, causing the smile on his face to wane. "Are you this considerate towards everyone?"
Su Guiwan, Basil.
Looked up at Yun Mo's complex expression. She could not recall having offended him. Throughout their interactions, she had always regarded him with utmost respect. Was it perhaps because she had unilaterally altered his surname to Su? Yet that had been a matter of necessity. For the Yun surname was the imperial name of the Eastern Jin. She feared that announcing his true surname would lead to their being pursued by various nations.
Come in.
Yun Mo replied with an air of indifference, as if he had said nothing untoward, stepping aside to allow Su Guiwan entry. As Su Guiwan tended to Yun Mo's injuries, the maid observed them closely, wary of any exchange of messages between the two. Unbeknownst to her, the two had already conveyed information in their earlier conversation. She mistakenly believed their window-side chatter was merely an eager expression of joy at their arrival in Rumeng village. Although Yun Mo displayed no visible wounds, his internal injuries were severe due to the forced exertion of his internal energy. He could not afford to use it again for an extended period, lest even the most skilled physician be unable to save him. Given their limited time, Su Guiwan added several herbs to the medicine she prepared for Yun Mo. When she rose to leave, Yun Mo handed her a pouch, saying, "Purchase any necessary medicine yourself. If you cannot find something, inform me, and I shall find a solution. A young lady should not bear scars." Su Guiwan glanced at her bandaged arm with a wry smile. Her legs and abdomen were also marred by wounds. How her grandfather would fret if he knew. She indeed needed money to procure supplies and awkwardly accepted the pouch from Yun Mo. "Thank you, brother." Yun Mo reclined casually in a nearby chair, his relaxed demeanor making it hard to believe he was not the master of the room. "No need for thanks. It is only right." Su Guiwan did not dwell on Yun Mo's words, assuming he was merely playing along with her charade. Clutching the pouch, she stepped outside. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. How youthful she felt, realizing that even a prince like Yun Mo carried silver with him, while she had been caught unprepared. Internally, Su Guiwan resolved never again to neglect carrying money simply because a servant had brought a purse. She had been left penniless when she lost her way with the servant. Since Meng Lian was attending to the chieftain, Meng Hui was entrusted with the care of Su Guiwan and Yun Mo. Though framed as care, it was well understood that it was a form of surveillance. After all the commotion, the sky gradually darkened. Feeling a wave of cramping in her stomach, Su Guiwan was about to venture out to inquire if there were any edibles available when Meng Hui approached her, presenting a bamboo basket filled with several red-skinned, yellow-fleshed items. Curiously, Su Guiwan gazed at the objects placed on the table. "What are these? Are they fruits? Yet they appear to be cooked." Meng Hui looked at her with surprise. "Have you never eaten sweet potatoes before?" Embarrassed, Su Guiwan shook her head. "No, this is my first encounter with such food." Under the gaze of this fair-skinned, clear-eyed maiden, Meng Hui felt a strong urge to express himself, sharing everything he knew about sweet potatoes with Su Guiwan. He explained that sweet potatoes were the staple food in their village. If one cuts from the sprouting end and plants it, a single sweet potato could yield many tubers, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Excitedly, Su Guiwan grasped Meng Hui's hand. "Is that truly the case? One sweet potato can indeed produce many tubers, and each one can be filled with sweet potatoes?" Meng Hui was startled by her enthusiasm, feeling as though she regarded him like a wild wolf staring at prey, as if she might devour him whole. Realizing her overzealousness, Su Guiwan shyly withdrew her hand. "I apologize. I've never heard of such a miraculous food. It's quite astonishing." Meng Hui, bashfully waving his hand, replied, "It's quite all right. A single sweet potato can indeed yield many." Concerned that Su Guiwan might not believe him, Meng Hui's eyes lit up. "How about this? Tomorrow I will take you to see the sweet potatoes in the field. Once you see them, you will believe my words." Su Guiwan was pleasantly surprised by Meng Hui's invitation. Even without his suggestion, she would have sought a way to see them herself. His proposition was a fortuitous stroke of luck. She smiled gently. "That sounds wonderful. Just hearing about it is fascinating. But to see it with my own eyes is even better." Unaware of Su Guiwan's true intentions, Meng Hui cheerfully agreed. After he departed, Su Guiwan retracted her innocent smile and sat at the table, repeatedly examining a sweet potato. It was plump, with only a thin skin encasing the edible flesh within. After a moment of contemplation, she broke off a small piece and placed it in her mouth. As soon as it touched her tongue, her eyes sparkled with wonder. It was sweet. Just that small morsel left her feeling satiated. It was akin to what her grandfather had described, though he had never known it was called a sweet potato. Initially, she had intended to escape and continue searching for the grain her grandfather had spoken of from his youth, but unexpectedly, she had found it in the village of dreams. After finishing one, she felt unable to eat more, and that night, her excitement kept her awake. Yunemo, resting with his head propped on his hand, listened to the sounds from the neighboring room, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 16. The death of Meng Li. Yunemo overheard the conversation between Su Guiwan and Meng Hui, and he thought that finally, Su Guiwan would be free from that useless man, Chu Yi. Realizing that his thoughts were veering into dangerous territory, he hastily closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. As for whether he truly fell asleep, only he would know. Having hardly slept through the night, Su Guiwan rose early the next day, ready and waiting for Meng Hui to take her to see the sweet potatoes. Meng Hui arrived after breakfast, observing Su Guiwan adorned in a beautifully embroidered blue dress, her hair held up by a few silver hairpins. Once again, Meng Hui's cheeks flushed. Su Gu, you look lovely in our village's attire. Noticing the boy's infatuation, Su Guiwan's smile faltered as she replied, thank you. However, I still prefer the pale yellow dress my husband gifted me. This left Meng Hui momentarily speechless, his heart sinking as he gazed at the beautiful Su Guiwan. You are married?
Su Guiwan nodded. Yes.
Not wishing to dwell on her marriage, Meng Hui lowered his head in sadness, urging her, Su Gu, let us go see the sweet potatoes now. With a sense of guilt, Su Guiwan followed Meng Hui, feeling as though she had wounded the boy's sincere heart. She felt remorseful. She could not reciprocate his feelings, and the only action she could take was to extinguish this budding affection before it could deepen. Su Guiwan followed Meng Hui to witness vast fields of sweet potatoes, the leaves and vines swaying gracefully before her. Overcome with excitement, she pinched herself, using the pain to keep her composure. Eager to impress her, Meng Hui even dug up a few sweet potatoes for her to see. As she gazed at the large tubers, a relaxed smile spread across Su Guiwan's face. Learning from Meng Hui about the methods and timings for planting and harvesting sweet potatoes, she still felt it was insufficient. After Meng Hui left, she sought out others in the village to inquire about different ways to prepare and cook sweet potatoes. From that day onward, Su Guiwan intentionally maintained her distance from Meng Hui, turning to Meng Lian for assistance. Upon realizing this, Meng Hui felt disheartened, but refused to give up. After all, Su Guiwan's husband could not enter their village, and she was destined to live there for a lifetime. He believed he could win her over. Meng Lian, who harbored feelings for Yunemo, sought to please Su Guiwan, who, in turn, hoped to find a way out through her. Through their mutual efforts, their friendship blossomed rapidly. And within a short span of days, they became close sisters, mirroring the bond between Yunemo and Meng Hui. Who would have thought that before Su Guiwan could find her way out, Meng Lian would encounter trouble first? As Su Guiwan meandered through the village, she spotted a figure sneaking around the crowd. That direction led to Meng Lian's home, and after the person had moved a distance away, Su Guiwan followed. She soon recognized the person waiting in the distance as Meng Jiao and leaned against the wall, remaining hidden. Unaware of Su Guiwan's presence, Meng Jiao anxiously grabbed the stealthy girl. Did you do what I asked you to do? Meng Li looked up at the menacing Meng Jiao, fear evident in her eyes. Sensing Meng Li's trepidation, Meng Jiao disregarded any attempt at comfort and shook Meng Li's shoulders vigorously.
Speak.
How did it go with what I asked? Trembling, Meng Li stammered, I've already told Meng Lian that the clan leader intends to kill Su In and has lured her to the snake cave. Hearing the answer she wanted, Meng Jiao felt relieved and feigned reassurance. You did well. Once I become the clan leader, I will certainly let you out to see the world. Overjoyed, Meng Li clutched Meng Jiao's sleeve. You must remember your promise. Noticing the dagger hidden within Meng Jiao's sleeve, Su Guiwan remained motionless against the wall. Just as she suspected, Meng Jiao, seizing an opportune moment, plunged the dagger into Meng Li's abdomen. Meng Li's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the weapon embedded within her, unable to comprehend that Meng Jiao intended to kill her. Without allowing Meng Li a chance to speak, Meng Jiao forcefully pushed the dagger deeper. Leaning close to Meng Li's ear, she whispered, For your entire life, be a bit smarter and never be so foolish again. How could I allow you, the witness, to live and pose a threat to me? Seeing Meng Li clutching the dagger tightly, Meng Jiao gently released her, allowing her to collapse to the ground, wiping her bloodied hands on Meng Li's clothing. Do not worry. This dagger belongs to Meng Lian. When the time comes, everyone will believe that Meng Lian quarreled with you and killed you, then fled into the snake cave, where she was bitten to death. I will vanish without a trace. After casting a pitying glance at Meng Li, Meng Jiao walked away. Su Guiwan pressed herself tightly against the wall, unmoving, unable to believe that Meng Jiao would leave so easily. Indeed, it was not long before Meng Jiao's figure appeared, not far away. She had not left but had been lurking in the shadows, observing whether anyone was following Meng Li. If someone were indeed tailing Meng Li, she would not hesitate to eliminate another life. After Meng Jiao departed, Su Guiwan approached Meng Li, who had already succumbed into unconsciousness. Su Guiwan checked her pulse and took out silver needles to begin reviving Meng Li. You maintain her breath. I will go save someone. Yunma's voice came from behind, nearly startling Su Guiwan into misplacing the needle. Without waiting for response, Yunma turned and left. At that moment, the returning Meng Jiao stood behind a tree at a distance, darkly watching Su Guiwan as she administered the needles to Meng Li. Help!
Someone quick!
Su Guiwan has killed our people from Rumming Village. Hurry! Meng Jiao's shouts attracted the nearby villagers, who rushed over with knives and clubs. Su Guiwan found herself surrounded once more by the people of Rumming Village. With no time to spare for the crowd encircling her, she hastened to administer the needles to Meng Li. A flicker of fear crossed Meng Jiao's eyes as she dashed in front of Su Guiwan, attempting to snatch the silver needle from her grasp. Su Guiwan deftly evaded her, plunging the last needle into Meng Li's acupoint before rising to block Meng Jiao's path.
Meng Jiao,
Why the haste? Are you concerned that she will expose your deeds upon awakening? A look of anxiety flashed across Meng Jiao's face as she glanced down at the motionless Meng Li. She sneered at Su Guiwan, don't just drag me into this. So many have witnessed your assault on Meng Li. You have caused the deaths of our villagers. Today, you shall not escape. The others glared at Su Guiwan with hostility, ready to pounce upon her at any moment. Meng Jiao had been inciting the villagers to apprehend Su Guiwan and burn her alive, and the villagers, stirred by Meng Jiao's words, were poised to strike. Chapter 17. Betrayal and the death of the clan leader. Su Guiwan turned to Aunt Yu, who lived not far from her. Could you kindly fetch the clan leader for me? Meng Li has been stabbed in the abdomen by Meng Jiao. I am merely stanching her bleeding and keeping her alive. She must not be moved. If anyone causes her to lose her last breath, I would suspect foul play. The last words were directed at Meng Jiao, who felt a surge of fear at Su Guiwan's implications. If Meng Li survived, all her secrets would be unveiled. Aunt Yu, who had been abandoned by her husband and saved by the clan leader, hesitated. One was a member of her village, and the other was a promising young person she had met. Aunt Yu was torn over her decision. Observing Aunt Yu's indecision, Su Guiwan steeled her heart and silently apologized. Aunt Yu, do you believe that what you see is the absolute truth? Years ago, did your husband not witness a scene similar to this? In this moment, I am as helpless as you were back then. Aunt Yu suddenly looked up at Su Guiwan, as if seeing her past self, wronged and accused. That woman had framed her, claiming infidelity. Her husband refused to believe her, beating her nearly to death and abandoning her in the woods. Had it not been for the clan leader, she would not have survived these years. Moved by Su Guiwan's words, Aunt Yu instructed the crowd not to move Meng Li and personally went to seek the clan leader. If the accusations were indeed false, the clan leader would surely restore justice for this woman. If not, she would personally deal with those who had used her. The clan leader arrived hurriedly at the scene, rushing to inspect the fallen Meng Li amidst the pool of blood. Discovering Meng Li still had a breath left, her aged yet sharp eyes scanned the only outsider present. Where is that man?
Speak.
If you do not tell me today, I will have you burned. The clan leader's sudden outburst took Su Guiwan by surprise as she met the clan leader's scrutinizing gaze. My brother went to rescue Meng Lian. Clan leader. That man has exploited Meng Li. They intend to escape from our village. Before Su Guiwan could continue, Meng Jiao interrupted her urgently. As Su Guiwan attempted to explain further, the clan leader was no longer listening. Memories of her sister being deceived by a man flooded back, igniting a fire of hatred in the clan leader's eyes.
Someone.
Hold her down and burn her. Find that man in the entire village. I want him dead. Su Guiwan shouted the deeds of Meng Jiao, yet the clan leader, blinded by rage, refused to hear her. Aunt Yu hesitated, casting a few glances at Su Guiwan. When she noticed Meng Jiao's triumphant expression, her heart skipped a beat. As she was dragged to the pyre, witnessing the villagers preparing to bind her and set her ablaze, Su Guiwan scattered the poison she had been holding.
Ah!
I cannot take it anymore. Those surrounding her collapsed, poisoned, while those at a distance dared not approach. Meng Jiao and the clan leader glared at her. Yet Su Guiwan smiled indifferently. Clan leader, I have told you it was not me. If it were, a mere touch of poison could have sufficed. Why would I go through the trouble of saving Ming Li and waiting for you to come and seize me? Ming Jiao nervously stepped forward, blocking the clan leader from further dialogue. Su Wanwan, stop your charade. I witnessed you kill Ming Li with my own eyes. You need not seek excuses. The clan leader, stirred by Su Guowan's words, regained a modicum of clarity. Having served as clan leader for many years, she had led her people to safety during a clan disaster. She could hardly be without wisdom. Her earlier blind rage, fueled by hatred and misplaced trust in her kin, faded as she began to see things more clearly. She directed her sharp gaze at the flickering-eyed Ming Jiao. Ming Jiao, you explain. What is the truth behind this matter? Ming Jiao continuously avoided the clan leader's gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. It is just as you see. Su Wanwan killed Ming Li. You must avenge her. Disappointment flickered in the clan leader's eyes. She had granted Ming Jiao a chance to speak the truth, yet Ming Jiao remained silent, sensing the clan leader's disbelief and contemplating the dire consequences of failure. Ming Jiao pressed the dagger against the clan leader's throat. Clan leader, do not blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for favoring Ming Lian when I am the one most suited for the position of clan leader. The clan leader chuckled bitterly. Ming Jiao, do you truly think yourself suitable? Look at the actions you are taking. To gain the position of clan leader, you would sacrifice your kin and betray your cousin. Is this truly the character befitting a leader? How can I trust you with the lives of our people? Each of the clan leader's words underscored Ming Jiao's inadequacies compared to Ming Lian, pushing Ming Jiao to thrust the dagger deeper into the clan leader's neck. No, Ming Jiao. Do not do something foolish. Release the clan leader. As blood flowed from the clan leader's neck, the villagers of Rumeng rushed in alarm, pleading for Ming Jiao to let her go. Ming Jiao sneered, release? Sure, but first bind that wretched Su Wanwan to the pyre and burn her. It is she who has ruined all my plans. The villagers of Rumeng hesitated, glancing nervously at Su Guiwan. They were not fools, if Meng Jiao's words were lies. Then Su Guiwan had genuinely been saving Ming Li. Having just saved a life within their village, they could not bring themselves to execute her next. It seemed Ming Jiao understood their thoughts, as she pressed the dagger closer to the clan leader's throat. Wait. Let me bind her. An elderly man stepped forward, determined to intervene. He bowed apologetically to Su Guiwan, expressing his regrets. Miss Su, I beg your forgiveness. Please do not hold it against us when you reach the underworld. We acted solely to save our chieftain. Su Guiwan was almost amused by their audacity. How shameless you are. I saved the people of your village, and instead of gratitude, you attempt to burn me alive, and then ask me not to blame you? Now I see why you favor executions by fire. It is because your shame is too profound to be severed by mere blades, and thus you resort to flames to consume it day and night. Am I right? The villagers of Remengshai, chastised by her words, could not raise their heads in her presence. They could not explain that their penchant for fire was born from a tragic incident when a man nearly set their village ablaze. Since then, anyone who betrayed them or entered with ill intentions was met with the same fate. Suddenly, an elder shouted, bind her. Chapter 18. Leaving Remengshai. Before the villagers could act, a piercing scream interrupted them. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Jiao had collapsed to the ground, the chieftain holding a bloody dagger. Aunt Yu rushed to the chieftain, tearing fabric from her clothing to urgently bandage the wound on her neck. The chieftain cooperated with Aunt Yu's efforts, feeling her vitality ebbing away. Yet, she had many words to convey. She could not rest until her affairs were settled. After Aunt Yu had finished, the chieftain beckoned to Su Guiwan. Amidst the remorseful and eager gazes, Su Guiwan slowly knelt before the chieftain. With great effort, the chieftain lifted her gaze to Su Guiwan and asked, I wish to know the relationship between your brother and Yun Chongguang. Initially, I was nearly deceived by you, but the more I pondered, the more I sensed something amiss. How could there possibly be two such identical individuals in this world? Su Guiwan pursed her lips and replied, he is the son of the late emperor. Aunt Yu and the others glared at Su Guiwan in fury, while the chieftain's face contorted into a smile more sorrowful than tears. You didn't reveal this sooner because you were injured and your people had not yet arrived, correct? A dying person, Su Guiwan could not bear to deceive, and merely nodded. The chieftain seemed to exhale a final breath, collapsing helplessly into Aunt Yu's arms, lamenting, I have missed my chance. If I had killed you then, at least I could have told my kin in the afterlife that I avenged them. The remaining villagers, hearing this, gathered around Su Guiwan, intent on attacking her. Rising with a smile, Su Guiwan brushed the dust off her clothing. Just now, when Meng Jiao kidnapped the chieftain, my shadow guards had already arrived. Had you acted sooner, you might have had a chance, but now you do not. If my shadow guards relay the news back, how many of you think Remengshai could withstand the might of the imperial army? Those eager to act hesitated at her words. The chieftain gazed at Su Guiwan for a long time, before having Aunt Yu help her kneel before Su Guiwan, pleading, Princess, I implore you. For the care shown to you by the people of Remengshai these days, spare these innocent villagers. They are merely unfortunate souls. I beg you to grant them a chance at life. Seeing the chieftain kneel, the others followed suit, bowing before Su Guiwan.
Yun Montag.
Returning with Meng Lian and Meng Hui from the snake den, witnessed the scene and cast an appreciative glance at Su Guiwan. Chieftain. Meng Lian, dragging her snake bite-injured body, rushed to the chieftain. Upon seeing the child she had always cherished unharmed, the chieftain's despair lightened somewhat. A flicker of joy crossed her as she reached for Meng Lian. It is good you have returned. It is good. The chieftain lovingly caressed Meng Lian's face. Meng Lian, from now on, Remengshai will be entrusted to you. Regardless of Meng Lian's cries, the chieftain slowly breathed her last in her embrace. The wound inflicted by Meng Jiao was grievous, and as the chieftain struggled to extract the dagger to kill Meng Jiao, the injury deepened further. That she could hold on until Meng Lian returned was already her limit. In her final moments, a sense of relief washed over the chieftain. She was grateful for having kept a dagger on her person since her sister's incident. Had she allowed Su Guiwan to be burned alive, she would have become Remengshai's true sinner. Simultaneously, she rejoiced that her initial concerns and kindness had prevented her from taking the lives of Su Guiwan and Yun Mo. Otherwise, the entire Remengshai would have faced retribution from the imperial court. Meng Li slowly awakened to reveal the truth, though it had lost much of its significance. Meng Jiao had wounded Meng Li too severely. The needles Su Guiwan had used merely prolonged her life. Shortly after the chieftain's death, Meng Li followed her into the afterlife, never having left Remengshai to see the world beyond. After the funerals of the chieftain and Meng Li, Meng Lian entered Su Guiwan's quarters. Her gaze was complex as she addressed Su Guiwan. Thank you for promising not to expose Remengshai. Su Guiwan smiled gently, setting down her belongings. There is no need for thanks. You saved my brother and me, and provided us shelter. I should be the one thanking you. Su Guiwan did not correct Meng Lian's use of princess, for as someone with no blood relation to Yun Mo, it would not bode well for her reputation to be seen alone with him. Let everyone believe they were siblings. Exiting Su Guiwan's quarters once more, Meng Lian held her head high, fighting back tears. For the first time in her life, she had encountered someone she admired, only to discover he was the son of their village's enemy. The friend she thought she had found turned out to be the daughter of that enemy. It was time to let go. She would become a good chieftain, leading the people of Remengshai to a life of peace. Yun Mo stood at the village's exit, waiting silently for Su Guiwan. After a considerable time, she finally turned around. Let us go. Yun Mo, still wearing a gentle smile, took the lead. Shortly after they departed, 3 figures appeared at the exit, silently observing the retreating backs of the group. Only when they could no longer see them did Meng Lian turn to signal Meng Hui and Aunt Yu to act. As her words fell, massive stones descended, sealing the narrow path completely. From that moment on, Remengshai was truly isolated from the world. Outsiders could not enter, nor could they leave. As they walked along the road, Linglong's eyes could not help but glance at Yun Mo. She thought her lady and the Prince of Chun made a fine match, but then dismissed the thought. What was she thinking? The emperor would never allow her lady to marry the Prince of Chun, as it would only bolster his power. They had fallen from a cliff and, after wandering for some time, realized they had entered the territory of Xiling Kingdom. To return, they must traverse through Xiling. The shadow guards and Linglong would enter the city from other routes under the cover of night. Without martial prowess, Su Guiwan and Yun Mo could only enter through the city gates. After disguising themselves, they arrived at the gates of Xiling Kingdom in a carriage. Yun Mo leaned weakly against Su Guiwan's shoulder, pale and fatigued. When the inspecting soldier lifted the carriage curtain, he beheld a delicate young man resting against a scarred, opulently dressed woman. The soldier's lips twitched in amusement. It was not easy to live off a woman in these times. He cast a sympathetic glance at Yun Mo. Where do you hail from, and what is your purpose in Xiling? Present your travel documents for inspection. Yun Mo, fearful, glanced at Su Guiwan but fell silent. Su Guiwan rolled her eyes in exasperation and casually produced the travel documents. After a thorough examination, the soldier permitted the three of them entry. Yun Mo masqueraded as a pretty boy, while Su Guiwan took on the guise of an unattractive nouveau riche. They left a shadow guard to drive the carriage and successfully traversed one city after another in the kingdom of Xiling, gradually approaching the capital. This was their final stop. Once they passed through the city, they would return to the eastern Jin. Su Guiwan harbored a foreboding sense that their journey had been too smooth, as if all this ease was merely a trap to draw them into this last station. Chapter 19. The nouveau riche ugly woman and the pretty boy. As soon as Su Guiwan and Yun Mo entered the capital of Xiling, they were surrounded by a throng. The leader, a tall and burly man with a face full of beard, approached their carriage with arrogance. The person inside, come down at once. Exchanging a glance with Yun Mo, Su Guiwan assisted him in dismounting from the carriage. She bowed respectfully before Xiao Xian, saying, "Commoners pay their respects to your highness. We are merely here to seek our fortunes in the capital. May I ask why your highness has summoned us?" Xiao Xian squinted his small eyes, scrutinizing Su Guiwan and Yun Mo from head to toe. The woman, with her petite frame, was from the eastern Jin, while the man, towering at 8 feet, could easily be mistaken for one of their own if not for his weak scholar's demeanor. Observing their expressions, the woman appeared exceedingly unattractive, with a face that bore an odious sycophancy, while the man exuded a pitiful submissiveness. With a dismissive grunt, he said, "You waste my time. Be gone." Su Guiwan quickly supported Yun Mo and bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, your highness. We shall take our leave." As they mounted the carriage, they stumbled, nearly falling, which elicited a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. One of Xiao Xian's subordinates, perplexed by his ease in allowing two individuals resembling those from the eastern Jin to depart under his very gaze, queried, "Your highness, those two indeed look like people from the eastern Jin." Xiao Xian turned and kicked the subordinate, exclaiming, "Fool! How could that proud man Yun Mo possibly disguise himself as a pretty boy, being aided by such an ugly, vulgar woman? If that pretty boy truly were Yun Mo, I would sever my head." The other subordinates quickly echoed their lord's sentiments, praising his wisdom and insight. They marveled at how they had not perceived such a simple truth. The deputy who had initially posed the question had long since been lost in the flattery. Standing at the city gate, Xiao Xian grew increasingly impatient as he idly inspected the comings and goings of people. It seems that Yun Mo is not as formidable as rumored, otherwise how could we have yet to uncover the whereabouts of his mother? Meanwhile, the two in the carriage perceived the situation entirely differently. Seated on opposite sides with a table between them, upon hearing the conversations from outside, Yun Mo smirked with derision. A bunch of fools. No wonder they continually lose to the eastern Jin. I may pride myself on my refinement, but I am not so stubborn as to be unable to lower my guard. If Su Guiwan, a noble woman from Bianjing, can masquerade as a lecherous ugly woman, then I too can don the guise of a pretty boy. Noticing Yunmo's unwavering gaze upon her, Su Guiwan turned inquiringly, "Husband, are you unwell?" Though she understood that she was merely acting to avoid drawing attention. The term husband stirred something within Yun Mo. He gently poured her a cup of tea, assuring her, "It's nothing, my dear. I was merely reflecting on our imminent arrival at the inn, which evoked some sentiments." Su Guiwan accepted the tea with a grimace, feeling her acting skills paled in comparison to Yun Mo's. Once settled in the capital of Xiling, they soon discovered that this final destination only permitted entry, with no means of exit. After much deliberation, fearing the night might bring unforeseen troubles, Su Guiwan dispatched several shadow guards along with Ling Long to return the sweet potato seeds to the Su royal residence. She chose to remain at the inn, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. She suspected that Yun Mo's true destination lay within the capital. Upon their arrival, he had shed his usual languid demeanor and adopted a serious demeanor. Su Guiwan often feigned excursions to seek business opportunities while secretly scouting potential escape routes. Her findings left her speechless. It appeared that the kingdom of Xiling had deliberately devised a scheme to lure Yun Mo here. The capital was under strict governance, making any easy escape nearly impossible. The only chance would be to incite chaos within the kingdom, creating a diversion that would allow them to slip away amidst the turmoil. "Clear the way, officials." As Su Guiwan leaned against the window, contemplating her escape, a group of individuals stormed into the inn, arresting numerous patrons. She noticed that most of those apprehended were petite, and her heart sank. It seemed that Yun Mo had provoked the ire of the Shieling authorities, prompting them to indiscriminately capture anyone who did not fit the mold of a Shieling citizen. Before long, they ascended the stairs, and as Su Guiwan was led out, she caught sight of Yun Mo being similarly escorted from his room. He cast her a reassuring glance, indicating her to remain calm. Her racing heart gradually settled. It seemed they were not in immediate danger. Linglong and the shadow guards should be nearing the Su royal residence. She needed to hasten her departure from the capital of Shieling. If she remained, even the shadow guards dispatched by her grandfather would be unable to rescue her. Upon entering the prison, Su Guiwan was nearly overwhelmed by the stench of blood. The cell was filled with petite women and effeminate men. She huddled in a corner, her mind racing with escape plans, yet her lack of martial prowess rendered them futile. In the dead of night, the guards, exhausted from beating prisoners, sat down to drink and chat, while a gust of wind swept through the cell, lulling everyone into slumber. Sensing something amiss as she caught a whiff of a strange odor, Su Guiwan held her breath. Yun Mo opened the cell door and handed her a pill, saying, "This is the antidote." Without hesitation, she accepted it and swallowed it. Seeing her trust in him, a flicker of amusement crossed Yun Mo's eyes. "Follow me." He led her into an alley and pulled her into a corner. "I know you have a few shadow guards with you, and I will leave you 2 more. When chaos ensues in the palace, they will escort you out." With that, Yun Mo stepped outside the alley to wait for his people to depart, while Su Guiwan reached out, wanting to grasp his hand, but ultimately withdrew. She and the shadow guards crouched in the corner, awaiting the chaos Yun Mo had predicted. They waited until the dead of night, when the streets were filled with soldiers brandishing torches. Everyone rushed toward the palace. After a time, one of the shadow guards sent by Yun Mo approached Su Guiwan. "Your Grace, now is the opportune moment for us to break through."
Su Guiwan nodded,
signaling the shadow guards to prepare. Just as they were about to act, she suddenly lowered her head, inquiring, "What is your plan, Uncle Chinwang? Will you be able to exit the city safely?" Chapter 20. The missing concubine Ruafe. For 2 years the 2 shadow guards lowered their heads in silence, while the one who had initially spoken to Su Guiwan displayed a flash of anger. "Your Grace, this is a trap set deliberately by the Emperor and the Kingdom of Shieling for the Prince. After escorting you out of the city, we must return to assist the Prince. Prepare to leave the city." Su Guiwan bowed her head, contemplative. After a moment, she raised her gaze toward the city gate and declared, "No. We will stay to help." The 2 remaining shadow guards looked at Su Guiwan in astonishment, but she disregarded their expressions. "You 2 go set fire to the wine and fabric shops within the city. Once chaos erupts, ignite the palace as well." Turning to the shadow guards beside her, Su Guiwan instructed, "Accompany me to the nearest medical hall. Once I prepare the poison, you shall take it and place it among those burning cloth shops, letting it burn indiscriminately." Noticing a group of people still in shock, Su Guiwan gave a firm shove to the guard who had spoken to her earlier, urging, "Go now." The shadow guards under Su Guiwan quickly sprang into action, while the 2 guards left by Yun Mo to protect her exchanged glances and swiftly headed towards the cloth shop and the tavern. In the palace, Yun Mo led his men deeper into the royal grounds, heading towards the location identified by the shadow guards. Xiao Xian was joyfully sharing with the Emperor his futile attempts to locate Yun Mo, having resorted to apprehending anyone who did not resemble the people of Shieling Kingdom, subjecting them to brutal treatment. The innocence of those captured mattered not to him. His long-standing hatred for Yun Mo demanded an outlet for his fury. It was solely the misfortune of those who bore no resemblance to the people of Shieling that brought them to this plight. Yun Mo ventured into the inner palace, arriving at the queen's quarters. Had he not possessed reliable information, he would have never fathomed the audacity of the Shieling people, hiding his mother beneath the very chambers of the queen. Upon entering the queen's palace, he was immediately met with a barrage of concealed arrows. Deflecting the incoming projectiles, he was escorted by his shadow guards into the inner sanctum to locate the hidden passage where Concubine Ro was imprisoned. Meanwhile, receiving word of Yun Mo's intent to rescue, Xiao Xian and his men entered the passage from another direction. Concubine Ro, confined in a desolate dungeon, had lost her former beauty, her pallid complexion a testament to her suffering. Xiao Xian seized her neck, taunting, "Do you understand the commotion outside? Your son has come to rescue you. How shall I make him perish?" Concubine Ro remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on Xiao Xian, fully aware of his penchant for torment in times of his own discontent. A smug smile spread across Xiao Xian's face as he paced the room, declaring, "Your son is here to save you. How do you suppose I should execute him?" The tension in Concubine Ro's expression heightened as she listened, desperate for news of her son. Xiao Xian, stroking his braided beard, cackled, "I believed you were indifferent, but I have prepared a trap for this day, for quite some time. Who do you think will be responsible for your son's demise?" With fierce determination, Concubine Ro glared at Xiao Xian, proclaiming, "My son shall never die. The one destined to perish is you." Something in her words triggered Xiao Xian. He lunged forward, seizing her fiercely. "Today, I shall ensure your son dies at my hands, avenging my brother." Concubine Ro flailed against his grip, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. Sensing her weakening state, Xiao Xian callously tossed her aside, as if she were a mere rag. "Not only shall I kill your son, but he will witness your death at my hands." Concubine Ro gasped for air on the floor, her resolve unyielding. Xiao Xian clapped his hands, and a woman, strikingly similar to Concubine Ro, entered. Concubine Ro glared in fury, realizing Xiao Xian's malicious intent to replace her. The thought of Yun Mo possibly getting close to this woman horrified her. Xiao Xian laughed heartily, ordering that Concubine Ro's mouth be covered and she be taken into the dungeon to await Yun Mo's arrival. As Yun Mo stormed through the passage, he saw his mother collapsed on the ground and rushed to her aid. A female assassin lunged at him with a dagger, only to have it plunged into her own heart by Yun Mo's swift grasp. The assassin could hardly comprehend how such a simple task had eluded her. The Crown Prince indeed possesses keen insight. Xiao Xian clapped, revealing that the woman in his custody was none other than the long-missing Concubine Ro. Furiously clenching his fists, Yun Mo confronted Xiao Xian, demanding, "You coward! Face me instead, and release my mother." Tears streaming down her face, Concubine Ro urged, "Moer, you mustn't concern yourself with me. Leave quickly." Xiao Xian scoffed, "Such a touching display of maternal affection. It truly moves me. Yun Mo, if you wish for me to spare your mother, you must stab that dagger into your right leg." He recalled how his brother had perished after being struck in the leg by Yun Mo. After issuing his command, Xiao Xian ordered the cloth over Concubine Ro's mouth to be removed. The moment it was lifted, she cried out, "Moer, no. Do not concern yourself with me, flee." Xiao Xian laughed uproariously. "Concubine Ro, do not waste your breath. Yun Mo would never abandon you. Does anyone not know that the Crown Prince is the epitome of filial piety? In his youth, he dared to confront the current Empress and the former Queen on your behalf. How could he possibly leave you behind?" Concubine Ro wept, shaking her head in desperation for Yun Mo to escape. When Yun Mo hesitated, Xiao Xian kicked Concubine Ro's leg, forcing her to kneel. Seeing his mother treated so cruelly pierced Yun Mo's heart, his eyes reddening as he warned, "Xiao Xian, do not harm my mother."
Ignoring Yun Mo's plea,
Xiao Xian's gaze fixated on the dagger embedded in the assassin's heart. Yun Mo retrieved the dagger from the ground, slowly bringing it toward his right leg, eliciting an eager response from Xiao Xian. As Yun Mo raised the dagger high, preparing to plunge it into his thigh, a smile spread across Xiao Xian's face. But it froze before it could fully form. In that instant, as Yun Mo hurled the dagger away, his shadow guards sprang into action, swiftly dispatching Xiao Xian's guards. Yun Mo, shielding Concubine Ro, was struck by numerous blades, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. She wished to tell her son not to save her, aware that he would never abandon her and could only strive to keep pace without hindering him. As they fought their way out, Yun Mo noticed the number of assailants dwindling, flames engulfing the palace. A shadow guard soared over, tossing a vial to Yun Mo. "My lord, quickly take the antidote. We must release the poison." Chapter 21. Hoping for greater skill in healing, understanding who was aiding him, Yun Mo opened the vial, administering a dose to Concubine Ro before taking one himself and passing it to those nearby. One by one, the palace guards collapsed, and Yun Mo successfully rescued Concubine Ro. Upon reaching the city gate, they were met with a flurry of horse-drawn carriages, and a figure waved them over. With a soft smile, Yun Mo helped Concubine Ro into the carriage, and they sped eastward, eager to escape the capital. The chaos in Shiling's capital was overwhelming, leaving no time to pursue them. Moreover, to deter any pursuers, Su Guiwan had strategically released a significant amount of poison powder at the city gate. Without her antidote, those pursuing them would inevitably perish. After a few casualties, no one would dare follow. It was likely that the entire populace of Shiling was preoccupied with dousing fires and neutralizing toxins, leaving them little time to pursue. Under the protection of the shadow guards, their carriage swiftly distanced itself from Shiling's capital. Mother, hold on. As they traversed a wooded area, Concubine Ro finally succumbed, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Yun Mo lost his composure, crying out in despair. Hearing his voice, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Su Guiwan approached with her silver needles, only to be seized by Yun Mo, who implored her with desperate eyes, "Princess, you must save my mother. I will pay any price." This was the first time Su Guiwan witnessed this man, who had always appeared unflappable, reveal such vulnerability. She gently freed his grasp, reassuring him. "Rest assured, Crown Prince, I will do my utmost to save Concubine Ro." The gentle consort watched Su Guiwan and Yun Mo with a contented smile. She understood her son. This was the first girl to inspire feelings in him, and the first person who would risk her life to accompany him in a bid to save her. Su Guiwan checked the gentle consort's pulse and realized that there was no hope for her. In silence, she administered a few acupuncture needles, granting the consort more time to impart her final words. Su Guiwan's actions caused Yun Mo's heart to plummet into despair. If there were any hope of saving her, she would not have adopted this demeanor. Even when faced with the insurmountable chill poison, Su Guiwan had retained some confidence. Her inability to meet his gaze spoke volumes. Choking on his words, he implored, "Princess, my mother will be all right, won't she?" Su Guiwan bit her lip, defeated, and murmured, "I'm sorry." The gentle consort tenderly grasped Yun Mo's hand and said, "Before you arrived, Xiao Xian had already poisoned me, fearing that you might have a divine healer by your side. He even used internal energy to harm me. I know I don't have long left, so do not trouble the princess any further." Yun Mo's questioning gaze turned to Su Guiwan. He had sensed the internal injury his mother had sustained, and the dark blood she had coughed up had made it painfully clear that she was poisoned. Yet, he clung to a flicker of hope that her condition was not as dire as it seemed, believing that Su Guiwan possessed the ability to save her. Su Guiwan nodded sorrowfully, while Yun Mo gazed at the gentle consort in despair. After 2 years of meticulously planning and placing so many people in Shiling, had their reunion turned into an eternal farewell? The gentle consort smiled gently, patting Yun Mo's shoulder. "Emoer, I am already very happy to see you again. Do not grieve for my death. I wish for you to find joy in each day." She turned to Su Guiwan, who was still administering needles, and took her hand, saying, "Princess, do not waste your efforts. I can feel that my time is short." Su Guiwan gazed at the tender woman before her, realizing that the gentle consort truly embodied her title. Few had encountered her and not felt a fondness for such a gentle soul. The gentle consort smiled softly. "I have spent many years in the depths of the palace, and 2 years ago, I was captured and held by Shiling. I hear them call you princess, and you call Emoer Prince Chen. If I am not mistaken, you must be the granddaughter of Lord Su?" The gentle consort had little contact with the outside world since entering the palace, living a secluded life in her chambers, and was unaware of the matters between Su Guiwan and Chui. She merely speculated on Su Guiwan's identity based on the titles exchanged between Yun Mo and her. Su Guiwan allowed the gentle consort to hold her hand and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." The gentle consort's eyes crinkled with joy as she placed Su Guiwan's hand in Yun Mo's. Her eyes are bright. "My Emoer certainly does not view this princess as innocent." Taken aback, Su Guiwan realized the gentle consort had misconstrued her relationship with Yun Mo. Just as she attempted to withdraw her hand, Yun Mo grasped it firmly. He gently tapped her palm with his pinky, urging her to play along and not leave the gentle consort with regrets. Su Guiwan could only muster a feeble smile, feigning shyness. Seeing Yun Mo hold her hand tightly, the gentle consort beamed even more. "Princess, it is my fault for having lived in seclusion. I did not even know your name." Su Guiwan's eyes glistened with tears as she replied, "Your Highness, I am Su Guiwan." The gentle consort smiled and retrieved a well-preserved hairpin from her garments. "Look, this is the hairpin I prepared 20 years ago upon learning of my pregnancy. I thought, if I had a daughter, this would be her coming-of-age gift. If a son, it would go to my daughter-in-law, wishing them a life of happiness together. I will not be able to witness your wedding with Emoer, but could you let me see him place this hairpin in your hair?" Su Guiwan turned to Yun Mo, who reluctantly smiled and accepted the hairpin from the gentle consort to adorn Su Guiwan's hair. As the fragrance from her wafted towards him, Yun Mo felt a surge of nervousness, unable to secure the hairpin properly. The gentle consort chuckled, assisting Su Guiwan in adjusting it. "Do not mind, my dear. With practice, Emperor will be able to do this for you. Su Guiwan wept as she embraced the gentle consort, lamenting that such a wonderful woman was beyond her ability to save. Once so confident in her medical skills, she now loathed her lack of proficiency. The gentle consort softly patted Su Guiwan's back, saying, "Do not be sad, my dear. I will watch over you and Emperor from above." The shadowy guards lowered their heads, concealing their own tears. Su Guiwan stepped aside to give Yun Mo and the gentle consort space to speak. She went to a tree nearby to pluck a leaf, washed it clean, folded it, and returned to the carriage. Kneeling before the gentle consort, Yun Mo immediately understood Su Guiwan's intention and knelt beside her. After partaking in this makeshift tea ceremony, the gentle consort departed with a satisfied smile. Chapter 22. Do not be blind again. Su Guiwan turned to the man beside her, only to find Yun Mo in tears. Blood trickled from his lips as he suddenly collapsed into her embrace. She sighed softly, having sensed that he was merely holding on by sheer willpower. Having been poisoned and utilizing his internal energy, he would have fainted long ago if not for his strong resolve. That he had managed to endure until now was beyond her expectations. With the gentle consort's passing, Yun Mo's strength had nearly dissipated. She took a silver needle to disperse his stagnant blood and instructed the shadowy guards to continue their journey. They were still within Shilling territory. Not a day could pass without leaving, for her peace of mind depended on it. In Bianjing, news from Shilling reached Yun Yan, who swept aside the documents on the dragon case in fury. What audacity, Yun Mo! How dare he provoke war between two nations behind my back? Yun Yan himself did not believe his words. It was all a scheme. He had colluded with Xiao Xian of Shilling to set Yun Mo up. They had brought the gentle consort to the Shilling palace to lure Yun Mo into a rescue attempt, only to use it as an excuse to accuse him of instigating a war. Yun Yan's confidence in his statement stemmed from knowing that Yun Mo had likely employed his internal energy to save the gentle consort. He intended to eliminate Yun Mo while he was gravely injured, thus removing a significant threat. Chao Yi, kneeling below, was equally furious. Your Majesty, I volunteer to investigate the matter of Prince Chen provoking a war between the nations. Chao Yi recalled his victory at the age of 16, joyfully attending court, only to witness Yun Mo, calm and composed, slay a minister at the palace gates. With a cold smile, Yun Mo's gaze swept across the onlookers. And from that moment on, he became Chao Yi's nightmare. No matter how hard he tried, whispers of his inferiority to Yun Mo echoed in his ears. Despite his efforts to rise to the rank of a third-grade general in Dongjin, the title of war god still belonged to Yun Mo. Yun Yan regarded Chao Yi with scorn, viewing him as a reckless fool. Were it not for your good fortune in being noticed by the granddaughter of Lord Su and possessing merely a modicum of skill, you would not even be worthy of my consideration. However, realizing he had few capable individuals at his disposal, Yun Yan concealed his derision. Rise, my loyal minister. Since you have offered your services, you shall investigate this matter at Prince Chen's residence. Yes, your majesty. Chao Yi joyfully accepted the imperial decree to investigate whether Yun Mo had indeed caused a ruckus in Shilling. As long as Yun Mo remained unconscious, they could frame him for instigating war between the nations. Even if he awoke later, the outcome would have already been sealed. In the royal palace of the Prince of Chen, a spy relayed urgent news, prompting the arrival of shadow guards to a chamber. Su Guiwan was administering treatment to Yun Mo under the care of the palace physician. Upon hearing that Chu Yi was soon to arrive to investigate, a glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Su Guiwan's eyes. I can temporarily rouse Uncle Chen Wang, but the subsequent recovery will require a longer duration. The shadow guard relaying the message was the same one who accompanied Su Guiwan to rescue Yun Mo in the Western Ridge Kingdom. Kneeling before her, he implored, Your Highness, please lend your assistance. If Chu Yi arrives and the prince remains unconscious, they will surely accuse him of inciting war between our nations and take action against the Prince of Chen.
Su Guiwan nodded slightly.
What is your name? I am an E, he replied.
Very well, an E. Prepare the herbs I require.
Quickly. She penned a prescription for him and turned back to continue her acupuncture on the unconscious Yun Mo. In truth, she was uncertain of her motives.
Why?
Having obtained what she desired, did she not return to the Su Wang residence? Instead, she felt compelled to follow Yun Mo to the Prince of Chen's estate to nurse him back to health. Su Guiwan repeatedly reassured herself that her actions were motivated by gratitude, for Yun Mo had saved her on numerous occasions. As a citizen of the Eastern Jin, she too had been under his protection. Now was her time to repay that debt, devoid of ulterior motives, purely wishing to express her gratitude. Yet the more she pondered, the more she convinced herself of this rationale. Calming her heartbeat, she focused intently on treating Yunmo's injuries. Outside, Chu Yi and his entourage arrived at the gates of the Prince of Chen's residence, his gaze coldly fixed upon the estate that perpetually cast him into shadow. Were it not for Yunmo, he would undoubtedly have become the mightiest general of the Eastern Jin. He gestured for his men to knock on the door. After a prolonged silence yielded no response, he scowled. Knock harder. Inform them that I, the general, am here on the Emperor's orders to investigate the prince's treachery in provoking war between our nations. Inside the courtyard, the steward, Qian, heard this and let out a derisive laugh, quietly listening to Chu Yi's bluster from outside the door. Oblivious to the absurdity of his situation, Chu Yi continued to shout, while Su Guiwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, particularly with Chu Rui beside her, wearing a knowing smile, and Yun Mo displaying a look of disdain. Every expression on Yun Mo's face seemed to question her choice in men. Su Guiwan shook her head vigorously, vowing that the Chu Yi she had once known was not like this at all. Chu Rui, fanning himself with a handkerchief, chimed in, I can attest. The Chu Yi who was with the princess was not like this. Back then, he was quite charming, despite not marrying the woman he desired. Grateful for Chu Rui's defense, Su Guiwan shot him a look of appreciation. The Chu Yi she once knew was indeed not this person. He had merely possessed a bit of a temper. She had never imagined that in her absence, he would reveal such a loathsome side. Yun Mo poured Su Guiwan a cup of tea, remarking, do not be so blind in the future. Su Guiwan remained silent, resisting the urge to thank Yun Mo for his admonishment. Chu Rui, noticing her discomfort, sensed a hint of scandal brewing between them. Yun Mo cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, if you enjoy fanning yourself so much, I would not mind if you stood in the courtyard doing so all night. Chu Rui quickly stowed away his fan, shaking his head in surrender. Meanwhile, Chu Yi outside was growing hoarse from shouting, yet he dare not force the doors open for fear that Yun Mo would retaliate violently. When the time felt right, Yun Mo signaled for Su Guiwan to return inside. After she did so, and once Chu Rui had concealed himself, Yun Mo instructed Qi and to open the main gate. Fuming, Chu Yi entered with the imperial decree in hand, demanding to know why he had not been granted entry. Yun Mo, nonchalantly sipping his tea, replied, I did not let you in. Is your soul now standing here? Chu Yi struggled to articulate his frustration. I've been shouting at the door for ages. Did the prince not hear me? Yun Mo leisurely poured himself another cup of tea, stating, I did hear. I simply thought it was the neighbor's dog barking, and thus paid it no mind. Was that cacophony truly your voice, General Chu? How uncouth. Unable to counter Yun Mo's derision, Chu Yi's face reddened with indignation. His companions urged him to cease his futile arguments lest he provoke Yun Mo further. Resigned, he began to read the imperial decree aloud. Due to the late emperor's favor towards Yun Mo, it had been decreed that he need not kneel before anyone. Thus, as Chu Yi read the decree, Yun Mo remained seated, leisurely sipping his tea, as if Chu Yi were merely reciting a lesson. This scene only served to further aggravate Chu Yi. A flicker of mockery crossed Yun Mo's eyes. It was clear that Su Guiwan had once been deceived, for how could she have chosen such a worthless individual? Once Chu Yi finished reading the decree, Yun Mo casually placed his teacup on the table, declaring, it is common knowledge that I am afflicted with a cold poison, rendering me unable to utilize my internal strength. Your haste in declaring the decree and accusing me of chaos in the Western Ridge Palace suggests that you wish to inform the world that the Emperor no longer tolerates his own brother. I had thought you a loyal minister, yet it seems I was mistaken. A truly loyal subject would not stand idly by while the Emperor's reputation is tarnished. All of Chu Yi's inquiries were thwarted by Yun Mo's retorts. No matter how he attempted to frame his arguments, Yun Mo always had a counterpoint. Should he insist on searching the prince's residence, Yun Mo would invoke his status as the late emperor's favored prince. The emperor had only been in power for 2 years. Could he truly afford to alienate his own kin? Chu Yi dared not pursue this line of questioning, knowing it would invite scrutiny upon the emperor's character. Ultimately, Chu Yi and his entourage had no choice but to leave the Prince of Chen's estate in frustration. After Chu Yi's embarrassing defeat, Chu Rui emerged, leisurely fanning himself, only to quickly hide his fan upon seeing Yun Mo. It seems this Chu Yi is growing increasingly inept. What a pity that such a fine flower has been planted in dung. Yun Emo shot him a disapproving glance. Do not insult dung. At least it nurtures the growth of flowers. Chu Yi does not deserve such a comparison. With that, Yun Emo waved his sleeve and departed, leaving Chu Rui pondering his words. If Chu Yi was unworthy, then who was? Chu Rui noted the moment Yun Emo paused at his remark, understanding that Chu Yi had failed in his mission and had only brought shame upon himself. Enraged, he hurled a teacup at Chu Yi, exclaiming, "Incompetent fool! You cannot even manage this minor task." Bowled over, Chu Yi lowered his head further, reporting, "Your Majesty, the prince is far too cunning. I could find no evidence of his involvement in the murder at the Western Ridge Palace." The Emperor, aware that Yun Emo would never leave such an obvious loophole for him to exploit, wearily gestured for Chu Yi to depart. "I do not wish to see you again." After Chu Yi left, the Emperor gazed at his jade seal in contemplation before finally dispatching a shadow guard to the Western Ridge Kingdom. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he thought, "Yun Emo, let us see how you evade this time." On that day, as Su Guiwan left through the back door of the prince's mansion, she placed a jade hairpin, delicately carved by the soft consort, along with a prescription on the table. She did not bid farewell to Yun Emo, departing from Bianjing without garnering much attention. The citizens of Bianjing remained oblivious to the numerous significant events Su Guiwan had accomplished during her brief sojourn at the Zhuangzi for her confinement. Upon returning to the Su family estate, the Su prince, filled with concern, remarked upon her noticeable weight loss. "Wan, you have suffered." Su Guiwan embraced her grandfather tightly, reflecting on the countless times she had nearly succumbed to peril. In those moments of danger, her foremost worry had always been for her grandfather. As the sole heir of the Su lineage, her demise would plunge him into profound despair. The Su prince, gently patting her back, wept alongside her. Allowing his granddaughter to venture into foreign lands was the most reckless decision he had ever made. Each day since her departure, he had regretted not stopping her, lamenting her stubbornness. If only she had leaned on him a bit more, he could have dispatched his secret guards to procure food seeds and submitted them in her name. Yet, his proud granddaughter refused to entertain such notions, leaving him, a man in his 50s, in a state of anxiety. After their tears had been shed, the Su prince ordered a lavish spread for Su Guiwan, constantly adding food to her bowl. "Wan, do try this. It's your favorite sweet and sour carp. I also had candied hawthorn made, not the kind you dislike." Her bowl was filled to the brim, and for every piece she consumed, her grandfather promptly replenished it. Su Guiwan felt deeply touched by her grandfather's overwhelming affection. Following the meal, they rested together on a chair in the courtyard. After sipping a cup of tea, she spoke with an expressionless face. "Grandfather, could you tell me about Chu Yi's situation?" The Su prince paused in his tea preparation, lifting his gaze to find no trace of sorrow on Su Guiwan's visage. She appeared unfazed, resembling a stranger disconnected from Chu Yi rather than his wife. With a resigned smile, Su Guiwan said, "Grandfather, I have moved on. The day I wished to apologize to him, I saw him with another woman purchasing headpieces at Jinyu Mantang, and that was when I let go." The Su prince, feeling a pang of embarrassment, mentioned that Chu Yi had taken 7 concubines, all residing in their quarters. The words caused him considerable discomfort, nearly reddening his face. In the past, before the Su family's rise to prominence, he was merely a general following the late emperor into battle, where he was accustomed to the unrefined life of the barracks. It was only midway through a statement that he realized he was speaking to his granddaughter, not a comrade. With great effort, he sought alternative phrasing to replace the term consummation. Seemingly oblivious to her grandfather's awkwardness, Su Guiwan cheerfully savored the pastry. Chapter 24. It is not the mind that longs for him, but the heart. She had not anticipated that the sweet delicacy would reveal a bitter taste at that moment. Chu Yi, who betrayed his vows, was not a good man, nor was she, having harbored inappropriate feelings for that celestial gentleman. The Su prince attempted to console her, but received no response. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her gaze was vacant, lost in thought. He waved a hand before her eyes. "Wan, do not be disheartened. You still have your grandfather. I will always stand by your side." Su Guiwan, roused from her guilt, accepted her grandfather's comforting words, albeit with a touch of bemusement. Expressing her innermost feelings to her grandfather was a daunting challenge. Perhaps it was better to allow him to believe she still cared for Chu Yi. What Su Guiwan did not realize was that the misunderstanding extended beyond her grandfather. It also encompassed a shadowy figure sent to protect her. Yun Mo stood silently in a pavilion, deep in thought, before resolutely declaring, "You need not report on the princess's affairs to me any longer. From this day forth, she is your master. You may assist her when needed, but if she does not require your help for a lifetime, so be it." With a faint smile, he added, "The less contact, the better." The shadowy figure, though puzzled, nodded and departed, fully aware of his duty to execute his master's commands. Henceforth, his sole allegiance would be to Su Guiwan. Before Su Guiwan could concoct an excuse to present the sweet potatoes, emissaries from Shilling Kingdom arrived. Furrowing her brow with concern, she asked, "Do you think they have come to trouble Uncle Prince?" Linglong nodded, her expression filled with indignation. "The audacity of Shilling Kingdom is appalling. They abducted the soft consort and caused her demise, yet Prince Chu merely sought vengeance. Now, they brazenly demanded the emperor to address the prince's actions, claiming he had slaughtered many in their territory." Su Guiwan slammed her cup onto the table, spilling tea over her hand, yet she cared little for the mess. "And what is the emperor's stance? Does he believe Uncle Prince is instigating conflict between our nations?" The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. When had she begun to utter such meaningless inquiries? Surely, the emperor would be eager to eliminate the thorn in his side, not defend him. It was plausible that the incident involving the soft consort was a trap orchestrated by the emperor in collusion with Shilling Kingdom. The more she pondered, the closer she felt to the truth. The soft consort had resided within the palace, and the emperor must have been aware of her abduction by Shilling Kingdom. Perhaps the emperor had intentionally allowed Shilling's agents to snatch her away. 2 years prior, before her marriage to Chu Yi, she recalled how the prince had been dispatched to war shortly before the late emperor's demise, paving the way for the current emperor's ascension. It was only when the prince returned, afflicted by a cold poison, that they discovered the soft consort was missing. The palace's explanation was that she had succumbed to grief over the late emperor's passing. Su Guiwan let out a cold laugh, believing she had unraveled the truth. The soft consort had been colluded away by the emperor and Shilling Kingdom. Yun Mo must have known the soft consort was alive and had suppressed his knowledge while seeking her in secret. Frustrated, Su Guiwan picked up her embroidery of a bamboo sachet. "Linglong, go inquire about the identity of the Shilling emissaries and any potential weaknesses they might possess." Linglong glanced at the intricate designs Su Guiwan was embroidering before turning to gather information. Distracted, Su Guiwan failed to notice Linglong's gaze. Yu Xiang observed, maintaining her gentle smile, seemingly oblivious to Su Guiwan's unusual choice of pattern. As the evening wore on, Su Guiwan remained awake in her study, delving into her findings. Upon discovering that Xiao Shi was more shameless than Xiao Xian, indulging in depicting the nudes of young women, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Subsequently, she relayed her findings to the Shadow Guard. "Take this to Uncle Prince." "Wait," she called just as the Shadow Guard was about to leave. Though puzzled, the guard returned to await her instructions. After several glances, Su Guiwan bit her lip, her face a portrait of conflict. "Never mind, just deliver it to Uncle Prince." Once the guard departed, Su Guiwan sat at her desk, silently berating herself. Why was she feeling guilty? She was Su Jingzhu, free to act as she pleased. 2 small figures clashed wildly in her mind. One person remarked that with so many subordinates under Prince Jun, anything she could discover, he could undoubtedly uncover as well. Another whisperer struck the first, suggesting what if the people from the prince's residence were oblivious to this detail. The bickering of these 2 petty individuals vexed Su Guiwan, prompting her to rest her head on the table, concealing her flushed face with a book. Realizing her heart was spiraling out of her control, she nearly wept in frustration. She forcefully struck her head, admonishing herself to stop these errant thoughts. If her mind could speak, it would surely cry out, correcting her, "You are mistaken. It is your own heart that wanders, not mine." Upon hearing of Chu Yi's recent foolishness, Su Guiwan rushed to her grandfather, the Duke of Su, pleading for his company to the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. The Duke, setting aside his book, looked at her with surprise. "Did you not say that presenting yourself now would arouse suspicion? That we should wait until the people from Shilling have departed?" Su Guiwan, in a fit of anger, sat beside him. "Grandfather, look at how foolish Chu Yi is. He went to the prince's residence to stir trouble the other day. With the Shilling people arriving soon, he is bouncing around like a madman. I fear he might provoke Prince Jin one day and be dealt a fatal blow. Who would I turn to for a divorce then?" The Duke fell silent, contemplating that this was the husband they had chosen together. How could she speak so ill of him without implicating them both? Regardless, the Duke forever supported his granddaughter. When Su Guiwan insisted on presenting the agricultural yield, he immediately summoned someone to submit a petition to the emperor, preparing to change his attire and await the emperor's summons. Upon receiving the Duke's petition, Emperor Yunyan's face lit up with delight. Ah! What a wonderful surprise from the Su residence. During the interval while waiting for Su Guiwan and the Duke, Yunyan read the petition repeatedly. Should its claims hold true, his ascension as a wise ruler would be imminent. His heart brimmed with excitement as he envisioned himself becoming a legendary monarch. The Duke and Su Guiwan, with their sweet potatoes, underwent rigorous checks before entering the imperial study, where they were greeted by a warm smile from the emperor. Before the Duke could kneel, Yunyan rose, supporting him. No need for such formalities, my dear Su Aiqing. After assisting the Duke, he turned to the upright Su Guiwan. And you, princess, please rise. Su Aiqing has truly raised a remarkable granddaughter. The Duke gazed fondly at Su Guiwan. Your Majesty, you flatter us. Wanwan has always been obedient and well-behaved. To have such a granddaughter is a blessing for me. Yunyan could not suppress a slight smirk. Did he truly believe the praise was sincere? A woman throwing a tantrum over her husband wanting a concubine hardly seemed commendable. As he contemplated this, Yunyan's gaze shifted to Su Guiwan's abdomen, which appeared flat, as though she had never been pregnant. I have heard rumors of your pregnancy, yet you appear otherwise. Su Guiwan respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I have terminated the pregnancy. For the first time, Yunyan lost his composure, astonished at the celestial beauty before him. It was the first time he had heard of a woman aborting a child for such trivial reasons. He glanced at the Duke, who wore a calm expression, seemingly already aware of this matter. A cold smile crept onto Yunyan's lips. He had underestimated the Duke and his granddaughter. Initially, he had planned to wait for Su Guiwan to give birth to secure the Su estate, believing that since Chu Yi was his man, so too would be his offspring. With the Duke's residence in his grasp, he thought he had it all figured out. Now, however, this grandfather and granddaughter duo dared to undermine him by terminating the pregnancy. Did he not recall confiscating all abortifacients near the Su estate? How could Su Guiwan still achieve this? It seemed someone within the Su residence had been discovered. For such a significant event could not occur without his knowledge. Suppressing his anger, Yunyan addressed Su Guiwan. I see in your petition that you have found a high-yield crop known as sweet potatoes. These before us? Su Guiwan placed her hands over her abdomen, lowering her eyelids to respond. Indeed, Your Majesty. Yunyan commanded his attendants to unveil the bags, revealing large, red-skinned sweet potatoes that momentarily distracted him from his ire, filling his face with surprise. If these yield as your petition suggests, I shall reward you handsomely. Hearing the emperor finally express what she had longed to hear, Su Guiwan promptly knelt before him. Your Majesty, I offer this grain with no ulterior motive. I merely wish for the citizens of Dongjin to be well-fed and for the national treasury to flourish, leading to a strong and prosperous state. Normally, Yunyan would have found Su Guiwan's lofty intentions somewhat shameless. However, in light of her selfless offering, he felt compelled to reward her, lest he be branded stingy by the public. From that moment on, anyone who planted or consumed sweet potatoes would remember the one who offered them, and he could not afford to be seen as neglectful. At this moment, gazing at the 8 large bags of sweet potatoes, Yunyan's mood lifted, and he was disinclined to quibble over her minor motives. Princess, since you have presented this grain, a reward is in order. How about I bestow upon you the title of Grand Princess? The courtiers who had just been summoned by the emperor cast envious glances at the Duke of Su. This was truly a grand princess. With this title, none of Yunyan's future princesses could overshadow her. Su Guiwan bowed her head in gratitude. I thank your Majesty for your generous favor. However, I am but a humble and unworthy servant, unfit to accept such a grand title. Yunyan's smile faltered, and the other ministers knelt, pleading with him to quell his anger. He forcefully waved his sleeve and took his seat upon the dragon throne. I say you are worthy. Hence you are. Are you defying my decree? Su Guiwan knelt, lifting her gaze to meet Yunyan's. I dare not, your Majesty. I merely have a small wish I wish to request your approval for. I do not believe myself deserving of the title of Grand Princess. The Duke echoed her. Kneeling beside Su Guiwan, I beseech your Majesty to fulfill my granddaughter's modest request. Beyond this, we seek nothing more. The other ministers, kneeling, dared not exchange glances, allowing the silence to linger. After a considerable pause, Yunyan forced a smile. What is it that you desire, Princess Su? If it is not too much, I shall certainly grant it. The implication was clear. Anything that posed a challenge to him would be deemed inappropriate, and they should not expect his compliance. Su Guiwan glanced at Chu Yi, who had been summoned to the palace, realizing the emperor aimed to reconcile them. She fixed her gaze on Chu Yi's haggard face and spoke deliberately, "I request, your majesty, a decree for divorce." All the ministers kneeling in the imperial study felt their minds falter, unable to comprehend. How could they have heard Su Guiwan requesting a divorce decree from the emperor? Chu Yi's longing for Su Guiwan turned into disbelief. He had not expected that after 4 months apart, she would seek to end their marriage. Knowing Su Guiwan's resolute nature, he realized that if she mentioned a divorce now, it would surely come to pass. Should she succeed in obtaining the decree today, their ties would be irrevocably severed. Chu Yi knelt heavily before Yunyan. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to rescind your command. I do not wish to part from Wanwan." The ministers, intrigued, pricked up their ears, eager to witness which of the couple would ultimately attain their desires. Curiosity is an innate human trait, and they were no exception. Yunyan observed the resolute Su Guiwan and the regretful, pleading expression of Chu Yi and decided to deflect. "This matter pertains solely to you as a couple. You shall discuss it among yourselves. I shall refrain from intervening in your domestic affairs." Chu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the emperor did not issue a decree, he was safe. Their marriage had been bestowed upon them by imperial command, and unless the emperor decreed a divorce, Su Guiwan could not escape him. Yet, he glanced at her flat abdomen. Had their child already been born? He distinctly recalled that the child was only a little over 7 months along. Could it be that the child had arrived prematurely? Chapter 26. Yun Mo offers assistance. The emperor summoned Su Guiwan and Prince Su for quite some time before he remembered to call for Chu Yi. Hence, Chu Yi had not heard Su Guiwan's words about terminating the pregnancy. At this moment, he felt a flicker of calm, believing that at least a child still connected him to Su Guiwan. Su Guiwan remained still, bowing deeply to Yun Yan until her forehead reddened. "Your Majesty." It was Chu Yi who won the battle and requested a marriage decree. "Now, I, your humble servant, present food as an offering to seek your permission for divorce. I desire neither wealth nor fame, but only ask your Majesty to fulfill my singular wish." Upon hearing this, Yunyan realized he could not evade responsibility. The situation had originated from him, and thus it was only fitting that he bring it to a close. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Su Guiwan, who knelt like a steadfast pine, her back straightened in defiance. Su Guiwan was forcing his hand. "Su Guiwan," Yunyan said coldly, "do you understand that once I issue this decree, you will become the first in Dongjin to audaciously request a divorce? Are you not afraid of being scorned by the masses?" Su Guiwan lifted her gaze to meet Yunyan's eyes directly. Most would not dare to stare into the emperor's countenance, but she was an exception, being the sole princess of the Su household. "I am aware, your Majesty. Yet, I do not care. Even if I am condemned by 1,000 voices, I implore you today to grant me a decree for divorce." Chu Yi looked at Su Guiwan with sorrow in his eyes. "Must you truly pursue this path?" Su Guiwan cast him a sidelong glance. "After all these years you have pursued me, you should know who I am."
Su Guiwan cannot tolerate betrayal.
"I have no need for a husband who has already forsaken me." Chu Yi shifted his feet, wanting to apologize, but the reality of the imperial study held him back. "Wanwan, I did not. It is merely that they mock me, ridiculing a third-rank general who possesses no concubine. How can you bear to allow me to become the subject of their derision?" Su Guiwan found his lamentation laughable, her fox-like eyes filled with scorn. "You see, you continually blame me. I, too, blame you. Is it necessary for us to continue this charade of a marriage? If this persists, we shall inevitably become bitter enemies."
Chu Yi shook his head in a panic.
"That cannot be. Wanwan, I would never harm you. And the child, we still have a child. You cannot abandon us." Su Guiwan quietly regarded Chu Yi as he scrambled for words, and once he finished, she mocked him with laughter. "Child? Who told you the child still exists?" Chu Yi's eyes widened in shock, his mind swirling with chaos as countless thoughts raced through him. Recognizing the expression on his face, Su Guiwan let out a dismissive laugh. How had she been so blind as to choose such a foolish man? "Do not overthink this. I, Su Guiwan, would not lie about my pregnancy. I terminated the child. I do not even care for the child's father. Do you truly believe I would care for a child within me?" As she spoke, Su Guiwan felt a pang of heartache so intense that she nearly broke down in tears. How could she not care for the child she had longed for? Before the child had arrived, she often envisioned their family of 3 enjoying spring outings, flying kites together. But all of those dreams had been shattered by Chu-yi. She had never thought herself to be bound by anything until she became pregnant. She realized then that a child could tether a woman for life. That day she sought out Chu-yi, hoping to find common ground for both of them. Such an act was unthinkable before her pregnancy. Yet that day, for the sake of the child, she had gone. Chu-yi collapsed to the ground, despair filling his heart. Without the child, did that mean Su Guiwan would truly never forgive him? During their months apart, he had felt emboldened by the presence of the child, knowing that as long as it existed, Su Guiwan would never leave the Inyuan Ho residence. Now, with the child gone, had Su Guiwan resolved to abandon him as her husband? The despair on Chu-yi's face affected all present, save for Su Guiwan and Prince Su, who felt a wave of sympathy for him. They criticized Su Guiwan for being too heartless, believing that the child was innocent, and even Chu-yi was blameless. Was it not merely a matter of taking a concubine? Must Su Guiwan go so far as to terminate the child and petition for a divorce? They deemed her jealous, unworthy of being a virtuous wife and mother. Yun Yen, seated upon the dragon throne, felt a headache coming on. He had personally issued the decree for this marriage. And now, less than 2 years later, the woman was making a scene before him, seeking permission for divorce. How would the world perceive him? Was he not merely striking himself in the face? Desiring to avoid public scrutiny, Yun Yen dismissed everyone. I still have several memorials to review. You may all return to your residences.
Su Guiwan bowed deeply to Yun Yen.
I shall wait outside the imperial study for your majesty to finish reviewing the memorials, to grant me the decree for divorce. Thank you, your majesty. Without regard for Yun Yan's expression, she exited and knelt outside the imperial study. Prince Su echoed Su Guiwan's sentiments, accompanying her in kneeling outside the study. Su Guiwan lowered her head to conceal the tears brimming in her eyes. She felt remorse for her grandfather. How could she allow him, at his advanced age, to kneel outside the imperial study alongside her? Her nails dug painfully into her flesh, anger saturating her features. She despised Chu-yi for his betrayal, but she loathed her former self even more. Why had she rushed into marriage with Chu-yi? Why had she not taken the time to observe more closely before hastily marrying him? Equally, she resented the figure seated within. Why, having already offered the grains and seeds, would he not fulfill her request? Su Guiwan and Prince Su remained kneeling until noon, with Chu-yi staying by their side. At the Chunwang residence, Yun Mo scattered fish food into the pond. Had the princess truly returned with grains that would increase yield? The leisurely Chu Rui, brewing tea, quickly grasped the implication. This was about applying pressure on the emperor to ensure the princess successfully obtained the decree for divorce. Chu Rui smiled and set down his tea. I understand. I shall go out to gather information. Indeed, I shall spread the word so that all may know of the princess's great benevolence. Understanding his role, Chu Rui left to take action, while Yun Mo observed the fish darting about in pairs in the pond. He took a handful of cake and scattered it, causing the fish to scatter in disarray. So much. It is overwhelming, he thought, glancing at the pond. Seeing the fish retreat, Chi-en approached the edge of the pond, dutifully leaping in to retrieve the cakes from the water. If left to rot, the cakes would not only foul the pond, but could also lead to the demise of the fish. Chapter 27. The Stone of Longing for a Wife. Observing the fish hiding, Chi-en diligently retrieved the cakes from the pond, recognizing that they would soon decompose and cause a foul stench, potentially endangering the fish. With the interference of Chu Rui, by noon, numerous storytellers and beggars emerged among the common folk, fervently advocating for Su Guiwan. They spoke of her many contributions to the people and the nation, arguing that her desire for a divorce decree was a trivial matter. It was of no great significance, for Chu-yi, a mere illegitimate son of a marquis, was unworthy of Su Guiwan. On Yun Yan's dragon table, numerous memorials had also surfaced, petitioning the emperor to grant Su Guiwan the divorce decree she sought. The most pressing matter at hand was to plant the grain seeds. The face of Chu-yi, a third-rank general, was hardly worth much. The emperor furiously hurled the memorial to the ground, exclaiming, "What is Chu-yi's face worth? And what of mine? Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The palace maids and eunuchs knelt on the ground. Despite the insults, Yun Yen found himself powerless. Among those submitting memorials were both new officials he had promoted and old ministers from the late emperor's reign. The sheer number made it impossible for him to find an excuse for punishment. At this critical juncture, the eyes of the common people were upon him. Should he truly penalize these ministers? The next rumor circulating among the populace might not be about Su Guowan's wish for a divorce, but rather about his own incompetence as an emperor. Ultimately, the emperor impatiently penned a decree stating that due to irreconcilable differences, Su Guowan, who was inherently jealous, was permitted to divorce. Upon receiving this unfriendly decree, Su Guowan bowed her head and remained silent for a long time. After expressing her gratitude to the emperor, she turned and left the palace without a trace of nostalgia. As they reached the palace gates and were about to part ways, Chui extended his hand to retain Su Guowan. She disdainfully took a step back. I once generously supplemented our household with my dowry. Now that we have divorced, I kindly ask you to prepare my dowry in full. I shall return in 3 days to retrieve it. I trust the Yuan Marquise is not lacking in my modest dowry. Noticing the mocking gazes and whispers around them, Chu Yi's face flushed. Of course. I will return every last coin to you in 3 days. Su Guowan responded with a cold laugh. That is excellent. I was concerned that your Yuan Marquise might not be able to produce it. Prince Su did not immediately leave with Su Guowan. Instead, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Chu Yi, seizing his collar and delivering a sound beating. He had long wished to strike Chu Yi, yet had restrained himself, fearing it might affect his granddaughter. Now, outside the palace, Chu Yi was at his mercy. Several ministers and palace guards silently observed as Prince Su pummeled Chu Yi, leaving him battered and bruised. Chu Yi, displaying his stubbornness, remained silent even as blood streamed from his nose. After delivering the beating, Prince Su coldly declared, "You are a worthless and treacherous scoundrel. From now on, every time I see you, I shall strike." After Prince Su departed, Chu Yi rose from the ground, his expression dark. He once again harbored resentment towards Su Guowan, unable to comprehend why she had to act so ruthlessly. They had once shared such affection. He had granted her over a year of his life, yet she remained dissatisfied. Fortunately, Su Guowan was oblivious to Chu Yi's thoughts. Had she heard them, she would have undoubtedly slapped him twice. Had she not given Chu Yi any chances? When he came to the Su residence seeking her hand, she had clearly stated to Prince Su that she intended to choose a husband who would come to her. Her future husband would be hers alone, and Chu Yi had once vowed he could fulfill that. Seated in a carriage, waiting for Prince Su to return, Su Guowan offered him a handkerchief to wipe his hands. "Grandfather, such a person is hardly worthy of your involvement. You have refrained from violence for many years. Now, you sully your hands for a petty scoundrel." Prince Su halted his hand, and upon hearing Su Guowan's derogatory remark, his beard involuntarily bristled. His granddaughter's words could be quite cutting. Fearing that Su Guowan would not spare even herself in her wrath, Prince Su subtly reminded her that Chu Yi was once your husband. Your harsh words do not reflect well on us. Su Guowan picked up a medical book from the table. But, grandfather,
You said that was in the past.
the former Su Guowan was blind. What relevance does that have to the current Su Guowan? The traditionally kind-hearted Prince Su was taken aback by Su Guowan's lesson, realizing matters could indeed be perceived differently. He proclaimed, "That is splendid. I would rather not acknowledge that I once chose such a worthless man for my granddaughter." Perplexed, he munched on a pastry, recalling how Chu Yi had once treated Su Guowan so well. Even he, as her grandfather, had been swayed to agree to their marriage. It was unimaginable how Chu Yi had changed. Prince Su, unable to fathom the transformation, ultimately concluded that Chu Yi had been young and free of worldly desires then.
Now,
Having established a family, witnessing the men around him taking numerous concubines, he must have desired the same. On the bustling street, Su Guowan lifted the carriage curtain and spotted a figure atop a distant tower. Some individuals always radiated brilliance, even in the midst of a lively marketplace. They captured one's gaze instantly. Su Guowan fixated on that ethereal presence, adorned in a white robe embroidered with green bamboo. Although she could not discern his expression, she felt an overwhelming sense of his loneliness. Her hand twitched, then withdrew, feigning nonchalance. As she redirected her gaze, she missed the faint blush that colored Yunmo's ears. He watched the carriage of the Su residence gradually fade from view until it was no longer visible before finally retreating into his chamber.
Shu Hui.
Seated at a table sipping tea, rolled his eyes dramatically. "If you wish to see someone, do so openly. Do not stand there like a statue." waiting for the Su residence's carriage to pass by. Frustrated, Chu Rui lamented that he had never encountered a man so timid in his life. Even the useless Chu Yi had the audacity to pursue Su Guiwan. Yet here was Yun Mo, the revered warlord of Dongjin, favored by the late emperor, a striking figure, who resembled an owl, only daring to steal glances at his beloved under the cover of darkness. What a blessing it was to have such a friend. With such admirable qualities, he should pursue her boldly. Chu Rui could not fathom that a man as exceptional as Yun Mo would be rejected by any woman. Chapter 28. The princess is precious and not to be toyed with. Yun Mo elegantly seated himself at the table, gazing at Chu Rui with disapproval. The princess is esteemed and valuable. She is not a jest for you to make. Chu Rui, momentarily stunned by Yun Mo's words, took a moment to realize he was being reprimanded for his earlier remark. In a fit of anger, he attempted to slam the teacup down to express his fury. But under Yun Mo's watchful gaze, he could only timidly set it down gently. All right. Your esteemed princess is precious. Does that not make you a prince equally so? Unbeknownst to Chu Rui, something he said struck a chord with Yun Mo, who was now graced with a slight smile. The princess is indeed the finest noblewoman in the realm. Seated beside him, Chu Rui grew increasingly irate, baffled by his own allegiance to such a master. He feared that one day, should the princess be displeased, his master, whom he had followed loyally for over a decade, might sacrifice his own head to appease her. Oh. But no, perhaps his master would find his blood too gruesome, worried it would frighten the princess. The more he thought about it, the more pitiful he felt for himself. A faithful subordinate who had served Yun Mo for many years, yet found himself overshadowed by someone with whom the prince had merely spent a few months. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Chu Rui cast a mournful gaze at Yun Mo, who coldly shot him a glance and retorted, "You would do well to keep your thoughts to yourself." One look at Chu Rui revealed that he was not contemplating anything virtuous. Feeling increasingly aggrieved yet remaining silent, he bore the brunt of accusations that rightfully belonged to his master, whose intentions were far from pure. Rising to adjust her attire, Yun Mo reflected on Yaozhi, known for his penchant for painting young maidens in their nakedness. If he so cherished such art, he would likely not flinch at befriending women. Chu Rui swallowed hard, recognizing the ruthless nature of the man from Bianjing. With a respectful bow, he addressed Yun Mo, "This subordinate shall attend to it at once." With that, he exited through the back door of the courtyard. Meanwhile, Yaozhi, traveling far afield, found himself unexpectedly incapacitated by bandits emerging from the woods. He reported the robbery. Yet the Eastern Jin court dismissed his claims, suspecting he was merely staging a scene to incite trouble. Furthermore, officials demanded proof of his injuries inflicted by the outlaws. Yaozhi could never reveal the loss of his masculine dignity, and thus he begrudgingly accepted his plight, waiting for the right moment to settle the score upon his return to Bianjing. For now, these matters were of little concern to Su Guiwan, who was preoccupied with reclaiming her dowry from the Yuan Marquisate. Servants of the Su Wangfu meticulously inspected her dowry. Not long into the examination, Linglong approached with a troubled expression, presenting the dowry list. "Your Highness, many precious jewels, medicinal herbs, and ornaments are missing, along with a shortfall of 67,523 taels of silver." Su Guiwan immediately directed a scornful gaze towards Chu Yi. Startled, he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Impossible! I instructed the servants to lay everything out in the courtyard." Su Guiwan observed him silently, and after a moment, she hurled the teacup she had been holding at him, soaking him in tea. "What do you mean everything is here? What on my head is this? I am well aware of the contents of my dowry." Chu Yi was taken aback by Su Guiwan's sudden outburst and turned to see his concubine, who was provocatively eyeing Su Guiwan. The jade headdress adorning the concubine's head was once cherished by Su Guiwan, a beloved set of accessories made of jade, glistening like dewdrops on spring leaves. It was a set she had often paired with her light green dresses. Chu Yi, fully aware of Su Guiwan's preferences, had carelessly gifted her jewelry to the concubine out of momentary delight. Now, confronted by Su Guiwan, he felt the heat of humiliation and shouted at the concubine, "Quickly remove that from your head." Both Su Wang and Su Guiwan exchanged glances of disbelief, particularly Su Guiwan, who stared in shock at the loathsome man before her. If Chu Yi had offered an apology or promised to compensate her, she might not have felt so disillusioned. Yet he did not. The man who once shone like the sun in her eyes now appeared as though he had never existed, merely a figment of her imagination. Glancing at Su Wang and the Marquis's wife, she noted their expressions mirrored her own astonishment. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. It was not her delusion nor blindness, but rather a shared deception by Chu Yi. Indeed, with a favored concubine and a seemingly promising future partner in Bianjing, combined with her commendable martial skills and the emperor's favor, it was no wonder he had grown arrogant. Su Guiwan watched the once demure concubine, now flustered, hastily remove her adornments at Chu Yi's command. A wave of sorrow washed over her. This was the man she once valued. Had she lacked the support of the Su Wangfu, the concubine's fate could easily have mirrored her own. As a maid delivered the items to Su Guiwan, she regarded them with indifference, calmly sipping the tea the maid had brought. If I recall correctly, many of the jewels with Lu Rushue were indeed mine, were they not? When she and Chu Yi had been together, she had overlooked his frequent gifts of her jewelry to Lu Rushue, reasoning that they were married, and thus ownership need not be so strictly delineated. Now that their relationship had soured, she resolved to reclaim her possessions, for failing to do so would render her the greatest of fools. Chu Yi, pleading with his eyes, hoped Su Guiwan would not pursue the matter further. He recalled that his concubine's family was but a decayed household. No matter how favored he was, he remained merely a secondary son of the Marquis. Everything within the Yuan Marquis was tightly controlled by the Marquis's wife and Chu Rue, the future heir. Apart from his salary and monthly allowance, he possessed no other income. All the ornaments and gifts he had given to his concubine had been derived from Su Guiwan's wealth. In truth, he had little to show for himself. Chapter 29. This princess shall not let it go, reflecting on his lavish lifestyle. Chu Yi gazed at Su Guiwan with increasingly pitiful eyes. He recalled how, in the past, this very look would elicit a reluctant smile from her, and she would forgive him for his transgressions. Unable to bear the sight of Chu Yi's pathetic display, Chu Rue cleared his throat and interjected, cough, cough. Younger brother, as a man, you should be straightforward. Return the princess's dowry at once. We cannot allow the Yuan Marquis to be ridiculed for shamelessly retaining the bride's dowry. With a pointed glance at the fidgeting Yuan Marquis, he warned him to remain silent if he wished to avoid making their family a laughingstock. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Rue's words, the Marquis fell silent. While he favored Chu Yi, he still had his pride. Chu Rue's fan fluttered rapidly as he silently prayed that Su Guiwan would not show mercy to the worthless Chu Yi. If she were to relent today, he could only dread the ensuing chaos. Ultimately, it would be he, the innocent subordinate, who would suffer the consequences. Having already received countless scornful glances for being Chu Yi's brother, he was in no mood to attract further ire. Su Guiwan spared not a single glance at Chu Rue. Fully aware of the discord between him and Chu Yi after a year of being married into the Yuan Marquis. Whether Chu Rue intervened out of kindness or simply out of disdain for Chu Yi was inconsequential to her. Her sole objective remained to reclaim her dowry. Chu Yi cast a resentful glare at Chu Rue, who always felt the need to meddle whenever he encountered difficulties. Previously, when Chu Yi had been the son-in-law of the Su Wangfu, he had regarded him with disdain. Now that he had been cast aside by Su Guiwan, he was even less inclined to regard him. Su Guiwan, idly tapping her fingers on the table, inquired, "So, Chu Yi, when will you return my dowry?" In an attempt to humiliate Su Guiwan, Bai Yinyang, having called for Lu Rushue, arrived just as Su Guiwan was pressuring her son to return the dowry. Angered, she strode over to Chu Yi's side, seeking to bolster his resolve. Su Guiwan, do not go too far. It is merely a dowry, as if anyone would covet it. When Bai Yinyang spoke, the members of the Yuan Marquis household regarded her with expressions of incredulity. What did she mean by merely a trifle of dowry? Su Guiwan's dowry could hardly be considered trifling. It consisted of over 200 pieces, comparable even to that of the Empress. Had it not been for Prince Su personally pleading with the Emperor, their extravagant dowry would have long been subject to censure from the censors. Su Guiwan could hardly be bothered to respond, for someone like Bai Yinyang would not have caught her eye at all had it not been for her son, Chu Yi. Linglong audibly rolled her eyes at Bai Yinyang, while Yunxiang shrugged in resignation. Though the two maids said nothing, their expressions conveyed a scathing mockery towards Bai Yinyang. The main hall fell into a silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop, a stark contrast to the raucousness Bai Yinyang's words had just provoked. It wasn't until Bai Yinyang, belatedly realizing the atmosphere, turned to face the visibly irate Yuan Marquis that Su Guiwan finally broke into a smile. Chu-yi, she said. Did you hear that? Your dear auntie looks down upon my dowry, so surely she will not covet it. Then, will you have my dowry fully organized? Chu-yi gazed at Su Guiwan, his heart heavy with unspoken words, desperately searching her face for a hint of affection. Instead, he was met with a chilling unfamiliarity in her eyes, as though he were nothing more than a stranger. Su Guiwan's demeanor was so indifferent that it felt as if he were an inconsequential outsider rather than her beloved. Bai Yinyang's expression darkened at Su Guiwan's words. She was no fool and certainly recognized the sarcasm laced within. With a haughty tone, she commanded her maid, "Go fetch the items belonging to that person from my quarters. Since she has divorced my son, there should be no remnants of her presence here, lest the next mistress finds them displeasing." Well said. But perhaps if Bai Yinyang could return the items she is currently adorned with, her words might carry more weight. Otherwise, one might think your current bravado is merely a facade, Su Guiwan interjected mockingly, clapping her hands as she regarded Bai Yinyang, who sought to humiliate her. Chu-yi felt as though the weight of his grievances had been thrust upon Su Guiwan, and the last vestiges of his affection faded away. He vowed that if he ever stooped so low as to cherish Su Guiwan again, he would be the greatest fool in existence. Lu Rushue had been fixated on Chu-yi, acutely aware of the shifting emotions in his gaze. A sense of relief washed over her. At last, her desires were within reach. From this moment forth, Chu-yi and Su Guiwan would be utterly disentangled. Overcome with delight, Lu Rushue gently took Chu-yi's arm in front of everyone, saying, "Princess, your dowry will be returned to you in full. There is no need for you to create such a scene. It casts doubt upon your character." Su Guiwan examined the pink gemstone ring adorning her finger and replied, "Let them doubt. I am not of an age where I cannot find a suitor, waiting solely to become a concubine. If memory serves, the golden hairpin on your head is also part of my dowry, is it not?" Lu Rushue's previously gentle smile faltered, and with an awkward demeanor, she removed the hairpin. "Apologies, princess, I merely tried it on because it was beautiful. Surely, with your vast wealth, you wouldn't begrudge a lonely girl like myself." Su Guiwan's icy gaze fixed upon Lu Rushue. "Who says I would not? Regardless of my wealth, it is mine, and mine alone. Even if it were to rot, it is not for you to pilfer." Tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Rushue clutched Chu-yi's sleeve, hoping he would intercede on her behalf. The hairpin was a gift from him, and she could easily reveal that to Su Guiwan. Yet, she knew that doing so would tarnish her standing with Chu-yi. What was reputation compared to his affections? Lu Rushue was astute in reading hearts, and Chu-yi instinctively pulled her protectively behind him. "Princess Wan, the hairpin was given to Sister Shui by me. You know her father." Su Guiwan interrupted him. "I have no interest in your affairs. My only concern is when you will return my dowry." Chu-yi found his words caught in his throat, unable to articulate a response. With the onlookers from the Marquis household casting derisive glances, a surge of impulse coursed through him. Today, I shall return everything to you." Chapter 30. Retrieving the family assets, Su Guiwan reclined slightly in her chair. "That will suffice. Linglong, Yunxiang, keep a close watch. Ensure that not a single item is missing." This last remark was directed at Bai Yinyang and Chu-yi, both of whom wore expressions of humiliation, feeling insulted by Su Guiwan's words. Yet, their pride prevented them from reacting overtly. As Linglong and Yunxiang began to tally the dowry, they hastily sought excuses to remove everything belonging to Su Guiwan from their quarters. After some time, as they gazed at the diminished dowry before them, now lacking a third of its original amount, Su Guiwan remained silent, her eyes fixed on Chu-yi. The Yuan Marquis, witnessing the disarray wrought by the people of the Su prince's residence, turned to Prince Su in exasperation. "Your Highness, do you not think the princess is being a tad excessive?" Prince Su's gaze, imbued with menace, shot towards the Yuan Marquis. "Excessive? I believe Wanwan is being far too lenient. Had it been me, not only would I reclaim my dowry, but a treacherous person deserves nothing less than death." The Yuan Marquis, intimidated by Prince Su's fierce demeanor, dared not provoke the irate prince. He could only hope that Su Guiwan, being young, would have a softer heart. "Princess, might we bring this matter to a close? Not all of your dowry was misused by Shao-yi. You have also made use of it, have you not?" Leaning languidly in her chair, Su Guiwan dismissed the Marquis's attempts at appeasement. "The amount I have used has long been calculated by my maids. It is of no concern if you have forgotten, Marquis. Linglong, please remind the Marquis." Fuming, The Marquis glared at the audacious Su Guiwan, rising from his seat. Su Guiwan, do not be so arrogant. It is no wonder my son has spurned you. Su Guiwan cast a dispassionate glance at the enraged Marquis, gently pressing Prince Su back into his seat. Is this what you consider arrogance? It is truly regrettable that a man of your age has never seen the world. Chu Rui and the Marquis's wife were taken aback by Su Guiwan's audacity, their eyes widening in astonishment. After the shock wore off, admiration filled their gazes. Truly, she was the one bold enough to request a divorce. She had character. The Marquis, flustered and at a loss for words, could only stammer as he pointed at Su Guiwan, unable to formulate a retort. Yet, Su Guiwan was quick to counter his earlier words. The Emperor himself heard me declare my intent to divorce. Are you implying that the Emperor is blind and deaf? How bold of you to question his judgment. Su Guiwan's seemingly casual remarks sent a chill through the Marquis. If word of this reached the Emperor, he would not be spared. Suppressing a laugh, he attempted to explain that he had merely misspoken in a moment of frustration, hoping Su Guiwan would not hold it against him. Upon hearing the Marquis's words, Su Guiwan found amusement in observing the gentle Lu Rushue, who stood by Chu Yi's side. As Lu Rushue comforted Chu Yi, a glance from Su Guiwan sent a tremor through her heart. For years, she had only triumphed over Chu Yi in her confrontations with Su Guiwan. After all, Su Guiwan was truly ruthless, her words sharp as daggers. Su Guiwan never failed to disappoint Lu Rushue, always ready to strike a blow. Miss Lu just told me that she has her eye on Chu Yi. Those unaware might think she is meant to be with Lord Anyuan. Chu Rui concealed his amusement behind a folding fan, while Madame Anyuan hastily lifted a cup of tea to mask her own smile. The flustered Lord Anyuan, unable to outwit Su Guiwan, cast a desperate glance at Prince Su, hoping he would intervene. Prince Su, with a gentle smile and a fond gaze at Su Guiwan, allowed her to speak freely. Infuriated, Lord Anyuan angrily tossed his sleeves behind him. Unreasonable. Chu Rui, you handle this. I will not intervene. Chu Rui, outwardly polite, secretly gave Su Guiwan a thumbs up. Lu Rushue bit her lip in humiliation. Every time she opened her mouth, Prince Su's warning gaze fell upon her. She dared not offend him. If she angered Su Guiwan, Chu Yi might still support her. However, if she crossed Prince Su, who knew what fate awaited her, a defenseless orphan against a powerful prince, should she meet a dire end, no one would rise to defend her. Clenching her fists tightly, she resolved to ascend the social ladder at any cost. Observing Chu Yi and Lu Rushue's strained expressions, Su Guiwan's lips curled into a slight smile. The sight of her rival's discontent brought her joy. In her happiness, genuine delight radiated from her face. Chu Yi, will you finally repay the dowry and silver you owe me? Chu Rui, flamboyantly waving his fan, grinned mischievously. Indeed, second brother, as a third-rank general of Dongjin, you wouldn't stoop to embezzling your ex-wife's dowry, would you? Though framed as a question, his expression conveyed a statement, provoked by the very person he despised. Chu Yi glared at Su Guiwan. Of course I will repay. He promptly ordered everything he owned to be pawned to settle the debt. Yet, this was still insufficient to cover Su Guiwan's dowry, as the gifts he had given others were taken from it. Unable to reclaim those items, he had no choice but to compensate with his own funds. Chu Rui exchanged glances with Madame Anyuan, eagerly anticipating this moment. He straightened up. By the way, I should remind you, Lord Anyuan's estate has some assets that belong to you. If it's still not enough, you could mortgage your inheritance to the princess. Chu Yi shot a furious glare at Chu Rui, wishing he could pounce and silence him. Madame Anyuan, perceiving Chu Yi's disrespect towards her son, grew cold in her demeanor. She resolved that when the time came to expel Chu Yi and the concubine Bai, they would take nothing with them. Bai, infuriated, exclaimed, "Young master, how can you seize Xiao Yi's inheritance?" Chu Rui shot her a disdainful look. Having spent ample time with Yun Mo, he had grown increasingly comfortable in his demeanor. He longed to be as carefree as Yun Mo, who lived without restraint. Chapter 31. Retrieving the dowry. Madame Anyuan slammed her teacup down. Who would covet the trifles of a bastard? My son merely proposed a solution. I noticed you all enjoyed using her dowry comfortably, and now that you can't repay, you make excuses to evade responsibility. Truly, a child of lesser birth, lacking in vision and ambition. Bai was wounded by Madame Anyuan's words, her eyes reddening as she glared at her. Chu Yi surveyed his surroundings. Realizing everyone was reveling in his humiliation, pressing his lips together, he finally relented. Fine. I agree to return the inheritance to Princess Su. He emphasized the title, intending to convey to Su Guiwan that they were now truly strangers. Su Guiwan's expression remained unfazed, her indifference to Chu Yi's words palpable. With a demeanor that was both resolute and ethereal, she appeared almost otherworldly in her silence. This sight sent a wave of panic through Chu Yi, as though something precious was slipping from his grasp. Lu Ruxue, noticing the growing infatuation in Chu Yi's gaze towards Su Guiwan, urgently grasped his arm. Xiao Yi, the princess did not intend to humiliate you. She is simply accustomed to her elevated status, unaware of our struggles. Lu Ruxue's words momentarily quelled Chu Yi's turmoil and awe for Su Guiwan. Stiffening his resolve, he urged Chu Rui to retrieve his inheritance to compensate Su Guiwan. Madame On Yuan and Chu Rui promptly provided the meticulously calculated assets meant for Chu Yi, including silver and shops, to repay Su Guiwan. Su Guiwan glanced at the ledger in her hands and offered Madame On Yuan a gentle smile. She accepted their generosity, as the shops they presented were far more lucrative than what would eventually be allocated to Chu Yi. In the end, Chu Yi was left with only a modest residence and a few servants. Servants from the Su residence carried box after box of Su Guiwan's dowry back. Prince Su stood at the entrance, directing the servants, determined to show the world that it was his granddaughter who rejected the faithless Chu Yi. His granddaughter had always been the best in the realm. Even in separation, the Su family would eternally stand as her support. With Prince Su's formidable backing, neither the common folk nor officials dared to speak ill of Su Guiwan. Unable to criticize her, they turned their curiosity towards Chu Yi, who became the talk of Bianjing. Fearing mockery, he insisted on taking a concubine. Now, having succeeded in this endeavor, he found himself the subject of ridicule instead. Ashamed, Chu Yi retreated into the courtyard as the servants carried out belongings. Upon entering the courtyard, he was struck by its desolation. It had never felt so empty before. Sensing Chu Yi's loneliness, Lu Ruxue took his hand. Xiao Yi, you will no longer be ridiculed by those in Bianjing. Chu Yi smiled at Lu Ruxue, finally feeling a sense of liberation. He could now be the proud young general, free from the taunts regarding his lack of a concubine. Standing outside the On Yuan residence, Su Guiwan cast a final glance at the home she had inhabited for over a year. It was time to let go. She was Su Guiwan, unwavering in her identity, never to alter herself for anyone. Perhaps from the very beginning, her choice to marry into the On Yuan household for Chu Yi had been misguided. She had carefully preserved his pride and dignity, only for him to blame her for his disgrace, alleging that her jealousy had brought him shame. Yet, when Chu Yi had sought her hand, her grandfather had already disclosed the circumstances of her future husband's intended adoption. In moments of affection, everything seems agreeable. Yet when hearts waver, the promises made in those tender times transform into mere justifications for betrayal. Su Guiwan closed her eyes, then opened them once more, revealing an unprecedented resolve. Bring all my belongings back to the Su Wangfu. From this day forth, I shall be known solely as Su Junju, with no further ties to the Yuan Hofu. The servants of Su Wangfu responded in unison, affirming her statement. Onlookers, including commoners and relatives of officials, regarded Su Guiwan with complex expressions. They were inclined to gossip about her jealousy and disregard for societal norms, but the imposing presence of Prince Su by her side silenced their tongues. With Prince Su offering no comment, they felt unqualified to voice their opinions. Su Guiwan's situation was unlike that of others. In families burdened by a jealous or discarded woman, the entire household faced repercussions. However, Su Guiwan stood alone in the Su Wangfu, her actions affecting no one else. Enlightened by this realization, the crowd's eyes brightened as they focused on the gates of the Yuan Hofu. One by one, her dowry items were carried out, revealing once again the wealth of Su Wangfu and the favor bestowed upon Su Guiwan, the esteemed princess. Draped in a gown of pale yellow, Su Guiwan gracefully approached the crowd, announcing, "Some items in my dowry have been used, and I find them unclean. Therefore, I shall exchange those for money and distribute grain and warm clothing at the city gate. Families in need may come forward to claim them." Her declaration elicited joyful cries from the crowd. Many beggars and impoverished individuals, aware of her return to reclaim her dowry, gathered outside the Yuan Hofu, eager to offer assistance and anticipate her generosity. In previous years, Su Guiwan had cared for their ailments and provided them with sustenance free of charge. When she sought the emperor's decree for divorce, the news spread rapidly among the populace, thanks in part to their support. They recognized that her actions diverged from convention and were frowned upon by society, yet they also understood that she was their benefactor. In her quest for a divorce, they were willing to risk everything to help fulfill her desires. An elderly woman, holding a small girl's hand and clutching a pouch, approached Su Guiwan, exclaiming, "Commoner pays respect to the princess." Su Guiwan hurried to assist the unsteady old woman. As she did, Yunxiang helped the small girl, who was kneeling and holding the pouch high above her head. Su Guiwan, wiping the old woman's tears with a handkerchief, said, "Dear elder, let us take our time to discuss whatever troubles you." The old woman, filled with tears, gazed affectionately at the ethereal figure before her. "Princess, for years ago, my granddaughter nearly lost her life, and it was you who saved her. Now that she has grown up safely, I have brought her to the temple to seek a talisman for your well-being. Please accept it." With moist eyes, Su Guiwan solemnly accepted the pouch held aloft by the small girl. "Thank you, dear elder," she said, smiling as she gently stroked the girl's fluffy hair. "By the way, I do not yet know your name, little sister." The girl looked up at her grandmother and, receiving permission, gazed adoringly at Su Guiwan's fair face. "Princess sister, my name is Yusu. Grandma says you saved me when I was ill, and I hope to protect you when I grow up." A moment of astonishment flickered across Su Guiwan's face, quickly replaced by emotion. She tenderly spoke to the girl and the old woman. "Every individual is unique and deserving of their own life. Rather than wishing for me, I hope she will have a life filled with happiness." The small girl, unable to comprehend Su Guiwan's words, simply felt drawn to her warmth and beauty, wanting to gaze upon the savior her grandmother often spoke of. The old woman, moved by Su Guiwan's sentiments, grappled with her own stubbornness, realizing that had it not been for the princess, she might have overlooked her granddaughter's needs. Attempting to kneel once more, she was stopped by Su Guiwan, who gently held her back. "You speak wisely, dear elder. It was my folly." Yet she implored, "Might you bestow a name upon my granddaughter, who you saved?" Su Guiwan's gaze softened as it fell upon the bright-eyed child before her. "How about Wu Yu? Meaning free from worries, a life without sorrow. What do you think of this name?" The old woman wept tears of joy and brought the little Wu Yu forward. Insisting she bow to Su Guiwan. Despite Su Guiwan's attempts to prevent it, the elderly woman was resolute, and Su Guiwan accepted the gesture with a resigned smile. The old woman's son and daughter-in-law were engaged in business outside, and though they had some modest means, they declined Su Guiwan's monetary offerings. After performing the bowing ceremony, they stepped aside, allowing Su Guiwan's moment to unfold without interruption. With the elderly woman setting the precedent, others whom Su Guiwan had aided began to present their gifts, homegrown vegetables, wildflowers, and a variety of tokens of appreciation. They did not understand why Su Guiwan chose to part ways with Chu Yi, but they recognized her as a benevolent soul. Unable to offer her much in return, they sought to convey their respect through these small gestures, affirming that even in her separation, Su Guiwan remained the most noble princess of Bianjing. Su Guiwan graciously declined the gifts, knowing she lacked for nothing, while understanding the needs of the people. Ultimately, the gifts remained unbestowed, yet the townsfolk took solace in knowing that their beloved princess remained untouched by the gossip that swirled around her. For them, her happiness was paramount. Prince Su gazed skyward, smiling despite the winter gloom. He felt as though the sun was poised to break through, heralding the arrival of spring. His granddaughter, so remarkable, deserved better than the unappreciative Chu Yi. Losing her was the greatest misfortune of Chu Yi's life. Xue Miao, laden with gifts to congratulate Su Guiwan on reclaiming her dowry, found herself unable to push through the throng and instead turned back to await their return at Su Wangfu. Upon Su Guiwan's arrival, she was nearly knocked over by Xue Miao's exuberant embrace. With an amused smile, Su Guiwan remarked, Xue, if you keep rushing like that, we shall surely make fools of ourselves." Xue Miao, grinning, nestled against Su Guiwan's soft form, exclaimed, Wan, how wonderful. Congratulations on freeing yourself from that deceitful scoundrel. I cannot wait to see how high Chu Yi can rise without your fortune and influence." Xue Miao's confidence radiated as she vowed to challenge Chu Yi at court, determined to seize any opportunity to undermine him. As for Lu Ruxue, she would be met with a reckoning, for Xue Miao was prepared to ensure she paid the price for her actions. A glimmer of cunning shone in her eyes as Su Guiwan playfully pinched her nose, saying, "You must behave. I have my own plans. Avoid any contact with Lu Rushua. She is unworthy of your attention." Su Miao happily clasped Su Guiwan's hand, proclaiming herself to be Su Guiwan's best friend, grateful for the concern shown toward her. The maidservant who accompanied her remained silent, contemplating whether to inform her mistress of the possibility that the princess feared Su Guiwan's innocence would be no match for the likes of Miss Lu. Su Guiwan sighed deeply, already aware of Su Miao's true nature. To speak plainly would wound her tender heart, while subtlety would render her words meaningless. Perhaps it would be best to assign a secret guard to protect her in due course. At the Prince of Chen's residence, Yun Mo sat immobile in the pavilion. Just after plotting against Chu Yi, Chu Rui scaled the wall into the residence. Upon entering, he found Yun Mo in a despondent state and, lifting his garments, sat beside him. Guess what transpired today at the Yuan Marquis' residence? Yun Mo lifted a teacup from the table, sipping nonchalantly. Though his ears perked up with interest, Chu Rui secretly ground his teeth, feigning loyalty as he shared every detail of the events at the Yuan Marquis' estate. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Yun Mo's softened expression. Seizing the moment, Chu Rui boldly remarked, "I never anticipated the princess would possess such renown in Bianjing. The common folk are in support of her divorce." Yun Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. "They are merely a grateful lot. After the disgrace brought upon your Yuan Marquis' house by Chu Yi, perhaps it is time to distribute charity to mend your reputation?" Chu Rui nearly lost his balance, staring incredulously at the smiling Yun Mo. Was it so necessary to disguise their gratitude towards the princess as an act for the sake of the Marquis' honor? Nevertheless, whatever schemes his master pursued, a loyal subordinate must strive to fulfill them. Barely settled, Chu Rui sprang back up, eager to return to his charitable duties. Yun Mo called after him, "Go to the storeroom and collect your funds. Feel free to select anything that pleases you." Chu Rui's expression transformed from one of despair to elation. "Thank you, Mo. I shall go at once. Should such opportunities arise again, remember to call upon me." With joy, he dashed off to the storeroom, where treasures he had long coveted awaited him. Fortunately, as both a subordinate and a friend to Yun Mo, such fortune was rightfully his. Jian watched in dismay as Chu Rui filled his box with items, wishing to close it and hasten his departure. After Chu Rui selected a box of jade chess pieces, Jian promptly sealed the box. "Young Master Chu, allow me to assist you in carrying this out." Chu Rui opened the box again. "Why the rush? I have yet to finish my selection." The prince himself said I could choose at will. Jian stifled his anguish as he watched Chu Rui load the box with items that each held great value. Just as Jian could no longer bear the sight and prepared to forcibly evict Chu Rui from the storeroom, Chu Rui finally clapped his hands, declaring, "That's sufficient. Kindly arrange for these items to be secretly delivered to the Yuan Marquis' residence." With that, he fanned himself with a folding fan he had tucked into his belt. Jian shot him a cold glance. "You claimed you needed no assistance. Move it yourself." With that, he unceremoniously expelled Chu Rui and locked the storeroom. As Chu Rui stood there, hands on hips, watching Jian's retreating figure, he thought, "Is it truly necessary to treat me this way for merely taking a few items?" Biting his fan, he carefully carried the goods out through the back door of the Prince of Chen's residence. With Jian's orders in mind, none of the guards or servants would lend him a hand. Regardless, he felt fortunate for what he gained today. A bit of labor was a small price to pay. For the first time, Chu Rui found himself genuinely pleased to be working. After Su Guiwan's separation from Chu Yi, she returned to a life reminiscent of her days before marriage. She spent her time in the prince's residence, immersed in the study of medicine, even learning martial arts from Ling Long. Previously, her focus had solely been on her studies and healing arts, dismissing the need for combat skills. However, after narrowly escaping from a wolf and tumbling down a cliff, she realized the necessity of acquiring some martial prowess. She could no longer entrust her life to others. Time passed swiftly amidst her endeavors. 10 days later, upon receiving news from the outside world, Su Guiwan learned that the envoy from the Shilin Kingdom had arrived in Dongjin. Having just finished her martial training, she wiped her brow with a handkerchief. "Are you saying the emperor intends to host a welcome banquet for the Shilin envoys?" Ling Long frowned. "Indeed, it seems perplexing why the emperor would extend such hospitality to those who have slain so many of our people. He even plans to personally host the banquet in the palace." Recalling the towns devastated by the Shilling forces, both Su Guiwan and Linglong were consumed with hatred. Those were the citizens and soldiers of Dongjin. Had it not been for Yunmo's timely intervention in repelling those invaders, the toll would have been even greater. Regrettably, the emperor, whose reputation was already questionable, chose to send a substantial amount of supplies to the Shilling kingdom as a means of appeasement after their retreat. This decision had led to discord between him and his senior advisors. As Su Guiwan shed her training attire and stepped into the bath, she instructed Yunxiang, "Prepare the new blue gown for me. I shall wear it to the banquet." After bowing, Yunxiang exited to fetch matching accessories and shoes. Linglong, scattering rose petals into the bath, expressed her confusion. Will the princess be attending the palace banquet? Ever since her separation from Chu Yi, she has remained in the Su residence, only occasionally meeting Su Miao. The gatherings of young ladies are no place for someone who has been divorced, and they seem to avoid her, fearing they might be looked down upon by suitors. The gatherings of married women were primarily aimed at fostering relationships with their families, and for someone like Su Guiwan, who had been divorced, such endeavors were unnecessary. The Su residence had no need for her to ingratiate herself with others, leading to an awkward position for her at the banquet. In a tacit agreement, the young ladies and married women had collectively decided to deliver invitations to Su Guiwan only on the last day of the banquet, leaving her no time to prepare. The servants of the Su Wangfu understood their intentions. After the first time they spoke to Su Guiwan, such posts were never brought before her again to avoid annoying her. This time, the banquet at the palace required the presence of the esteemed officials of the Su Wangya. However, Su Guiwan contemplated her own desire to attend. Linglong's words rendered her silent. Truth be told, she had no inclination to participate in this palace gathering. It was merely a contest between two nations, and a means of fostering relationships among certain individuals. Su Guiwan placed the handkerchief used for bathing onto the tray and, with her slender, jade-like fingers, picked up a delicate petal.
Attends.
Is it not true that Chu Yi intends to bring Lu Rushua to the palace banquet today? If I were to absent myself, others might mistakenly think I am afraid. Rising, she allowed her maid to assist in drying her body, a hint of subtle mockery gracing her features. Did Chu Yi truly believe that returning the dowry would resolve their conflicts? He leveraged the influence of the Su Wangfu for his own ascendance, while Lu Rushua plotted against her. The enmity she held was far from settled. 3 days later, clad in a striking blue gown, adorned with matching hairpins and ornaments, Su Guiwan appeared exceptionally ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being from the Moon Palace. The gaze of several young nobles was irresistibly drawn to her, their eyes filled with astonishment. Some began to calculate her exquisite beauty, noble lineage, and substantial wealth made her an enviable match. Marrying Su Guiwan would be tantamount to marrying the Su Wangfu. Was it truly impossible for them to wed a divorced woman? Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Su Guiwan calmly proceeded to her designated seat. A petulant young lady, brimming with indignation, stepped forward to block her path. If I remember correctly, Madam Qingning, you are already married. It is inappropriate for you to sit at the table designated for unmarried women. Several matrons exchanged glances, promptly marking a significant cross on the young lady's name on the list. At any banquet, there were only rows of men facing rows of women, consisting of both married and unmarried. Anyone with sense could see that this was a deliberate attempt to embarrass Su Guiwan. Did they truly think that the renowned Su Junju of Bianjing was a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Such a foolish and oblivious woman, if married off, would surely doom her family's lineage. With an amused expression, Su Guiwan regarded the self-important girl. And who might you be? I do not recall ever having seen you before. Has someone's dog been let loose? The girl's smug expression faltered, her anger compelling her to raise her hand to strike Su Guiwan. What did you say? How dare you insult me as a dog? Linglong swiftly seized the girl's hand, preventing her from retaliating, leaving the girl to glare furiously at Su Guiwan. It's all your fault, Su Guiwan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been jilted. You've ruined my life. Not only was everyone else baffled, but even Su Guiwan herself was taken aback. When had she ever harmed anyone or caused a jilted engagement? Glancing at the frenzied girl, she remarked, how is it that this princess is unaware of when she harmed you or caused your engagement to be called off? Duan Qingning glared at Su Guiwan. You truly have a forgetful nature for someone of your status. If it weren't for you exposing Duan Qingyu's affection for Chu Yi, how would she have been cast aside? And why would I have been jilted? Su Guiwan walked directly to her seat, unperturbed. I was just pondering who had been scorned by their fiancé and left unwed. It turns out to be Duan Qingyo's sister. How unsurprising. Every gaze was now fixed intently on Su Guiwan, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Some silently congratulated themselves for not having crossed paths with her. Indeed, Su Guiwan was ruthless, having ruined an innocent girl's life yet remaining utterly unfazed. Meanwhile, a few rational minds shook their heads, recognizing the folly of those involved. Had it not been for Duan Qingyo's own transgressions and malicious intent to see Su Guiwan humiliated, she would not have met such a fate. Duan Qingyo's sister was equally misguided. It was her sister's mistakes that had led to her downfall. Yet she chose to blame Su Guiwan instead of the true culprit, Duan Qingyu. Having arrived at the banquet alongside Chu Yi, Lu Rushue witnessed Duan Qingning's humiliation at Su Guiwan's hands and inwardly cursed her for being so ineffectual. Determined not to allow Su Guiwan to maintain her lofty demeanor, she stepped forward, declaring, "Your Highness, Miss Duan is merely distressed over her broken engagement and spoke out of turn. Please do not further harm her." As she spoke, Lu Rushue dabbed at the corners of her eyes, feigning sympathy for Duan Qingning. Su Guiwan rested her chin on her hand, unimpressed. "Advise this princess? And you, a mere orphan? Lu Rushue, who gave you the audacity?
Cheheui?
Have you forgotten that the man you now cling to is one this princess has no desire for? To scavenge off the remnants of this princess's feasts and dare to challenge her is quite the audacity." Humiliated, Lu Rushue lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked to Chu Yi for support. Upon seeing her pleading gaze, Chu Yi rushed to her side. "Your Highness, you must not go too far. I, Chu Yi, am a man. You should not insult me. Sister Shui is simply too kind-hearted to defend Miss Duan." Su Guiwan regarded Chu Yi coldly as he embraced Lu Rushue. Did they truly believe this was romantic? Had they not noticed the whispers of the onlookers? With a disdainful shift of posture, she propped her chin in her hand. Such shameless entanglements were indeed the realm of the virtuous Miss Lu. Lu Rushue, nestled in Chu Yi's embrace, gazed at Su Guiwan with feigned innocence. "Your Highness, you may insult me, but you cannot belittle my sincere feelings for Chu Yi." Turning to Chu Yi, Lu Rushue declared with conviction, "I, Lu Rushue, adore Chu Yi. As long as I can be by his side, I would not mind if it meant being a concubine, without any formal title, without any regrets." "Well said." A sudden voice interrupted the astonishment on everyone's faces. Su Guiwan and the crowd turned to the source of the voice. Dressed in a jade crown and a robe embroidered with white pine, Yun Mo strode confidently into the banquet hall. "Greetings, Prince Chun. Greetings, Prince Chun." The sounds of reverence echoed throughout the hall. Su Guiwan rose in unison with the others to pay her respects to Yun Mo. He approached Chu Yi and the others, smiling as he addressed Lu Rushue. "General Chu has truly discerning taste. He has found such a devoted and affectionate lady." Lu Rushue looked at the radiant Yun Mo, her heart fluttering with excitement.
Cheheui,
However, wore a perplexed expression, unaware of when the Prince Chun had become so affable. While others were filled with uncertainty and suspicion, Su Guiwan steadfastly scrutinized Yun Mo's expression, awaiting his next words. She did not believe he could overlook Lu Rushue's ambitions and schemes. Noticing the trust reflected on Su Guiwan's fair face, Yun Mo smiled even more warmly, leading others to believe he was genuinely praising Lu Rushue. Even Lu Rushue thought so, her heart racing as she subtly withdrew from Chu Yi's embrace, creating distance between them. She hoped that if Yun Mo had noticed her sooner, she would not have sullied her reputation for Chu Yi. Now she could only wish that he would overlook her past attempts to win his favor. Observing Lu Rushue's actions and expressions, Yun Mo smirked and remarked, "Miss Lu is so infatuated that she would willingly become a concubine just to remain by General Chu's side. Such devotion truly moves this prince. Therefore, I have taken the liberty of procuring a royal decree for you. Do remember to express your gratitude, my dear." Chapter 35. A woman of some talent. Lu Rushue felt herself buoyed by Yun Mo's words, her face radiating with pride. Chu Yi boasted as he cast a glance at Su Guiwan, declaring that the world was not solely enamored with her. There were many who would love him even without Su Guiwan by his side, unlike her, who would find no suitors upon their separation. What did it matter if Su Guiwan sought a divorce? Any woman married to him, Chu Yi, would receive a royal decree of marriage. At that moment, a servant behind Yun Mo presented the decree, causing a wave of kneeling figures in the grand hall. Those who had suffered under Yunmo's hand lowered their heads in confusion, uncertain of his sudden benevolence. As the servant read the decree, a sense of finality enveloped the room. Lu Rushue's face turned ashen, her mind echoing the word finished. Chuyi's countenance was filled with rage, feeling that Yunmo was intentionally humiliating him. Yet, with the fall of the Su Wangfu, he found no allies among the old ministers who would speak on his behalf. He dared not offend Yunmo, bowing his head in humiliation. Yunmo, smiling as he stroked the Buddhist beads on his wrist, remarked that this decree was specially requested for Miss Lu, and he wondered if she was too stingy to offer even a word of thanks. Reluctantly, Lu Rushua knelt and bowed her head, thanking the Prince of Chun for his kindness. A smile danced on Su Guowan's lips, nearly provoking her to laugh aloud.
Truly.
The Prince of Chun executed his plans splendidly. Seeing the girl's eyes alight with laughter, Yunmo's own gaze softened with mirth. His efforts in negotiating with Yun Yan had borne fruit, securing a decree that designated Lu Rushua as a concubine, one who could never ascend to the primary position. He understood the girl's pride. She would never tolerate a woman who had schemed against her occupying her former place. Lu Rushua, ambitious and eager to become a general's wife, found that only the emperor's decree could thwart such aspirations. It was the emperor's decree that could also serve as retribution for the girl. Returning his gaze from her, Yunmo nonchalantly seated himself and gestured for everyone to rise, declaring that he had procured the decree because he noticed Miss Lu's fondness for being a concubine and that today he had done a good deed, lifting his spirits. Silence enveloped the hall. No one dared to speak. They had never witnessed such audacious behavior, clad as if descended from the heavens, yet engaging in actions unbecoming of such an appearance. Who among the good would wish to be a concubine? Their gazes unconsciously shifted towards Lu Rushua, who appeared deeply distressed. Ignoring Lu Rushua's discomfiture, Yunmo cast a sidelong glance at the terrified Duan Qingning standing nearby. That familiar smile returned to his face as he addressed the maid, asking why she stood idly and not serving him wine. A deathly silence fell upon the room. Duan Qingning's face turned pale as she scanned the crowd, seeking aid from her family, only to find them all averting their eyes. The members of the Duan family cursed Duan Qingning inwardly for her folly. They dared not intervene to rescue her. Stepping forward would only invite Yunmo's wrath upon them, possibly leading to their family's ruin. Yet, if they remained silent, Yunmo would humiliate Duan Qingning, and the matter would conclude. Duan Qingning, unable to comprehend her family's avoidance, helplessly called out to her mother, urging her to save her. Duan Madame's countenance was a mask of fear and regret. She realized her error. She should not have brought her pampered daughter into this fray to seek revenge on Su Guowan. Deep down, she knew Su Guowan was not easily trifled with. Yet she clung to a sliver of hope that Duan Qingning could manage to humiliate her, and later, she could claim that her daughter was merely a spoiled child, urging Su Guowan not to hold grudges against her elder. It was not fitting for a younger generation to confront an elder, allowing them to escape unscathed. Who could have foreseen that the Prince of Chun would focus on Duan Qingning, pushing their entire family to the brink? In Bianjing, it was common knowledge that once the Prince of Chun set his sights on someone, they faced dire consequences. Duan Madame looked pleadingly at her husband, only to see him keep his head bowed, nearly causing her to tremble with fear. She understood his intent. It was up to her to resolve this. If she could not, then she would face the consequences. The world was not solely hers to navigate as the Lady Duan. Having come to this realization, Duan Madame steeled herself and stepped forward, half-crouching, addressing the Prince of Chun respectfully. She explained that the girl was not merely a maid but her unworthy daughter who had displeased him, and she sought his forgiveness. Yunmo elegantly sipped his wine, feigning surprise at her status, remarking that he had thought her merely a maid. But if she were indeed a young lady, why was she not seated in her rightful place at the banquet, waiting to serve others? With a smile directed at Minister Duan, he added that he had initially believed him to be ineffective in the court, only to discover that he had failed to guide his daughter to proper decorum. Minister Duan's face flushed with shame, unable to lift his head. Duan Madame's complexion drained of color. Their family was doomed. Offending the Prince of Chun meant that no one in Bianjing would dare associate with them henceforth. She wondered if her husband might offer her a letter of divorce for self-preservation. Duan Qingning, trembling, bowed to Yunmo, acknowledging her mistakes and pleading for leniency, promising never to attend another banquet. Yunmo's cold gaze landed on her. Seeing her weak demeanor only fueled his desire to chastise her. Now she recognized him as a prince. But where had she been when it mattered? a mere daughter of a minister daring to show disrespect to a first-class princess. It seemed the position of Minister Duan was in need of a change. Disinterested, Yunemo dismissed her with a wave. Duan Qingning hastily fled the banquet, leaving Minister Duan and Duan Madam in a state of discomfort. No one, aside from Duan Qingning, was naive enough to believe the matter would end there. Yunemo was known for his thoroughness. He did not strike lightly, but when he did, he ensured complete annihilation. The position of Minister Duan had reached its limit, and everyone anticipated what the morning court would bring. Undoubtedly, Minister Duan would face impeachment, and they would merely stand by to support the outcome. The light in Minister Duan's eyes dimmed, leaving him slumped in his seat, utterly defeated. They were finished. The Duan family was finished. Chapter 36. Were you not a little maid from Qingfeng Pavilion? Minister Duan raged internally against Duan Qingning, blaming her for their downfall. Lu Ruxue and Chu Yi, noticing Yunmo's focus on the Duan family, quickly retreated to a corner, no longer daring to speak, fearful of attracting his attention. The people of Bianjing shared a common understanding. Anyone could be offended, but not Yunmo. To offend others might cost a little, but to offend Yunmo could mean annihilation. With Yunmo's machinations, the hall fell into a silence that was almost suffocating, giving the impression that they were attending a funeral rather than a banquet. Su Guiwan calmly sipped her drink, noting that Su Miao was absent, not due to lack of permission, but because the Minister of Revenue and Madame Su were concerned for the naive Su Miao, fearing she would cause trouble at the banquet and had kept her at home. The strange atmosphere persisted until Yun Yan's arrival broke the tension. He forced a smile as he glanced at Yunmo, who lounged comfortably. How bold he was to slouch so brazenly before the emperor. Did he intend to claim the throne next? Yun Yan's anger simmered beneath the surface. Yunmo took a sip of wine before leisurely directing his gaze towards the visibly restrained Yun Yan, who was struggling to contain his anger. Living one's life is not easy. One must certainly seek a bit of ease. Yun Yan earnestly pondered Yunmo's words, momentarily unable to discern whether Yunmo was merely offering a casual remark or issuing a subtle warning. The pressing matters at hand left him little room for contemplation, as the emissaries from the Western Ridge Kingdom awaited outside. Thus, Yun Yan reluctantly shifted the topic and summoned the visitors from the Western Ridge Kingdom. The people from the Western Ridge Kingdom were often derogatorily referred to as barbarians by others, known for their tall and rugged physiques. As the palace attendant announced their arrival, the individual leading the group, adorned in flamboyant red and purple attire, caused the people of the Eastern Jin Kingdom to exchange perplexed glances. Did not the people of the Western Ridge Kingdom hold the refined individuals of the Eastern Jin Kingdom in disdain, branding them as weak, effete scholars? Yet, there was not a trace of masculinity to be found in the leading figure. To speak bluntly, he appeared more effeminate than the women of the Eastern Jin Kingdom. Su Guiwan lowered her head to conceal her astonishment. The information she had received clearly described Xiao Shi as a perverse man, yet it failed to mention that he resembled a woman. Could it be that his perversion extended beyond a mere penchant for painting the nude forms of young girls to include a taste for women as garments? Su Guiwan mused quietly within herself, as this might indeed explain Xiao Shi's fascination with portraying youthful nudes. As Xiao Shi entered the grand hall, his gaze fixated intensely on Yunmo, filled with seething rage and hatred, as though he were a rabid dog ready to tear flesh from Yunmo. Witnessing this spectacle brought a flicker of delight to Yun Yan's eyes. Anyone who harbored animosity towards Yunmo was, in his eyes, a friend. The bitterness of Xiao Shi's hatred for Yunmo only served to amplify the authenticity of Yun Yan's smile. "Your Majesty, you have traveled far," Xiao Shi said with a dismissive flourish of his hand, feigning respect. "This time, I have brought my men to investigate the theft at the palace of the Western Ridge Kingdom." Without allowing Yun Yan a moment to respond, Xiao Shi's accusatory gaze fell squarely upon Yunmo. "I wish to know where the crown prince was during the palace heist." On the Eastern Jin side, the ministers glared furiously at the arrogant and overbearing Xiao Shi. Regardless of the circumstances, Yunmo was a prince of the Eastern Jin, and Xiao Shi's blatant questioning was tantamount to trampling on their dignity. They could hardly suppress their hopes for Yun Yan to step forward and confront the insolent Xiao Shi. To their dismay, Yun Yan maintained a calm smile throughout, as though the unfolding events were of no concern to him. They shook their heads in disappointment. Indeed, even after ascending to the throne, Yun Yan's intellect had not miraculously improved. His narrow-mindedness still failed to encompass his own kin. With the enemy at their doorstep, he still squabbled with his brother. Leaning casually, Yunmo supported his chin with his hand. "If I am not at the crown prince's residence, Could I possibly be in your Western Ridge Kingdom? Yaozhi sneered. That is not certain. Some have claimed to see the crown prince during the time of the palace heist. Bored, Yun Mo rested his head on his hand, lazily lifting his eyelids. Is there anyone unaware that I am afflicted with cold poison and unable to utilize my inner strength? Please, if you intend to frame me, at least find a more credible excuse. When chaos reigned in the palace of the Western Ridge Kingdom, the Emperor of the Eastern Gene dispatched someone to inquire after me at the Crown Prince's residence. Am I to be expected to perform some magical feat and bypass the defenses of your Western Ridge Kingdom? At this point, Yun Mo shifted his position, eyeing Yaozhi with curiosity. Are not the people of the Western Ridge Kingdom known for their prowess? Furiously, Yaozhi pointed a delicate finger at Yun Mo. However, upon meeting Yun Mo's menacing gaze, he promptly withdrew his finger. Realizing he could not provoke Yun Mo, Yaozhi shifted his focus to Yun Yan. Your Majesty, I seek to confirm the truth of what the Crown Prince has said. Was he truly at his residence during the theft at the palace of the Western Ridge Kingdom? Yaozhi's self-reference irked both the people of the Eastern Gene and Yun Yan. Yet, if they pressed too hard on this point, the Western Ridge Kingdom would accuse them of being petty and narrow-minded. Such incidents had occurred before. Despite his reluctance, Yun Yan felt compelled to testify on Yun Mo's behalf. For in a moment of impatience, he had dispatched Chu Yi to investigate Yun Mo, only to find that he could not attribute the blame for inciting war between the two nations to Yun Mo. Now, he found himself obliged to defend Yun Mo. Yun Yan gritted his teeth in frustration. Yun Mo regarded the androgynous Yaozhi with a disingenuous smile. Is it customary for the nobility of your Western Ridge Kingdom to dress so uniquely? One might mistake you for a performer seeking patrons from the Qingfeng Pavilion. Yun Mo's words struck a nerve within Yaozhi, who nearly believed Yun Mo had uncovered his secret. Of course not. I simply enjoy this color of clothing. Yun Mo scrutinized Yaozhi from head to toe, his gaze deliberately avoiding the area between Yaozhi's legs. However, the anxious Yaozhi instinctively closed his legs tighter, fearful of revealing too much. The implications of this moment lingered in their minds, leading to audacious conjectures. Yun Mo casually nodded, his eyes reflecting inscrutable depths. Is that so? I had thought that Lord Xiao was a frequent visitor to the Qingfeng Pavilion. Yaozhi glared at Yun Mo, his mind racing. It is you. Realizing that Yun Mo was smiling at him, urging him to acknowledge the situation, Yaozhi suddenly remembered they were in the Grand Hall of the Eastern Gene Kingdom. Regardless of his suspicions regarding Yun Mo's role in his current predicament, he could not voice them. To do so would reveal to the world that he was not a true man. Seeing Yaozhi abruptly conclude the topic, a visible disappointment crossed Yun Mo's face. It was truly a pity. He had hoped to witness the proud prince of the Western Ridge Kingdom exposed before the world as less than a man. Observing the regret on Yun Mo's countenance, Yaozhi's resolve only strengthened. He could never reveal this truth. To do so would shatter his very existence. Fearing that Yun Mo might divulge the secret, Yaozhi retreated to his seat, refraining from provoking Yun Mo any further. His expression darkened as he contemplated ways to eliminate Yun Mo seated. Yaozhi's eyes darted around the room, eventually landing on Su Guiwan among the women present. Her fair skin and ethereal presence made her appear almost luminescent in his eyes. Such a delicate beauty would be the perfect subject for his artistic pursuits. Yaozhi's gaze filled with lewd intent, and sensing the inappropriate nature of his stare, Yun Mo felt a surge of murderous intent, passing down a silent death sentence upon Yaozhi. Originally, he intended to slowly torment Yaozhi, ensuring that the world knew the Prince of Xiling was a eunuch. However, he could no longer wait to send Yaozhi to meet Xiao Xian. Yun Mo abruptly rose from his seat, startling everyone around him. Yaozhi, frightened, withdrew his lewd gaze from Su Guiwan. Yun Yan furrowed his brow, questioning his younger brother's sudden agitation. Yun Mo nonchalantly offered a bow, expressing his irritation that he, a loyal minister, had been unjustly accused of theft while simply wishing to remain peacefully at the Chen Wang residence. He then turned his icy, murderous gaze towards Yaozhi, inquiring if the Prince of Xiling had any explanation regarding the wrongful accusation against him. The people of Xiling trembled under Yun Mo's scrutiny, already holding suspicions based on the earlier display by Yaozhi and the formidable bandits. Unfortunately, lacking evidence, they could not voice their prince's grievances and remained silent. Now, feeling the weight of Yun Mo's gaze, they feared he might render them as powerless as their own prince. If their lives were to be extinguished, they would prefer death to such a fate. The people of Dongjin regarded Yun Mo with puzzled expressions, questioning how such accusations could arise from someone they knew to be subtle and cunning rather than overtly confrontational. Meanwhile, Ling Long, who stood behind Su Guiwan with her head bowed, pondered the situation. She sensed that the prince was deliberately creating a scene in the grand hall to divert attention from the lascivious gaze of that beastly Yaozhi lingering on the princess. Yaozhi glanced at Yun Mo, who towered in the center of the hall, feeling diminished in stature. He promptly stood, his dead fish-like eyes fixed on Yun Mo. "Are you certain you were at the Qinhuang residence when my shilling experienced theft?" Yun Mo, disregarding his noble demeanor, rolled his eyes, asserting that both the emperor and general of Dongjin had come forth to testify on his behalf. Is the prince of Shilling implying that the emperor and general of Dongjin are blind and foolish? Yun Yan, who had been observing the unfolding drama, grimaced upon being scolded by Yun Mo. He quickly masked his distorted expression, forcing a stiff smile. "Brother, the prince of Shilling has not pressed the matter further. Why do you persist?" Hearing a defense made on his behalf, Yaozhi straightened his posture, exclaiming, "Indeed. My Shilling has not held any grievances against Dongjin. Look at your emperor, who is far more magnanimous than you, always fixating on others' faults." Yaozhi's shrill voice pierced the air, further confirming the suspicions of the Dongjin delegation, who regarded him with an odd gaze. Offending the prince would inevitably reveal Yaozhi's identity as a eunuch, and they eagerly awaited the moment when the arrogant prince would be brought low. Yun Mo scoffed, "Pray tell, what is there in your desolate Shilling that could possibly capture my interest? The world knows I am wealthier than nations. If you are truly in need, beseech me, and I might graciously offer you a bowl of porridge. Do not resort to slandering me for a mere morsel of food." At this, those from Dongjin realized the motive behind Shilling's accusations against Yun Mo. They merely sought compensation. The barren lands of Shilling could not sustain crops, which explained their relentless coveting of Dongjin's resources, even resorting to slaughtering several of its cities. Yaozhi's face flushed with humiliation from Yun Mo's insult, but he could not reveal the truth. Their emperor had instructed him to never disclose their collaboration with Dongjin regarding the imprisonment of Ruo Fei. Yun Mo commanded an army and wielded his military prowess with finesse. Should they expose the truth, Yun Mo would no longer be restrained, and both Dongjin and Shilling would ultimately fall under his dominion. Recalling the emperor's words, Yaozhi cast a furtive glance at Yun Yan, responding weakly, "No. The people of Shilling merely misinterpreted the situation. I was merely jesting with the Prince of Chen. We have come to Dongjin primarily to present a gift." Yun Mo let out a cold laugh, plucking a leaf from a nearby potted plant, which suddenly shot forth, striking the proud envoy behind Yaozhi. The envoy's pained cry echoed as he departed this world, never to display his haughty demeanor again. In an instant, Yun Mo had struck, and Yaozhi was left with no time to react defensively. The matter had concluded. He could only watch in disbelief as the leaf whizzed by his ear. Though startled by Yun Mo's sudden outburst, the people of Dongjin wore expressions of grim recognition. This was the Yun Mo they knew, one who would kill at the slightest provocation. The earlier, verbose version of him had felt foreign. Yun Yan, equally taken aback, was relieved that all attention was on Yun Mo, allowing him to conceal his own discomposure. Once Yun Mo returned to his seat after the act, Yaozhi finally regained his composure, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You, how could you kill a man from Shilling? Are you not afraid of our mighty army?" Yun Mo toyed with the leaf, unfazed. "What is there to fear? I was merely jesting with the prince. Surely he can take a joke?" Yaozhi, having already hidden behind his fellow envoys, felt compelled to respond. "Of course I can take a joke. I simply did not react in time." Suddenly, a revelation struck him, and he jumped from his seat. Did not the prince say he could not use internal energy? What was that just now? Yun Mo regarded him with disdain. "Fool. Who said one must use internal energy to kill?" He mirrored Yaozhi's earlier words back at him. Defeated, Yaozhi bowed his head, unable to mask his shock. Indeed, he had felt no trace of internal energy, implying that Yun Mo could kill, at will, without relying on it. At that moment, both Yaozhi and Yun Yan were engulfed in astonishment and fear. Yun Yan gripped the embroidered cushion on his chair tightly, lowering his gaze to hide his apprehension and murderous intent towards Yun Mo. 3 years prior, had it not been for Shilling's repeated provocations against Dongjin and the massacre of several cities, Yun Mo would not have led an army to the battlefield, and he would not now sit upon the throne. It was known that his esteemed father, the emperor, held Yun-mo in the highest regard. From the time other princes were merely princes, Yun-mo had already been bestowed the title of Qinhuang, showcasing his father's favoritism. Had it not been for Yun-mo's maternal family being simply scholars, he would have been named the crown prince instead of merely a prince. For the safety of the emperor, all who entered the palace underwent thorough searches. Reluctantly, Yun-yan acknowledged that, even without weapons, Yun-mo could easily utilize the flora and fauna around him to take a life. Seated beside the emperor, the empress observed the palpable tension between Yun-yan and Yun-mo. With many princes either dead or unwilling to attend, it fell to her to alleviate the atmosphere. The empress smiled graciously. The Prince of Qin truly embodies the spirit of Dongjin's war god. Even without the use of internal energy, he remains formidable. Shihong need not ponder too much. It is well known that Qinhuang has always been forthright, lacking any intention to target Shihong. The empress is a commendable individual, and Yun-mo is willing to extend her some courtesy, refraining from further remarks. However, the others were taken aback by the empress's words. As expected of one who occupies the Phoenix throne, possessing a remarkable talent for fabricating lies, how could they not realize that Yun-mo has never had any connection, however slight, with forthrightness? If anything, that would be a sign of a venomous tongue and a dark heart. Su Guiwan found the empress's words amusing and lifted her wine cup to conceal her laughter. Across the crowd, Yun-mo's gaze fell vaguely upon Su Guiwan. And upon seeing the mirth in her eyes, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. She laughed so heartily, raising her cup without a care for choking. Fortunately, the empress recognized the awkwardness of her words and hastily interjected, "I just heard that Shihong has brought gifts for Dongjin, but what could they possibly be?" With this diversion, Yun-yan adjusted her expression, smiling as she instructed Xiaoxi and the others to present the gifts from Xiling Nation. Upon hearing that Yun-yan and the others were eager to see the offerings, Xiaoxi wore a sinister smile. He was well aware that he was no match for Yun-mo and understood that coming to Dongjin would not bode well for him. Yet, who said he came to Dongjin to trouble Yun-mo? Regardless of who it was, as long as they were from Dongjin and felt displeasure, Xiling Nation would rejoice. This included Yun-yan, who had previously collaborated with them. The calculating expression on Xiaoxi's face was too evident, causing the people of Dongjin to grow tense, suspecting that the gifts he brought would not be pleasant surprises. With a flourish of his delicate fingers, Xiaoxi, in a high-pitched voice, proclaimed, "For the esteemed Dongjin, we of Xiling Nation have gone to great lengths to present this gift." Yun-yan, her eyes stinging, struggled to maintain her facade of a smiling tiger. "Shihong, you are too kind. Please present the gifts." As Yun-yan spoke, nearly 40 robust men from Xiling Nation pushed a long iron cage into the hall, draped with a large black cloth. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of Dongjin felt a sense of foreboding. Surely, Xiling Nation had not sent them some wild beast? Su Guiwan, eyeing the peculiar elongated cage, felt a twitch in her eyelid. Such beasts were rare. Yun-mo remained composed, seemingly impervious to the spectacle before him. Indeed, ever since he returned from battle for Dongjin 3 years ago, after his mother had vanished, he had ceased to regard himself as a citizen of Dongjin. Sooner or later, he would rebel against Yun-yan. It was merely a matter of timing. The one who would ultimately suffer embarrassment was the emperor, Yun-yan. What concern was it of his? Contemplating his inevitable treachery, Yun-mo's fingers idly brushed over his prayer beads. He pondered how far they would go in the future, and whether he too would be labeled a traitorous minister. Xiaoxi reveled in the chaos reflected on the faces of the Dongjin people, gesturing for those around him to unveil the black cloth. The proud individual beside him had been slain by Yun-mo, and his body had been meticulously disposed of. Having learned from past mistakes, the current man dared not cast even a glance at Yun-mo. Following Xiaoxi's command, he swiftly approached to unveil the black cloth before retreating back to Xiaoxi's side. Chapter 39. The Giant Snake. As the black cloth was lifted, a cacophony of screams erupted within the grand hall. Those with faint hearts began to retreat. Had it not been for the rationality reminding them they were in the palace, many would have already fled in terror. Before them lay a massive black-patterned snake, approximately 9 meters long and 2 meters wide, coiled within the iron cage. Yun Montag, Borit, could hardly be bothered to lift his eyelids. Was this it? He had expected some grand revelation from Xiling Nation, but after all that anticipation, this was the result? He truly could not afford to overestimate the intellect of these fools from Xiling Nation. Perhaps the most significant achievement of their lives had been to conspire with Yun Yan to hide his mother within the palace of Xiling Nation. Together, the two nations had only managed to imprison a defenseless woman. He could hardly bear to label them as useless. Su Guiwan gazed toward the cage, just in time to see the giant snake raise its head, causing her to hold her breath in trepidation. Observing the Dongjin folk trembling in fear, Xiaoxi laughed triumphantly. This is the gift we of Xiling Nation present to the Emperor of Yun. But first, you Dongjin must subdue it. With that, Xiaoxi covered his mouth in laughter, and this time, no one dared to speak ill of his mother. The entirety of Dongjin's people glared at him in anger, provoked by his taunts. A snake of such magnitude could never be subdued by anyone in Dongjin. Unless, of course, all eyes turned to the calm figure of Yun Mo, who leisurely sipped his drink, alternating between tea and wine as he pleased.
Witnessing Yun Montag's composure.
Seemingly unperturbed by the giant snake before him, the people of Dongjin momentarily relaxed. Xiaoxi, noticing the gaze of reliance directed towards Yun Mo, immediately stepped forward, declaring, "Who in the world does not know that Chen Wang is the war god of Dongjin? Therefore, we demand that Chen Wang refrain from intervening. Surely, Dongjin has no other capable individuals besides Chen Wang?" Yun Yan's pupils dilated in shock. If Yun Mo did not intervene, no one could hope to tame the giant snake. Did this not imply to the world that Dongjin was inferior to Xiling Nation? However, since Xiling had publicly declared that Yun Mo must not act, if he were to insist on forcing Yun Mo's hand, it would only validate Xiaoxi's insinuation that Dongjin had no capable individuals aside from him. At that moment, Yun Yan understood the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. He harbored animosity and suspicion towards Yun Mo, thus opting for an alliance with Xiling Nation aimed at removing him. Yet, Yun Mo remained unscathed, while he found himself ensnared by the machinations of Xiling Nation. Dongjin fell into a state of disarray, with no one knowing how to resolve the situation. Some hot-blooded youths, unable to bear Xiaoxi's taunt, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I volunteer to subdue the giant snake." Although Yun Yan doubted whether these young warriors could indeed tame the beast, he was grateful that someone had stood up to alleviate his embarrassment. With a gentle smile, he praised the youths. "Well done. Dongjin is rich and passionate and capable youth. I grant you permission." The ladies present turned their heads, shielding their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending brutality. Su Guiwan clutched her hands tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the young men stepping forward. Yun Mo sighed softly within, knowing the pride of the girl would never allow her to back down. Yet, the scene that was about to unfold would be truly gruesome. Had he not considered the girl's wishes, he would have long sought an excuse to send her back to Su Wangfu. What transpired next unfolded as everyone had imagined. The young men who entered the iron cage barely survived a tea's duration before being crushed or swallowed whole by the giant snake. The hall was filled with screams, and Su Guiwan, her eyes reddened, looked towards the figure seated above. These were the subjects of that individual. Yet all she saw in their eyes was anger at their ineptitude and fear of the giant snake, with no hint of sorrow for those who sacrificed themselves for the nation. Her nails dug into her flesh, yet she felt not a thing. Only a chilling realization remained. Could the throne, obtained through such scheming, truly be held for long? If that individual were to be dethroned, who among them would be fit for that position? What then would become of them, the subjects? Lu Ruxue trembled violently, feeling ashamed, and instinctively glanced towards Su Guiwan. Seeing her tearful eyes, Lu Ruxue's mind began to hatch new schemes.
Su Guiwan must die.
Only with her demise could Chu Yi belong entirely to her. A childhood sweetheart cherished by Chu Yi for over a decade cannot find true peace as long as she lives. Only with Su Guiwan's demise can she feel at ease. Otherwise, all of Bianjing will remember Chu Yi's wife as Su Guiwan, rather than her, Lu Ruxue. Reflecting on the fate that condemned her to a life of a concubine due to the scheming of Prince Chen, Lu Ruxue's lips curled into a cold smile. Perhaps it would be better to let Su Guiwan elevate her to the position of the general's wife. The demise of several young individuals sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. Those who harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Xiling kingdom found themselves restrained by their loved ones, preventing them from rushing towards their own demise. Some women had fainted from fear. The hall permeated with an unpleasant odor. Observing the iron cage securely locked, Lu Ruxue boldly approached and knelt in the grand hall, proclaiming, "Commoner Lu Ruxue pays her respects to your majesty." A flicker of confusion crossed Yunyan's face, clearly lacking any recollection of the woman before him. However, upon hearing Lu Rushua's self-introduction, he swiftly deduced her identity. It was evident that one who could capture the attention of Yun Mo and request a decree forbidding her from being the legitimate wife must possess considerable audacity. Yet, intrigued by her connection to Yun Mo, Yunyan waved his hand, dismissing the need for formalities. With a calculating glint in her eyes, Lu Rushua turned to Su Guiwan and announced, "Your Majesty, I wish to recommend someone capable of subduing the giant serpent." A spark of interest and excitement flickered in Yunyan's eyes. "Oh, who is this person? If they can truly tame the serpent, they shall be handsomely rewarded." However, Lu Rushua refrained from revealing the identity of this individual, causing Yunyan's expression to sour. In that moment, he understood why Yun Mo detested this woman so much. Her insatiable greed and selfishness made her quite unlikable. Nevertheless, Yunyan's curiosity regarding the individual Lu Rushua mentioned allowed him to suppress his displeasure. "Of course, for the one you recommend, I shall also bestow generous rewards." Hearing the promise she sought, Lu Rushua's joy was palpable. "Thank you, Your Majesty.
I recommend Princess Su.
She is the one capable of taming the giant serpent." At that moment, Prince Su erupted in fury, leaping from his seat. "Lu Rushua, do you seek death? How dare you plot against my granddaughter? Watch how I deal with you today." Chapter 40. Recommending Su Guiwan to subdue the giant serpent. With those words, Prince Su charged at Lu Rushua, intent on ending her life. Lu Rushua had anticipated this outburst and quickly retreated to the Shilin Kingdom's side. The Shilin Kingdom was eager for chaos in Dongjin and would never allow her to be killed for inciting conflict. Chu Yi was equally stunned. He had never imagined Lu Rushua would recommend Su Guiwan, who did not know that Su Guiwan was merely an ordinary lady of a noble family, a tad more arrogant and obsessed with medicine than others. It was inconceivable that she could be the one to tame the giant serpent. Clearly, Lu Rushua was scheming against Su Guiwan. Even Yun Yan wore a displeased expression. How could Lu Rushua dare to use such a critical matter to ignite jealousy? Su Guiwan was the apple of Prince Su's eye. Anyone who dared to touch her would meet a dire fate. He had once considered marrying Su Guiwan, hoping to leverage the power of the Su family. However, the moment he made a move, Prince Su had subtly indicated that anyone daring to entertain such thoughts would face dire consequences. Furthermore, marrying Su Guiwan would mean becoming the son-in-law of the Su family, and their future offspring would inherit the Su estate. As an emperor, he could not possibly become a son-in-law, especially for a single woman. Gradually, he abandoned that ambition, contemplating how to use Chu Yi to seize control of the Su family. Years later, Yunyan still harbored resentment over the past. Even though Prince Su had merely hinted that he should not lay a hand on Su Guiwan, Yunyan could not tolerate it. He had always been the one to reject others. Those who dared to refuse him had no place in this world. He had initially planned to deal with Yun Mo first, and then set his sights on the Su family, but now it seemed this order could be adjusted. She stepped in front of Lu Rushua, addressing Prince Su. She merely recommended someone. Must you pursue her with threats of violence? Surely you do not wish to bring shame upon Dongjin? She was willing to do anything that would discomfort the people of Dongjin. With support behind her, Lu Rushua poked her head out from behind Shi. "Prince Su, Princess Su possesses the ability to tame the giant serpent, yet chooses to watch our Dongjin people perish. What is her true intention?" Prince Su's face flushed with rage at Lu Rushua's words. "What nonsense are you spouting? Wanwan is merely an ordinary lady. How could she possibly tame a giant serpent?" The more Prince Su defended Su Guiwan, the angrier Lu Rushua became. Why must Su Guiwan always maintain an air of superiority? She did not covet Su Guiwan's condescending gifts of gold and silver. She would earn her own riches through rightful means. There was no need for Su Guiwan's charity. Su Guiwan approached Prince Su and grasped the sleeve of his robe. "Grandfather, there is no need for us to be angered by a mere dog bite. Beasts will always be beasts, capable only of biting." Prince Su turned to Su Guiwan with concern. His Wanwan was far too rational and had been bullied by this orphan for too long. He understood that if not for the fear of others claiming that the esteemed Su family-s princess was bullying an orphan, Lu Rushua would have long since been dealt with. Lu Rushua looked at Su Guiwan with disdain, her eyes betraying a sense of triumph. "Princess Su, are you afraid? Do you dare not act?" The malice emanating from Lu Rushua sent shivers down even Shi's spine, who considered himself quite venomous. Very well. Another name was added to the list of those Yun Mo intended to eliminate. Su Guiwan pulled the agitated Prince Su back, casting a glance of disdain at Lu Ruxiue. What are you to question this princess? Yun Yan observed this farce quietly, and when Su Guiwan had managed to calm Prince Su, he chuckled softly. Pray tell, Miss Lu. From where did you acquire the notion that Princess Su could tame the giant serpent? Prince Su was taken aback, gazing at the composed emperor whose face betrayed no emotion, as if he had merely asked whether a dish was palatable. A chill crept into Prince Su's heart. Was the emperor truly wishing for his Wanwan's demise? Just because his Wanwan had rejected him and sought to leave, thereby tarnishing his dignity, he would dare to desire her death?
Princess shielded Su Guiwan protectively.
Your Majesty, I request permission to subdue the giant serpent. A profound darkness flickered within Yun Yan's eyes. This was precisely what he desired. He needed only to ensure that whenever matters concerning Su Guiwan arose, Prince Su would invariably step forward. Once Prince Su was eliminated, the fate of an orphan like Su Guiwan would rest firmly in his hands. Desperate to prevent Prince Su from facing death, Su Guiwan gritted her teeth and knelt before the emperor. Your Majesty, I am willing to tame the giant serpent. Prince Su, incensed, turned to his granddaughter. Return at once. Obey me. This was the first time Prince Su had ever raised his voice to Su Guiwan, and the assembly fell silent. Some elder officials lowered their heads to conceal their tears. They understood that the emperor was intent on targeting the Su family. With only the aged prince and a frail young woman, the Su family possessed immense wealth and influence, making them prime targets for the emperor seeking to consolidate power. A sense of sorrow swept through the elder ministers, akin to the feeling of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Yun Yan sat above, coldly observing the familial bond between the grandfather and granddaughter, something he had never experienced. His mother has passed away, and the late emperor favored Yun Mo.
Now,
with the Empress Dowager having a biological son, he possesses nothing. Yun Yan gazed with great interest at the proud and defiant Su Guiwan below, pondering. Does this mean that the young lady from Su has a method to subdue the giant serpent? If Su Guiwan were to perish, and if Prince Su were to protest, he could be eliminated as well. After all, both grandfather and grandson are rebellious. His loss would be negligible. A flurry of cruel thoughts drifted through Yun Yan's mind. Su Guiwan nodded affirmatively, stating that she needed certain items. Hearing this, Yun Yan's face was filled with surprise. The others were also taken aback by her words, as they believed that apart from Yun Mo, no one could tame the giant serpent. Regardless of Yun Yan's skepticism about Su Guiwan's bravado, he smiled and acquiesced to her request. He instructed the palace maids and guards to escort Su Guiwan to the Imperial Medical Bureau, while the remaining individuals in the hall awaited her return in silence. In the Imperial Medical Bureau, Su Guiwan concocted a lethal poison, amplifying the dosage 100-fold due to her concerns about its potency. Once the poison was prepared, personnel from the armory delivered the bows and arrows she requested. One of the eunuchs cast a glance at Su Guiwan before focusing on a particular bow. Approaching the bow, Su Guiwan felt its cold gleam and aura of menace. The Su manor housed numerous weapons, and she had some understanding of them. She had never seen such a fine bow in the Su manor. If ranked, this bow could easily place within the top 10 in the realm. Knowing that such a superior bow was prepared for her, she grasped it and found it surprisingly fitting. Chapter 41. Only death is eternal submission. The poison Su Guiwan requested was ready, and she immersed all the arrows meant to accompany the bow in the poison. You lot. Come help me carry these arrows back to the hall. The hall maintained the silence that had prevailed since Su Guiwan's departure, and upon her return, the people within displayed sympathetic expressions. The recently deceased were renowned young martial artists from Bianjing, and they doubted that a frail woman like Su Guiwan could even fill the serpent's maw. They did not believe she could tame the giant serpent. The guards brought forth the poisoned arrows, which bubbled ominously. Had the arrows not been of high quality, there would have been concerns about them dissolving in the poison. Upon seeing what Su Guiwan had brought, everyone understood her intent. She aimed to slay the giant serpent. She suddenly stood up in excitement, exclaiming, "Wait. What do you mean by this? I commanded you to subdue the serpent, not to kill it." Su Guiwan coldly raised the corners of her lips. Did I not inquire of the West King whether any means could be employed as long as the serpent was subdued? She furrowed his brow fiercely. That is indeed correct. However, we spoke of subduing, not killing it. Testing the bow and arrows in her hands, a radiant smile graced Su Guiwan's face. Who says this isn't a form of subjugation? For me, only death constitutes true submission. With those words, Su Guiwan released the poisoned arrow into the cage. Without waiting for Yaozhi to respond, she continued firing the second and third arrows at the giant serpent. The creature writhed in agony, banging against the cage in an attempt to escape, causing the hall to tremble as if in an earthquake. Many stood unsteadily, and those seated swayed precariously. Linglong timely supported Su Guiwan, allowing her to shoot the remaining arrows with greater precision. Prince Su had long positioned himself beside Su Guiwan, handing her the second arrow as soon as she finished with the first. Their cooperation was seamless, with no time wasted. Su Guiwan shot a total of 20 arrows before pausing. The poison had fully permeated the giant serpent's body, and as Su Guiwan leaned against Linglong, the serpent could only writhe on the ground, moaning in agony. Yaozhi, shocked and furious, pointed dramatically at Su Guiwan. How could you kill the giant serpent of my Shilin kingdom? Su Guiwan cast a cold glance at the androgynous Yaozhi. What do you mean by your giant serpent of Shilin kingdom? Was it not presented to my Eastern Jin kingdom? She continued, or is it that your Shilin kingdom is so impoverished that you must reclaim gifts meant for other nations? Yaozhi stomped his foot in anger. You Eastern Jin people are truly cunning. Su Guiwan's mockery elicited laughter from the startled onlookers. Amused, she replied, her eyes sparkling. Did you not claim that as long as we could subdue it, it would belong to us? Now that I have completely subdued it, it rightfully belongs to my Eastern Jin kingdom. Indeed. Well done, Miss Su. A chorus of voices erupted in praise for Su Guiwan. Yun Mo relaxed his tense posture. Slipping the concealed weapon back into his sleeve, his gaze now focused on Su Guiwan, filled with pride. This was the Su lady, fearless and unyielding, deeply loyal and astute. When the giant serpent finally breathed its last, Yunyan burst into hearty laughter. Haha, I never imagined that the young lady from Su possessed such abilities. Su Guiwan concealed her defiance and respectfully bowed to Yunyan. Your Majesty flatters me. It is the duty of a subject to alleviate concerns for the nation and the ruler. Su Guiwan's perceptiveness pleased Yunyan immensely, and he nodded approvingly. Truly. A first-rank princess, possessing great vision. Hastily adjusting her disheveled headdress, Lu Ruxiue overheard Yunyan praising Su Guiwan, filling her with bitterness. Once again, Su Guiwan had evaded disaster. Why did she always manage to escape unscathed? Sensing Lu Ruxiue's resentful gaze upon her, Su Guiwan coldly smirked. Initially, she had contemplated exacting revenge on Chu Yi, but perhaps it was better to deal with Lu Ruxiue instead. The betrayal was primarily on the part of Chu Yi, whether it was Lu Ruxiue or another woman. The outcome remained the same. Now it appeared she had overthought the situation. Lu Ruxiue, who evidently wished her dead, would not see her demise. Thus, Su Guiwan resolved to ensure Lu Ruxiue met her end instead. Turning to face the resentful Lu Ruxiue, Su Guiwan caught her off guard, revealing Lu Ruxiue's ugly countenance to all. Even Chu Yi was left in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this truly the gentle sister Shui I know? Having her true nature exposed before so many, Lu Ruxiue momentarily panicked, but quickly reverted to her usual pitiful demeanor. Miss Su, if punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. I understand that I should not have recommended you to the Emperor, but I acted solely with the interests of the Eastern Jin Kingdom in mind. No one truly believed Lu Ruxiue's words. She clearly wished to use the Emperor and the giant serpent to eliminate Su Guiwan. Smiling at the Emperor, Su Guiwan replied, Your Majesty, I harbor no thoughts of evasion. I merely lack confidence in my abilities. Thankfully, I did not worsen the situation. Having laid the groundwork, Su Guiwan smiled faintly. Wasn't he Lu Ruxiue, always the one most concerned with power and status? Today, she would trample Lu Ruxiue into the mud, relishing the opportunity to play with her demise slowly. Under Lu Ruxiue's fearful gaze, Su Guiwan leaned weakly against Linglong. Your Majesty, Miss Lu's faith in me is truly flattering. As a gesture of gratitude, I ask that your Majesty bestow upon Miss Lu 10,000 taels of gold. Coming from humble beginnings, she has likely never encountered such wealth. As Su Guiwan's words echoed through the grand hall, the onlookers cast furtive glances at Lu Ruxiue, some even stifling laughter. Only Yun Mo lowered his head and smirked. He could not fathom that Su Guiwan, with her fiery temperament, would gratuitously bestow gifts upon Lu Ruxiue, even if it were to utilize Lu Ruxiue's promise. Su Guiwan would never allow such an opportunity to be squandered. He was keen to observe how the girl would handle the venomous Lu Ruxiue. Chapter 42. Is she unable to play the game? Lu Ruxue pinched her own hand fiercely to maintain her composure. She swore that one day, she would force Su Guiwan to kneel before her, pleading for mercy. Yunyan recognized that Su Guiwan was humiliating Lu Ruxue, yet he remained indifferent. A trivial loss of 10,000 taels of gold paled in comparison to the simplicity of not having to fulfill Lu Ruxue's promise later. With a grand gesture, he bestowed 10,000 taels of gold upon Lu Ruxue. Aspiring to elevate her status to that of a general's wife, Lu Ruxue could only kneel in gratitude, begrudgingly accepting her fate. Having exhausted Lu Ruxue's promise, Su Guiwan turned her pale face towards the emperor. Your Majesty, this subject has been frightened by a giant serpent and, coupled with exhaustion, is feeling quite unwell. Yunyan, assuming that Su Guiwan sought some form of compensation, immediately offered to reward her. However, Su Guiwan shook her head in refusal, revealing the smile that Lu Ruxue feared most. Your Majesty, there is no need for such trouble. All I require is for Miss Lu to kneel before the Prince of Su for 3 hours daily, praying on my behalf. She had seen the animosity in Lu Ruxue's eyes. Since Lu Ruxue wished for her to beg for mercy, she would allow Lu Ruxue to experience such humiliation first. Lu Ruxue glared furiously at Su Guiwan. Su Guiwan, do not overstep your bounds. This is deliberate revenge.
Su Guiwan beamed brightly. And if it is?
Her audacious demeanor left the crowd momentarily speechless. How long had it been since they had witnessed such a proud and unrepentant Su Junju? It seemed that ever since her marriage to Chu Yi, the once bold Su Junju had transformed into someone cautious, no longer as carefree as before. She had become mundane, attending various banquets hosted by other ladies to cultivate ties with Chu Yi. Now, the proud Su Junju of Bianjing had returned. Lu Ruxue stared in shock at the unabashed Su Guiwan, glancing around to find no one casting disapproving looks in her direction. Terrified, she knelt before Yunyan. Your Majesty, you promised that anyone recommended by me who could subdue the giant serpent would be rewarded. Before Yunyan could respond, Su Guiwan burst into laughter. Lu Ruxue, do not be so greedy. Did not the emperor already reward you with 10,000 taels of gold? Do you deem the emperor's gold worthless? With newfound clarity, Su Guiwan's eyes sparkled with mischief, unrestrained and fearless. In contrast, Lu Ruxue hesitated, hurriedly shaking her head in denial. She dared not acknowledge that the emperor's gold held no value. Su Guiwan had never intended to let Lu Ruxue off so easily. She leaned against Linglong, struggling to bow to Yunyan. Observing her plight, Yunyan wearily waved his hand. Enough. Su Junju, speak your mind directly. There is no need for excessive formalities. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Su Guiwan immediately withdrew her bowing gesture. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am willing to challenge myself in ways I have never attempted for the sake of Dongjin. Surely, Miss Lu would not refuse to contribute to the Dongjin nation. Before Yunyan could react, the Empress nodded in agreement, leaning towards him to speak. Your Majesty, I believe Su Junju makes a valid point. The Junju possesses great righteousness, and Miss Lu cannot be lacking in such regards. The women of Dongjin are all virtuous. The Empress's support for Su Guiwan, in front of so many, left Yunyan with no choice but to acknowledge it. Women with husbands would not favor someone like Lu Ruxue, who clung to men without honor. Biting her lip, Lu Ruxue bowed her head and closed her eyes, awaiting Yunyan's punishment. In that moment, she recalled her deceased father, realizing that her previous actions had been too lenient. While Su Guiwan's grandfather had managed to secure her the title of a first-rank Junju, her own father was nothing. Even the identity of Chu Yi's savior had been something she had fought for. At that moment, women with husbands or fiancés miraculously knelt together, beseeching the emperor to command Lu Ruxue to kneel at the gates of the Prince of Su's residence for 3 hours daily, offering prayers for Su Guiwan. With so many pleas, and with the Prince of Su observing, Yunyan ultimately decreed that Lu Ruxue must kneel at the prince's gate for 3 hours each day. As Lu Ruxue attempted to withdraw, Su Guiwan clutched her head, feigning pain. Grandfather, my head aches. The Prince of Su rushed forward, alarmed. Wanwan, are you alright? I shall take you back to the palace at once. Su Guiwan smiled at Lu Ruxue's fearful countenance. Wait, Miss Lu, I have developed this headache because of you. Shouldn't you offer some compensation? Lu Ruxue clenched her hands beneath her sleeves. Su Junju, what must I do for you to release me? Su Guiwan crossed her arms. I require 10,000 taels of gold for nourishing supplements. Surely, Miss Lu would not be so miserly? Naturally. A mere 10,000 taels of gold would not suffice for Su Guowan's recuperation. It was understandable that Miss Lu, having not seen the world, would think it a large sum. Lu Ruxue gritted her teeth, realizing that if she did not concede to giving Su Guowan the gold, everyone would know her to be petty and unworldly. She had previously despised Su Guowan's happiness, but now recognized how little she truly understood her. Su Guowan could elevate those she cherished, such as the former Chu Yi and the common folk. Yet towards those she loathed, like herself and the current Chu Yi, every utterance and expression from Su Guowan served to belittle them. Suppressing her fury, Lu Ruxue reluctantly agreed. Of course, the rivalry between the women of Dongjin intrigued Yaozhi, who regarded Su Guowan with admiration. I hold great appreciation for you, Su Junju. Might you consider becoming my consort? The attention of such a eunuch made Su Guowan feel nauseated. She dismissed Yaozhi's advances. I thank you for your generous offer, but my family only accepts male suitors. Rebuffed coldly by Su Guowan, Yaozhi shot her a venomous glare, yet Su Guowan remained unfazed, returning a nonchalant gaze. As Yaozhi persisted, Su Guowan conveniently positioned herself before the poisoned arrows she had set up, seizing one and hurling it at Yaozhi. Yaozhi, terrified, pulled a guard from behind him to shield himself as Su Guowan's poisoned arrow landed nearby, corroding the floor and hissing ominously. Clutching a purple embroidered handkerchief, he trembled as he questioned Su Guowan. You? Su Junju, are you attempting to murder me? Su Guowan glanced disinterestedly at the now empty jar, devoid of any poisoned arrows. Murder? No. I was merely jesting. Surely, the people of Shilling would not take a joke so seriously? Chapter 43. Lu Rushue's schemed Yaozhi, infuriated by Su Guowan, furiously flicked his handkerchief. Humph. You Dongjin, await my return. I shall be ready. Suddenly, Yun Mo interjected, redirecting everyone's attention. Yaozhi straightened up. Chun Wang, do not go too far. Yun Mo, lazily shifting his posture, reclined. I am not overstepping. I merely wish to practice my troops on your Shilling's land. As he spoke, Yun Mo casually waved a tiger talisman from his garments. The words that almost escaped Yaozhi's lips vanished, and he dared not utter another word. After such a blow, the people of Shilling Kingdom no longer dared to act recklessly. Yun Yan exchanged a few pleasantries, after which they relocated to entertain the guests from Shilling. After all, this place had been nearly destroyed by the giant serpent, and no one could eat in such a deplorable environment. Yun Mo threatened with the tiger talisman, while Su Guowan shot down the giant serpent they had brought to intimidate them. Ultimately, the people of Shilling chose to leave Dongjin Kingdom in disgrace. Meanwhile, Yun Yan instructed someone to retrieve the poison Su Guowan had prepared. She had already anticipated the actions of their benevolent emperor and had concocted an antidote alongside the poison. That poison was now merely an ordinary concoction, causing only minor harm without any other effect. Regardless of how much Yun Yan harbored hatred for Su Guowan in secret, he maintained a facade of unwavering cheerfulness. As an emperor, how could he ever ask his subjects for poison? This matter had to end here. On that day, along with Yaozhi, there were also dark guards from the Prince of Chun's residence. The moment Yaozhi stepped into Shilling Kingdom, a hidden arrow shot forth. The arrogant and domineering king of the West fell headlong into Shilling territory. There was no reason for Shilling to seek trouble with Dongjin. The death had occurred within their borders, and accompanying the arrow was the weight of Yaozhi's many sins. Everyone believed that Yaozhi was being punished for having harmed too many innocent women. Even the fact that Yaozhi was a eunuch had spread, and the world was secretly cursing him for his lack of humanity. It was certainly because he had harmed innocent women that he had met his downfall. Behind the scenes, the true puppeteer, Yun Mo, remained hidden in the shadows. With the emperor's decree, Lu Ruxue knelt at the entrance of the Prince of Su's residence for 3 hours every midnight. She thought that by going at such a late hour, few would notice. Little did she know that the events of that banquet had become widely known, and everyone was aware of her nightly penance. Some people even stayed awake just to watch her at the Prince of Su's doorstep. Thus, Lu Ruxue knelt there for an entire month, returning to her own courtyard limping. One day, after kneeling for the usual 3 hours, she walked back filled with resentment. She deliberately did not summon her bearers for a ride, as she intended to meet Zhang Ping. Entering a dark alley, a hand reached out and pulled Lu Ruxue inside. Zhang Ping, with a face that blended into the crowd, wore an expression of concern. "Does your leg hurt?" he asked. Lu Ruxue lay in Zhang Ping's embrace, lowering her head to conceal her bitterness. Her voice choked. "Brother Ping, why does Princess Su treat me this way? I only wanted what was best for Dongjin," suggesting her to subdue the giant serpent. "Yet she possesses the ability to tame it herself. Why must I suffer daily at the gates of the Prince of Su?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto Zhang Ping's hand. Zhang Ping, pained, lifted her face to wipe her tears. "Do not cry. My heart aches for you. It is Princess Su's own cruelty. She is jealous of your beauty." His words caused Lu Ruxue to stiffen. Zhang Ping was a fool. If he couldn't comfort her, he should refrain from doing so. Realizing she still needed Zhang Ping, Lu Ruxue buried her dissatisfaction and continued to weep in his embrace. "Little girl, you are quite lovely. Come home with me. I will cherish you." A rogue's voice from outside frightened Lu Ruxue, causing her to shrink deeper into Zhang Ping's arms. If anyone discovered her secret meeting with Zhang Ping, her future as a general's wife would be in jeopardy. Zhang Ping, being the son of a mere fifth-rank officer, had no abilities to match her. He thought Lu Ruxue was frightened by the outside commotion and continued to comfort her in hushed tones. The altercation outside persisted, and suddenly they saw the man beside the woman being harassed rush forward to confront the drunkard, only to be killed by a knife. Blood splattered onto the window where they were hiding. Lu Ruxue covered Zhang Ping's mouth tightly, preventing him from crying out in fear. "Ah!" came the pained cry of the harassed woman. It turned out that after the drunkard killed the man, he attempted to escape when the woman tried to flee, killing her in the process. After the two murders, the drunkard, now sober with fear, discarded the knife and fled. Once the drunkard had departed, Lu Ruxue and Zhang Ping emerged, hand in hand. Upon stepping outside, Lu Ruxue immediately shook off Zhang Ping's hand. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Yet he understood her desire to avoid appearing familiar in public and fell silent behind her. Spotting the two lavishly dressed bodies on the ground, a glint of calculation flashed in Lu Ruxue's eyes. She turned, biting her lip, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Zhang Ping, familiar with her demeanor, knew she was plotting something again. However, he willingly allowed himself to be ensnared by her schemes, prompting her to speak first. "What should we do, Xiao Shui?" Lu Ruxue cast a pitiful glance at Zhang Ping and then slapped herself hard. Upon seeing her self-inflicted pain, Zhang Ping rushed forward to grasp her hand. "How can you strike yourself? What do you wish to do? Just tell me, and I will comply with your every word." Lu Ruxue lowered her head, concealing her ulterior motives. "Brother Ping, look at how splendidly dressed these two are. If it were known that they were killed by Princess Su, would she not be too preoccupied to trouble me?" Zhang Ping stared at Lu Ruxue in shock. The Dongjin kingdom had been established for only a short time, and, to increase the population, indiscriminate killing was prohibited. Any innocent death would lead to an official investigation. Otherwise, Lu Ruxue would have long since perished at Su Guowan's hands. Of course, the Prince of Chun was an exception. He could provide evidence justifying any deaths he caused. Yet, Zhang Ping found himself swallowing his refusal upon witnessing the anticipation in Lu Ruxue's eyes. Chapter 44. Shi Yihan comes to capture Xiao Shui has done nothing wrong. She merely wishes to escape Princess Su's retribution, Zhang Ping thought. If anyone is to blame, it should be Princess Su herself. If she were to graciously relinquish her husband to Xiao Shui, there would be no need for trouble. Instead, she seeks to make Xiao Shui a mere concubine to Chui. Remembering the month of torment Lu Ruxue had endured, Zhang Ping steeled himself. "All right, whatever you say, Xiao Shui, I will do." Deep within Lu Ruxue's gaze was disdain for Zhang Ping, such a fool. Were it not for his usefulness, she would not waste time on him. Hearing Zhang Ping's acquiescence, Lu Ruxue delightedly kissed his cheek, leaving him floating in bliss. In that moment, even if she commanded him to die, he would do so without hesitation. Lu Ruxue leaned close to Zhang Ping's ear, whispering her plans. It was evident he hesitated multiple times, but seeing Lu Ruxue's sulky expression, he resolutely agreed. "The next day, my lady, something is amiss." The usually composed Yun Xiang rushed in, interrupting Su Guowan's training. Linglong and Su Guowan immediately halted, inquiring what could cause such urgency.
"Ikan Xiang, Bretlas, Bao Tosu Guyan."
The officials from the Dali Temple have arrived. They claim that the lady has killed the Empress's nephew and his wife. Linglong, furious, sheathed the sword used for Su Guowan's training. "Nonsense. The lady has no enmity with the Empress's family. Why would she harm them? Yun Xiang nodded vigorously. Indeed, the lady is always calm. How could she commit such a senseless act? This is clearly a plot against her. Su Guiwan quickly identified a few individuals who might conspire against her in her mind. Linglong, assist me with my attire. Yun Xiang, please recount the events to me clearly. As she listened to Prince Su defending himself against the accusations in the main hall, she hastened her steps. That vile wretch is lying. How could my granddaughter possibly have killed the Empress's nephew and niece-in-law? Upon arriving at the main hall, she overheard Prince Su advocating for her. She stepped forward, addressing her grandfather and the magistrate. Sir, I have arrived. Shi Yihan, cold and aloof, nodded slightly before turning to Su Guiwan. Miss Su, someone has accused you of murdering the Empress's nephew and niece-in-law. I must inquire about your whereabouts during the hour of the tiger last night. Do you have any witnesses? Su Guiwan gazed at Shi Yihan, whose features bore some resemblance to Yunma. I had retired for the night well before then. Everyone at the Su residence can vouch for me. However, I am quite curious. Who has accused me? What evidence do they possess to substantiate that I committed such a crime? A glimmer of admiration flickered in Shi Yihan's eyes. She truly was a noblewoman of Bianjing. After years of handling cases, he had never encountered anyone so composed amidst accusations. He personally doubted Su Guiwan's guilt, thus he was willing to extend her a measure of respect. The accusation comes from a servant of the Su residence, who claims to have witnessed you committing the act before returning to the Su residence.
Su Guiwan chuckled incredulously.
She had thought that eliminating the Emperor's spy would resolve their troubles, yet it seemed that an internal traitor still awaited them at the Su residence. She raised her head, scrutinizing the group following Shi Yihan. Clearly, the Empress held her nephew in high regard, else she wouldn't have dispatched palace guards for this matter. I did not leave my home last night, nor have I ever taken a life. The entire Su residence can attest to my innocence. Shi Yihan did not nod but merely glanced at the guards from the palace and at the furious Prince Su, who was nearly beside himself. According to protocol, Miss Su, you must accompany us to the Dali Temple. Once the investigation is concluded, if you are found innocent, we will return you.
Princess Su,
who always stood as a shield for Su Guiwan, exclaimed, You are mistaken. My granddaughter is innocent and will not go to the Dali Temple. Who doesn't know that entering the Dali Temple is akin to facing certain doom? Shi Yihan, unfazed, calmly wiped his face with a handkerchief, taking in the rumors circulating outside. Indeed, Prince Su was as the tales depicted. Normally expressionless, he transformed into a firecracker when it came to his granddaughter. Shi Yihan's gesture caused Prince Su to feel a twinge of embarrassment. He had meant to act so impulsively. After cleaning his face, Shi Yihan addressed Su Guiwan. Rest assured, we shall not resort to extrajudicial measures. We merely wish for you to cooperate with the investigation, Miss Su. What is your stance on this? He had realized that it would be more productive to converse with Su Guiwan rather than waste time with Prince Su. Su Guiwan nodded. I will accompany you. I too wish to uncover who is scheming against me. Prince Su looked at her anxiously. Do you truly believe that place is fit for you? They speak sweetly. But who knows what treachery lies beneath? Shi Yihan's expression remained unchanged despite the insult to his workplace. Su Guiwan gazed at her grandfather, feeling warmth in her heart. He was as steadfast as ever, shielding her from any harm. Grandfather, I am merely going with the magistrate for an investigation. There is no cause for concern.
Princess Su,
displeased, slumped onto a nearby bench. Ever since his granddaughter had matured, he felt increasingly redundant. He was indeed growing old. His granddaughter no longer believed he could protect her. Even if she had committed the crime, he would risk his life to safeguard her. Su Guiwan offered Shi Yihan an apologetic glance. Sir, might you grant me a moment to speak with my grandfather? Shi Yihan, displaying great tolerance for a founding hero, nodded and stepped aside with his men. Of course. Miss Su, take your time. The onlookers remained, as Su Guiwan was still a suspect, and they could not afford to leave her alone with Prince Su. Su Guiwan crouched beside her grandfather. I know you act out of concern for my well-being, but you must also trust that your granddaughter is capable. I am the future heir of the Su residence. If I cannot even navigate through this treachery without hiding behind you, what right do I have to inherit? Prince Su gazed intently at Su Guiwan, his eyes unwavering, and recognized the seriousness in her demeanor. He relented once more. Very well, you may go. Su Guiwan gently patted her grandfather's hand as she rose. I am ready now. Sir, shall we depart? Shi Yihan signaled. Miss Su, please proceed. as Su Guiwan held the rank of a first-class princess until concrete evidence was presented to prove her guilt in the murder of the Empress's nephew and niece-in-law. No one could lay a hand upon her. Thus, she was escorted to the main hall of the Dali Temple to confront the accuser. Upon seeing the person brought forth, Su Guiwan was perplexed. Is this truly one of my household servants? I have never seen him before. A stout middle-aged man, seemingly simple-minded, was being forced to kneel before the court. Thwack! Sure Ihan struck the gavel. Who is present? Neo Air, the man trembled, a humble servant who waters the flowers at the Su residence. Sure Ihan proceeded to ask Neo Air several questions, and by this point, he had a clearer understanding of the situation. Turning to Su Guiwan, he inquired, Miss Su, do you have any objections to Neo Air's testimony? Su Guiwan coldly fixed her gaze upon Neo Air. I have a few questions for you. Sure Ihan nodded. Please, Miss Su, go ahead. As Su Guiwan prepared to question him, Neo Air, trembling, lowered his head to the ground. He had framed Su Guiwan, and there was no returning to the Su residence for him now. Yet, contemplating the vast wealth he possessed at home, Neo Air found some solace. Such riches were unattainable during his lifetime of servitude at the Su residence. By risking everything this time, he could acquire what he could never have before. Gathering his courage, Neo Air firmly declared, regardless of how you threaten me, Miss, I speak nothing but the truth.
Su Guiwan smiled faintly. Neo Air.
You claim to have witnessed me take a life. What evidence do you possess? Are there any witnesses to corroborate your account? If not, I would suspect that you were bribed to falsely accuse me. At the mention of bribery, Neo Air's eyes widened in fear, momentarily believing Su Guiwan had uncovered the truth. His expression betrayed him. Not just the interrogators present, but also the palace guards sent by the Empress realized he had likely been coerced. Outside, a crowd of citizens gathered, unwilling to believe that the benevolent Su Guiwan, who provided free medical care and distributed grain, could commit murder. They clamored for justice, demanding Sure Ihan release her. Once again, Sure Ihan struck the gavel. Silence. Once the noise subsided, he turned to Neo Air. Neo Air, do you have any explanations for Miss Su's accusations? Were there any witnesses who saw this transpire? Startled by Sure Ihan's gavel, Neo Air jumped, then knelt, frantically darting his eyes around. Yes, my daughter, Neo Chui, witnessed the princess kill the Empress's nephew and niece-in-law alongside me. Shi Han ordered someone to bring Neo Chui over. Su Guiwan, with her arms crossed, let out a cold laugh. What a fine princess I am, having murdered the Empress's nephew and niece-in-law. Pray tell, how does a mere servant watering flowers in the courtyard have any acquaintance with the Empress's kin? Neo Air was rendered speechless by Su Guiwan's words, his face betraying the panic of having his lies exposed. He, of course, had no idea that the deceased were the Empress's relatives. That was merely what the person who paid him had told him. Your Highness, stop struggling. My father and I witnessed you slaughtering the Empress's nephew and niece-in-law. Confess your guilt, Neo Air stammered, at a loss for words. Just then, Neo Chui rushed in. Su Guiwan cast a casual glance, immediately sensing something amiss. A smile crept across her lips. Before you testify for your father, shouldn't you explain how you acquired that silk on your person? And what of the golden hairpin and jade earrings adorning your head? Neo Chui looked at Su Guiwan in confusion. Of course, I bought them myself. Neo Air lowered his head to the ground in despair. It was over. How could he have such a foolish daughter? Shi Han and the interrogators no longer wished to ask further questions. In all their years of investigation, they had never encountered such an easily solvable case. Before beginning their work, they were all quite apprehensive, caught between the Empress and the Zheng family on one side, and the Su Wangfu on the other, neither of whom they could afford to offend. Yet now, it appeared they could resolve the case without offending anyone. Zheng Xie, who had hurried to attend the hearing, remained silent, his anger palpable as his veins throbbed. When did the Zheng family become so easily manipulated? Neo Chui looked at Su Guiwan with an air of pride. She had long envied the maids who wore gold and silver, and now she too possessed such finery, no longer needing to covet others. She had risen early that morning to groom herself. The truth was nearing revelation. Upon Shi Han's command, Neo Air and his daughter were taken away for severe interrogation. In their bureau, they typically did not waste time on questioning. They would simply apprehend the suspects directly. However, this case was exceptional due to the identities involved. Neo Chui, bewildered, was dragged away, still unaware of what had transpired, shouting her innocence until Neo Air yelled at her to silence. Seeing Shi Han take action, Zhang Xie stood and left, knowing it would not be long before the culprit was found. Shi Han turned to Su Guiwan, standing in the hall. Princess Su, you have not yet fully cleared your name, so I must trouble you to stay at the Dali Temple for a while. Su Guiwan understood and turned to the constable beside her. Please escort this princess to the prison. The constable, glancing nervously at Shi Han, received permission and promptly led Su Guiwan away. Not long after Su Guiwan was imprisoned, Chu Yi received news and hurried to the Dali Temple to see her. Su Guiwan lay leisurely in her cell, coldly observing Chu Yi standing outside. Have you finished your tirade? If so, be gone. Chu Yi looked at Su Guiwan with sorrow. Wanwan, how have you changed? I remember you were not like this. Su Guiwan flung her teacup at Chu Yi. Change? It's you who has changed. I have never altered. You remember how I once was, yet you seem to forget the promises you made. Chu Yi's face shifted between shades of blue and white. Wanwan, listen to me. Truly, if you agree to return home and allow me to take a concubine, I will find a way to rescue you.
Su Guiwan mok kingli jullet her lips. Begone.
I cannot be bothered to converse with you. With that, she closed her eyes, ignoring Chu Yi's further attempts to speak. Chu Yi stood outside the cell for what felt like an eternity, his legs growing weary and his throat parched. Noticing Su Guiwan's refusal to open her eyes even once, he had no choice but to leave. After a while, Su Guiwan was awakened by the sound of footsteps outside her cell, irritably opening her eyes. Leave. Uncle Chun. As soon as the word leave escaped her lips, she saw Yun Mo enter, dressed in white and carrying a food box. Her expression of annoyance transformed into one of delight. Yun Mo raised an eyebrow with a smile. Do you so despise seeing Uncle Chun?
Su Guiwan hurriedly stood. No.
Uncle Chun, I thought it was that beast Chu Yi. Truly, I was cursing Chu Yi, not you. Yun Mo smiled lightly. I understand. This cell is quite rudimentary. I apologize for your discomfort. Su Guiwan vigorously shook her head. Not at all. Master Shi knows I am innocent and arranged a special room for me. Look, it has a bed, blankets, and even a mirror, clothes, and books. Master Shi is so considerate, knowing I might be bored and preparing books for my amusement. As she spoke, Su Guiwan took the opportunity to praise Shi Han. Indeed, upon hearing her commendations, Yun Mo's smile dimmed slightly. He handed the food box to the nearby prison guard, instructing him to deliver it to her. The feeling of having his credit usurped by his uncle was disheartening for Yun Mo. He wished to convey his feelings to the young woman before him, yet he did not wish to burden her. After much contemplation, he could only swallow his dissatisfaction. Yes, you are innocent. He will surely not neglect you. The prison guard rolled his eyes. Once someone entered the Dali Temple, it mattered not whether they were innocent or guilty. They would first receive a beating. Who would arrange a clean, tidy room for anyone? Upon receiving the food box, Su Guiwan beamed with joy. Peach blossom pastry. And my favorite braised pig trotters. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Yun Mo nodded indifferently. I'm glad you like it. Please endure your time here. It won't be long before your name is cleared. Su Guiwan placed the food box down, gazing proudly at Yun Mo. Thank you. Upon receiving the news, I had people investigate. Even if it was in a dark alley, a murder would leave some trace. As long as we find a clue, we can follow it to catch the murder. Yun Mo listened quietly to Su Guiwan's analysis, and when she finished, a glint of amusement sparkled in his eyes. Well deduced. Have you guessed who set you up? Su Guiwan tilted her head, grinning mischievously. Of course, I know. Who else but Lu Rushua? She is the one who wishes for my demise the most. No one else even comes to mind. However, Uncle Chun, do you think she might be a tad foolish? The Empress, the Zheng family, and the Su Wangfu. Why would she think a person with no backing could manipulate these three powerful forces? Once the truth is uncovered, I can't imagine how terribly she will meet her end. And the Chun Wangfu. What? Su Guiwan was still reveling in Lu Rushua's impending downfall when Yun Mo suddenly mentioned the Chun Wangfu, leaving her bewildered. She stared blankly at Yun Mo, her adorably dazed expression prompting an impulse in him to ruffle her hair. His hand, which had moved slightly, eventually returned to stillness. Yun Mo's gaze softened. I meant she is indeed foolish. Not just the Su Wangfu and the Zheng family, but also the Chun Wangfu.
Su Guiwan's smile brightened,
nearly revealing her pearly whites. Yes. Uncle Chun will help me too. Lu Rushua is finished this time. The girl's fox-like eyes sparkled with arrogance, causing Yun Mo to relax his expression as well. So, you need not concede anything to Chu Yi. He cannot threaten you. At the mere mention of Chu Yi,
Su Guyan's smile faltered.
why bring him up? Such bad luck. I won't be threatened by him. I can find out everything myself. Why would I need to ask him? Yun Mo teased with a smile. Indeed, let us not mention him. Princess Su is so astute. How could she possibly require the assistance of that good-for-nothing? When Yun Mo referred to Chu Yi as a waste, he fixed his gaze intently on Su Guiwan. Observing that she was not angered but rather nodded in agreement, the delight in his eyes deepened. When Su Guiwan inadvertently met Yun Mo's gaze, her face flushed as if engulfed in flames. Yun Mo, taken aback by her sudden glance, hastily averted his eyes, unable to look at her any longer. Rest well. I just remembered I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave.
With that,
he departed swiftly, leaving no opportunity for Su Guiwan to respond. His usual composed stride now bore a hint of disarray. The jailer nearby was, in fact, an insider placed by Yun Mo, maintaining a facade of indifference. Do not inquire. Simply know that he was deaf and blind, perceiving nothing and hearing nothing, and certainly harboring no thoughts. Su Guiwan stared blankly at the direction in which Yun Mo had vanished, and suddenly, a smile crept across her lips. Unable to resist, she seated herself on the edge of the bed and buried her face in the blankets, rubbing against them. Time passed, and eventually, she lifted her head, gathering her emotions. However, she could not suppress the racing of her heart. Shaking her head, she attempted to cast aside her tumultuous thoughts. Men change their affections too swiftly. She had already lost that gamble once, and could not afford to repeat her mistakes. The Emperor would never allow her to be with Yun Mo. Such aspirations were futile. She should focus on accompanying her grandfather for the remainder of her life. Moreover, it was unlikely she would bear children in this lifetime. The thought left her feeling despondent as she leaned back against the bed, realizing she had acted impulsively. In her desire to sever ties with Chu Yi, she had not considered the fate of the Su Wangfu's future heirs. Would she truly need to adopt a child? What if she ended up with an ungrateful wretch? It would be better for the Su family's legacy to end here. The more she pondered, the more her mind spiraled, prompting her to rise and wash her hands before dining. Outside, Sir Ihan noticed his nephew emerging, his expression tinged with a hint of panic, prompting curiosity. Were there dogs chasing you inside? Yun Mo dismissed his uncle's teasing and promptly sat beside him. Uncle, do not present the evidence just yet. The people of Su Wangfu have nearly completed their investigation. Sir Ihan poured him a cup of tea, regarding him with a puzzled gaze. You went to great lengths to gather evidence and disguised it for Su Wangfu, yet they remain unaware. What is your true intention? Sir Ihan pondered, increasingly baffled by his nephew. Even if he sought an alliance with Su Wangfu, he ought to let them know of the good deeds he has performed. What difference is there between performing good deeds anonymously and not doing them at all? Yun Mo took a sip of tea. For no particular reason. I simply wish to do good.
What?
Sir Ihan's lips twitched involuntarily. If his nephew were to engage in benevolent acts without ulterior motives, what chaos might ensue. Nevertheless, as his uncle, he found solace in the thought that Yun Mo would not dare to harm him. Reassuring himself, Sir Ihan placed the cup on the table. Rest assured, your uncle is not so foolish. If I were to present the evidence immediately, our actions would surely raise suspicion. I shall delay as long as possible to avoid alarming others. Understanding his uncle's intentions, Yun Mo refrained from elaborating further. However, Yun Mo's silence did not deter Sir Ihan from inquiring. A flicker of warmth crossed his typically stoic face. How did your inquiry with Princess Su regarding the framing go? Yun Mo cast a fleeting glance at Sir Ihan before rising to leave. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Sir Ihan's form stiffened at his nephew's response. This behavior was consistent. Whenever confronted with uncomfortable questions, Yun Mo would feign pressing business. After extricating himself from Sir Ihan, Yun Mo returned quietly to the Chen Wangfu. He could not disclose to his uncle that he had not gone to inquire about the case at all, but rather to comfort Su Guiwan. Fearing she might be deceived by Chu Yi's honeyed words. If he were to confess this, his uncle would undoubtedly petition for his resignation and keep a watchful eye on him day and night. His maternal family was comprised of scholars, with his grandfather being Mr. Bai He, the head of the Huai Shao Academy. While they espoused lofty ideals, they were also exceedingly rigid, and would never permit him to develop feelings for a woman who had been divorced. Su Guiwan spent merely 3 days in the prison. After which the Dali Temple and Su Wangfu presented the evidence before all. Zhang Ping was brought forth, kneeling silently in court. Shi Yihan struck the gavel, addressing Zhang Ping. Niu Er and Niu Chuya confessed, stating that you paid them to conspire against Princess Su. What do you have to say for yourself? Zhang Ping, kneeling with a bitter smile, replied, My lord, I have nothing to say.
Ping.
At his words, Zhang Ping's mother cried out anxiously. Zhang Ping's father also appeared troubled, unsure of what to do. Zhang Ping cast a remorseful glance at his parents. It is my fault as a son. If I have another life, do not bring me into this world. His mother shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face.
No.
Pinger, quickly explained to the lord that it was not you. You have no enmity with Princess Su. Why would you frame her? You are innocent. Su Guiwan observed the scene before her with cold detachment, understanding that Zhang Ping's parents cherished their only son, and thus felt immense sorrow. Yet, what did that matter to her? She was her grandfather's sole granddaughter. From the moment Zhang Ping conspired with Lu Rushua against her, he should have been prepared to face the consequences. Zhang Ping's mother, noticing Su Guiwan nearby, rushed forward to kneel at her feet.
Princess, jeg implorer you to spare penger.
I am willing to serve you as a slave. Please, show mercy. Zhang Ping's father followed suit, kneeling before Su Guiwan. Princess, do with me as you will. I only ask that you spare my son. Su Guiwan yanked her skirt away from Zhang Ping's mother. The culprit sheltered by Zhang Ping is not I, nor is the deceased related to me. You are beseeching the wrong person. Upon hearing Su Guiwan's words, Zhang Ping's parents glanced at Zheng Xia, who was seated nearby, before returning their gaze to Su Guiwan. They were well aware that the one they should plead to was not just Su Guiwan, but also Zheng Xia. If Zheng Xia were to agree to spare Zhang Ping, then he might be saved from death. Yet, Zheng Xia's second daughter was the current empress, and his nephew was the reigning emperor. The deceased was Zheng Xia's distant nephew. They dared not approach him. Su Guiwan disregarded the desperate pleas of Zhang Ping's parents and instead mockingly addressed Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping, after your parents have raised you for so many years, you would forsake them for a woman? Are you truly willing to watch them grow old while you bring them grief? You must understand that you are not merely betraying me. This matter is entangled with far too many consequences. If the truth is not revealed, the only path left for you will be death. As Su Guiwan threatened Zhang Ping, a figure in a straw hat from the crowd stepped forward, only to retreat nervously. Upon hearing that Zhang Ping was taking the blame for a woman, his mother rushed forward and slapped him hard across the face. Wretched child. Who is that woman?
Speak. Who is she?
Zhang Ping's face was struck askew by his mother. Zhang Mu, and he silently lowered his head, uttering not a word. Unable to glean anything from his silence, Zhang Mu suddenly knelt before him. Zhang Ping, startled, gazed at his kneeling mother and exclaimed, What are you doing? Please get up. Zhang Mu, with desperation, pushed Zhang Ping away and cried, I implore you, my son. Just tell me the name of that woman. I cannot bear to watch you perish. As tears streamed down her face, a realization seemed to dawn upon her, and she grasped Zhang Ping's hand tightly. Pinger, do you not love Lu Rushua? I promise, if you reveal that woman's name, I shall go to the Yuan Marquis' estate to propose marriage on your behalf. Zhang Fu, standing nearby, chimed in, Indeed, Pinger. General Chu has not yet fully taken Lu Rushua as a concubine. I have worked under him for some time. If you disclose that woman's name, I will petition General Chu to allow Lu Rushua to marry you. The two members of the Zhang family were intent on persuading Zhang Ping to reveal the identity of Su Guiwan's mentioned woman, oblivious to the fact that the name had already rolled off their tongues several times. The collective gaze of the family, filled with unspoken complexity, reflected their turmoil as they pondered the enmity between Su Guiwan and Lu Rushua. Zhang Ping, in despair, shook his head. Mother, it is futile. In the past, I cherished Xiaoxua, but you disdained her humble background. Now there is no possibility for us. Zhang Mu struck Zhang Ping's shoulder, exclaiming, How can it be impossible? Just name that woman, and I shall seek Lu Rushua for you. After listening silently, Su Guiwan could no longer contain her laughter. Drawing everyone's attention away from the Zhang family, calmly, she seated herself on a nearby chair and said, Madame Zhang, your son speaks the truth. It is indeed impossible. Before Zhang Mu could voice her confusion, Su Guiwan's light words immobilized her, for that woman is none other than Lu Rushua. Chapter 48. He will never have children again. After speaking, Su Guiwan turned her gaze outside, her eyes locking onto a woman wearing a straw hat. Is that not correct, Miss Lu? Zhang Mu crumpled to the ground, furiously pointing at Zhang Ping. Did I not warn you before to stay away from that wretched woman? Why do you refuse to heed your mother's words? After finishing her outburst, Zhang Mu scrambled to her feet and lunged toward the departing Lu Rushua. Zhang Ping hurriedly embraced his mother, preventing her from attacking Lu Rushua. Disappointed, Zhang Mu turned to her son, questioning how she could have raised such a son, one willing to protect that woman even when facing death. Of course, Lu Rushua was not destined to escape easily. Not only were the officials from the Dali Temple watching, but several hidden groups were also lying in wait to ensure she could not flee. Soon, she was brought before Shi Yihan kneeling. Before Shi Yihan could inquire, Zhang Ping knelt first, declaring, "My lord, it was all my doing. Xiaoxue is innocent." Su Guiwan, indifferent to the proceedings, thought the truth was evident. If Shi Yihan could not discern it, he might as well return to farming. Calmly sipping her tea, she awaited the unfolding judgment. Lu Rushua, feigning innocence, shook her head vigorously, unwilling to acknowledge her involvement, placing the entire blame on Zhang Ping. It was not until several others were brought forth that Lu Rushua's composure began to crack. Su Guiwan rested her chin on her hand and exchanged knowing glances with Lu Rushua. You should recognize these individuals, Miss Lu, should you not? If not, Linglong. Please introduce them. Yes. Linglong immediately stepped forward, pointing to a tall, burly man. This man is the murderer of young Master Zheng and his wife. That night, he drunkenly harassed the lady, and upon being scolded by the young master, he killed them both in a fit of rage. Without allowing anyone time to react, Linglong pointed to a nearby woman. This lady is the owner of the tea house. She overheard everything when Miss Lu and young Master Zhang conspired to frame our princess. With 6 or 7 witnesses introduced by Linglong, the truth of the matter was made clear. Lu Rushua sat in stunned silence, unable to muster a defense. Why had this scheme failed? In the past, her methods had always proved effective. Why had they faltered this time? Lost in her failure, she failed to consider the difference between her previous adversaries and her current ones. Previously, she had only dealt with rural girls in petty squabbles. Even when she ruined the lives of innocent women, those of low status could not uncover the truth. However, this time, she had conspired against a princess of the Eastern Jin, backed by formidable forces capable of uncovering the facts with ease. Shi Yihan sentenced the drunken man to death, while Lu Rushua and her accomplices, including Zhang Ping, Niu Er, and Niu Chui, were all sentenced to exile. Once Lu Rushua's punishment was concluded, Su Guiwan exchanged glances with Linglong. Shortly after, Linglong returned with Yunxiang and several others. Su Guiwan turned to Chu Yi with a mocking smile. Did you not claim that I disrespected the daughter of your benefactor? Today, you shall hear whether she truly is your benefactor's daughter. Lu Rushua, fearful, looked at Chu Yi, shaking her head vehemently.
No.
That is not true.
Xiaoyi.
Do not listen to Su Guiwan. She is framing me. Chu Yi stared blankly at the kneeling Lu Rushua and the composed Su Guiwan. Confusion clouded his mind. How could Lu Rushua not be the daughter of his benefactor? Not only was Chu Yi bewildered, but the onlookers were equally perplexed. Lu Rushua was undeniably well known in Bianjing. She had leveraged her identity as the benefactor's daughter to present herself as a lady of the Yuan Marquis' estate, subsequently orchestrating the separation of the city's most beloved couple. All eyes remained fixed on Su Guiwan, who did not offer any clarifications, but instead smiled at Shi Yihan. Surely, the punishment you have decreed is insufficient. Just as Shi Yihan was about to rise, he promptly sat back down, requesting the princess to clarify. Su Guiwan gently addressed the kneeling girl. Everyone is here. You may now express your grievances and the frustrations you have endured over the years. The girl earnestly bowed her head to Su Guiwan, then turned her gaze with resentment toward Lu Rushua. Lu Rushua, glancing at the girl, feigned innocence as she looked at Chu Yi, claiming she did not know her. With a mocking laugh, the girl exclaimed, Miss Lu, you truly have a forgetful nature. My dear father perished at your hands, and you have no recollection of it? As laughter turned to tears, she bit her lip tightly. Lu Rushua, with a face full of grievance, turned to Su Guiwan. I admit I tried to harm you out of jealousy for Xiaoyi's affection, but you cannot repay my treachery in kind. Skeptical gazes fell upon Su Guiwan, as such an act seemed well within her capabilities.
Su Guiwan scoffed.
Do not attempt to shift the narrative. While your father did save Chu Yi, it was not a matter of life and death. Disdaining your father's lack of usefulness, you seized the opportunity to align yourself with the Yuan Marquis' estate, ultimately leading to your father's demise, rendering yourself an orphan to gain entry into the Marquis' household. The crowd erupted in disbelief. None could fathom that the seemingly delicate Lu Rushue could commit patricide. Chu Yi, equally shocked, widened his eyes, unable to meet Lu Rushue's gaze for fear of seeing something he should not. The girl on the floor added with fervor, completing Su Guowan's unfinished thought, "My father was the physician summoned by General Chu to treat your father. You killed your own father, and to silence him, you even murdered mine." Shi Yihan concealed the shock on his face, calmly pronouncing a new sentence for Lu Rushue, who was ultimately sentenced to death for her numerous offenses. The moment the verdict was pronounced, the vitality within Lu Rushue seemed to vanish entirely. Chu Yi, in a daze, appeared lost in thought, his expression one of bewilderment.
Lu Rushue abruptly pushed him aside, defiantly addressing Su Guiwan. "Ah,
Su Guiwan, what does it matter if you killed me? You and Chu Yi are still torn apart by my hands. Even if you two reunite in the future, can you truly forget the child you so cruelly discarded? Can you genuinely accept Chu Yi's concubines? Can you bear the fact that he still harbors feelings for me?" Su Guiwan set down the cup in her hand and approached Lu Rushue with a smile. "Who told you I intend to accept Chu Yi? I have never regretted the child I chose to terminate. A man I discarded. What does it matter to me how many concubines he has? He'll never have children again in his lifetime." Chapter 49. Lu Rushue's departure. Lu Rushue, stunned, gazed at Su Guiwan. "What did you say? Chu Yi will never have children? Then whose child did you terminate?" Realizing Lu Rushue's misunderstanding, Su Guiwan calmly adjusted the exquisite fabric of her attire. The material was beautiful and comfortable to wear, though prone to wrinkling. "My child is undoubtedly his. Since he did not cherish my child, he shall have no children for the rest of his days." After addressing Lu Rushue's inquiry, Su Guiwan smiled at Chu Yi. "Have you forgotten that I possess medical skills?" Lu Rushue lowered her once proud head, gazing despondently at Su Guiwan. "You are ruthless. After scheming against me for so many years, I accept my defeat at your hands." She then turned her scornful gaze towards the incredulous Chu Yi. "Chu Yi, I have tolerated you for so long, and now I am weary. You, a base-born son who relies on the Su royal house for your position, truly believe yourself to be significant. And that so-called aunt of yours is no better. A mere concubine presuming to act as the legitimate wife. You must be deluded about her confidence. How splendid. None of us have triumphed. I lost my life. Su Guiwan lost her child, and you will never have children again. Truly splendid." Chu Yi, in a fit of rage, pointed at Lu Rushue. "You once claimed to love me. Did you not say you did not care about being a concubine?" Lu Rushue shot him a disdainful glance. "Fool. That was a ruse to manipulate you, and you fell for it. Were it not for the title of general's wife, who would ever desire a fool like you? I only said that to evoke your pity, pushing you further away from Su Guiwan and clearing my path to the general's position." Lu Rushue ceased her remarks, and Chu Yi dared not inquire further. He was on the verge of collapse. The sister he believed to be gentle had been scheming against him all along, and the proud and carefree wife he once had poisoned him, ensuring he would never father a child. After berating Chu Yi, Lu Rushue turned to Zhang Ping, who had been cautiously observing her. "Zhang Ping, I have never held any affection for you. My previous kindness was solely to demonstrate my charm. Later, I used you to sow discord between Su Guiwan and Chu Yi. After being exiled, forget me and live well." Zhang Ping remained silent, while Zhang Mu incessantly cursed Lu Rushue. Lu Rushue shrugged indifferently, allowing herself to be overwhelmed by the tide of events. With her back to Zhang Ping, she let tears slip down her cheeks. This was the only act of contrition she could offer him. She would forever regret her treatment of him. In another life, she hoped Zhang Ping would be prosperous and esteemed, and she would not betray him again. After Lu Rushue's departure, silence enveloped the scene. No one spoke, covertly glancing at the devastated Chu Yi. Indeed, his world had crumbled. First, the realization that he would never father a child, and then the revelation that the woman who had always been by his side had been playing a role. With reddened eyes, he gazed at the impeccably poised Su Guiwan. "Su Guiwan, how could you be so cruel? Is it such a crime to desire concubines? What man does not wish for them?" Su Guiwan observed Chu Yi's breakdown, feeling none of the satisfaction she had anticipated, only a profound sense of confusion. She could not fathom why she had chosen such a man. Yet before Chu Yi, she would not reveal her bewilderment. Hearing his accusations, Su Guiwan smiled softly. Cruel? If I were truly cruel, you would not be standing here questioning me, but rather beneath the earth, seeking forgiveness from your ancestors. Indeed, men can take concubines, but you should not have promised the Su royal house that you would never do so. If you cannot keep your promise, I shall take it upon myself to ensure you never do. Her words reminded Chu Yi of the vow he had made years ago to the Su prince and Su Guiwan, swearing never to take a concubine. Back then, to win Su Guiwan's heart, he had pledged that if he ever took a concubine, he would be left childless and without a grave. A chill coursed through him, and he shuddered. He was astonished that Su Guiwan would take such promises to heart. Su Guiwan cast a deep gaze at Chu Yi before departing with the Su prince. If given the chance, she would ensure that Chu Yi would accompany the innocent child to the afterlife. Following the decree of separation, Su Guiwan once again became the talk of Bianjing. All the men who had once contemplated marrying her were relieved she had spurned them, knowing they could hardly compare to Chu Yi. Not only had Chu Yi betrayed his vows, but any man would have done the same. When the Su royal house sought to recruit a son-in-law, the stipulation against taking concubines had been disregarded. They only sought to win Su Guiwan's affection, believing they could decide on concubines later. Who could have anticipated Su Guiwan's ruthlessness, terminating a child and administering a potion to ensure Chu Yi would father no more? Her tenacity had indeed caused men to tread carefully for a time, fearing their own women might follow in Su Guiwan's footsteps. After learning of Su Guiwan's actions, Bai Yinyang rushed to the Su royal house to create a scene, only to be expelled by the servants. Following the separation, she, a mere concubine, was no longer permitted entry into the Su royal house. Under the subtle influence of Chu Rui and the lady of the Marquis's house, no one intervened, leaving Bai Yinyang to plead for help in vain. Unable to confront Su Guiwan, she resorted to seeking physicians to restore Chu Yi's health and find him a concubine. Each night, she lay in bed weeping, regretting her jealousy of Su Guiwan and her son's affection for her, which had led her to assist Lu Rushua, ultimately depriving her son of fatherhood. She recalled Su Guiwan's kindness, how she had treated her with respect and always shared her good fortune. When Su Guiwan was present, her courtyard had been filled with opulence. Now, it felt desolate and empty. Unbeknownst to Bai Yinyang, Su Guiwan was too occupied. The 60th birthday of the Su prince was approaching, and every detail of the grand celebration required her attention. On the day of the celebration, heavy snow fell, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. Many who received invitations arrived early at the Su royal house. Chu Rui sat in the carriage, exasperated, gazing at Yun Mo, who wore a fur coat and a fox cloak. Why do you insist on this? Everyone knows you suffer from cold poison. No one would blame you for not attending. Chapter 50. Why dress so thinly? Yun Mo did not refute Chu Rui's words, her gaze fixed on the soup warmer in her hands, lost in thought. The sight of Chu Rui in such a dismal state incited his frustration to the point of exasperation. How can you be so useless? If you have feelings for someone, express them. As Yun Mo prepared to retort, Chu Rui swiftly tucked his fan into his waist. Assuming a stance that indicated he was ready to engage in a serious debate with Yun Mo. Observing his demeanor, Yun Mo retracted the words he had rehearsed countless times. Chu Rui took a sip of hot tea and remarked, I know what you're about to say. You're merely concerned that your actions might implicate the Su royal residence. But, Mo, you have spent 3 years meticulously planning every detail. We cannot possibly fail. Even if we ultimately face defeat, with your capabilities, you could easily ensure their safety, allowing them to retreat into seclusion. Chu Rui's optimistic vision struck a blow to Yun Mo's wavering faith, nearly driving him to declare his feelings to Su Guiwan without reservation. However, his remaining rationality pulled him back. No. They have lived their lives with integrity. I cannot drag them into the abyss. Once I accomplish everything, I shall leverage the citizens of Bianjing to compel their surrender, making it clear to the world that the Su royal family acted out of necessity. Thus, your Su Junju can marry you with a spotless reputation, free from any blame. As Yun Mo spoke, Chu Rui interjected, taking the words right out of his mouth. Yun Mo chose to remain silent, and in the biting cold, Chu Rui became increasingly agitated by Yun Mo's stubbornness, fanning himself once more. He genuinely feared that one day, Yun Mo's south ineptitude would drive him to the brink of despair. The carriage offered excellent soundproofing, and in the vast expanse of falling snow, not even a silhouette could be seen. As they conversed, they lowered their voices. Chu Rui felt emboldened to speak freely. Initially, he intended to offer more insights, hoping that perhaps Yun Mo might change his mind about attending the Su Prince's birthday banquet. Yet, the unyielding Yun Mo only succeeded in further aggravating him. As they passed through increasingly populated areas, Chu Rui jumped from the carriage of the Chenwang residence into that of the Yuan Marquis. Shortly after, both carriages arrived at the entrance of the Su royal residence. Aware of Yun Mo's visit, the Su prince stood at the door with Su Guiwan, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon disembarking, Yun Mo spotted Su Guiwan standing in the snow and hurried to assist the Su prince, who was about to pay his respects. Given the frigid weather, let us enter promptly. The prince relaxed his clenched fist, surprised by Yun Mo's amiable demeanor. He then extended an invitation. Very well. Thank you for your consideration, Chen Wang. Let us proceed inside. Yun Mo nodded with a smile, gesturing for the prince to lead the way. Although the Su prince appeared calm as he walked ahead, he was inwardly flustered. How had he not realized that the Chen Wang was so easy to converse with? He had always been solitary, regarding them with a look of incredulity. Now, confronted with such kindness, he could not help but question his own worth in this exchange. In stark contrast to the prince's anxiety, Su Guiwan remained composed. Based on her understanding of Yun Mo, she was certain that there was no ulterior motive behind his visit to the Su royal residence. She had to concede that if Yun Mo had any designs on the Su family, neither she nor her grandfather would stand a chance. As Yun Mo took a seat, a thought suddenly struck him, and he turned to the Su prince with a smile. Upon entering, I noticed that everyone's shoes are wet. Might the Su residents have some spare shoes for us to change into? The Su prince slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten? Yes. I shall arrange for someone to provide suitable replacements." He promptly summoned a group of servants to assist with the shoe change. After taking a sip of the warm tea before him, Yun Mo added, "Your shoes are also damp, Prince. You should change as well. We can manage on our own without your company." Chu Rui understood that Yun Mo was concerned for a certain princess's comfort and encouraged the Su prince to follow suit. Naturally, the prince would not neglect his cherished granddaughter and called for Su Guiwan to join in changing her shoes. For a moment, silence enveloped the remaining guests in the parlor. Those present regretted not having taken the initiative to change their own shoes, opting instead to bask in the warmth of the fire while they could. They too should have participated, but the presence of the Chenwang made them hesitate. Yun Mo rose with a smile. "It seems my presence has made everyone uneasy. I shall take a stroll. Feel free to relax." With that, he declined the company of those who wished to accompany him, leisurely wandering beneath the eaves of the Su residence. With each step, he envisioned the paths Su Guiwan had trodden. Unintentionally or not, Yun Mo found himself in the garden near Su Guiwan's private quarters. The flowers had long withered, save for a few resilient winter-sweet blossoms. As Su Guiwan emerged, newly shod, she encountered Yun Mo, who stood motionless under the eaves, gazing into the garden. Hastening her steps, she approached him from behind. The attendant holding an umbrella immediately stepped aside upon recognizing her. "Uncle Chenwang." Yun Mo turned to glance at Su Guiwan, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" Su Guiwan followed his gaze to her own attire. Adorned in a fur-trimmed gown with a matching cloak and a scarf wrapped around her neck. "Uncle Chenwang, we seem to be dressed similarly. Where do you see me as underdressed?" Yun Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. He genuinely believed Su Guiwan was insufficiently clad. However, acknowledging her lack of attire would also mean admitting his own similar shortcoming. He decisively sidestepped that point and inquired about another matter. "Did you receive the gifts from the Chenwang residence? There is a set of silver needles and several medical texts among them, intended for you. I thought you would appreciate the medical books, as they have been gathering dust at the Chenwang residence, so I brought them for you." Su Guiwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you, Uncle Chenwang." Regardless of their state, she knew that anything gifted by Yun Mo would be of the highest quality. A warmth spread through Yun Mo's heart, and he recalled a playful remark made by his mother years ago, suggesting that when he took a wife, he must treat her with utmost care. He could no longer remember how he had responded back then, but in that moment, he silently vowed in his heart that he would treat his future princess with unparalleled kindness. The two stood for a long while, admiring the winter-sweet enveloped in snow. Unable to resist, Su Guiwan reached out to catch the snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Yun Mo grasped her hand, and in that instant, they both froze, gazing into each other's eyes. Chapter 51. Choosing a spouse for one's affection ultimately, it was Su Guiwan who regained her composure first, pulling her hand away. She looked down at her shoes, while Yun Mo placed his hands behind him, gazing into the distance. This snow is too cold. You might catch a chill.
Su Guiyan light dikkat her shoes.
I know, thank you, Uncle Chenwang. Yun Mo felt increasingly awkward. No need for thanks, it is only right. After uttering those words, the atmosphere between them grew even more uncomfortable. Su Hunsu, Chenwang. It was Chu Rui who interrupted the tension that had settled between them. Su Guiwan cast a grateful glance at Chu Rui. Is there something you need, young Master Chu? She vowed to treat him with greater kindness in the future, as he was one of the few who had come to her aid on multiple occasions. Chu Rui, fanning himself, cheerfully announced, "The banquet is about to commence. I came to find the Chenwang." "Let us go," Yun Mo replied, turning to shield Su Guiwan from the biting wind. Chu Rui followed behind, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Despite his initial resolve, Yun Mo could not restrain himself and discreetly threw a hidden projectile, shattering the fan in Chu Rui's hand. Chu Rui stood dumbfounded, staring at the remnants of his once prized fan. Was that really necessary? He thought. It was just a simple fan. Did it warrant the destruction of something worth 100 taels? The shadowy figure trailing Yun Mo shot Chu Rui a look that seemed to say, "You had it coming." He had repeatedly signaled to Chu Rui to put away the fan, yet Chu Rui stubbornly insisted on being reckless. Who in their right mind would fan themselves in the middle of winter, amidst falling snow? Chu Rui shoved the fan into the hands of a servant beside him, momentarily unsure of where to place his hands as he followed behind the two. As they approached the front hall, Yun Mo halted his steps, instructing the princess to enter first while he and Chu Rui lingered to admire the snowfall. Understanding Yun Mo's intention to avoid suspicion and prevent gossip, Su Guiwan felt a warmth in her heart. Linglong further compared Yun Mo to Chu Yi, realizing that they were utterly incomparable. One was cautiously protecting the reputation of the princess, while the other was desperately seeking to make his affections known, employing various means to become the prime candidate for Su Wangfu's son-in-law. Linglong sighed quietly, wishing that their princess had encountered Prince Chun from the very beginning. At the grand banquet celebrating Su Wang's longevity, many influential figures were in attendance. Even if someone wished to slander Su Guiwan by revealing her past with her ex-husband, they would have to consider their own standing first. As night deepened, Yun Mo, who should have left, stood motionless in the courtyard of Su Wangfu.
Shu Hui.
Holding an umbrella behind him, anxiously urged Yun Mo to return, reminding him that there were only 3 months left. After years of strategizing, they could not afford to falter at the final moment. Yun Mo gazed silently at the southwestern courtyard of Su Wangfu, fully aware of Chu Rui's concerns, who deliberately addressed him as Wang Yi to dissuade him from acting impulsively. Yet, he yearned to act on impulse just once, to fight for himself. As the snow continued to fall more heavily, Chu Rui, along with the guards, half-forced Yun Mo back to Wangfu. Chu Rui angrily glared at the bundled-up Yun Mo on the bed. "Why put yourself through this? You know you have feelings for Princess Su. But can your affection stand against the lives of thousands in Wangfu or your maternal family?" The guards and the doctor overheard Chu Rui's audacious words but pretended not to hear, even thinking that he had been too lenient in his criticism. There were too many people behind Yun Mo for him to indulge in romantic sentiments. After an unknown period of silence, Yun Mo held a hot water bottle and looked at the still grumbling Chu Rui. "I have no intention of abandoning our plan, nor will I act impulsively." Chu Rui stopped his complaints, eyeing Yun Mo with distrust. "Then why did you stand at the entrance of Su Wangfu tonight, staring at Princess Su's courtyard? Was it not to rush in and ask her to marry you?" Yun Mo had no retort. Indeed, he had considered it. Chu Rui snorted coldly. "It is futile to think about it. The Emperor is about to bestow a marriage upon Princess Su. He will never allow you to marry her." Yun Mo's expression soured, feeling that Chu Rui should not equate Su Guiwan with other men. He wrapped the quilt tighter around himself. He has lived long enough. Chu Rui handed Yun Mo a bowl of ginger soup. "We both know that he cannot wait to eliminate Su Wangfu. Once the Emperor bestows a marriage upon Su Guiwan, following the deaths of Su Wang and Su Guiwan, that man will inherit the entirety of Su Wangfu." Yun Mo gulped down the ginger soup, well aware of the truth in Chu Rui's words. Su Wangfu was merely a piece of unprotected meat. comprised of the aged Su Wang and the frail Su Guiwan. The emperor had long desired a bite of that juicy morsel. Su Guiwan's previous decision to divorce Chu Yi had already placed her in opposition to the emperor, should she refuse the marriage decree once more. Yunyan could easily eliminate both Su Guiwan and Su Wang. In that case, Su Wangfu would ultimately fall into his hands. After an indeterminate period of silence, Yun Mo suddenly turned to Chu Rui. What if we find a man of good standing to marry into the family before the emperor bestows the marriage? Chu Rui stared at Yun Mo in shock, realizing that this plan could indeed work. Yun Yan had too much pride. He could not possibly bestow a marriage upon Su Guiwan after she had found a husband. If he did, not only would the world gossip, but the remonstrations from the censors could bury him. Resolute, Chu Rui dashed out to consult Qi and about suitable candidates. Rest assured, I will find the finest young men in Bianjing for Princess Su. Chu Rui rushed so quickly that he gave Yun Mo no chance to change his mind. He returned his outstretched hand to the warmth of the quilt, convincing himself that everything was fate. They were destined to be apart. As long as Su Guiwan was happy, it mattered little whether he was the one to bring her joy. Before long, Chu Rui and Qian returned with a compiled list, placing it before Yun Mo. Behold, these are the most notable young talents in Bianjing, all present here. Noticing Yun Mo's reluctance to engage, Chu Yi opened the first page and began to introduce the candidates. Look here, this is this year's top scholar, Jiang Jun. He has devoted years to study and remains unmarried, with only an elderly mother at home. He is quite handsome and talented. He would never slight your Princess Su. Yun Mo disdainfully glanced at the slender figure depicted in the blue robe. What use is a frail man who cannot shoulder burdens or even lift the princess? And with an elderly mother at home, what if she becomes jealous of the princess for taking her son away? Marrying such a man would only bring her suffering. Chapter 52. What kind of man do you wish to choose, Wang Yi? Chu Rui restrained his anger and turned to the second page of the list. This one won't do. Let us look at this instead. This is Bai Tangshua, a third-rank military officer. He is upright and has earned his position through hard work. Surely, he has the strength? Yun Mo found it difficult to articulate his thoughts about the individual portrayed on the page. This burly figure is undoubtedly stubborn and ill-tempered. He would not get along with the princess. Chu Rui bit back his urge to curse as he flipped to the next page. Thus, one denial followed another, and 2 hours slipped away in this manner. Chu Yi flipped ahead and discovered they had reached the final page. He tossed the list at Qian. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? You were supposed to choose a future husband for Princess Su. Yet you have belittled all the men in Bianjing to the point of worthlessness. What more do you seek? Chu Rui angrily gulped down a large mouthful of cold tea. Feeling the chill seep into him during the winter, he slammed the teacup down and glared at the guards who were idly watching. With a quick glare from Chu Rui, the guards hurriedly took the teapot outside to refill it. Finally, Chu Rui had a moment to express his frustration. You disdain those of noble lineage for having numerous concubines. You criticize the poor for their lack of wealth. You reject the powerful for their age, and you dismiss the young for their inexperience. After listing the grievances, Chu Rui mockingly looked at Yun Mo. So, may I inquire what you intend to do, Wang Yi? Yun Mo rubbed his nose. Is that all? I'm still seriously considering. Chu Rui scoffed twice. He was not genuinely selecting. It seemed he was merely finding faults. Did he truly believe that eligible young men in Bianjing were as plentiful as cabbages? The individuals he and Qian had shortlisted were all prime targets for matchmakers in Bianjing. After all this time, Chu Rui realized that no matter who he presented to Yun Mo, he would never be satisfied. He composed himself, looking earnestly at Yun Mo. Wang Yi, I am not jesting. If we do not find a husband for Princess Su soon, the emperor's marriage decree will soon be upon us. Chen Wangfu, the Shi family, the vendetta for his mother's death. Surely you understand the necessity of making a choice. Yun Mo remained silent, lost in thought. Chu Rui retrieved the list from Qian's hands and placed it on the table, ushering everyone out. How is the Su Wangfu? Has that person been found? Linglong nodded. Yes, he has been located, and he now lives a blissful life with his newlywed wife. Su Guiwan's expression turned as cold as ice. Eliminating the intermediaries does not guarantee happiness. Yunxiang handed a soup pot to Su Guiwan. The princess intends to reveal the truth to them. But Aunt Yu has already gone into seclusion. Even if we tell them, it would change nothing, especially since that woman has a child now. Su Guiwan let out a mocking laugh. Yunxiang, do you truly believe that man is completely unaware? Yunxiang looked astonished, Princess. Are you suggesting that he knowingly allowed Aunt Yu to be wronged, and still sought to eliminate her? Linglong swallowed nervously. If that is the case, does it not imply that he deliberately wished to harm Aunt Yu? Su Guiwan nodded, having sensed something amiss from Aunt Yu's descriptions. If that man truly cared for Aunt Yu as his wife, he would have been more than willing to hear her explanations. Their rush to eliminate Aunt Yu seemed far too coordinated to be mere coincidence. Both Yunxiang and Linglong wore expressions of disbelief, never imagining that the seemingly honest man would deliberately seek to ruin his own wife. Su Guiwan handed the embroidered sachet in her hand to Yunxiang, instructing her to keep it safe. Turning to Linglong, she commanded, Linglong, go inform Aunt Yu's family of the truth, exposing the true natures of that man and woman. Finally, a smile crept onto Su Guiwan's lips. Ultimately, we shall shatter his pride as a man. A man who frames his own wife is unworthy of the title. Having just returned, Linglong hurriedly dashed out to take care of matters. Su Guiwan sat quietly by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. In the past, no matter how arduous the challenges she faced, she had never felt lost. Yet now, an unsettling sense of unhappiness began to envelop her. Lu Xue had perished, and next in line were Chu Yi and the Bai family. She would never allow them to live in peace. Su Guiwan picked up the scissors on the table to trim the wax plum before her. Su Miao has invited me to go out tomorrow. Has she not? Yunxiang placed the invitation sent by Su Miao in front of Su Guiwan. Indeed, Miss Su has scheduled for tomorrow. Which gown would the princess prefer to wear? The pale yellow one, she replied. After all these years, her fondness for pale yellow remained unwavering. Whether it was accessories or dresses, pale yellow had always been her favorite. Yunxiang signaled a nearby maid to prepare the cloak and accessories for Su Guiwan's ensemble for the following day. The next day, Su Guiwan arrived early at the designated spot on Nanshan agreed upon with Su Miao. The mountain was adorned with blooming wax plums, rendering both of them momentarily unable to move. The beauty of the flowers complemented their own. Just as they were entranced by the scenery, an abrupt voice echoed from behind. Su Guiwan turned to see a man in a pink robe, feigning elegance as he approached, fanning himself. She glanced up at the cloud-covered sky, then down at the thick layer of snow on the ground, falling into silence. The last person she had seen with a fan was Chu Rui, who wielded it with genuine grace, unlike this man, who merely attempted to imitate. Unperturbed by his lack of self-awareness, the man stepped closer. Are you ladies here to admire the wax plums? This humble one presents his respects. Su Guiwan and Su Miao exchanged glances, speechless. It was their first encounter with such an unabashed man, lacking any sense of propriety. Su Guiwan coldly nodded, attempting to pull Su Miao away. She herself might disregard her reputation, but Su Miao was currently engaged in courtship and could not afford to tarnish her name. Seeing Su Guiwan and Su Miao preparing to leave, the man immediately stepped forward to block their path. Wait, ladies, such a fragrant and beautiful sight. Would it not be a pity to leave so soon? Why not stay and enjoy together? Su Guiwan swiftly concealed Su Miao behind her. Please, sir, enjoy the view alone. Kindly step aside. We must take our leave. The man's displeasure flickered in his eyes at her rejection, yet he maintained a smile. Such a splendid view, devoid of beautiful companions, would lack flavor. This time, Su Guiwan was thoroughly annoyed and exchanged a glance with Linglong. Linglong stepped forward and kicked the man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Without sparing him another glance, Su Guiwan took Su Miao's hand and departed. As they left, the man shouted, Su Guiwan, how dare you strike me? Just wait. Once I marry you, you shall see how I deal with you. Chapter 53. A woman previously married has someone who steals joy. Su Guiwan and Su Miao halted in their tracks. How can you be so certain that I, the princess, will marry you? Su Guiwan's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Her suspicion was warranted. The man's confidence was glaringly evident. He scrambled to his feet, brushing off the snow from his clothes. With a sense of undeniable certainty, he addressed Su Guiwan. I advise you to accompany me in enjoying the snow. Otherwise, you shall have a hard time once you are wed to me. The man scrutinized Su Guiwan, his gaze lingering on her ethereal beauty. For a woman who has been married before, I am still willing to wed you. You should take delight in that. Su Miao, infuriated, disregarded Su Guiwan's restraint and confronted the man, pointing an accusatory finger. How dare you be so shameless? R11 is a celestial beauty of noble status and exceptional medical skills. How could a mere toad like you dare to covet her? You would do well to keep your mouth clean, or I shall have my father deal with you. After her tirade, the man glared fiercely at Su Miao, who trembled but stood her ground, returning the glare. Su Guiwan pulled the frightened Su Miao behind her. What gives you the audacity to think that I would ever consider a good-for-nothing like you? The man's eyes flared with anger. Of course, it is because of my sister.
Sister?
Which sister? Su Guiwan's lips curled into a frosty smile. She had no recollection of ever meeting such a woman. Upon hearing Su Guiwan's inquiry about his sister, the man puffed out his chest. My sister is none other than the favored Lu Fei of the current emperor. I am Lu Ji.
Ha ha ha.
Su Miao burst into laughter. What do you mean by favored? Do you not fear ridicule? There are many whom the emperor favors. This Lu Fei is but one among hundreds in the harem. Su Miao's laughter was so loud that Lu Ji looked at her, bewildered. What are you laughing at? My sister assured me that the emperor will certainly decree that Su Guiwan be bestowed upon me. So you best treat me with respect.
With that,
Lu Ji raised his chin, expecting Su Guiwan and Su Miao to fawn over him, oblivious to the growing darkness in their expressions. What did he mean by bestowed? Who were they insulting? Not to mention Su Guiwan had no interest in this dandy before her. If word spread that a princess of high rank was bestowed to a man, the Su Wangfu and Su Guiwan would undoubtedly become the subject of mockery. Su Miao, ready to confront Lu Ji, was held back by Su Guiwan. She lifted her gaze. What makes you so certain that the emperor would agree? Lu Ji laughed arrogantly. Of course, I know. This was a message personally conveyed by my sister, the Lu Fei. Initially, Su Guiwan thought it was a mere coincidence, but the more she pondered, the more suspicious it became. Few were aware of her meeting with Su Miao on Nanshan to admire the wax plums. How did Lu Ji know? Only the Su Wangfu and Su Mansion were privy to this information. After eliminating the informant among the Su Wangfu's ranks, it was nearly impossible for information to leak. Thus, Su Guiwan turned to Su Miao, casting a complex glance her way. Su Miao responded to Su Guiwan with a silly smile, leaving Su Guiwan to bury her suspicions deep within her heart. There was no possibility that Su Miao would betray her. Therefore, the culprits could only be from the Su residence. Once this thought crystallized, Su Guiwan dragged Su Miao away, stating, "You may admire it, but this princess has no interest."
hey,
"Wait for me," called out a voice, as Linglong once more kicked Lu Ji into the snow. The two hurried down the mountain, and along the way, Su Miao anxiously grasped Su Guiwan's hand, saying, "One, do not listen to that scoundrel's nonsense. You are a princess. The emperor would never marry you off to a good-for-nothing idler." At this point, Su Miao's cheeks puffed up in indignation as she continued. "Even if the emperor were to heed the whispers of that Lu concubine and marry you off to Lu Ji, there are still Prince Su and my parents to consider. I will go home and ask my parents to think of a solution. Rest assured, with my parents around, that fool will never succeed." While Su Miao continued to comfort Su Guiwan, she remained blissfully unaware that her words caused Su Guiwan's pupils to widen in shock. Su Guiwan did not wish to doubt her dear friend's parents. However, the circumstances forced her to question everything.
Wan.
After many attempts to get Su Guiwan's attention, Su Miao realized she was not listening and tugged at her sleeve, saying, "Wan, do not be afraid. I am here." Su Guiwan managed a strained smile. "Yes. We have Su with us." Su Miao, feeling shy, kicked at the snow before responding, "They are not worried as long as I am with you. My father insisted I stay close to you." With a shake of her head, Su Miao suddenly raised her fist in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, by the way, my father specifically asked where we would enter the mountain. Wan, at my age, my father still cares so much about my whereabouts. I am truly fortunate to have such wonderful parents." Su Miao's face beamed with happiness, while Su Guiwan felt a chill seep into her bones. She had forgotten that this world belonged to the emperor. As a subject, one must obey, even if it meant sacrificing oneself, let alone merely revealing the whereabouts of a friend's daughter. Glancing at the innocent Su Miao, Su Guiwan felt a pang of sorrow. One was her childhood friend, and the other was her doting father. How heartbroken Su Miao would be upon discovering the truth. Suppressing her complex emotions, Su Guiwan gently pulled Su Miao's hand, saying, "All right.
Su.
I know your parents love you, but our priority now is to descend the mountain." Su Miao snapped back to reality, smiling sheepishly, "I will walk now." However, after taking a few steps, both stopped abruptly. Su Miao looked at Su Guiwan in panic. Wan, why is the mountain path blocked ahead? How do we get down?" Seeing the path obstructed by fallen rocks and snow, Su Guowan's gaze turned cold. The lengths some would go for the wealth of the Su family were truly disheartening. The icy weather had already made the path treacherous. With the only route blocked, they would have to return to the mountain residence for a few days. An unmarried young lady staying on the mountain with a group of men would surely spark rumors in Bianjing. Su Miao stomped her feet in frustration, saying Wanwan, I am so sorry. It's all my fault. I should not have invited you just because I heard my father say the plum blossoms on Nanshan were in full bloom. I dragged you into this. Su Guiwan smiled gently, ruffling Su Miao's hair. Miao Miao, this is not your fault. None of us could have predicted such an incident. After soothing Su Miao, Su Guiwan gestured to the air, and several masked shadow guards appeared immediately. Have you all captured them?
Clear the path.
Yes.
Su Miao accidentally at Galim.
Tugging at Su Guiwan, is this truly the legendary shadow guards? I am seeing them for the first time. Su Guiwan chuckled. Then take a good look. Soon they will no longer be mere legends. Yes, yes. Su Miao gleefully watched the agile shadow guards, her eyes wide with wonder. Standing beside Su Miao, Su Guiwan's expression flickered with concern. If Su Miao were to discover that her father was using her to scheme against her friend, it would likely drive her to madness. After a long while, the shadow guards could not clear the path. Su Guiwan gazed at the darkening sky and the cold wind sweeping through. Resigned, she called out to the busy shadow guards, Stop. Let us seek refuge in the mountain residence for the night and discuss our options come morning. The shadow guards halted promptly, and Su Miao exclaimed, Wanwan, it is so cold. Let us hurry back to the mountain. Although she was already struggling, she believed her friend had a good reason for their current predicament and held her tongue. Feeling guilty, Su Guiwan took Su Miao's hand to warm it, saying, Let's return to the mountain residence. Just hang on a little longer, Su. Without a second thought, Su Miao nodded and followed Su Guiwan back up the mountain. Yunxiang stood nearby, her expression distant. It was not that she did not trust Su Miao, rather, she was more concerned about Su Guiwan. While Su Miao remained blissfully unaware of any issues with her father's words. It was evident to them that their princess had been schemed against by Su Miao's father and the emperor. Regardless of Su Miao's innocence, Yunxiang could not help but feel sympathy for her princess. Upon returning to the mountain residence, they knocked on the door, only to find Lu Ji sitting under the eaves, warming himself by the fire.
Ah!
Is this not our esteemed Su princess and Miss Su? He taunted. Did you not leave the mountain? Why have you returned in such disarray? Shivering from the cold, Su Miao angrily clutched Su Guiwan's arm, saying, What are you so arrogant about? Be careful, or I will tell my parents to deal with you. Lu Ji stood, brushing off his wolf fur cloak, quipping, Tell your parents? Oh dear, I am so frightened. Laughter erupted from those behind him, causing Su Miao's face to flush with embarrassment. Su Guiwan exchanged a glance with Linglong, who immediately understood the implication. Having been kicked twice by Linglong, Lu Ji quickly scurried behind his guards for protection. Linglong sneered, knowing that it was futile for Lu Ji to hide. His guards were no match for her, and she swiftly dispatched them. After dealing with the guards, Linglong pinned Lu Ji to the ground. Su Guiwan, holding Su Miao's hand, approached Lu Ji, looking down at him sprawled in the snow. Is this not our Lu Gongzi? How does it feel to lie in the snow like a dog? Such a cold day, and your body is quite resilient. Su Miao gleefully chimed in. Indeed. Lu Gongzi, your mouth is filled with snow.
Su Guiwan chuckled softly, remarking,
I forgot. Dogs have thick fur. Lu Gongzi, do take your time lying in the snow. The others in the mountain residence parted ways as Su Guiwan entered. Some of them having also been unexpectedly stranded on the mountain, but without the concerns that burdened Su Guiwan and Su Miao. They had settled into the Nanshan residence, without a care. In the Chun Wangfu, Yun Mo was unaware that the tea he was pouring had spilled from his hands upon learning that Su Guiwan was trapped on Nanshan. Is the princess all right? Is she cold? Qi-en respectfully replied, The princess has returned to the mountain residence. Upon hearing Lu Ji was also present, Yun Mo's teapot shattered in his grasp, and Qi-en hurriedly approached with a handkerchief to clean up the mess. With a cold laugh, Yun Mo remarked, After all these years, he is still so insignificant and resorting to petty tricks. Once Qi-en cleaned up the mess, he stood quietly by, contemplating whether to advise Yun Mo to let go of Su Guiwan, but emotionally, he knew it was impossible for Yun Mo to do so. Yun Mo rose to his feet, gazing at the snow outside. arranged for several shadow guards to protect the princess and simultaneously gather information on those in Bianjing who seek to spread rumors about her. Ensure that evidence of their crimes is delivered to the Su Wangfu. Qian looked up. My lord, have you forgotten? The princess is already accompanied by the palace's shadow guards, the ones you bestowed upon her. With them, she is quite safe. Yunmo's train of thought was momentarily interrupted by Qian. After a brief pause, he said, then let them create some trouble for that individual in the palace. Qian took his leave, aware that had it not been for the concern of causing trouble for Lu Fei, she and her family would not have survived to this day. Yet, the wrath of Yun Mo must be directed at someone, and thus the lackeys of Yun Yen must bear the brunt of it. That night, Yun Mo stirred Bianjing into chaos. By dawn, before the sun had fully risen, those who had previously abused their power through Yun Yen were exposed. The entrance to the Dali Temple was crowded with individuals seeking justice, and Shi Yihan was overwhelmed. He did not need to think twice to know that his nephew was behind such grand maneuvers. Since his nephew had laid out these accomplishments before him, he had no reason to refuse them. Anyone who presented evidence to the Su Wangfu was promptly imprisoned and subjected to severe interrogation. When Yun Yan arrived for the morning court, he noticed the absence of the individual he had dispatched to slander Su Guiwan, intending to facilitate a marriage proposal. Where is Minister Mu today? In the grand hall, ministers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, it was the chancellor who stepped forward to report. Minister Mu has been taken into custody by the Dali Temple. Yun Yan's eyes narrowed. What did you say? Why has the Dali Temple apprehended him? The chancellor hesitated, unable to articulate the situation, stammering until Yun Yan's impatience peaked. Minister Mu has been caught in a compromising situation with his servant. His wife's family has accused him of deceiving their daughter. A heavy silence fell over the hall, and Yun Yan's expression shifted to one of shock. After a long pause, he finally blinked and regained his voice. Minister Mu has been arrested. What are the others? Surely, it cannot be that he is the only one missing from this morning's court? The chancellor, already with his head bowed, further lowered it as he replied. Others have also been detained by the Dali Temple. All of them? Yun Yan shouted in fury. He had scanned the room and realized that more than half of his appointed ministers were absent. The chancellor has been taken as well. Chapter 55. I want them dead. He had noticed that a significant portion of his appointed officials were unaccounted for. The chancellor, gathering his nerve, continued, they have all been apprehended. With a resounding clap, Yun Yan struck the dragon throne. Shi Yihan, how dare you? He exclaimed. Where is Shi Yihan? Bring him to me at once. The chancellor felt a wave of dread wash over him. He merely wished to attend court and later enjoy a meal and some rest. The surrounding ministers lowered their heads in silence, ultimately leaving the chancellor to bear the brunt of the emperor's wrath. Your Majesty, the reports to the Dali Temple are overwhelming. Minister Shi is currently unable to manage the influx and has formally requested leave. The documents should already be on your dragon desk. Yun Yan felt a knot tighten in his chest. Ultimately, he could only let out a cold huff and dismiss the court, ordering an investigation. Upon returning to the imperial study, he exploded in anger, sweeping all the documents from his dragon desk onto the floor. What a bold move by Shi Yihan. He dares to act with impunity, relying on Yun Mo. In the study, numerous individuals knelt in fear, while Yun Yan struck the desk in frustration. After his initial fury subsided, a sense of panic set in. He had never held much power before ascending to the throne, and now, even as emperor, his control over Bianjing was far from sufficient. This incident served as a stark reminder that these veteran officials were becoming increasingly audacious. He vowed to eliminate them all. His eyes darkened with malice. Bring forth Shi Yihan. He has betrayed the emperor and defied the law. Immediately apprehend him. A group of guards, emboldened by the order, rushed towards the Dali Temple. Chu Rui hurried to the Qinhuangfu. Amo, the emperor has issued a decree to apprehend your uncle. What should we do? Yun Mo handed the final letter to a shadow guard, and once the guard departed, he replied to Chu Rui, after enduring for so many years. Yun Yan has lost his patience. Both the Su Wangfu and the Qinhuangfu are targets now. We must prepare to leave Bianjing within 3 days. Chu Rui, seated at the table, pressed, Amo, be honest with me. Is your haste to leave Bianjing connected to Princess Su? If the Qinhuangfu were to be implicated in the Eastern Jin, the emperor would be too flustered to attend to the Su Wangfu, thereby granting them temporary safety. Yun Emo kept his head lowered in silence until he finally gave a bitter smile. Not entirely. The Emperor will not spare my uncle. Our only option is to leave now to ensure the safety of my maternal family. A hint of relief crossed Chu Rui's face. Thank goodness you still have some rationality. I was afraid you might disregard everything for Princess Su. Yun Emo gently shook his head. Leaving Bianjing in 3 days was a decision I made long ago.
Chu Hui.
Astonished, exclaimed, how could this be? We are still 2 months away from our initial plan. Yun Emo took a sip from his teacup. Did you think we were the only ones who had planted individuals within the Emperor's court? Chu Rui, filled with apprehension, patted his chest. But we thought we had handled everything thoroughly. Did you intentionally leave someone to relay insignificant information to Yunyan, allowing him to believe he has us under control? Yun Emo did not respond, yet his smile clearly indicated affirmation. Chu Rui, relieved, shot Yun Emo a glare. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought I had failed to manage everything properly.
Yun Emo shattered Chu Rui's illusions.
Indeed, you did not handle it well. Had I not conducted a thorough review afterward, we might have been in trouble. Chu Rui fell silent, realizing his mistake. Yun Mo's amusement was unmistakable. You go prepare for our departure. Ensuring the safety of those and the assets you are responsible for. Leave the rest to me. Chu Rui tossed aside his folding fan and hurried off to arrange for the hidden individuals and resources, needing to ensure everything was in order for his mother as well. After Chu Rui left, Yun Emo, disregarding Qi En's disapproving gaze, made his way to Nanshan that very night. The shadow guards carried Yun Emo over the obstacles created by Yun Yan to facilitate Su Guowan's interactions with Lu Ji. Had it not been for the impending departure from Bianjing, Yun Emo would never have permitted himself to be carried on a stretcher. Upon reaching the Nanshan residence, it was already deep into the night, and not a single light illuminated the rooms. Having learned of Su Guowan's quarters from an Yun Emo approached the back of her room, his gaze fixated on the vermilion window, as if he could see the person inside through it. He stood there for a long time, unable to resist extending his hand towards the window, only to feel the cold wooden panel. Thus, Yun Emo lingered outside Su Guowan's room for quite some time, accomplishing nothing before descending the mountain under the cover of night. The shadow guards wore puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend their lord's intentions for visiting Nanshan. Not long after Yun Mo's departure, Su Guowan suddenly awoke in a fright. Her hurried movements to get out of bed startled Linglong, who promptly rose to fetch her a cloak. Did the princess have a nightmare? Su Guowan shook her head, hastily opening the window behind her. For some reason, I felt as if someone was watching me through the window while I slept. Upon hearing this, Linglong hurried to the window, her heart racing. If the princess's intuition was correct, then the intruder's martial skills must surpass her own. Otherwise, she would not have sensed them. Outside the window, all was still, and both women nearly doubted whether it was merely a figment of Su Guowan's nightmare. However, when they looked down, their gazes froze at the sight beneath the window. There were traces of melted snow, unmistakably evident. The visitors likely feared that addressing the water stains would disturb them, or perhaps they were confident that their presence would not disrupt. Thus, the traces remained unaddressed. Su Guowan closed the window and turned to sit by the bed. Linglong quietly approached the princess, confused about who it could be, someone whose martial prowess surpassed that of the maidservants, watching over them. Su Guowan let out a cold laugh. Who else could it be? It seemed that upon their return tomorrow, the entire city of Bianjing would be rife with rumors about the princess. Linglong bit her lip in anger, worried that her emotional outburst might awaken the others. Does that person truly detest our Su Wangfu so much? Is he so eager to monopolize its riches? Does he not realize that the Su Wangfu donates a significant sum to the soldiers at the border each year? The borderlands were desolate, devoid of life. Without the charitable contributions from the Su Wangfu, the Chen Wangfu, and several officials, how could they endure the harsh winter, let alone defend the borders? Linglong's face was flush with indignation. She was one of the many who survived thanks to the donations from the Su Wangfu. Her father had always impressed upon her the great benevolence of the Su Wangfu towards the people of the border. Hence, when he discovered her talent and passion for martial arts, he sent her to the Su Wangfu while she was still quite young. She was a representative of gratitude from the border folk. Su Guowan understood Linglong's past and gently patted her shoulder. An innocent man suffers when possessing a treasure. If he insists on bestowing a marriage, he must not blame me for any misfortune that befalls him. Chapter 56. The Rebellion of Yunma Linglong, filled with concern.
Imbra Su Guiwan.
Why can they not let the princess be? Su Guiwan chuckled softly. In their position, they must act accordingly. I have enjoyed the privileges and wealth of my status. Naturally, I must also bear its burdens. Linglong, though understanding, felt it unjust. The two masters of Su Wangfu deserved a lifetime of happiness. The following day, as the heavy snow began to subside, those who had taken shelter in the mountain homes sent their servants to clear the roads. Lu Ji glared at Su Guiwan from the early morning, and a closer look revealed a deep-seated contempt in his gaze. After receiving several glares, Su Guiwan smiled, only for Lu Ji to be kicked away by Linglong once more. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Lu Ji, who had been unceremoniously deposited into the snow.
Just the sound of it made them wince.
Lu Ji had only himself to blame, who in Bianjing did not know of Su Guiwan's fierce temper, compounded by the presence of a maidservant ready to act. Ignoring Lu Ji as profanities as he lay in the snow, Su Guiwan stepped around him and walked outside. After taking a few steps, Lu Ji continued to curse, prompting Su Guiwan to turn back, scoop up a snowball, and hurl it at his open mouth. The sight of him, mouth agape and filled with snow, was comically absurd. The young ladies following Su Guiwan instinctively recoiled, relieved they were merely bystanders who had not crossed her. Otherwise, being kicked into the snow and smacked with snow in front of so many would be utterly humiliating. After playfully striking Lu Ji, Su Guiwan casually joined the individuals from Su Wangfu who had come to escort her. To her surprise, she learned that there were no rumors circulating about her in Bianjing. However, when confronted with Su Miao's puzzled gaze, she simply smiled and shook her head, assuring him that all was well. On the third day after her return to Su Wangfu, Su Guiwan heard whispers that Chen Wang was plotting rebellion. The embroidery needle in her hand inadvertently pierced her skin as she looked up in a daze. What did you say? Linglong, did you just speak? Linglong clenched her teeth. Princess, the people of Bianjing are saying that Chen Wang is rebelling. They say it's because Master Shi imprisoned the offenders in the Dali Temple, inciting the Emperor's wrath, who then dispatched men to apprehend Master Shi. In a bid to save him, Chen Wang resorted to rebellion. Yuxiang took the needle and fabric from Su Guiwan's hands, bringing medicine to tend to her wound. Throughout the process, Su Guiwan felt like a marionette, allowing Yuxiang to manage her. Once Yuxiang had finished bandaging, she stared blankly at Linglong. You mean to say that Chen Wang is rebelling to save Master Shi? Linglong nodded vigorously, yes. I've also heard that the individuals imprisoned by Master Shi were all tyrants. None of them were innocent. Anger clenched Linglong's fists. She had learned much from her father's letters, including that the fodder for the borderlands had been donated by the Chen Wangfu and the Su Wangfu over the years. The emperor had not allocated any silver to the border folk. Even when officials petitioned, they received only a pittance. Such funds were utterly insufficient for their needs. They understood that the land belonged to the emperor, yet they also knew their lives depended on the generosity of the Chen Wangfu and the Su Wangfu. Linglong's eyes brimmed with tears. Princess, I cannot believe that His Highness Chen Wang would rebel. He must be acting out of desperation.
Su Guiwan remained silent,
agreeing with Linglong's sentiments. If it were not for the emperor's relentless oppression, Yunma would never have considered rebellion. During her time in Shilin, Su Guiwan had sensed an ominous foreboding. It was highly probable that Rufei had been conspired against by the emperor in collusion with the people of Shilin. Coupled with the current predicament regarding Master Shi, Yunma's rebellion seemed almost inevitable. Su Guiwan recalled the whispers that circulated in private, where many believed that Yunma was the most likely candidate to ascend the throne. He was decisive, yet possessed a compassionate heart, only striking down those who harmed the common people. With formidable martial skills, he was revered as the god of war of the Eastern Jin and the most favored prince of the late emperor. Yet, everything changed when war broke out between the Eastern Jin and Shilin. Upon his return from battle, Rufei had vanished, the late emperor had passed away, and the most unlikely candidate, Yun Yan, had ascended the throne, while Yunma himself had succumbed to a debilitating cold poison. Su Guiwan could hardly fathom how Yunma had endured those 3 years. When the Duke of Su entered the room, he was met with a somber atmosphere. Su Guiwan's face was marked by evident concern. He took a seat at the table. You are aware of the situation regarding Chen Wang?
Su Guiwan nodded,
glancing at her aging grandfather. The Duke sighed. Wanwan, for the time being, refrained from associating with that girl from the Su family. Also, avoid attending any gatherings. Bianjing is currently unstable. After a pause, the Duke sighed deeply. Alas. Su Guiwan pinched her palm, unable to contain herself. Grandfather, could it be that Chen Wang truly, The Duke gestured for the servants behind him to place the stack of documents before Su Guiwan. These were brought into our Su Wangfu. Su Guiwan picked one up, discovering it contained records of various crimes. The only individual capable of collecting such evidence and placing it within the Su Wangfu was none other than that person. Excitement surged within her as she looked up at her grandfather.
Sure.
The Duke placed a finger to his lips, silencing her. Wan, I know what you wish to ask. But remember, all of this was uncovered by me. Do not mention it again. The reason I share this with you is to show you that he is a good person. Had he not delivered this evidence to the Su Wangfu and the Dali Temple, you might have already been ensnared by that rogue. Su Guiwan's expression grew complex. She had not anticipated that the absence of rumors about her in Bianjing stemmed from Yunma's extensive efforts behind the scenes. The thought that Shuri Han had been implicated due to her circumstances filled her with guilt. Regardless of whether Yunma had ulterior motives when undertaking these actions, or whether his assistance was merely incidental, he had nonetheless aided her. Considering that the Su Wangfu had already drawn the Emperor's attention, Su Guiwan anxiously gazed at the Duke. Grandfather, but if we present so much evidence, won't he suspect us? Might he not suspect we are hiding our strength or colluding with Jinwang? The Duke forced a pained smile. No. Before I dispatched anyone to the Dali Temple, several groups had already gone to report to the authorities. The matter at hand has not involved the Su Wangfu, nor have we left any trace behind. It was only at the last moment that he presented us with these pieces of evidence, likely hoping to keep us uninvolved, merely allowing us to grasp the gravity of those individuals' crimes. Chapter 57. Lady Bai seeks assistance. As Yun Mo grew increasingly considerate, the inner turmoil of Su Wangyi intensified. Such a noble prince ought to ascend the throne with honor, ruling over the realm, rather than bearing the weight of treasonous accusations. Su Guiwan felt a pang in her heart, nearly shedding tears. Grandfather, I understand. Su Wangyi himself was deeply affected. He rose and gently patted Su Guiwan's shoulder before hastily departing. He was aware that, due to his own predicament, his granddaughter had always held a favorable view of those who defended the nation. Otherwise, she would not have willingly married into the Yuan Marquisate for the sake of Chu Yi, only to agree that the child would bear the surname of Su Wangfu, without allowing Chu Yi to become a son-in-law. Since Su Guiwan matured a little, she had been the one organizing supplies sent to the borders. Upon noticing her reddened eyes, Yun Xiang pulled Linglong aside, granting Su Guiwan the solitude she needed. Once alone in the room, Su Guiwan sat motionless by the table for a long while. The treachery of Yun Mo had sparked widespread panic. Yunyan dispatched a considerable number of troops to thwart Yun Mo's advance toward Beicheng, resulting in many soldiers dead or wounded. When he regained his senses, he found that numerous ministers and merchants from Bianjing had relocated their families to Beicheng. Enraged, Yun Yan smashed objects and vented his fury in the court. The populace of Bianjing was engulfed in fear due to Yun Mo's rebellion. They neither dared to join Yun Mo in his insurrection nor felt safe remaining in Bianjing, fearing an invasion by his formidable army. This state of unrest persisted for 3 months, during which the emperor dispatched countless individuals to Beicheng, yet failed to prevent Yun Mo from establishing his regime. After declaring his departure from the Eastern Jin, Yun Mo began vigorously developing commerce, training troops, and constructing infrastructure. Upon returning with his army 3 years ago to discover Yun Yan's control over Bianjing, he concentrated on bolstering his own power in Beicheng. With Chu Rui departing alongside the lady of the Yuan Marquisate and her family to follow Yun Mo, and with Chu Yi still entangled in the fallout from the broken engagement with Su Guiwan, he once again became the center of attention in Bianjing. Regardless of whether the Yuan Marquisate had indeed joined in the rebellion, the fact remained that they were family to Chu Rui. Chu Yi tirelessly explained to others that he was entirely unaware of Chu Rui's treachery. However, the crowd could hardly muster the effort to feign belief, regarding him with skeptical eyes, allowing him to defend himself in vain. They found it hard to believe that someone who had been under the same roof as Chu Rui for 3 years could have been oblivious to the conspiracy. Unable to confront Chu Rui or Yun Mo, Yun Yan nonetheless sought to imprison Chu Yi, propelled by his internal doubts. The Yuan Marquis seemed to age 10 years overnight. His most promising eldest son had forsaken him to join Yun Mo's rebellion, while his second son was imprisoned by the emperor, leaving him too frightened to plead for mercy, fearing that the emperor's wrath might lead to his own imprisonment. Upon hearing the news of Chu Yi's incarceration, Lady Bai felt as though the sky had fallen. Pleading with the Yuan Marquis proved futile. Her first thought was of Su Guiwan. Without regard for the curious gazes of others, she rushed to kneel before the gates of Su Wangfu, seeking Su Guiwan's assistance to save Chu Yi. Upon learning of this, Su Guiwan cast a fleeting glance at the budding willow branches outside the window. Time had flown by. Spring had arrived. Yun Xiang brought freshly made pastries to the table. Lady Bai has been kneeling before the gates of Su Wangfu. Should the young lady go out to meet her, or shall I bring her inside? Let us prepare to go out and meet her. If we bring her in, our Su Wangfu may become embroiled in misunderstandings. I have no desire for outsiders to misconstrue my feelings for Chu Yi. As soon as she spoke,
Su Guiwan's taifel da yawn.
The winter blankets had been irresistibly warm, and she had not yet adjusted to waking early. The moment the gates of Su Wangfu opened, a crowd fixated their eyes on Su Guiwan as she emerged. Lady Bai, filled with excitement, stood up.
Wan.
I knew you still cared for Xiao Yi. You cannot possibly disregard him. Su Guiwan shielded her eyes from the sun, squinting at Lady Bai standing in the sunlight. After months apart, the latter's audacity remained unchanged. Who still harbors feelings for Chu Yi? The moment you called him away, and your family gathered in the courtyard to drink tea and enjoy pastries while abandoning this pregnant princess, I severed all ties with your Yuan Marquis. Lady Bai's smile faltered at Su Guiwan's words, her expression shifting to one of desperate pleading. Wan. I was foolish then. Please forgive me. Su Guiwan remained silent, her clear gaze fixed on Lady Bai, leaving her feeling embarrassed. Over the years, she had never faced such indignity. Her initial intentions had been cast aside. With a resentful glare, she retorted, Wan, why must you be so ungrateful? I am still your mother-in-law. You ought to invite me in for a cup of tea instead of leaving me standing in this glaring sunlight. The once submissive Lady Bai suddenly erupted, surprising everyone. They exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why the previously humble Lady Bai transformed into a brazen figure upon seeing Su Guiwan. While they were baffled, Su Guiwan understood. Before her appearance, she had been the princess of Su Wangfu, someone not to be trifled with by Lady Bai. However, upon her arrival, her status as a princess seemed to hold no weight in Lady Bai's eyes. To her, Su Guiwan was merely the wife of her son, and thus fair game for criticism. Yun Xiang held an umbrella above Su Guiwan, creating a striking contrast between her leisurely demeanor and Lady Bai, who stood in the sun. Su Guiwan scoffed. Let me correct you. It is former mother-in-law. Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot you are merely a concubine, and thus not even worthy of the title mother-in-law. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Bai? Lady Bai clenched her fists tightly, this being another reason for her disdain towards Su Guiwan. Others, like Lu Rushue, would respectfully address her as Madam or Mother. Yet only Su Guiwan and her maid would consistently refer to her as concubine. After more than a year of marriage to the Yuan Marquis, she had called her concubine for that long. Lady Bai bit her lip and then raised her head defiantly to meet Su Guiwan's gaze.
Su Guiwan.
I swear that if you save Xiao Yi this time, I will never meddle in your marital affairs again. I will allow you and Xiao Yi to live happily together and will refrain from helping other women to take him away from you. The servants of Su Wangfu collectively rolled their eyes in exasperation. Can someone please handle this madwoman? We can no longer endure her antics. Su Guiwan felt nauseated by Lady Bai's words, letting out a cold laugh. There is no need for you to demean yourself. You should cherish your son, who is incapable of fathering children, rather than sending him out to harm others. Chapter 58. What if I grant you a marriage? Upon hearing Su Guiwan's remark, those nearby immediately burst into laughter and began discussing the matter. In their lifetimes, they had witnessed much. They had only heard of women being unable to bear children. And now they encountered a man facing the same fate. Lady Bai's anger surged to the surface. Su Guiwan, how dare you say such things? If it weren't for you, how would my son be unable to father children? You must give me the antidote. With poise, Su Guiwan sat gracefully in the chair brought by the servants of Su Wangfu. It was your son who vowed that should he betray me, he would be left without heirs. I have merely fulfilled that promise. Furthermore, she leaned slightly forward, I have only provided him with the means to prevent offspring. As for an antidote, such a thing simply does not exist. There is no need to seek an antidote for the lethal poison, for it is futile. The poison contains an assortment of other herbs that I have intentionally added. Bai Yinyang was infuriated by Su Guiwan's words, her chest heaving with indignation. Yet as she gazed upon the Su Wangfu behind Su Guiwan, she swallowed her anger. In a hushed tone, She implored Su Guiwan. For the sake of your bond with Xiao Yi, please save him just this once. Su Guiwan smiled lightly and replied, you may return now. I shall visit Chu Yi in the prison. Bai Yinyang stood up with renewed hope. That is wonderful. Wan, you are doing the right thing. Family should not let trivial matters come between them. I will await your return with Xiao Yi at home. With a teasing glance, Su Guiwan retorted. Who said I am going to save Chu Yi? Bai Yinyang, puzzled, questioned. Did you not say you would see Xiao Yi in the prison? Su Guiwan rose from her chair, adjusting the jade bracelet on her wrist. There is no rule that a visit to the prison must equate to rescuing someone. I am merely going to enjoy the spectacle of his misfortune. Bai Yinyang glared at Su Guiwan with a venomous expression, as if she wished to devour her whole. Unfazed, Su Guiwan waved her hand dismissively. The Su Wangfu is not a place for every stray dog to run rampant. As she was cast away from the Su Wangfu, Bai Yinyang left in a huff, cursing under her breath. She had not anticipated that Su Guiwan would so blatantly disregard her dignity. Onlookers shook their heads knowingly. Despite Su Guiwan's seemingly irritable demeanor, she would extend courtesy to even the beggars on the street if they did not provoke her. Such a benevolent Su Guiwan. Yet Bai Yinyang and Chui failed to appreciate her, and thus they deserved their current plight. After Bai Yinyang's departure, Su Guiwan did not return to the Su Wangfu but leisurely made her way towards the Dali Temple with her 2 maidservants. Currently, the position of Minister of Dali was no longer held by Shuri Han, but had been taken over by a newly appointed individual named Baiang Shoa. The prison was dark and damp, the air thick with the scent of blood. As Su Guiwan passed by cell after cell, she finally arrived at the door of Chuyi's prison. He lay on the straw like a defeated dog, utterly devoid of the spirited demeanor of the young general from Bianjing. Sensing a gaze upon him, Chuyi turned impatiently, only to see Su Guiwan, clad in a light green dress. With a wince, he instinctively moved, aggravating his wounds. Wan, why did it take you so long to come to my aid? Do you have any idea how painfully those brutes have beaten me? Once I get out, I will not let them off easily. After love had faded, Su Guiwan found the man before her increasingly distasteful. She could scarcely fathom how she had once been so blind as to be enamored by such a man. Coldly, she curled her lips. You brought this upon yourself. And spare me your self-indulgent notions. I am not here to rescue you. I have merely come to witness your pitiful state. Chu Yi's expression shifted. Wan, I thought we shared a bond. The events of the past year felt surreal to him, as if he were trapped in a dream, unable to discern whether the bliss of the years prior was a mere illusion or if the present was the true nightmare. Su Guiwan shot him a sidelong glance. Please be more accurate in your statements. We once had feelings for each other. Now, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a hypocrite who has betrayed me. Chu Yi fell silent, having been with so many women that he could no longer promise Su Guiwan that she would be the only one he loved. While Su Guiwan was indeed beautiful, there were countless other women who were tender, playful, and spirited. As a man, he felt entitled to take several concubines. Had Su Guiwan known of Chu Yi's thoughts, she would have been disgusted. She smiled brightly at him. Seeing you in such misfortune brings me great relief. May you perpetually remain in such despair. After Su Guiwan departed, the other inmates leaned against their cell doors, mocking Chu Yi. Lying on the straw, he could only roar in fury. Having finished her derision, Su Guiwan walked away, feeling discontented. She could not pinpoint the cause of her unease, an emptiness lingering within her. Amidst various machinations, Yunmo's North City was successfully established. The flow of trade to North City increased, transforming it from a desolate area into a bustling hub of prosperity within a mere 6 months. Realizing that he could not shake Yunmo, Yunyan turned his attention towards Su Guiwan. Gazing at Su Guiwan, who was adorned in a pale yellow dress and wore a smile at the banquet, Yunyan chuckled. The Su County princess grows increasingly beautiful. Su Guiwan, unfazed by Yunyan's flippant words, maintained a composed expression while a palpable tension gripped her brows. Rising, she performed a half-bow. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. Surprised by her straightforward acceptance of his compliment, Yunyan momentarily lost his composure. Should not a proper lady respond with modesty at such a moment? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, smiling. Indeed, the Su County princess is quite confident. Recently, I have heard from Minister Liu that Liu Ji had a deep affinity with you 6 months ago on Nanshan and has requested my permission for marriage. Su Guiwan cast a cold glance toward the Liu family. If being wronged by me constitutes a deep affinity, then does that mean those who have perished at the hands of their murderers share a similar bond? Whether Yun Yan felt embarrassed or not was unknown to the ministers, who all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to utter a word, lest they be implicated in an unforeseen disaster. Yun Yan, of course, felt both embarrassment and anger. Yet he could not unleash his ire on Su Guiwan. Her cold gaze was directed at the Liu family, her verbal barbs aimed at them, leaving him with no grounds for reproach. Feigning tolerance, Yun Yan smiled. The Su County princess possesses such a strong temperament. I believe your fortitude complements Liu Ji's gentle nature perfectly. How about I grant your marriage? Though framed as a question, any discerning individual could see that the marriage was practically decreed. Su Guiwan raised her head and fixed her gaze upon Yun Yan, taking her time before speaking slowly. Thank you for your high regard, your majesty. However, I do not wish to marry Liu Ji. I hope you will understand. With that, Su Guiwan knelt in the center of the grand hall. All the ministers and their families were taken aback by her declaration, quickly kneeling to implore Yun Yan to quell his anger. Fury ignited in Yun Yan's eyes. So, Su Guiwan, you dare to defy my decree? Su Guiwan lowered her head. I do not dare. None perceived any fault in her words, yet Su Wangye was acutely aware of the distinction. Su Guiwan's assertion of I do not dare was not the same as I cannot. She did not blame Yun Yan for previously bestowing a marriage decree upon her and Chu Yi, nor for his reluctance to grant her a divorce. However, she resented Yun Yan for repeatedly scheming against the Su Wangfu due to his selfish desires. With a cold laugh, Yun Yan retorted, what a bold statement. You openly defy me. What else is there that you would not dare to do? Su Guiwan maintained her lowered gaze, responding, I have no intention of defying your decree, nor the courage to do so. I simply do not wish to marry Liu Ji, and I hope you will grant my request. Humiliated by Su Guiwan's public rejection of the marriage, Liu Ji felt a flush of heat on his face. He glanced up at the Liu Fei seated above, who wore an expression of discontent towards Su Guiwan. Rising gracefully, Liu Fei addressed Yun Yan, Your Majesty. My brother truly harbors sincere affection for the Su County princess and does not mind her lack of perfection. I hope Your Majesty will fulfill my brother's heartfelt devotion. As she spoke, Liu Fei daintily dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, as if to wipe away non-existent tears. Yun Yan gestured for a palace made to assist Liu Fei back to her seat, then turned his attention to the resolute Su Guiwan kneeling below. Princesu, you have witnessed Liu Ji's genuine affection for you. Why not indulge his heartfelt devotion? Inside, Su Guiwan cursed, while outwardly appearing respectful. Your Majesty, not long ago, I resolved to become a nun, and ultimately, I must disappoint Liu Gongzi's profound feelings. Upon hearing this, Consort Liu furiously clutched her handkerchief. Su Guiwan's public rejection of the marriage, along with her intention to renounce the world, left Liu Ji's future in jeopardy. Others were equally taken aback, unable to comprehend Su Guiwan's aversion to marriage. Some wise old ministers exchanged glances of approval. Yun Yan, though furious, remained silent. The people of Dongjin were devout Buddhists. Openly opposing Su Guiwan's choice would yield more harm than good. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Yan chuckled lightly. It seems, Liu Ji, that you and Princess Su lack a certain connection. Understanding this, Consort Liu quickly grasped the emperor's intention to abandon the plan. She shook her head at Liu Ji, who immediately knelt in the center of the hall, acknowledging his misunderstanding and pleading for Yun Yan's forgiveness, while Consort Liu also admitted fault. Both were merely pawns in Yun Yan's scheme, and he had no intention of punishing them severely, thus allowing the matter to pass lightly. Princess Su's desire for a monastic life had never been disclosed to outsiders. It was reasonable for them to be unaware, and I harbor no resentment towards you. Consort Liu and Liu Ji expressed their gratitude and rose, and with the matter of renunciation at hand, Yun Yan refrained from further scrutinizing Su Guiwan. After all, with her declaration of becoming a nun, he could no longer manipulate her marital prospects. He had to think of alternative ways to consolidate control over the Su prince's residence. The prince, with an impassive expression, surveyed the unfolding events, harboring profound discontent towards Yun Yan. What Yun Yan sought was not merely the wealth of the Su estate, but also the hidden guards and soldiers who had once fought alongside the late emperor. Yet, given Yun Yan's character, how could he be trusted with such resources? Furthermore, based on his understanding of Yun Yan, once these assets were relinquished, he and Su Guiwan might find themselves in dire peril. After Su Guiwan's declaration in the hall, she prepared for her departure into the monastic life within 3 days of returning to the Su residence. Otherwise, she would be guilty of treason against the emperor, effectively handing a weapon against the Su estate to Yunyan. Such tranquil days did not last long, as news from the northern city caught Su Guiwan off guard. She bit her lip to suppress her tears. The prince immediately noticed her unusual demeanor. At that moment, he experienced an epiphany, dismissing those around him. With a serious gaze, he addressed Su Guiwan. "Wanwan, tell me truthfully, do you harbor affections for His Highness the Crown Prince?" Su Guiwan's pale face flushed at her grandfather's inquiry, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. "Grandfather, I am sorry." The prince sighed deeply. "I shall never hold it against you. Wanwan, do you wish to visit the northern city to see the Crown Prince?" Su Guiwan sadly shook her head. "Grandfather, I cannot go. We should not have any further entanglements with the Crown Prince's residence." The prince regarded her solemnly, his eyes filled with hope. "Wanwan, you are aware that our Su estate stands on the brink of disaster, uncertain of when calamity may strike. My desire for you to go to the northern city to seek the Crown Prince arises not merely from selfishness, but is a strategic consideration for our family's future." The prince's words left Su Guiwan stunned, her silence prolonged. After a considerable pause, she regained her voice. "Grandfather, have you made your decision? Are we truly willing to take this gamble?" Su Guiwan's heart had already formed an answer. Winning would secure the Su estate's safety, while failing to act would inevitably lead to Yunyan's aggression. Biting her lip, she queried, "Grandfather, what would you have me do?" The prince glanced at her with appreciation. She was indeed his granddaughter, quick to understand. "You shall communicate with the Crown Prince, while I will discreetly transfer our assets and personnel to the northern city." Having arranged everything with Su Guiwan, that very night, the prince sent her and Ling Long out of the city. Anyone could convey messages to the Crown Prince, yet the prince specifically chose Su Guiwan for this task. This was his greatest selfishness. Should everything be exposed, at least Su Guiwan would remain safe. Understanding her grandfather's intentions, Su Guiwan felt powerless, but hastened to find Yunmo, hoping he could devise a plan to rescue her grandfather. For this purpose, she left all her personal guards with the prince. Chapter 60. Su Guiwan arrives at the northern city. Yunmo misunderstands and becomes jealous. Concealed in the shadows, an E and an heir exchanged relieved glances, thankful that Su Guiwan remained unaware of their presence. Otherwise, she would have left herself entirely unguarded. Under the cover of the Su estate, disguised in male attire, Su Guiwan encountered no dangers on her journey. Upon reaching the northern city's borders, she overheard patrons in a tea house discussing Yunmo's injury and unconsciousness, causing her to wear a worried expression. Was Yunmo awake now? The news of his fainting unsettled her, prompting her to act, revealing her feelings for Yunmo to the prince. Concerned about finding the necessary medicinal ingredients in the northern city, Su Guiwan had brought along numerous rare herbs from the Su estate. To avoid drawing attention, she lowered her gaze, concealing her anxiety. Just as she was about to leave the tea house, she spotted a familiar figure ahead and instinctively bowed her head. Remaining motionless in a corner, Chu-yi narrowed his eyes, surveying the tea house. Noticing only a few scattered travelers, he couldn't help but scoff. While Dongjin fought against that traitor Yunmo, these people seemed quite at ease. The weary travelers seated with tea were oblivious to Chu-yi's ire, silently enduring his outburst. They thought that if he scolded them enough, he would soon depart. Su Guiwan remained still in her corner, taken aback by how much darker Chu-yi had become after his recent misfortunes. As his gaze fell upon her corner, it halted abruptly. While others could not discern her disguise, he certainly could. Having pursued Su Guiwan for over a decade, he would recognize her anywhere, even if she were to vanish into thin air. Noticing Chu-yi's gaze fixate on her, Su Guiwan remained unmoved. She understood that he had recognized her, which was precisely why she hadn't fled at his approach. Chu-yi, filled with delight, strode closer to her. "Wanwan, did you come here to find me?" Apart from Su Guiwan's lingering feelings, he could conceive no other reason for her journey from Bianjing to this place. A faint smile crept onto his somber face. No matter how cold and haughty she appeared, she ultimately remained captivated by him. Seeing Su Guiwan travel to the northern city for him, if she also presented him with the antidote, he could forgive her past indiscretions. Su Guiwan lifted her head, gazing at Chu-yi with indifference. "Do not flatter yourself. I merely sought some medicinal herbs unavailable in Bianjing. Chu Yi laughed heartily, disregarding her aloofness and explanation. Wan, I know you still cannot let go of me. Cease this pretense.
Come.
Let us enter the city together. With that, he instructed someone to retrieve her belongings, intending to bring her into the guarded city.
Sugiguan frowned.
Realizing that today she had no choice but to enter the city with Chu Yi, she signaled Linglong to stop the soldier approaching for her bag, casting a cold glance at Chu Yi. There was no need for your assistance. This princess shall walk on her own. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yi instructed the soldiers to withdraw, smiling as he approached Su Guiwan. Wan, I must lead my troops to investigate the ruffians under Yun Mo's command. You should follow the soldiers into the city. I will come to see you this evening. As he spoke, pride gleamed in Chu Yi's eyes. Finally, he could stand tall before Su Guiwan. For years, he had felt inferior beside her, always bowing before her. Now, in his own territory, he was eager to see how Su Guiwan would maintain her airs as a princess. Su Guiwan was acutely aware of Chu Yi's thoughts, yet regrettably, she was utterly indifferent to his musings. Rising, she strode ahead, leaving the soldiers he had assigned to guide her no choice but to follow. Once again, Su Guiwan had embarrassed him, and Chu Yi's pride faltered. He stared at Su Guiwan's retreating figure, bewildered by her audacity to act so brazenly before him. The soldiers trailing behind bowed their heads, pretending not to witness the scene. In a fit of rage, Chu Yi kicked over a table beside him, his face ablaze with fury. The patrons within the tea-house were startled, hastily stepping aside and lowering their heads. Gritting his teeth, he forced a mocking smile. Here he was, busy leading soldiers to quash treasonous scum, while these individuals leisurely sipped tea, clearly unconcerned with national affairs, perhaps even colluding with the rebels. His sudden accusations shocked the patrons, who never anticipated that their mere act of enjoying tea could risk their lives. They protested their innocence, but Chu Yi, irritated, ordered their immediate imprisonment. Having vented his frustration, he finally had time to lead his men to inspect the situation at the Prince of Chen's residence. Meanwhile, in the northern city, it was reported that Su Guiwan was currently within the city governed by Chu Yi. The black piece under Yun Mo's control had fallen in an unwise position. Chu Rui returned the white piece in his hand to its box. If you truly cannot let go of Princess Su, I shall fetch her for you, he offered. Yun Mo smiled faintly, a melancholic aura enveloping his expression. No need. It is merely a matter of feelings that have lingered for over a year. How could I presume she would relinquish her long-held affection for her childhood companion? Chu Rui fanned himself vigorously with a hand fan, concerned that if he did not quell his anger, he might impulsively capture Su Guiwan and force Yun Mo into marriage. Yun Mo glanced at the inevitable defeat on the chessboard, letting out a bitter laugh. One misstep leads to another. Being a moment late means it is forever too late. Sometimes, he could not help but fantasize about how splendid it would be had he not encountered Su Guiwan first, but rather Chu Yi. If he had been the one to engage with Su Guiwan the most, he believed she would have surely fallen for him. The phrase childhood sweethearts, a lifetime together, sounded so beautiful. Chu Rui, exasperated, tapped his head with the fan. Alas, the Su princess I know is proud and headstrong. Once she makes a decision, there is no chance for change. Do you think she has come to the northern city for Chu Yi? Remembering the intelligence from their spies that Su Guiwan had explicitly told Chu Yi she came to the northern city for medicinal herbs, hope rekindled in Yun Mo's eyes. Arrange for someone to investigate any rare medicinal herbs in the northern city. Chu Rui's troubled expression vanished, replaced by disbelief. Had he known this would burden him, he would never have casually encouraged Yun Mo. It was common sense that this desolate northern city had no rare medicinal herbs. Su Guiwan's clumsy excuse was only believed by Yun Mo. No. The thought of his doubts flickered in his mind but was swiftly dismissed by Chu Rui. He could see that this was merely an excuse from Su Guiwan. How could Yun Mo not perceive it? Chapter 61. Yun Mo leads troops to breach the city gates. They only sought to feign ignorance, mistaking the false for the true. Chu Rui sighed as he left the residence to review their plans. Yun Mo's injury and fainting were merely a trap they had set to annihilate the imperial troops dispatched by the court and expand the territory of the northern city. They had calculated everything, yet they had not anticipated Su Guiwan's arrival in the northern city. Whether she would disrupt their plans was uncertain. But Chu Rui's eyes hardened. They had schemed so much to reach this point, and he would not allow anyone to disrupt it. even if that person was Su Guiwan. Unbeknownst to Su Guiwan, Yun Mo was not injured or unconscious. At that moment, she sat in a monitored room, worrying about him. Linglong handed her a cup of tea. Princess, do not fret. Everything will be well. Su Guiwan forced a smile as she accepted the tea. She was under surveillance by Chu Yi, let alone helping Yun Mo. Escaping was already a considerable feat in the evening, having finally experienced a victory. Chu Yi joyfully entered Su Guiwan's courtyard. Wan, do you know I have won? Wan, I defeated Yun Mo. His excited announcement left Su Guiwan momentarily stunned. Turning to him in disbelief, she asked, what did you say? You defeated whom? Chu Yi, oblivious to the disconcerting expression on Su Guiwan's face, continued smiling as he sat across from her. I said I defeated Yun Mo. Wan, I've always claimed my martial prowess is unmatched. And if it were not for him, I would have long been renowned across the realm. Su Guiwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a killing intent emanating from her gaze. Finally, Chu Yi sensed something amiss and sprang to his feet. Wan, why do you look at me like that? Has something happened? Or did I say something wrong? Linglong poured a cup of tea for Chu Yi. The princess is merely saddened by the fate of those soldiers who perished. General Chu need not overthink it. Yet, Chu Yi did not believe Linglong's excuse. He coldly scrutinized Su Guiwan. His underlying suspicion began to take shape, and the once troubling inconsistencies now seemed clearer. Unable to restrain his sarcasm, he exclaimed, Yun Mo, Su Guiwan, you two deceivers have concealed your affair from me so well. Linglong discreetly slipped a concealed weapon from her sleeve into her palm. Su Guiwan remained unfazed, her demeanor calm as she regarded Chu Yi, her eyes betraying no emotion, leaving him to doubt his assumptions. Chu Yi shook his head, refusing to accept that Su Guiwan and Yun Mo were innocent. If they were truly blameless, why were all those whose homes had been raided speaking ill of Su Guiwan? He had never considered their connection before, but now, with his suspicion ignited, he began to perceive problems everywhere. As he replayed the events in his mind, Chu Yi glared furiously at Su Guiwan, ready to pounce on her.
Su Guiwan,
How dare you betray me? After all these years of our bond, you would disregard it? How could you be with that treacherous scoundrel Yun Mo behind my back? Su Guiwan tucked her hair behind her ear. I have never been with Prince Chen. Do not project your own impurities upon me. In a fit of rage, Chu Yi hurled a teacup from Su Guiwan's table. Still denying it?
Su Guiwan,
You perhaps do not even realize that your guilt causes you to refer to me as a rather than this princess. His words made Su Guiwan's grip on the table tighten. How could she not feel guilty? Her feelings for Yun Mo were far from innocent. To Chu Yi, her silence was an admission of guilt, a tacit acknowledgement of her affair with Yun Mo. Enraged, Chu Yi could hardly bear the thought that his ex-wife was entangled with another man. After a long silence, he clenched his fists tightly. When did it happen? Seeing Su Guiwan's confused expression, he gritted his teeth, completing his question. When did you two start your affair? Su Guiwan withdrew her perplexed gaze with a sense of disinterest, realizing she could hardly expect any commendable words from Chu Yi. No, he retorted, I, along with Uncle Wang Chen, am not as sordid as you think. We have always treated each other with respect. Chu Yi was amused by Su Guiwan's words, letting out a derisive laugh. What pretense is this? Were it not for Yun Mo's covert assistance, I doubt you would have managed your divorce so effortlessly. Su Guiwan resolved to no longer doubt her judgment. Love had once blinded her, preventing her from discerning the true nature of those around her. She slammed her teacup down on the table. Chu Yi, even without Uncle Wang Chen's aid, I would still have succeeded in our divorce. Chu Yi's face was ablaze with fury from his wife's betrayal as he pointed an accusing finger at her. Ah, so you finally admit to colluding with Yun Mo? You two are nothing but a pair of despicable scoundrels. Su Guiwan rose and strode directly towards Chu Yi, causing him to recoil in fear. What are you doing? Su Guiwan? I warn you, I am a general sent by the Emperor. Crossing me will bring you no good fortune. Undeterred by Chu Yi's fearful gaze, Su Guiwan abruptly withdrew her hairpin and lunged at him.
Ah!
Su Guiwan, you. She retracted the hairpin, smiling slyly. Did you think this county's lord intended to slay you? Alas, the true threat lies behind you with Linglong. Chu Yi glared menacingly at Linglong, who had just kicked him, and she stood beside Su Guiwan, unfazed by his wrath. Observing Chu Yi grasping his injured self, Su Guiwan finally felt a sense of vindication. Her smile was particularly enchanting as she taunted, Chu Yi. Aren't you going to seek a doctor? You wouldn't want to find yourself unable to bear children, would you? Linglong stifled her laughter, fearful of bursting out. Su Guowan's words sent a jolt of panic through Chu Yi. He could not afford to settle scores with her now, and discreetly summoned for a physician. That night, chaos enveloped Beicheng, and as the sounds of battle erupted, Su Guowan and Linglong, clad in their attire, exchanged glances upon hearing the commotion outside. Understanding immediately, Linglong hurriedly opened the door. What's all this racket? The soldier guarding the door appeared alarmed. It's Prince Chen. He has regained consciousness. Upon hearing the news she desired, Linglong promptly shut the door. Su Guowan's heart raced as she seized a bundle from the table, signaling to Linglong. With understanding, Linglong opened the door once more and knocked the soldier unconscious. My lady, we must hurry. They fled swiftly, striving to blend into the crowd, running alongside it. Su Guowan's predictions proved accurate. No sooner had she escaped than Chu Yi arrived at her courtyard. Chapter 62. Those with sordid hearts are this prince seeing the barren courtyard. Chu Yi kicked the unconscious soldier in a fit of rage.
Su Guowan.
I will not let you escape. Initially, he had intended to use Su Guowan as leverage against the Qin family, but her swift departure thwarted his plans. Yunmo's army soon breached the city gates. And as he rode forth, his eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings, yet he found no one he sought, a flicker of disappointment crossing his dark gaze. Seeing this, Chu Rui recognized that Yunmo was searching for someone, and he kicked his horse forward. As Yunmo's most trusted subordinate, he knew precisely what was required of him at that moment. Ultimately, Chu Yi fell into Yunmo's hands, who regarded the man kneeling before him with a penetrating gaze. They had fought side by side before, but at that time, the proud Prince Chen had little reason to notice an ordinary junior officer. Had it not been for Su Guowan, he would never have scrutinized Chu Yi closely. Yet, no matter how he assessed the situation, he could not fathom what captivated Su Guowan about Chu Yi. Feeling Yunmo's scrutinizing gaze upon him, Chu Yi scoffed, Have you finished observing, Prince Chen? Are you proud of having stolen another's wife? A flicker of disdain crossed Yunmo's face. I have never engaged in such actions. You may slander me, but you ought not to harbor such mistrust toward her. Chu Yi erupted in mocking laughter, shaking with derision. You proclaim your innocence, yet you are so protective of her. Yunmo's disappointment flickered in his eyes at Chu Yi's words, leading him to ponder if Su Guowan truly harbored no feelings for him. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yi could no longer restrain himself and glanced up. Seeing Yunmo, typically a smiling tiger, now wore a detached expression reminiscent of Su Guowan only intensified his ire. Have you two been entangled for long? No wonder Su Guowan wishes to divorce me. Was she merely contemplating marrying you post-divorce? Yunmo leaned back in his chair, a gentle smile gracing his features. If that were the case, it would indeed be splendid. Unfortunately, Su Guojun holds me in esteem as an uncle, while it is I who harbors a sordid heart. As he spoke, Yunmo shook his head with a sigh, as if to vent his frustration over his unrequited love. The occupants of the room were first startled by Chu Yi's words, then astounded by Yunmo's self-deprecating remarks, their eyes widening in disbelief. Shi Yihan nearly fainted from indignation. The Shi family had always been known for their integrity, and now one of their own had developed feelings for another's wife, leaving them with no face to meet their ancestors in the afterlife. Chu Yi shook his head vehemently.
Impossible.
You must have been conspiring together long before this. Otherwise, why would Su Guowan seek a divorce from me? Yunmo smirked. Isn't it evident why she wishes to part ways with you? You made promises you could not keep, yet you expect her to retain the tainted remnants of your relationship. Leaning forward, Yunmo supported his chin, gazing down at Chu Yi, who continued to defame Su Guowan. If I recall correctly, you are the son-in-law of the Su family, yes? One wonders what gave you the confidence to act so brazenly. Su Guojun is far too kind. In my view, the tainted should simply vanish from this world. Chu Yi clenched his fists tightly, realizing he was indeed facing a pair of despicable individuals. They had both labeled him a detestable scoundrel. Reflecting on his years with Su Guowan, Chu Yi laughed derisively at Yunmo. No matter how much you insult me, it does not change the fact that Su Guowan chose me first. I am the one she has spent all these years with. She never valued you.
Yunmo, as companions,
incensed by Chu Yi's derision, drew their swords in anger. Yunmo waved them down, maintaining his smile. You were merely fortunate to have appeared in her life early on. but that does not guarantee you will be her choice for the rest of her days. Do not forget, she has cast you aside, you tainted man. There are still many days ahead. Yun Mo successfully turned the tide, and even Heroine, who opposed him, felt a wave of satisfaction at that moment. Chu Yi's eyes turned red with fury at Yun Mo's words, understanding their implication. He had been abandoned by Su Guiwan, while Yun Mo had not. Whether Su Guiwan would choose Yun Mo in the future remained uncertain, but it was clear she would never choose Chu Yi again. Despite Yun Mo's calm demeanor, he too felt an undercurrent of uncertainty. After all, Chu Yi had loved Su Guiwan for many years, while he had only once inadvertently held her hand. Yun Mo's smile faded as he commanded, "Bring General Chu down to rest." Heroine was perplexed. In the past, Yun Mo had always executed his enemies without hesitation. So, why spare Chu Yi this time? Chu Rui understood, but chose to remain silent, lowering his head to feign ignorance. Before Su Guiwan could escape the city gates, Yun Mo's forces had already taken control of the town. In this battle, the entire army of 200,000 sent by Eastern Jin surrendered or perished. With such a multitude, Yun Yen found it impossible to apprehend the families of those treasonous soldiers. Instead, he roared and cursed Yun Mo in the imperial study. Initially believing that addressing Yun Mo's treason was of utmost urgency, he was taken aback when news arrived that Yun Zhou had betrayed him after losing only 2 cities. Unlike the northern city chosen by Yun Mo, Yun Zhou's selection was the southern city, renowned for its abundant grain and beauty. Should Yun Zhou seize complete control of the southern city, Eastern Jin would lose a quarter of its tax revenue. At this point, Yun Yan could no longer concern himself with Yun Mo and redirected all his focus towards Yun Zhou. This was all part of Yun Mo's cunning strategy. He utilized himself to divert Yun Yan's attention, allowing Yun Zhou the opportunity to strengthen his own power. When the time came for his betrayal, Yun Zhou would draw the fire away from Yun Mo, enabling him to lead the northern city towards growth. While Yun Zhou engaged in battle with Yun Yan, Yun Mo systematically eliminated the inept officials dispatched by the court, causing the northern city's territory to expand significantly. In a remarkably brief period, he managed to occupy 1/3 of Eastern Jin's lands. The northern city, already larger than others, had now become the largest in the realm due to Yun Mo's expansions. Chu Rui joyfully led efforts to develop commerce and agriculture, while Yun Mo meticulously arranged everything before he finally had the opportunity to visit Su Guiwan, who resided in the Lord's Manor. Su Guiwan was tending to the medicinal herbs in the courtyard when she heard Yun Mo's approach. She washed her hands in the basin brought by Ling Long, and then joined him at the table. Yun Mo sat quietly, waiting for her. Once Su Guiwan had dried her hands and approached him, he quickly poured her a cup of tea. With a radiant smile, she received the tea and asked, "Have you finished your tasks, Uncle Chenwang?" Yun Mo cast a regretful glance at her. "I apologize for being so preoccupied that I could only find time to see you now. I hope you can forgive my inadequate hospitality." Su Guiwan gently shook her head. "The servants treat me with great respect. I do not feel neglected at all." Yun Mo fell silent for a moment, unable to suppress his inner curses against Chu Yi. He had traveled a great distance without rest, concocted numerous healing salves, and healed many injured soldiers. How could someone like Chu Yi bear to harm such a wonderful person as Su Guiwan? Unaware of Yun Mo's thoughts, Su Guiwan noticed his heavy expression and assumed something significant had occurred, leading her to set down her teacup with concern. "If you have unfinished matters, please attend to them without worrying about me." Feeling the warmth of her concern, Yun Mo reassured her, "No, nothing of the sort. I have kept all news from you. Currently, Yun Yan is unaware that you saved so many people in the Chun Wang residence. Whenever you decide to leave, I will arrange for someone to escort you back." Su Guiwan was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. After all her efforts in gathering medicinal herbs to save lives and being exposed in front of Chu Yi, she had presumed that Bianjing was already aware of her treachery against Eastern Jin. Her glistening eyes fixed intently on Yun Mo, as if she wished to peer into his soul. "Thank you, Uncle Chenwang." Yun Mo, feeling uncomfortable under her affectionate gaze, turned his eyes away, only to realize that his ears were flushed. Her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly concealed her surprise. "Uncle Chenwang, I have come as a representative of the Su Wang residence to pledge our allegiance." Yun Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze back on her youthful face. "Did your grandfather send you?"
Sugiwan naridernisli, Jess.
Yun Mo felt a surge of joy at the support from the Su Wang residence, but it was quickly overshadowed by disapproval. You shouldn't have come to the northern city alone. The journey is fraught with peril. You could have simply sent someone to inform me. Su Guiwan, with a playful smile, cradled her face in her hands. Such matters require my personal presence to demonstrate our sincerity from the Su Wang residence. Yun Mo playfully tapped her forehead. Even without your presence, I would have sensed your sincerity. Realizing the impropriety of his gesture, he awkwardly withdrew his hand.
Suguyan maintained her cheerful demeanor.
As if Yun Mo's previous action were quite ordinary. Unable to resist, Yun Mo's hand instinctively brushed against his own, still feeling the softness of her skin. Seeking to change the subject to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, he asked, what will become of the Su Wang residence's reputation? What he initially intended as a light-hearted comment morphed into a genuine concern as he frowned at the implications of their alliance. Su Guiwan took a sip of tea nonchalantly. It matters little. The Su Wang residence may very well come to an end in my generation. Why should we care for our reputation? Her jest only deepened Yun Mo's resentment towards Chu Yi, feeling that it was he who caused Su Guiwan such sorrow. Had it not been for that scoundrel, she would already have a lovely child. Inwardly, Yun Mo noted to himself to impose harsher penalties on Chu Yi later. Oblivious to the trouble she had inadvertently brought upon Chu Yi, Su Guiwan awaited Yun Mo's next words with an earnest expression. Amused by her sincerity, he chuckled softly. Since you have chosen to join the Qinhuang residence, I could not be more pleased. Su Guiwan leisurely poured herself another cup of tea. Very well. I shall send a message to my grandfather shortly. Yun Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. I shall issue orders to ensure that our informants in Bianjing cooperate fully. There will be no unforeseen surprises for Lord Su. Having resolved this crucial matter, Su Guiwan now had the leisure to ponder other thoughts. Her gentle gaze fell upon Yun Mo as she inquired, Uncle Qinhuang, why have you been so kind to me? Why have you continually assisted me from the very beginning?
Yun Mo's smile faltered.
He hesitated to reveal that his initial intentions in their first encounter were not to help her. The herbs for abortion and sterilization, as well as the rescue that followed, had all been driven by ulterior motives. Under the trusting and dependent gaze of Su Guiwan, he could not bring himself to confess the truth. He feared that if she were to discover his true intentions, she would never look at him the same way again. As Yun Mo remained silent, his expression shifting, Su Guiwan narrowed her eyes. Uncle Qinhuang, have you done something to wrong me? Yun Mo felt a surge of anxiety under her serious gaze. Struggling to maintain his composure, he could not help but clench his hands and met her eyes with determination. I am sorry. There is indeed something I must confess. Su Guiwan gestured for him to continue, her attention fixed on him. Yun Mo swallowed hard and began. I was the one who provided the abortion medicine. I saved you after you fell off the cliff solely because you are the princess of the Su Wang residence. I could not allow anyone from the Su Wang residence to know that I had let you die without intervention. As he spoke, his voice grew softer until it was nearly inaudible. I apologize. I initially had the intention of using the Su Wang residence to restrain Yun Yan. Once he finished speaking, tension coiled in his muscles, acutely aware of how much Su Guiwan valued her family's honor. How could she endure being manipulated, while she could forsake the child herself? It could not be the result of someone else's machinations. Yun Mo's gaze remained fixed on Su Guiwan as he awaited her judgment. While Su Guiwan felt a pang of discomfort at his words, she understood that his perspective was that of a power player. She felt a twinge of hurt, causing her smile to fade. Uncle Qinhuang, could you allow me a moment alone? Yun Mo interpreted her request as a desire to never see him again. Disregarding etiquette, he grasped her hand. Awan, please let me explain. Since awakening at the foot of the cliff, I have refrained from plotting against the Su Wangfu and you. I understand that a mistake is a mistake. Any claims of unintentionality are mere excuses. At this point, a sense of grievance surfaced in Yun Mo's eyes. But, Awan, could you grant me a chance for atonement? I shall never again scheme against the Su Wangfu or you. Should I violate this vow, may I Yun Mo meet an untimely demise. Chapter 64. Awan and I are destined to be together. Su Guiwan did not stop Yun Mo from making his oath, just as she had not intervened when Chu Yi made his. Even if the heavens do not exact revenge for broken vows, she would. Once Yun Mo finished his pledge, Su Guiwan gazed intently into the depths of his eyes. The facade of a smiling tiger that Yun Mo wore before others melted away, revealing sincerity in his gaze. He never masked his true self before Su Guiwan. Otherwise, she would not have discerned the stiffness of his expression, thereby grasping the truth. A faint smile graced Su Guowan's lips. Despite harboring grievances, they vanished under the weight of his earnest gaze. Observing her laughter, Yunemo realized she was no longer angry, and a smile began to bloom in his eyes. Awan, you have forgiven me. Haven to you? With emotions still surging, Su Guowan had no time to quibble with Yunemo. Her gaze lowered to his hand, which firmly grasped her delicate fingers.
Yun Montag.
Who had been wholly focused on her, quickly withdrew his hand upon noticing her gaze, standing awkwardly and hiding his hand behind his back. I apologize, Your Grace. It was unintentional. While Su Guowan initially felt a bit embarrassed, the sight of Yunmo's innocent demeanor brought her amusement. She rose and slowly approached Yunemo, her clear, bottomless eyes fixated on his face. Your Grace? I just heard someone call me Awan. Might I inquire if Prince Chen knows who that person is? Yunemo looked at Su Guowan, surprised by her playful teasing. He had never known her to possess such a charming side. His ears flushed with warmth, and his cheeks gradually turned scarlet. Such an enchanting appearance nearly tempted Su Guowan to lean in and steal a kiss. Inside, her heart screamed with joy. How adorable. It turned out the lofty Prince Chun was so alluring when touched by emotion. He resembled a scholar playfully teased by a fairy. Stepping back, Yunemo distanced himself from the pervasive scent of herbs, allowing his dazed mind to refocus. Your Grace, please refrain from such behavior. It could tarnish your reputation. If you desire, after our marriage, I shall comply. Su Guowan's enthusiasm waned under Yunmo's earnestness, and she awkwardly sat back down, feeling akin to a rogue teasing a virtuous woman and then being compelled to take responsibility. Seeing her pause, Yunemo sighed in relief. He did not perceive her actions as inappropriate. Rather, they had yet to be wed, making such conduct unsuitable. Feigning calmness, Yunemo sat across from Su Guowan. Your Grace. When Lord Su arrives in Beicheng, may I discuss the matter of our marriage with him? Not at all, Su Guowan exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm. Upon seeing the hurt expression on Yunmo's face, regret washed over her, and she wished to strike the previous moment's self. Why had she not restrained her feelings for Yunemo? Yunemo, believing Su Guowan still harbored feelings for Chu-yi, clenched his teeth and forced out a few words. Is it because of Chu-yi? His tone implied that if Su Guowan nodded in affirmation, he would be ready to exact vengeance. Su Guowan shook her head, leaving Yunemo perplexed. If it is not because of Chu-yi, what then is your concern? Speak, and we shall resolve it together. Her eyes brimmed with affection as she gazed at the man before her, contemplating how wonderful it would be if they had understood each other from a young age. Under Yunmo's anxious gaze, she gradually lowered her head. It is because of myself. You know, I took abortifacients and harmed my body. I shall never bear children in this lifetime. Su Guowan thought her admission would lead Yunemo to relinquish his pursuit, for the Chun Wangfu could not be without an heir. However, upon hearing her, Yunemo instead breathed a sigh of relief, gently cupping her face.
Awan.
My desire to marry you is not born from the mere age of marriage. It is because you are the one I wish to wed. Do you understand? This has nothing to do with children. If I merely sought an heir to inherit my title, I would not have remained alone for all these years. Su Guowan stared at Yunemo, speechless, her mind swirling in confusion. Recognizing her turmoil, Yunemo wisely remained silent, allowing her time to gather her thoughts. He could easily persuade Su Guowan to marry him while she was in disarray, but he could not bring himself to do so. Love should be mutual, full of understanding and respect. If manipulation were employed in love, regardless of the reason, it would taint the purity of the relationship. He dreamed of marrying his Awan, however. If marrying him meant her unhappiness, he would rather she wed someone who could truly bring her joy. After much contemplation, Su Guowan still found no answer. Lightly biting her lip, you must understand that marrying me means you can never take a concubine and you may never have children. In response to Su Guowan's test, Yunmo's eyes glimmered with indulgence and mirth. Awan, I have always believed no woman is worthy of me, which is why I have remained unmarried for so many years. What was true before remains true now. Su Guowan shot him a reproachful glance. So you believe I am worthy of you? Yunemo shook his head with a smile.
No.
It is I who am deserving of such a radiant and beautiful Awan. Su Guowan's heart soared at his words, who had claimed Prince Chun to be sharp-tongued. She repressed her laughter, clearing her throat. But I am a divorced woman. Do you not fear the world's ridicule for marrying me? Yun Emo reached out and playfully tapped the bridge of her nose, showing no sign that he perceived her past as a source of insecurity. Su Guiwan pulled his hand away, her gaze fixed intently on him, every expression warning him that should his answer displease her, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Yun Mo's smile deepened, recognizing the true essence of Su Guiwan. The previously demure woman who attended gatherings of ladies was merely a facade born from Chu Yi's incompetence. Recalling Su Guiwan's earlier teasing, Yun Mo resolved to regain some ground. He feigned contemplation, and just as she was about to twist his ear in irritation, he seized her delicate hand to playfully toy with it. Does Awan fear the world's gossip about marrying a rebel? Su Guiwan immediately shook her head. She certainly did not. Had she not been cornered by Yun Yen and the kingdom of Xiling, Yun Mo would not have resorted to rebellion. Yun Mo chuckled as he stroked Su Guiwan's lustrous dark hair. Then it seems you and I are destined to be together. Chapter 65. The princess must have her reasons. From that moment on, Su Guiwan no longer hesitated regarding her feelings for Yun Mo. Such a wonderful Yun Mo was worth another gamble. If she lost again, she would simply close the door and live her life. She would not allow herself to live poorly. That day, despite Yun Mo's ease in Su Guiwan's presence, playfully toying with her hand, as soon as he stepped outside, he immediately touched his flushed ears. When Chu Rui noticed, he circled Yun Mo curiously, leading to Yun Mo's exasperation over the task he had unwittingly taken on due to his momentary banter. It goes without saying how regretful he felt. Meanwhile, with their hearts aligned, Su Guiwan and Yun Mo promptly dispatched their people to Bianjing. Prince Su effortlessly escaped from Bianjing, and by the time Yun Yen regained his senses, the place was already empty. When Prince Su departed Bianjing, Yun Mo had already spread the word, suggesting that Yun Yen coveted the wealth of the Su prince's residence, and, unable to tolerate this long-time minister of two dynasties, sought to eliminate him, which prompted Prince Su's hasty exit. Regardless of the astonishment of the populace, it was Yun Yen who was seething with rage. He indeed desired the riches of the Su family, but his numerous plots had all failed. Upon arriving in Beicheng, Prince Su was personally welcomed by Yun Mo, and instead of being taken aback like others, he calmly followed Yun Mo into the Lord's mansion. He was well aware that Yun Mo had never been one to regard others highly. His warm demeanor was solely due to his granddaughter. Su Guiwan had long awaited Prince Su in the Lord's mansion, and as soon as she spotted him, she rushed forward with tears in her eyes. During the days of uncertainty regarding her grandfather's safe arrival, she had never felt at ease, fearing that their schemes might be discovered by Yun Yen. Fortunately, Yun Yen had never paid much heed to women, thus he remained oblivious to her early departure from Bianjing. Even if he had noticed her absence, he likely would not have cared. Prince Su tenderly patted Su Guiwan's head, feeling the weight of her suffering, while other noble young ladies reveled in leisure. His granddaughter was burdened with the affairs of the Su family. Understanding the depth of her grandfather's concerns, Su Guiwan tugged at his sleeve and said, "Grandfather, I missed you so much. Let us never be apart again." Prince Su beamed with joy at her words, gently patting her hand and repeatedly affirming, "Good." Once their heartfelt exchange settled, Yun Mo stepped forward, saying, "Prince Su, you must be weary from your journey. I have arranged a banquet to welcome you. Allow Qian to escort you to rest." The white whiskers at the corners of Prince Su's mouth twitched as he turned his head. "You are too kind, Your Highness." Yun Mo promptly replied that it was only right. Prince Su understood Yun Mo's courtesy was not merely due to his status, but rather out of respect for being Su Guiwan's grandfather. Feeling the knowing gaze of Prince Su upon her, Su Guiwan shyly lowered her head. Yun Mo, slightly uneasy, relaxed only after Prince Su had retired to rest. Observing Yun Mo's demeanor, Su Guiwan couldn't help but laugh. "You needn't worry. Grandfather is quite amiable." Yun Mo remained silent, pondering the incongruity of Prince Su's reputed temper with his amiable nature. Yet, gazing into the girl's sparkling eyes, he nodded. Indeed, Prince Su possesses a gentle temperament. The servants of the Su residence behind them could not help but twitch their eyelids. How could they not know their lord's temperament? They recalled just recently when he had quarreled with an old friend. Perhaps they had misremembered. As Su Guiwan spent more time with Yun Mo, she discovered more of his charming qualities. When Chu Rui arrived, he found Su Guiwan laughing with Yun Mo, one teasing and the other smiling. His expression softened. Anyone who could bring joy to Yun Mo was a friend in his eyes. Yun Mo glanced sideways at Chu Rui. "What brings you here?" Without any intent to shield Su Guiwan from the conversation, Chu Rui briefly assessed Yun Mo and realized he was expected to speak up. Your Highness, there is no longer any value in Chu Yi, and he refuses to surrender. I wish to inquire how to proceed. The thought of simply executing him nearly slipped from his lips. It was only the reminder of Su Guiwan's presence that restrained Yun Mo from speaking so bluntly. He turned to seek Su Guiwan's opinion. How do you think we should deal with Chu Yi? The fate of the man she loathed stood before her. And Su Guiwan felt a strange sense of dissonance. She had always believed that killing Chu Yi would come at a great cost, never imagining it could be so simple. Chu Rui misinterpreted Su Guiwan's moment of distraction as lingering feelings for Chu Yi, an unwelcome sentiment that caused a flicker of reproach in his gaze. Noticing this, Yun Mo shot a warning glance at Chu Yi, signaling him to tread lightly. Yun Mo had faith in Su Guiwan. She was never one to cling to the past. The one truly unable to let go was Chu Yi. Su Guiwan would certainly not pine for him after he had taken so many concubines.
Sugiwan yent Ismail.
I wish to handle Chu Yi myself. She did not ask for permission, knowing Yun Mo would support her every decision. As anticipated, Yun Mo smiled kindly, of course. Would you like me to accompany you? Su Guiwan shook her head in refusal. She did not want him to witness her cruel side. Yun Mo, undeterred by her rejection, turned to Chu Rui. Take the princess to the prison to see Chu Yi. Whatever the princess wishes to do, follow her lead. After Su Guiwan departed, Chu Rui looked at Yun Mo beside him, unable to suppress a frown. Are you not concerned that the princess might release Chu Yi? Yun Mo cast a blank stare at Chu Rui. I hope this is the last time. Chu Rui felt a pinch of discomfort. Did Yun Mo truly understand the implications of his actions? I know what I am doing. Even if the princess were to free Chu Yi, there must be a reason behind it. After Yun Mo spoke, Chu Rui realized he had inadvertently revealed his thoughts. With Yun Mo's warning, he dared not voice any more concerns. Instead, he silently rejoiced that, in the past, Yun Mo and Su Guiwan had often missed each other. Had they known each other as children, Yun Mo might have become a fool entirely devoted to Su Guiwan over the years. Upon arriving at the prison, Su Guiwan found Chu Yi in a pitiful state, having been tormented by Chu Rui to the brink of death. Upon seeing her, a fleeting glimmer of affection crossed his eyes. Yet, reflecting on his current predicament, that affection swiftly morphed into resentment. Are you here to mock me?
Sugiwan.
I never expected you to be this kind of person. Yun Mo is a traitor. How dare you associate with him? Su Guiwan regarded the man before her with a complex gaze. Chu Yi, you have made me question my judgment countless times. Sometimes I wonder how I ever came to like you. Chu Yi abruptly raised his head. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I am unworthy of you? Su Guiwan shook her head. Not at all. I merely ponder if you had not been following me as a child, I would never have taken notice of you. As she spoke, Su Guiwan settled into a chair brought by the servants, her eyes devoid of affection, fixed intently on Chu Yi. In hindsight, the feelings I believed I had for you were merely because you drove away others, leaving only you in my sight. Thus, it was only natural that we eventually married. Su Guiwan's words peeled back the layers of Chu Yi's deepest insecurities, which had indeed been his and his mother's original scheme. He recalled the joy of running home to tell his mother about the beautiful Su Guiwan, who resembled a celestial being. His mother had told him that, given his status, marrying the princess would be quite difficult. The best approach was to ensure everyone knew he liked her and that she liked him too. Once the princess's reputation was tarnished, no one would want her, and he could marry her. He had followed his mother's plan, and in the end, he truly married the princess. Chu Yi assumed Su Guiwan had seen through his schemes and lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Su Guiwan was unaware of the machinations between Chu Yi and Lady Bai. She believed her words had wounded Chu Yi. After all, she had never imagined that the earnest youth from her memories would conspire against her so soon. She was not oblivious. She could sense that Chu Yi had genuinely cared for her back then. Now, however, she found herself bereft of words to share with him and signaled for her attendant to open the prison door. The attendant, having already received Yun Mo's orders, complied without hesitation, swiftly unlocking the door. As the door swung open, Chu Yi looked up in surprise at Su Guiwan approaching him. Wan Wan, I knew you still cared for me. Rest assured, I will cherish you from now on. Su Guiwan let out a cold laugh and commanded her men to seize Chu Yi, revealing a dagger that she plunged into his heart. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, There will be no later, for you have no future. With that, She forcefully drove the dagger deeper. Warm blood spilled over her hands, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. In their youth, neither had envisioned they would reach such a tragic juncture. From the moment Chu Yi betrayed her, she had kept a metaphorical dagger close, awaiting the day she could exact her revenge herself. They had once agreed, should he betray her, he would face utter ruin. Chu Yi, now lying on the ground, had wide eyes that reflected his disbelief and despair in his final moments. The prison guards shared in his shock, equally astonished by the turn of events. They were handpicked from the prince's residence to interrogate prisoners and were well aware of the history between Chu Yi and Su Guiwan. Witnessing Su Guiwan commit such an act left them incredulous, leading them to question the veracity of their intel. Was it true that Su Guiwan and Chu Yi had loved each other? Yet, they saw no trace of affection in her demeanor. If her childhood bond with Chu Yi was fabricated, then what truth remained in the world? Disregarding the guard's complex expressions, Su Guiwan wiped her bloodied hands with a handkerchief and turned to leave the prison. Upon returning to the courtyard, she found Yun Mo waiting for her. For reasons she could not fathom, she felt a sudden wave of vulnerability and hurriedly approached him. Upon noticing her reddened eyes, Yun Mo enveloped her in a comforting embrace. "It's all right. I'm here. If anyone has wronged you, let me know, and I will take care of it." As he held her, he carefully examined her for injuries and felt relieved to find none. The strong scent of blood had made him worry for her safety. Su Guiwan nestled her head against Yun Mo's chest and murmured, "He is dead." Her sudden admission left Yun Mo momentarily stunned, struggling to process who she referred to before the realization struck, filling him with heartache. He cradled her delicate face in his hands. "Awan, do not grieve. This is not your fault. He forsook his vows, and his fate is of his own making. You, always the kind-hearted Su County princess, should not be burdened by another's wrongdoings." Yun Mo's words only deepened Su Guiwan's sorrow, and she wept bitterly. "Do you know? The moment I learned of his betrayal, I truly wanted to kill him. I finally did, but why does it hurt so much? My heart feels hollow." Gently, Yun Mo wiped her tears away with his fingertips. "That is because you are kind-hearted, my Awan. It is natural to feel sorrow for having taken the life of a wicked person." His repeated affirmations of her kindness coaxed a smile from Su Guiwan, who clutched his garment, unsure of what to say. Though she had never considered herself virtuous, the praise from those around her often left her questioning what was genuine. Once she had composed herself, Yun Mo sat across from her, and Su Guiwan lowered her head, attempting to conceal her earlier tears. Yun Mo, choosing not to address her discomfort, maintained a gentle smile as he gazed at her.
Awan.
"You should rest well for the next few days. If you find yourself bored, venture out for a stroll. Once I have resolved matters, I will discuss our marriage with Prince Su, if that pleases you." Chapter 67. "Cousin, you cannot marry Su Guiwan." Su Guiwan kicked the ground lightly, "All right." Receiving her affirmative response, Yun Mo's smile broadened. With her promise, he resolved to discuss with Prince Su the possibility of their union after securing the Eastern Jin Kingdom. It was not that Yun Mo was unwilling to marry Su Guiwan immediately. Rather, it was his deep desire to marry her that prompted this decision. Given the scrutiny from various factions on the prince's residence, it was likely that someone would attempt to disrupt their wedding. He could not offer Su Guiwan a grand celebration, nor did he want anyone to believe he was marrying her solely for her family's wealth and influence. He yearned to declare to the world that he loved Su Guiwan for who she was. Upon hearing Yun Mo's reasoning, Prince Su chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, feeling a swirl of emotions. How had he failed to notice Chu Yi's flaws in the past? This was true love, filled with respect and care. How had he missed that Chu Yi did not genuinely love Su Guiwan? After much contemplation, Prince Su took a hearty drink when Su Guiwan was not present. It was Chu Yi's youth and his initial admirable qualities that had led him to trust him with Su Guiwan's hand. In hindsight, he realized there were many issues. Did Chu Yi ever truly love Su Guiwan? Perhaps he did. But it was likely more about her beauty and status that had caused him to be so careful with her. The Shi family, upon learning of Yun Mo's intentions, rose in opposition. Shi Yihan furrowed his brow tightly. "Yun Mo, do you comprehend what you are proposing?" Yun Mo met his agitated uncle's gaze with calm resolve. "Yes. I wish to wed the county princess, Su, once our plans come to fruition." An elderly man seated beside him sighed heavily.
Yun Montak.
"Do you not know that the county princess has been married before, divorced, and has undergone a miscarriage? You aspire to occupy a position of power. How can you marry such a woman?" A younger man eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, cousin. How can you take such a woman as your empress? A woman who has been married and lost a child cannot fulfill the role of a mother to the nation. Yunmo's piercing gaze fell upon Shiryu. What do you mean by such a woman? She possesses a name and status. I hope this is the first and last time I hear disrespect directed at her. Should I find such behavior again, do not be surprised if I respond with fury. Shiryu, a frail scholar, was no match for Yunmo's intensity and was left trembling in his seat, panting heavily, having briefly feared for his life. Yihan dared not say another word and sought his father's support, who sat beside Yunmo. He knew that Yunmo was resolute in his intention to marry Su Guiwan, and could only hope that his wise father would not err and offend both Yunmo and the Su Wangfu. Mr. Bai he shot a fierce glare at his son, questioning if he truly appeared so unreliable in his eyes. Observing the rift that was developing between Yunmo and their family, he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Since you have made your decision, your grandfather naturally hopes you will achieve your desires. Yunmo's gaze softened as he rose to pay his respects to Mr. Bai he, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. Mr. Bai he waved his hand dismissively. Although Yunmo appeared courteous and gentle, his opinion held no significance for Yunmo. Hidden behind the screen, Shiro witnessed her grandfather's impending approval of Yunmo marrying another, and, heartbroken, she dashed out from her concealment. Both Mr. Bai he and Yihan furrowed their brows at Shiro's display of disrespect. Yihan turned to instruct Shiryu. What are you waiting for? Hurry, and take your sister away. Shiryu, startled by Yunmo, finally regained his senses and gestured for Shiro to follow him. However, Shiro disregarded Shiryu's urging and cast a disappointed glance at the assembly. These were her closest kin, yet they offered her no support. Understanding the despair reflected in Shiro's eyes, Mr. Bai he lowered his head in disappointment and took a sip of tea. His granddaughter had ultimately been raised ineffectively. It was perplexing. Other girls in the Shir family thrived under the same upbringing, yet this eldest branch seemed incapable of cultivating any wit or grace. Yihan's expression turned stern. Shiro, if you return now, we can pretend nothing happened today. This was his last gesture of goodwill towards his niece. Unfortunately, Shiro failed to grasp his meaning and bit her lip defiantly. I will not go back. Upon hearing her words, Mr. Bai he closed his eyes. This time, Yihan's demeanor truly turned cold, devoid of any warmth. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Shiryu hastily signaled to a maid to escort Shiro away. He sensed that if Shiro continued to create a scene, the Shir family might very well disown her. Yunmo resumed his seat, observing Shiro with a bemused expression. He likely surmised her thoughts and chose not to leave in haste. Rather than allowing Shiro to later present herself before Su Guiwan and annoy her, it was preferable to resolve matters today. Under Yunmo's scrutinizing gaze, Shiro's cheeks flushed crimson as she fidgeted with the embroidered handkerchief in her grasp. Cousin, please do not marry Su Guiwan. The Shir family can aid you. We have many members, while the Su Wangfu consists only of Su Guiwan and an elderly man who cannot offer you much assistance. After speaking, Shiro looked at Yunmo with hopeful eyes, wishing for him to promise her he would not marry Su Guiwan. Unless faced with something exceedingly absurd. This time, however, Shiro's words had rendered him speechless. Observing the smirk on Yihan's face, Shiryu recoiled, casting a sympathetic glance at the eagerly expectant Shiro. He believed Shiro had truly overstepped, alienating both their grandfather and uncle. Yunmo's indifferent gaze fell upon Shiro, causing her to stiffen. Who told you that the Su Wangfu consists solely of the princess and the Su Wangyi? If the princess desires, the entire Chen Wangfu would belong to her. Both Yihan and Mr. Bai he were taken aback by Yunmo's implication. Did this suggest he intended to become a son-in-law to the Su Wangfu?
How could that be?
They both sprang to their feet. Amo, you may marry the princess. But how could you, a dignified Wangyi, become a son-in-law? Under Yunmo's watchful eyes, Yihan quietly negotiated with him. The implication was clear. We all consent to your marriage with Su Guiwan, just do not act recklessly, alright? What family has their emperor as a son-in-law? The Shir family still has their pride. Seeing that her thoughts were disregarded, Shiro stomped her foot in frustration. Cousin, you cannot marry Su Guiwan. Mr. Bai he observed Shiro's affected demeanor and exchanged a knowing glance with Yihan. Yihan acknowledged the message. He would ensure his elder brother faced consequences for this. Day in and day out, What have you been doing to raise a daughter like this? Yunmo's lips curled into a mocking smile. Not marrying the princess, am I to marry you instead? With her intentions exposed by Yunmo. Shiro's face flushed with embarrassment. Cousin, my father has always wished for us to become more closely related. Not only did others fall silent, but Yunmo also wished to remain quiet. Throughout these years, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, yet none so foolish as her. Could Shiro not detect the mockery in Yunmo's words? She certainly could, but her fervent desire to become the Chun Wang Fei left her oblivious to such nuances. Once she became the Chun Wang Fei, she would soon occupy the most esteemed position among all women in the realm. The thought of potentially reigning over the world filled Shiro with ambition, overshadowing her concerns about Yunmo's contempt or her grandfather's reprimands. She reminded Yunmo of her family's backing, believing that he, having no other relatives, would never abandon his ties to the Shir family for someone insignificant. Yunmo discerned the veiled threat in Shiro's words and cast her a disdainful glance. Did she truly think his reputation as the formidable king of Bianjing was earned without merit? His regard for the Shir family stemmed solely from the kindness shown by his uncle and grandfather. He, Yunmo, would never compromise himself for the sake of power. Both he and Shir Ihan felt displeased by Shiro's statements. She did not embody the Shir family's interests. Seeing that Yunmo did not direct his ire towards them because of Shiro, the two found temporary relief. Yunmo and Shiro were destined to be at odds, and without hesitation, they decided to abandon Shiro. They had nurtured her not with the expectation of her returning any favors to the family, but at the very least, she should not be a liability. Shiro, misinterpreting Yunmo's silence as contemplation of marrying her, looked up at him with joy. Embarrassed, she tugged at his sleeve. Cousin, only a true lady is worthy of you. Su Gue Wan, a woman cast aside by a man, is unworthy of your affection. Disaster struck. The moment Shiro uttered those words, a chill ran through the three individuals in the room. Yunmo, who had never regarded Shiro with any seriousness, seized her by the neck, his expression fierce.
Say that again.
Shiro, lifted by her neck, flushed red as she struggled against his grip, desperate for release. Unfortunately, Yunmo's hold was unyielding. Mr. Bai he had always known his grandson's propensity for violence, yet this marked the first time he witnessed it firsthand. The elderly gentleman, startled by Yunmo's sudden action, cast a sympathetic glance at Shiro, who was being choked. Amo, for your grandfather's sake, let Shiro go this once. I assure you, she will not appear before you again. Seeing the pleading in the elder's eyes, Yunmo released Shiro, throwing her to the ground. Gasping for breath, Shiro cast a fearful glance at Yunmo, acutely aware of the vivid marks around her neck. In that moment of choking, she had not anticipated surviving. Mr. Bai he waved his hand, instructing the equally shocked Shiryu and the servants to take Shiro away. Initially, they had indeed planned to abandon her. But their vision of abandonment entailed providing Shiro with a sufficient dowry for a good match, not a violent end at Yunmo's hands. At that moment, their understanding of Yunmo deepened. Could they truly rely on him to elevate the Shir family when he would so readily harm his own kin? Yunmo paid no heed to their complicated sentiments and placed one hand behind his back. I shall take my leave for today. I trust you, grandfather and uncle, to handle the selection of talent. Both Shir Ihan and Mr. Bai he readily agreed, and once Yunmo departed, Mr. Bai he slumped into his chair, utterly spent. Ihan instructed the members of the Shir family to remain composed, reminding them that henceforth, they would merely be the external family and subordinates of the Prince of Chun, with no room for unnecessary thoughts beyond obeying orders. Shir Ihan nodded, recognizing that perhaps their initial affections for Yunmo were genuine. But as the prospect of his ascension grew, they became increasingly distracted, nurturing their own ambitions. Yunmo's recent reprimand had forced them back into their rightful place, illustrating that he was never an entity they could control. Astute as they were, they could not have been oblivious to the warning embedded in Yunmo's actions. Yunmo had no interest in eavesdropping on the conversation between Bai he and Shir Ihan. Given that the Shir family was connected to his mother and had treated him fairly, he afforded them a chance for redemption. Should they persist in their schemes to manipulate him for dominion over the realm, he would not hesitate to send them to join his mother in the afterlife. Yun Yen and Yun Zhou engaged in a fierce struggle, and amidst their mutual exhaustion, they suddenly realized that half of the Eastern Jin's territory had fallen into Yunmo's hands. They conspired to unite against him. Within the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere was tense. A robust general slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, "The treacherous emperor has conspired with the third prince. What shall we do?" Yun Mo observed the irate general in silence, waiting for him to calm down. As the general's outburst subsided, he became aware of the collective gaze upon him. Realizing his folly, he hastily knelt before Yun Mo, exclaiming, "I apologize for my disrespect. May the prince pardon me." Yun Mo lifted a cup from the table, gently blowing on the tea leaves. "If the mere alliance of Yun Yen and Yun Zhou unsettles you, I suggest you return home to till the fields." After expressing this, he felt his words lacked enough force and added, "Oh, but you lack land to cultivate, should you encounter a harsh landlord. Will you also resort to slamming tables as you did today?" Laughter erupted among those present, aware that Bai Mu had previously clashed with a landlord over farming issues and had been forced to abandon his village, relying on hunting for sustenance before seeking refuge with Yun Mo. Yun Mo's words struck a chord with him. Embarrassed, Bai Mu lowered his head.
Rotesin Bai Mu's humility.
Yun Mo nodded in approval. Aside from his single-mindedness and fiery temper, Bai Mu had few other faults. Go and learn diligently from Master Shi. When you can master your expressions, I shall send you to the battlefield. The tall Bai Mu retreated, feeling aggrieved, and discreetly slapped himself. That'll teach you to speak out of turn. Once he noticed the amused glances from those nearby, he angrily waved his fist at them. They, however, turned their attention to Yun Mo, who was observing him with a stern expression. Instantly, Bai Mu lowered his hand, feigning innocence. Chapter 69. Unexpected teasing. The onlookers were nearly in fits of laughter at Bai Mu's antics. Yun Mo selected a few individuals to remain, allowing the others to return to their duties, seemingly unfazed by the alliance between Yun Yen and Yun Zhou. Only those closest to him knew that Yun Mo's study remained bustling with activity, continuing well into the night. Su Guiwan gathered over 100 individuals to teach them the basics of medicinal herbs and wound care, striving to save as many lives as possible in the impending conflict. Both were engrossed in their respective endeavors, and when one visited the other, they found the other perpetually occupied. A month passed before they both found themselves with leisure time. Observing Su Guiwan's increasingly frail figure, a shadow of worry crossed Yun Mo's brow. "You have lost weight." Su Guiwan handed him a pouch, saying, "You mention my weight, yet you are no better. This pouch contains calming herbs. You have hardly slept well this past month." Yun Mo's lips curled into a gentle smile as he accepted the pouch, tenderly caressing the bamboo embroidery.
Awan.
"You are already weary from teaching others about herbs and wound treatment. Why burden yourself by crafting a pouch for me? While I am delighted to receive it, I would prefer you to prioritize your health." Su Guiwan's eyes sparkled with mirth. "I didn't make time for it. I completed it previously." Upon realizing her slip, she stiffened, catching Yun Mo gazing at her with affection. She wished she could sew her lips shut, for her words seemed to tumble out carelessly in his presence. Each time she met his tender gaze, her thoughts would scatter. Yun Mo tucked the pouch against his chest, smiling at Su Guiwan. "So, you have harbored feelings for me for quite some time." The teasing tone in his words was unmistakable, and Su Guiwan shot him an exasperated glare. "You were the one who liked me first. Otherwise, I would not believe that the usually aloof Prince of Chun would extend such assistance to me." She recounted the arrows in the palace, the servants, and the evidence from Lu Rushue's treachery, leaning closer to Yun Mo. "Prince Chen, do not pretend to be benevolent and altruistic." Yun Mo chuckled, shaking his head at her playful jibe. "Of course not. I have never been generous unless the person in question is someone I cherish." Under the affectionate gaze of Yun Mo, Su Guiwan retreated, returning to her seat and avoiding his eyes. Yun Mo chuckled softly, watching her cheeks flush with color. His awan was still somewhat naive. His previous teasing had merely been due to her lack of experience. Now it would be far more challenging for her to tease him back. Yun Mo calmly sipped his tea, appreciating its quality. Su Guiwan, feeling the weight of his gaze fixed upon her, became flustered and snatched the cup from his hands. "What are you laughing at? Do you find something amusing? Has the Eastern gene been conquered? If not, hurry up and secure it." Yun Mo looked at his empty hands, helpless, and then stood as Su Guiwan's irritation began to boil over. "As you command, my lady. I will arrange matters to ensure you ascend to that position swiftly." With that, he withdrew his formal gesture and exited, leaving no opportunity for Su Guiwan to unleash her frustration. In the courtyard, Su Guiwan's face burned like a sunset, flustered by Yun Mo's teasing. Turning, she saw Linglong and Yunxian stifling their laughter. Infuriated, she hurled the cup she had snatched at them.
No laughing.
Linglong caught the cup, nudging Yunxiang with her elbow. Did you hear that? She said no laughing. Yunxiang struggled to contain her laughter. Yes, I won't laugh. By the way, I still need to water the flowers. I'll go do that now. Linglong placed the cup back on the table, cautiously regarding Su Guowan. My lady, I shall assist Yunxiang with watering the flowers. With that, she dashed away, leaving no room for Su Guowan to respond. Left alone in the courtyard, Su Guowan seethed, realizing that Yun Mo had learned to play tricks on her, and her servants had grown audacious. One day, she would reclaim her dignity.
Meanwhile,
Yunxiang and Linglong exchanged knowing smiles, pleased to see their lady rediscovering her happiness. Days later, those who had remained in a state of watchful anticipation received word of the dissolution of the alliance between Yun Yan and Yun Zhou. Seizing this opportunity, Yun Mo captured nearly all of the eastern Jin-S territories, leaving only the conquest of Bianjing before he could ascend to the throne. Yun Mo's maneuver caught everyone off guard. They had anticipated a prolonged struggle with Yun Yan and his allies. Little did they know that within a year, Yun Yan and Yun Zhou would suffer a catastrophic defeat. It was at this moment that they realized they had been deceived by Yun Mo all along. In the past few years, Yun Mo had never succumbed to despair due to his inability to wield internal power because of poisoning. Instead, he meticulously schemed in secrecy. Thus, when he launched his rebellion, the forces he had discreetly arranged revealed themselves, leaving Yun Yan and Yun Zhou utterly defenseless. This battle in Bianjing would be the final confrontation for Yun Mo to seize control of the Eastern Jin dynasty. To celebrate this victory, he hosted a grand banquet, not only to commemorate the triumph, but also to bolster morale and prepare for the next engagement. Under a moonlit sky with stars sparse, the courtyard buzzed with excitement. Su Guowan stood draped in a cloak, listening to the jubilant sounds outside, a smile playing on her lips. They were finally on the verge of conquering Bianjing, and she felt a surge of joy for Yun Mo. It was rumored that the imperial palace housed the richest medicinal herbs in the realm. She wondered if any could be found to alleviate Yun Mo's poisoning. The thought of his affliction caused her smile to fade gradually. As Yun Mo approached, he caught sight of Su Guowan, adorned in a pink cloak, standing alone in the courtyard, radiating an aura of melancholy. Disregarding the etiquette ingrained in him since childhood, he made a deliberate noise to avoid startling her. When Su Guowan noticed him, he swiftly enveloped her in a tight embrace. What were you pondering, Awan? He asked. Su Guowan had grown accustomed to his audacious behavior. In public, he addressed her as princess, exuding courtesy, yet in private, he affectionately called her Awan without a hint of restraint. After a moment of silence, when Su Guowan did not respond but seemed lost in thought, Yun Mo nuzzled her neck, reminding her that someone awaited her reply. She relaxed against him, her expression clouding with worry. I was contemplating whether I could find any antidotes in the palace. Yun Mo tenderly warmed her chilly hand in his palm. Do not fret. I have already dispatched someone to seek out a divine physician. I intend to cherish my Awan for a century and will not easily bring misfortune upon myself. What Yun Mo refrained from voicing was that even if the palace possessed antidotes, they would have long been destroyed by Yun Yan. The royal family bore no affection. He, Yun Yan, and Yun Zhou all wished for each other's demise, and it was implausible they would leave behind anything to cure him. However, there was no need for Su Guowan to share in these burdens. She had already endured enough hardship alongside him. Unaware of the turmoil in his heart, Su Guowan could only suppress her concern upon hearing his words. For now, this is the only course we can take, she sighed. Yun Mo quietly held her, his gaze lingering on her delicate ear, and he swallowed hard. Fearing that if he stared too long, he might act inappropriately, he released her from his embrace. Awan, why did you not attend the celebration banquet today?
Su Guowan adustet her cloak.
I generally do not partake in such gatherings. Hearing this, a pang of bitterness washed over Yun Mo. Despite her aversion to such events, she had previously attended many for Chu Yi. Yet, he quickly recalibrated his emotions. It was evident Chu Yi's inadequacies compelled Su Guowan to endure what she loathed. Now that she chose not to participate, it was a testament to how well he had provided for her. Reflecting on her past actions, Su Guowan awkwardly glanced at Yun Mo. I will try to attend more in the future. Yun Mo took her hand, his expression softening. Awan, you need not force yourself. I know your affections for me are no less than those you held for Chu Yi. I shall handle other matters. You need only be yourself. Su Guiwan clasped his hand in return, her resolve evident. Yun Mo's unwavering gentleness and understanding made her ponder. Had it been another, she might not have shifted her affections so swiftly. Yet, he was Yun Mo, forever indulgent and comprehending. With his noble status, formidable skills, handsome appearance, gentle demeanor, and remarkable talents, any woman would find it difficult to resist him. Whether others could resist him, Su Guiwan did not know. She certainly could not. Noticing the adoration in her eyes, the amusement in Yun Mo's deepened. He leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice. "Awan, are you satisfied with your husband?" "Very much so," she replied, still lost in her thoughts. Upon hearing his low chuckle, she suddenly became aware and playfully pinched his waist. However, his muscular build rendered her efforts futile. Yun Mo gently took her hand from his waist and caressed her affectionately. "All right, it is my fault for provoking my Awan's ire." In truth, Su Guiwan was not angry. She merely felt shy. After spending some time with her, Yun Mo returned to his study to continue arranging plans for the conquest of Bianjing. He was eager to avenge Ro Fei and to marry Su Guiwan. Once Lord Su arrived in Beicheng, Yun Mo ensured that all of Su Guiwan's contributions were known to the people of the Qin Wangfu. Both the naive and the cunning expressed their gratitude for her efforts. Yun Mo had been diligently paving the way for Su Guiwan's ascension to the position of empress. He could easily use his power to compel them to acknowledge her as empress, but that would only diminish her worth in their eyes, portraying her as a mere parasite dependent on a man. Yun Mo wanted the world to recognize Su Guiwan's capabilities, to understand that she was deserving of the title of empress. Su Guiwan was never a woman who would be behind him seeking protection. She was a wife who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Through Yun Mo's deliberate maneuvers, everyone became aware of Su Guiwan's exceptional medical skills and her significant contributions to every conflict, especially through the soldiers' accounts. Su Guiwan quickly became a celebrated figure across the land. Yun Zhou had surrendered to Yun Mo, while the isolated Yun Yan sent countless letters to the Xiling kingdom, pleading for military assistance, all of which fell on deaf ears. He lived in constant fear. Unlike Yun Zhou, who had no deep-seated vendetta against Yun Mo and could still retain his life after defeat, Yun Yan had caused the death of Yun Mo's mother. He was certain Yun Mo would not spare him. In the imperial study, a terrified Yun Yan paced, dreading the moment Yun Mo's forces would breach Bianjing. Upon learning that Bianjing was the last stronghold of the Eastern Jin, the Empress shattered a vase in her panic. She could easily surmise her husband's intentions. If Yun Mo sought retribution, none would escape unscathed. She could only hope that he would show mercy towards her innocent family. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, Zhang Xie, who seldom attended court, appeared before the assembly. Yun Yan glowered at Zhang Xie. "Duke Sheng, do you wish for me to surrender?" Had there been anything at hand, Yun Yan would have hurled it at him. Zhang Xie sighed internally at the absence of regal demeanor in Yun Yan. "Your Majesty, I believe we should not capitulate. As long as the Eastern Jin exists, we shall endure." Yun Yan's countenance shifted from sullen resentment to astonishment. He never anticipated that, at the final hour, his once disdainful grandfather would stand in support of him. The ministers bowed their heads, their thoughts inscrutable. Some agreed with Zhang Xie, while many did not. In calmer times, they would have rushed to declare their loyalty, but facing death, none dared to boast of their fearlessness. They could only console themselves in their hearts, for after all, Yunma was the son of the late emperor. The Eastern Jin would remain the Eastern Jin, regardless of the emperor. With such a mindset, many ministers maintained neutrality, awaiting Yunma's conquest of Bianjing. Yun Yan gazed intently at the elderly man standing below. As he recalled, after his mother's demise, Zhang Xie had sent his second daughter into the palace to become the empress, retreating to his home on the pretext of old age. Had it not been for his threat to expose the evidence of the empress causing his elder sister's death, he would not have ascended the throne. The very act of covering up the second daughter's role in the elder daughter's demise, while elevating the second daughter to the empress's position, illustrated Zhang Xie's profound concern for family honor. Yun Yan had no faith that Zhang Xie possessed the fortitude to share in the fate of the nation. Chapter 71. Only Awan can hurt me, he narrowed his eyes. "Duke Zheng, when did you conspire with Yunma?" Yun Yan's words left the assembly in shock as they turned to Zhang Xie, unable to believe that he had already betrayed the Eastern Jin. Zhang Xie knelt in the grand hall, lifting his robe. "Your Majesty, please see clearly. This old minister has absolutely not conspired with Prince Chen. I am utterly loyal to the Eastern Jin." Yunyan scoffed. Such words could only be believed by others, for he had not the slightest faith in them. If Zheng Xie were truly loyal to the Eastern Jin, he would not have allowed Zheng Jihuan to cause his mother's death. Had it not been for the throne, he would have long since dealt with Zheng Jihuan. How could he have accepted a thief as his mother? Anyone whom he trusted was either a spy planted by Yunma or a fool destined for death, and Yunyan was filled with trepidation. He waved dismissively for people to take Zheng Xie away. If Zheng Xie were indeed colluding with Yunma, he feared his hold over Bianjing would not last long, and thus chose to remain cautious. Regardless of Zheng Xie's assurances, Yunyan remained unconvinced and even had him placed under guard. In light of Yunyan's maneuver, everyone fell silent, fearing that the flames of his wrath might consume them. While Yunyan remained suspicious, Yunma's army had already invaded Bianjing. Upon hearing the gates had been opened, tears of regret streamed down Zheng Xie's murky eyes. He commanded attendants to assist him in bathing and changing, then made his way to the city gates to await Yunma's troops. Yunma and Su Guiwan rode to stand before Zheng Xie, Yunma lazily lifting his eyelids. What is Duke Zheng attempting to do? Is he planning to use his body to block my 700,000 troops? The soldiers following Yunma were eager, having long since grown weary of the Dog Emperor. It was they who had fought valiantly for the peace of the Eastern Jin, only for that Dog Emperor to seize their lord's rightful throne while their lord bled for the nation and caused the gentle concubine's demise. The soldiers later recruited by Yunma did not hold Yunyan, the emperor, in high regard either. Upon ascending to power, Yunyan raised taxes and reduced military pay, leading to countless deaths. Zheng Xie glanced past Yunma to see every soldier's face reflecting submission to Yunma and resentment toward Yunyan, even though he had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing it firsthand stirred his emotions, prompting him to cough violently. Su Guiwan looked at Yunma with concern. After all, Zheng Xie was the Duke of the Eastern Jin, and should he perish here, it would likely bring trouble to Yunma. Although Yunma's rebellion was a grave offense, the world knew it was Yunyan who had killed the gentle concubine, and moreover, Yunma had been the late emperor's most cherished prince. The mysterious death of the late emperor had left the populace unconvinced of Yunyan's legitimacy. Should Zheng Xie die here today, it would be a different matter. Not only was he a veteran of 2 reigns, but his status as duke was also noteworthy. Receiving a reassuring glance from Yunma, Su Guiwan's anxiety did not fully dissipate. She bit her lip, gazing innocently at Duke Zheng. Duke Zheng, it has been a long time. I wonder if the descendants of the Zheng family remain as valiant as ever? By the way, the 3rd prince has been assigned to guard the pass by Prince Qin, and before leaving, he entrusted us with delivering his message to the Empress. Zheng Xie forced a bitter smile. He was keenly aware of the threat woven into Su Guiwan's words. While he did not care for his own life, the Zheng family had hundreds of mouths to feed. The implication was clear. Should he dare to act out, she would have every member of the Zheng family exterminated, including his disobedient daughter and nephew. Zheng Xie, bearing the weight of his burden, slowly moved aside. Under Su Guiwan's warning gaze, he gradually knelt. I humbly welcome Prince Chen into the city. With Zheng Xie's kneel, others followed suit, loudly proclaiming their welcome to Prince Chen. Yunma cast a tender glance at the woman in red beside him, receiving a radiant smile from Su Guiwan. He cracked the whip against his horse's flank, urging it forward alongside her. What Zheng Xie did not realize was that had it not been for Su Guiwan's threat, he would have lost his head in that moment. Yunma surmised that Zheng Xie intended to sacrifice himself to strike at him. He had always cared little for such hollow accolades and would gladly fulfill Zheng Xie's wish. However, what surprised and moved him was that someone cared for him, paving the way for him. Yunma would not overlook Yunyan, the murderer of his mother. The instant he breached the palace, he claimed Yunyan's head. The gentle concubine, who had been laid to rest in an icy coffin, could finally be interred. Yunma's first act upon securing Bianjing was to bury the gentle concubine in the royal mausoleum. Yunma's reputation for being ruthless was cemented, plunging Bianjing into a state of great panic, as no one knew if he would next target them. Only Su Guiwan felt sorrow for the increasingly frail figure. She approached from behind and draped a deep blue cloak around Yunma. Prince Chen, Su Guiwan had many comforting words to say, but she found herself at a loss for where to begin. Yunma embraced her, the cloak enveloping her, resting his chin atop her head.
Awan.
The gossip of those people cannot hurt me. In this world, only you can inflict pain upon me. Su Guiwan, upon hearing this, suddenly lifted her head and bumped into Yunma's chin.
Oh.
Yunma, caught off guard, reacted slowly, while Su Guiwan exclaimed in surprise. She removed his hand from his chin. And from the collision, it had turned red. Seeing her concern, Yunmo wrapped an arm around her shoulder.
EM fine, awan.
It doesn't hurt at all. Su Guiwan shot him a skeptical look. How could it not hurt when it's red? She firmly pushed Yunma onto a nearby stool. Stay put. I'll fetch you some medicine. With that, Su Guiwan dashed out, and once she was out of sight, Yunma's carefully managed expression twisted into one of discomfort. He softly sighed, touching his chin. If Su Guiwan took a moment longer, he would have been unable to bear it. Each time he was injured. Outsiders believed he felt no pain, but he was not made of wood. How could he remain unscathed? He merely masked his discomfort with an impassive facade. Hearing footsteps approaching, Yunma lowered his hand from his chin, gazing warmly at Su Guiwan as she hurried back. Awan, such matters are best left to the servants. There's no need for you to run all the way here. Su Guiwan paused in her actions to tend to his injury, blinking in realization.
Indeed.
How could I have overlooked that? Yunma chuckled softly, filled with happiness. He understood this as the essence of affection. His Awan cared for him, which caused her reactions to be a touch slower. Chapter 72. Will you accompany me, Awan? Su Guiwan shot him an annoyed glare. Here, take this. Just don't get it wet, and remember to apply it before bed. Yunma sighed wistfully. If I were to marry Awan, would that mean I could have you tend to my wounds? Su Guiwan tugged at the corners of her mouth, gazing at him in silence.
Just think about it.
Has the Eastern Jin dynasty truly stabilized? Have the common folk been appeased? Have the soldiers been rewarded for their merits?
Alas.
Yun Mo leaned in disappointment against Su Guiwan, lamenting how his beloved was devoid of romantic sentiment. Was it not the time for her to shyly glance at him, prompting him to seek favors? With Su Guiwan's encouragement, the next day Yun Mo summoned the ministers to prepare for his ascension to the throne. Only by becoming emperor could he arrange everything that followed. Whether it be reducing taxes or bestowing rewards, the title of emperor was indispensable. During this period, the Su Wangfu and the Shi family basked in glory, as Su Guiwan was Yunmo's fiancé and the Shi family was his maternal kin. While others were uncertain of the eventual outcome, the fortunes of these two families were evident. Upon returning from the Duke's residence, Zheng Xie immediately sought an audience in the palace. With Zheng Xie's intercession, several elder ministers also stepped forward. It was at this moment that everyone realized the throne was rightfully Yunmo's. It was Yun Yan who, having eavesdropped on the late emperor's intent to establish Yun Mo as crown prince, poisoned the emperor in a fit of rage. He exploited the death of the late Empress Dowager to garner Zheng Xie's sympathy, who had long felt guilty for the demise of his eldest daughter caused by his second daughter, thus projecting that guilt onto Yun Yan. He, feeling remorseful towards his eldest daughter, extended his forgiveness to Yun Yan, assisting him in seizing the throne. Yun Yan's supporters were not limited to his subordinates and the Zheng family, but also included individuals from Xiling Kingdom. The people of Xiling harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yun Mo, who had slaughtered countless of their kin, and thus had no desire for him to ascend as emperor. Yun Yan, being mediocre and ineffectual, posed no threat to them. Yun Mo, however, was a different matter. Should he become emperor, the longevity of Xiling Kingdom would be uncertain. To secure Xiling's support, Yun Yan even offered the gentle concubine as a gift to them. Upon hearing the truth of the speculations, Yun Mo's dark gaze fell on Zheng Xie. A palpable aura of murderous intent tightened Zheng Xie's body, compelling him to bow his head in despair. Zheng Xie, fully aware of his grave sins, implored the emperor to spare his family, including his disobedient daughter and ineffectual nephew. Yun Mo regarded the kneeling Zheng Xie with a sardonic expression, devoid of any trace of compassion. You are indeed worthless. Who will spare me and my mother? Zheng Xie's body softened, his murky eyes gazing up at the poised figure of Yun Mo. Must your majesty pursue total annihilation? You are about to ascend the throne yet would slay so many. Unafraid of public outcry? Yun Mo reclined in his chair. Do I appear to care for others' opinions? What concern are their words to me? I only seek my own interests. Zheng Xie was seized by fear, dreading that Yun Mo might indeed disregard him and annihilate the Zheng family. Desperately, he searched for something, but without the familiar presence he sought, despair threatened to consume him. Yet, clinging to a sliver of hope, he turned to Yun Mo. The county princess has promised me. She pledged that if I reveal all the truths, she would plead for the Zheng family. Chu Rui, delighted, waved his fan. That is quite unfortunate. The princess has recently caught a cold and is recuperating. so she may be unable to advocate for your Zheng family. Seeing Zheng Xie's spirit wane, Chu Rui dangled a metaphorical bone before him. However, the princess did beseech the emperor on your behalf. If Zheng Guogong is willing to relinquish all his influence and the power of the late emperor, everything will be negotiable. Zheng Xie knelt in silence for an extended period. He was well aware of Yunyan's power, and he too had retained a faction. These were the hopes for the Zheng family's survival. If he surrendered them, could the Zheng family truly endure? With Su Guiwan absent, their prior agreement held no weight. Now, surrendering all influence was the sole path to saving the Zheng family. Yun Mo remained unperturbed, for Su Guiwan had meticulously devised everything in advance. Utilizing the Zheng family to extract the entire truth from Zheng Xie would render his ascension all the more legitimate. Subsequently, he would continue to manipulate the Zheng family, compelling Zheng Xie to yield all power. As both sides reached an impasse, Zheng Xie ultimately conceded and surrendered all influence. It was not that he wished to withhold anything from the Zheng family, but under Yun Mo's watchful gaze, he was powerless to act otherwise. Seeing Zheng Xie believe himself to be out of danger, Yun Mo smiled knowingly. What is the rush, Duke Zheng? You have yet to disclose the names of those who secretly participated in the late emperor's usurpation. Do not let it come to the point where I must send someone to inquire, which may frighten them unnecessarily. Zheng Xie, with a bitter smile, inscribed name after name on the paper brought forth by Yun Mo's attendants. For the sake of the Zheng family, he had no choice but to betray these individuals. Yun Mo's earlier words were not mere inquiries, but a veiled threat. Should he fail to reveal these names, the Zheng family would likely not survive a single heir. Yun Mo examined the list in satisfaction, smiling at Zheng Xie. Duke Zheng, you have labored greatly. Zheng Xie gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. Your Majesty is too kind. This is merely the duty of an elder. Yun Mo handed the list to Shi Yihan. Go speak with these individuals. Should they be willing to serve me, I shall treat them well. If they refuse, they shall not blame me for my harshness. Shi Yihan took the list, indicating his understanding. While the appointments were ostensibly significant, they were, in truth, menial and exhausting positions. Those who sought to gain merit would find themselves forever unable to rise again. As for those who had abducted his mother with Yun Yan, the dungeons awaited their punishment. With the testimony of numerous ministers and Yun Mo's own strength, the coronation proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Guided by palace attendants, Su Guiwan arrived at the main hall and joined the assembly, gazing up at the handsome figure clad in dragon robes. Yun Mo cast a gentle smile towards Su Guiwan, then, disregarding decorum, descended to stand before her. The ministers furrowed their brows, deeming Yun Mo's actions inappropriate for a coronation. Some attempted to voice their objections, only to be silenced by a glare from Shi Yihan. How absurd! Their new emperor was contemplating a marriage into the Su Wangfu, and the presence of a mere woman at the coronation was hardly a concern. Yun Mo was thoroughly pleased with Shi Yihan's performance and decided to allocate additional funds to the Huaishao Academy to expand its scope, allowing the Shi family to flourish. He gazed tenderly at the young lady before him, adorned in a bright yellow dress. Will you join me, Awan? Su Guiwan was taken aback, glancing at Yun Mo and then at the disapproving ministers surrounding them. Yun Mo smiled warmly, awaiting her hand to be placed in his.
Sugiwan Hesetatit.
Understanding that her presence beside him on the dragon throne at the coronation was against protocol, Yun Mo encouraged her with a smile. Awan, we have fought for this realm together. I wish for us to share in its glory. Caught in a dilemma, Su Guiwan found herself unable to refuse him. To decline would bring Yun Mo disgrace, yet to acquiesce might invite public scrutiny upon him. Perceiving her apprehensions, Yun Mo felt a surge of tenderness. His Awan ought to be proud and unrestrained, not burdened by such concerns. Under Yun Mo's encouraging gaze, Su Guiwan gradually placed her hand in his. Yun Mo swiftly intertwined their fingers, leading her up the platform. The ministers, their hearts finally at ease, could not help but lament their misfortune. The previous emperor had been wary of the elder statesman, neglecting his duties. Now, the new emperor was a lovesick fool, creating chaos during the coronation. They could already foresee the grim future that awaited them. As the ministers glanced around, none dared to voice their dissent. Those with reservations retreated into silence.
Well,
survival was paramount. This coronation ceremony was a topic shunned by all officials, yet fervently discussed by the common people. Everyone understood that the empress's status was the most esteemed among women, yet it paled in comparison to that of the emperor. However, Yun Mo ascended the throne alongside Su Guiwan, who was not yet empress, presenting her as his equal to the world. Su Guiwan's ascension to empress was not conferred by Yun Mo. Rather, he had personally sought the hand of Su Wangye's daughter from his maternal grandfather, the esteemed Bai He, the foremost scholar of the realm. Yun Mo's actions were beyond what even Su Guiwan had anticipated. She hid in her courtyard, listening as Ling Long joyfully recounted all that Yun Mo had done for her. Unable to continue embroidering her wedding gown, Su Guiwan dashed out of her courtyard, only to realize her folly once she reached the main hall. Sensing something amiss, Yun Mo spotted her wandering outside and excused himself from Su Wangyi, hastening to join her. The others discreetly found their own corners, providing the couple with the privacy they needed. Yun Mo led Su Guiwan into a garden pavilion, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "On, what troubles you? I see a dazed expression on your face. Do not fear. We shall face this together." Su Guiwan bit her lip, remaining silent, afraid that speaking would unleash her tears, burying herself deep into Yun Mo's embrace. He gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Awan, do not be afraid. I am here, always." Under his tender comfort, the tears Su Guiwan had been suppressing fell freely. Noticing the wetness on his chest, a flash of anger crossed Yun Mo's eyes. Should he find out who had spoken ill of Su Guiwan, that person would not escape his wrath. Su Guiwan clung tightly to Yun Mo, her quiet sobs gradually escalating into loud cries. He longed to lift her chin and wipe her tears, yet feared interrupting her emotional release, so he continued to comfort her, allowing her to weep in his embrace. When her tears finally subsided, she felt a wave of embarrassment and wiped her face on his garment. Observing her subtle gesture, Yun Mo smiled indulgently and gently lifted her chin.
Can you tell me?
"Awan, who has wronged you? I shall deal with them." Seeing his misunderstanding, Su Guiwan chuckled softly. "Who would dare to bully me?" As her emotions stabilized, Yun Mo's clarity returned as well. It was indeed improbable that Su Guiwan would be wronged. Gossip could hardly wound her. Surprised, he looked at her, then, "Awan, would you kindly enlighten your husband?" Su Guiwan regretted her earlier impulsive teasing of Yun Mo, transforming him into this charmingly glib figure. Her cheeks flushed as she wrapped her arms around his waist. "Uncle Chenwang, how fortunate I am to have met you in this life." Yun Mo raised his eyebrows in astonishment, having considered many possibilities, yet never imagined that Su Guiwan would be moved to tears by him. He found it amusing. What was there to be moved about? He had merely fulfilled the duties of a husband. Su Guiwan, filled with joy, embraced him tightly. "How wonderful!" Yun Mo felt her affectionate grip at his waist and smiled, stroking her soft hair. "Awan, your actions move me just as I am moved by you." The Empress's wedding gown could have been embroidered by the skilled seamstresses of the Ministry of Rites, yet you insisted on crafting it yourself. Do you know how touched I was by your decision? Su Guiwan shook her head, her shimmering eyes locked onto his. Yun Mo lamented the 6-month wait until their wedding, gently nudging her cheek. "That night, I could not sleep, envisioning you joyfully embroidering your wedding gown." Looking into Yun Mo's eyes, Su Guiwan noticed that they were filled entirely with her reflection. She struggled to suppress a smile, but instead, her lips curled upwards. Yun Mo was amused by her feigned modesty, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Winter returned, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of snow.
Su Guiwan,
Draped in a wolf fur cloak, sat by the window watching the swirling snowflakes, a smile gracing her lips. In 2 months, she would marry Yun Mo. Her wedding gown had been completed and sent to the palace for the seamstresses to refine. The Empress's gown was intricate, and while she could manage the simpler parts, it required many late nights. Yun Mo would never consent to that, so they compromised. She would embroider the easier sections, and the seamstresses would complete the rest. Both Su Guiwan and Yun Mo eagerly anticipated their wedding. As the date approached, Yun Mo became increasingly busy, compelling his ministers to work diligently. In his first year as emperor, he sought to prevent further suffering among the populace and soldiers from starvation or exposure. The treasury had been ravaged by the previous emperor, Yun Yan, leaving him no choice but to draw from his private funds to ensure more lives could be saved through the winter. The ministers, upon receiving Yun Mo's orders, hastened to fulfill them, and those who had previously resisted him lowered their heads and worked diligently. Chapter 74. The wedding night, they had been narrow-minded. As long as a ruler is virtuous, it matters not who sits upon the throne. When Yun Mo seized Bianjing, he had already restructured the court. retaining only those who had not committed grave offenses and whose corruption was minimal. These individuals, possessing a modicum of conscience, naturally aspired to enact beneficial policies for the nation and its people. Under Yun Mo's leadership, their enthusiasm surged. Would the Shilling Kingdom willingly watch the Dongjin Kingdom grow stronger? Certainly not. However, they were no match for Yun Mo, and their reluctance was futile. They even sent lavish congratulatory gifts for Yun Mo's coronation, hoping he would overlook the incident involving Ruo Fei due to their submission. Yun Mo accepted the gifts with a smile, only to instruct his aides to convert the offerings into funds for the military. He would neither refuse the gifts nor dismiss them. The Dongjin Kingdom was in dire need of resources during this period of reconstruction. The Shilling Kingdom's envoys breathed a sigh of relief, believing that Yun Mo was tacitly letting the matter of Ruo Fei go. Little did they know. He accepted these gifts as congratulations for his ascension, but it did not mean he would forget the blood debt owed to his mother. The reason he had not declared war on Shilling was solely that Dongjin required time to recover and strengthen. Once he had fortified his kingdom, he would set his sights on Shilling. With his focus on strengthening Dongjin and preparing for his wedding, spring arrived, and at last, he was to marry the woman he adored. As he lifted her veil, he beheld the radiant Su Guiwan, momentarily lost in her beauty. It was the first time Su Guiwan had seen Yun Mo in a crimson robe, his handsome features illuminated by the vibrant fabric, quickening her heartbeat. They gazed intently at one another, their eyes locked. "Your Majesty, it is time for the couple to partake in the ceremonial wine," came Linglong's voice, breaking their reverie. Yun Mo placed a cup in Su Guiwan's hands while he held another. They exchanged cups, and throughout the process, Yun Mo's gaze remained fixed on her. Though the wine could have been consumed in a single gulp, he watched as she took small sips, giving her the impression that he was not merely drinking wine, but savoring her essence. As the palace attendants observed Su Guiwan and Yun Mo nearly entwined, they quietly gathered their belongings and quickly withdrew. As the sound of the door closing echoed, Yun Mo eagerly leaned in to kiss Su Guiwan's crimson lips. A gasp followed, along with a muffled sound. It was clear that the former belonged to Su Guiwan, and the latter to Yun Mo. In his haste to kiss her, he had not considered the weight of the phoenix crown adorning her head, resulting in a collision. Yun Mo instinctively steadied the crown and looked awkwardly at Su Guiwan, who happened to meet his gaze, leading them both to chuckle. He swept her into his arms and placed her before the vanity, meticulously removing the ornaments from her hair. He then took her hand and placed it on his head, prompting Su Guiwan to instinctively know what to do. She gently removed his hairpin. His thick, flowing black hair cascaded down his back, and upon gazing at the captivating Yun Mo, Su Guiwan suddenly felt an intense thirst. Her infatuated gaze caused Yun Mo to bury his face in her neck, asking, "Is it all right, Awan?" Su Guiwan wrapped her arms around his neck and nodded softly. Yun Mo smiled and laid her upon the bed, finally kissing the lips he had longed for. He trailed kisses from her lips to her forehead, then down to her neck. After a prolonged moment, Su Guiwan finally realized she was cradling his face, her laughter directed at him. "Prince Chun, are you unsure of what to do?" Yun Mo playfully bit her nose, responding, "Naughty girl." Embarrassed, he buried his face in her chest, unable to meet her eyes. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have sought counsel beforehand. Previously, when palace maids had been sent to enlighten him, he dismissed them, believing their looks unworthy of his noble self. Consequently, none were aware that the usually composed Prince Chun was utterly clueless about matters of intimacy.
Su Guiwan laughed,
Holding Yun Mo's head, and once she calmed her mirth, she lifted his chin. "Let me teach you." Yun Mo's eyes sparkled as he allowed her to undress him. The dragon and phoenix candles crackled, and the crimson curtains concealed their figures. Sounds emanated from behind the drapes. "Bon, has he been here?" "Awan, who is stronger?
"Him or me? Awan, you are mine.
From now on, every moment of yours belongs to me. I shall not permit you to think of him." Silence.
Su Guiwan,
Unable to endure any longer, covered Yun Mo's mouth. He playfully nibbled at her hand, growing more delighted. It wasn't until dawn, when Su Guiwan fainted, that he carried her to freshen up. Upon awakening the next day, Su Guiwan instinctively kicked the man beside her.
Ow!
As she moved, pain shot through her body, particularly in a sensitive area that felt swollen. Her soft gasp stirred Yun Mo from his slumber, and he immediately checked on her. "Awan, are you alright? Does it hurt?" "I have already applied medicine. Let me apply some more." As he reached for the medicine on the side table, Su Guiwan quickly grasped the blanket. "What are you doing?"
I'm fine.
It was then she noticed the white jade medicine bottle in his hand. This isn't the bottle I always use for my medicine. Where did you get this? The words barely escaped her lips, and she felt mortified at the thought of others knowing she had to use medicine on her wedding night. Yun Mo cleared his throat awkwardly under her piercing gaze. I secretly had someone fetch it from the Imperial Medical Office. A wave of relief washed over Su Guiwan, and she buried her face in the blanket, mortified. How embarrassing. Yun Mo wrapped the blanket around her, murmuring, "Be good, Awan." The physician wouldn't dare speak of it. Our Awan remains the proud and exalted empress. His low voice resonated with the intimacy of the previous night, prompting Su Guiwan to cover his mouth.
Don't say that.
Yun Mo chuckled softly into her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. All right, I want to say it, dear Awan. The previous night, he had repeatedly called out for her to be good, and she found it hard to meet his gaze now. She shot him a sultry glance, causing his throat to constrict. As Chapter 75 unfolded, Su Guiwan realized his intentions and clutched the blanket tightly, eyeing him warily.
Yun Montag chuckled helplessly. Avan.
I am not so beastly. Her skepticism was palpable, every strand of her hair seeming to contradict him. Remembering how he had tricked her into believing it was their last time, he sheepishly rubbed his nose. Owen, I'll have someone come in to assist you with your grooming. Once Yun Mo left to wash up, Su Guiwan finally released her grip on the blanket. Observing the marks on her body, she cursed Yun Mo for his beastly behavior. Due to their wedding, Yun Mo was free from court duties for 3 days, during which he and Su Guiwan were inseparable. Wherever she went, he followed, even moving his work to be by her side while reviewing documents. When Su Miao visited the palace and saw Yun Mo seated nearby, she nearly fainted from fright. This subject, Su Miao, pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Her eyes squeezed shut in fear, having heard tales of the emperor's ruthlessness.
Observing Su Miao esterar, Su Guiwan kindly intervened,
Pulling her to her feet before Yun Mo could bid her to rise. Su Miao, you finally came to see me. You have no idea how lonely I am in the palace without a friend. You must visit often. Su Miao glanced nervously at Yun Mo, who was looking her way, causing her to drop to her knees in panic. Forgive me, your majesty. Forgive me. Yun Mo found her timid demeanor amusing, as he was hardly a monster. Considering Su Miao was a friend of his wife, he waved his hand and spoke kindly. No need for such formality. As Awan's friend, consider the palace your home. Su Miao nodded numbly, well aware that she could never truly view the palace as home, unless she was courting death. Noticing her lingering fear, Yun Mo excused himself, regrettably seeking an excuse to leave as lunchtime approached. The poor emperor found himself facing a grand feast alone. Once Yun Mo departed, Su Miao breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me. I thought I might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Su Guiwan chuckled softly. Was it really that terrifying? Su Miao seized Su Guiwan's hand, shaking her head in disagreement.
Of course, it was terrifying.
The moment I entered and saw the emperor, I had already prepared all my last words.
Su Guiwan es mirked,
pinching Su Miao's chubby cheek. How little trust you have in me as a friend. Su Miao pouted and playfully clung to Su Guiwan. Wan, my feelings for you are as constant as the sun and moon. You are as important to me as my family. After glancing around cautiously, she leaned in and whispered. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm afraid of the emperor. Su Guiwan sighed and gently tapped her head. Mo doesn't he bite. You can frolic freely in the palace. Su Miao pouted and retorted softly, the emperor doesn't he bite, but he does kill. Realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth. Glancing around to ensure no one had overheard, Su Guiwan pushed a plate of lotus-shaped pastries toward her. Don't worry, no one will report you to AMO. Su Miao, her face radiant with joy, picked up a piece of pastry. Really? Will the emperor truly not hold me accountable? Su Guiwan smiled gently and nodded. With Su Guiwan's assurance, Su Miao felt an immense sense of relief. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she leapt from her seat. Su Guiwan looked up at her with a questioning gaze, and Su Miao, nearly in tears, clutched Su Guiwan's sleeve. Wanwans, could you please persuade the emperor not to blame my parents? Let any consequences fall upon me instead. Her expression was one of noble self-sacrifice, which made Su Guiwan chuckle. Su Miao, pulling at Su Guiwan's sleeve with a frown, lamented, Wanwans, are we not the best of friends? How can you laugh when you see your dearest friend so distressed? Ha, Su, Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Su Guiwan finally succumbed to laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. The palace maids struggled to suppress their amusement. They had never realized that the queen's dear friend could be such a source of entertainment. In a fit of playful anger, Su Miao pounced on Su Guiwan, tickling her. How dare you laugh at me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Su Guiwan, with a faint smile, countered and tickled Su Miao in return. Ha ha ha, Wanwans, I concede.
Ha ha ha.
The tables turned as Su Miao attempted to tickle Su Guiwan but found herself restrained instead. When Su Guiwan finally ceased, Su Miao lay on the table, astonished. Wanwans, when did you become so formidable? In the past, we always ended in a stalemate. Su Guiwan allowed the maids to tidy her disheveled hair, her expression gleaming with pride as she glanced at Su Miao. It is undoubtedly because I have trained in martial arts, with Ling Long and AMO by my side. It would be difficult not to excel. Su Miao rolled her eyes dramatically, scoffing.
Humph. What's so impressive about that?
If I had a highly skilled maid and a divine warrior as my mentor, I would be remarkable too.
Su Guiwan, strokin her chin, tiset, remarkable?
Yes, indeed. For someone who struggles to rise each morning to train in martial arts. Su Miao was so exasperated that she could almost feel smoke rising from her head, sulking in silence, waiting for Su Guiwan to appease her. Su Guiwan nudged her with her elbow, prompting Su Miao to shift away in indignation, her small eyes still fixed on Su Guiwan.
Se pressing a chakel, Su Guiwan said dramatically.
Alas. I had instructed the imperial kitchen to prepare over 100 renowned dishes to share with someone, but it seems that someone is ignoring me. I suppose I must enjoy the feast alone. At Su Guiwan's words, Su Miao swallowed hard, upon realizing that Su Guiwan intended to keep the food to herself. She grew anxious. Grabbing Su Guiwan's arm, she implored, Wanwans, when can we dine? Su Guiwan shot her a sideways glance. Who was it that ignored me just now? Su Miao forced a sheepish smile. It certainly wasn't me. How could I ever ignore our Wanwans? Afterward, she shook Su Guiwan's sleeve, and with a resigned sigh, Su Guiwan acquiesced to her request for an early meal. Concerned that the imperial kitchen would take too long, Su Miao dashed out to oversee the preparations.
Su Guiwan, Chaklin
instructed Yunxiang. Go tell the emperor that we will dine first, and have the kitchen prepare another meal for him. Upon receiving the command, Yunxiang turned and left. Su Guiwan intended to summon Yunma to join them for the meal, but given Su Miao's apprehension towards him, she feared that Su Miao would not dare to eat even a single bite in his presence. As Yunxiang delivered the message, Chu Rui happened to be present, and upon hearing, he smiled while fanning himself. Your Majesty, it seems you have been abandoned by Her Majesty. Yunmo retorted with a cold smirk. It appears that the lady of the Ho residence has not pressured you to marry recently. The smile shifted from Chu Rui's face to Yunma's, who stared at him with a stiff expression. Surely you cannot expect everyone around you to marry simply because you have taken a wife. I still wish to enjoy life for a few more years. Yunma's expression remained indifferent. Why not? Chu Rui gritted his teeth, forcing a smile as he nodded. Of course. Whatever you say must be right. Concerned that remaining with Yunma would only lead to further vexation, Chu Rui excused himself with a bow and departed. Yunma, disinterested, offered a vague response. Exiting the study, Chu Rui glanced towards Fengyang Palace before pretending to be nonchalant as he left. That person was currently living a blissful life. Any feelings he should not harbor must be buried forever, never to see the light of day. When did he begin to harbor feelings for that person? To be honest, even he did not know. Perhaps it was when Chu Yi relentlessly pursued that individual, forcing him into contact. Or perhaps it was the way that person joyfully called him Big Brother, or how they resolutely requested a divorce upon discovering Chu Yi's betrayal. There were countless moments, and by the time he realized it, he was already ensnared. Regrettably, he could not provide that person with happiness. Being with him would mean enduring countless slanders, and everyone would suspect that they had been together long before. That person was no longer the exalted Su Junju. Too many others overshadowed him. Rather than this, it would be better for them to marry Yunma, becoming the most esteemed woman in the realm. Chu Rui gazed at the vermilion palace walls and smiled, concealing the emotions that surfaced in his eyes. So be it. He would fulfill his duties as a loyal subject and watch over the couple as they grew old together. The feelings he should not possess must remain hidden, allowing Yunma and that person to believe he was merely a servant. After Chu Rui's departure, Yunma stared at the teacup across from him, lost in thought. Chu Rui believed he concealed his feelings well, but he could not escape Yunma's keen observation. From the moment he first met Su Guiwan, he had sensed the affection in Chu Rui's eyes. Later, Chu Rui repeatedly pretended to be indifferent to Su Guiwan, even going so far as to feign that he viewed her as a source of trouble. Yet, Yunma understood, despite Chu Rui's outward demeanor. If he were to betray Su Guiwan, the first to confront him with a blade would be none other than Chu Rui. Yunma concealed the complexity in his gaze. He had never underestimated Chu Rui's feelings for Su Guiwan. On the contrary, he felt grateful that the one Su Guiwan had fallen for was himself. Otherwise, he would merely be the shadowy figure lurking in the background. Yunma was well aware of Chu Rui's decision to dismiss all his concubines and remain unmarried for life. If he were to no longer exist in the future, he hoped that his Wanwans would accept Chu Rui. Even if it would make him feel jealous or pained, he wished for his Wanwans to always be cherished. Yunma resolved to live a long life. His Wanwans was so deeply emotional that if he were to die one day, she would surely follow him in death. If it ever came to that, he selfishly wished to elevate his Wanwans to a position of unparalleled honor. She was the softest-hearted of them all, and with his final wishes, he believed she would make an excellent emperor, living well. He would ensure that Chu Rui found a group of virtuous men who adored his Wanwans to accompany her in the cold realm of the afterlife. His Wanwans deserved to live well, enjoying fine garments and delicacies, experiencing the cycle of seasons. Once he had composed himself, Yunma gazed outside. Dispatch another group to intensify the search for the divine physician and medicinal herbs. As a shadow flitted past outside, Yunma dismissed it and returned to his work at the dragon desk, reviewing memorials. Regardless of what the future held, the paramount concern was the strength of the Eastern Jin Kingdom. Should he be fortunate enough to locate the divine physician and the herbs, he would accompany his Wanwans to behold the beauty of the land and revel in wealth and glory. If he could not find them, he would ensure, before his passing, to annihilate the Western Ridge Kingdom, creating a peaceful world for his Wanwans. Long ago, he had resolved to do this, which is why on the day of his ascension, he personally led his Wanwans to the high platform. With his repeated preparations, he believed that the path to his Wanwan's coronation would be much smoother in the future. Su Guiwan remained blissfully unaware of the man who was secretly arranging everything for her. Had she known, she would surely have slapped Yunma in anger. When will Su Guiwan's life be dictated by others? She remained blissfully unaware of Yunmo's clandestine actions. Thus, upon seeing the man return, she smiled and offered him a cup of hot tea. Look at you, not dressed warmly enough. Although it is already spring, there is still a hint of chill in the air. Mo chuckled, cradling the teacup in his hands to warm them before reaching out for Su Guiwan's hand. He kissed her forehead, his eyes brimming with tenderness. In the future, I can arrange for Su Miao to visit the palace more often to keep you company. However, a shadow of concern crossed Su Guiwan's face as she gazed at Mo. I worry that one day Su will learn about her father's deeds and be devastated. Mo enveloped Su Guiwan in his arms, reassuring her. Her father is sensible. He resigned from his post under the pretense of old age as we advanced into Bianjing. For Su Miao's sake, I can spare him. Su Guiwan's expression was one of complexity. Nearly 2 years had passed, yet she still could not come to terms with Su's father's actions. She had shared a close bond with Su Miao since childhood, and her father often regarded her as his own daughter. Mo kissed Su Guiwan's lips, wishing to divert her thoughts from unnecessary worries.
Do not dwell on it.
Sparing him does not mean I will overlook his transgressions. Su Guiwan's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the man with an air of nonchalance. Did you also secretly intervene? This single word prompted Mo to look down at the woman in his embrace. After observing her for a moment, he suddenly smiled. No wonder you are Arawan. I thought you would let her father off because of Su Miao.
Sugiwan half lightly. Susui es susu.
And her father is her father. He plotted against me and still expects to walk away unscathed? Such good fortune does not exist in this world. Her proud demeanor stirred Yunmo's heart, and his ardent gaze remained fixed on her. Su Guiwan returned his gaze with a gracious smile, playfully toying with the hem of his clothing. I had someone pose as a robber to ruin his manhood. What did you do to him? Mo found this punishment oddly familiar, reminiscent of a method he once employed against a fool from the Western Ridge Kingdom. He had not anticipated that his Awan would rival him in cunning. Chapter 77. The vengeful Su Guiwan and Mo noticing Mo lost in thought without responding. Su Guiwan playfully tugged at his nose. I am asking you a question. What did you have your people do? Her voice brimmed with wicked delight, and Yun Mo chuckled, kissing the hand that had pinched his nose. I merely had them rob his estate and break one of his legs.
Sugiwan nodded approvingly.
Her gaze filled with admiration for Yun Mo. Well done. Thankfully, it all happened while he was on his way home after resigning. Otherwise, Su would have been worried and upset. Yun Mo accepted Su Guiwan's praise with a sense of entitlement, unconsciously caressing her slender waist. He harbored secrets and would inevitably conceal the truth from Su Miao. After all, Su Miao was his only ally in this world. And he would ensure that the truth about his injuries and financial losses remained hidden. Su Guiwan smiled knowingly, having anticipated this aspect from the beginning. As she felt Yun Mo's large hand slip beneath her clothing, she quickly grabbed hold of it, realizing he had been discovered. Yun Mo unabashedly lifted Su Guiwan into his arms. The palace maids and eunuchs all lowered their heads, pretending to be invisible as Yun Mo carried Su Guiwan into the inner chambers. The attendants exited in an orderly fashion, closing the palace doors behind them. Shyly burying her face in Yun Mo's embrace, Su Guiwan allowed him to remove her clothing. She had come to understand that in matters of intimacy, whenever Yun Mo had experienced something once, she would inevitably be the one feeling shy and vulnerable. Yun Mo, like a diligent student, could quickly apply what he had learned. The bed curtains concealed the room's intimate glow, and low, enticing whispers occasionally broke the stillness. As the sun gradually ascended, Su Guiwan awoke to find the space beside her empty, the warmth long gone, indicating that Yun Mo had departed some time ago. She called out softly, startled by the roughness of her own voice. Your Highness, you are awake? I shall assist you with your ablutions and attire. The Emperor instructed the kitchen to prepare lily porridge for you to have a light meal before he returns from court to dine with you. Su Guiwan discreetly concealed the red marks on her arm with her clothing, nodding casually. When Yun Mo returned from court, Su Guiwan was engrossed in reviewing memorials. He leaned against her from behind. When did you rise, Awan? Have you had your lily porridge? Su Guiwan set down her documents and turned to embrace Yun Mo's waist, her expression softening. I've been up for quite a while and have already eaten the porridge. Why did you return from court so late today? Yun Mo kissed her neck, causing Su Guiwan to shyly touch her neck, prompting him to behave more modestly. After court, I consulted with several ministers regarding talent recruitment, which delayed me. The palace attendants had already served the dishes, and Yun Mo pulled Su Guiwan to sit at the table, serving her a bowl of rice. While it was customary for affluent households to have dedicated servants for serving, Su Guiwan and Yun Mo preferred to forego this tradition, relishing the joy of serving one another. Despite this, they adhered to the unspoken rule of silence during meals, suppressing the earlier topics of conversation until they had finished dining and rinsed their mouths. Su Guiwan eagerly pulled Yun Mo to the soft couch, yearning to learn more about his plans.
Yun Mo reklisne don sontai kovanes lex.
And she indulgently tapped his face before applying pressure to his acupoints to help him relax. Yun Mo would indulge Su Guiwan's pride, and she would tolerate his occasional temper. The dynamics of their relationship blurred the lines of who truly spoiled whom. Ultimately, they were remarkably well-suited for each other, as if they were two halves of the same rib. Yun Mo closed his eyes, enjoying the comfort of Su Guiwan's lap. That fool Yun Yan has driven away too many seasoned ministers and their offspring. Even though I have arranged for some to return, they are reluctant to re-emerge. Su Guiwan smoothed the furrow in Yun Mo's brow. If those ministers are unwilling to engage in court disputes, so be it. We can nurture some new talent.
Yet,
Yun Mo's brow remained furrowed. Nurturing new talent is easier said than done. It will take an indeterminate amount of time for these newcomers to mature and familiarize themselves with court affairs. Su Guiwan regarded Yun Mo's closed eyes with confusion. His words did not seem characteristic of him. Faced with the capture of the concubine row, he had taken 2 years to orchestrate a rebellion. Now that stability was nearly restored, why had he become so impatient? Upon speaking, Yun Mo realized he had misspoken. He had always been defenseless in front of Su Guiwan, often saying whatever came to mind without consideration. He could only hope she would not notice the inconsistency. Su Guiwan quickly deduced Yun Mo's concerns. As he sought to conceal his worries, she refrained from exposing them. As long as we give them time, I believe they will not disappoint us. Hearing the steadiness in Su Guiwan's tone eased Yun Mo's tension. Indeed, hence I plan to hold a civil service examination including both martial and literary tests. to select some talents and reform the examination system. Since Yun Yan ascended the throne, the civil service examination had become a chaotic mess. To identify genuinely capable individuals, reforming the rules was imperative. For reasons unknown, Su Guiwan felt that something was amiss with Yun Yan's talent selection process. Engrossed in her muscle memory, she continued to massage Yun Mo's acupoints, her mind wandering elsewhere. Yun Mo, nearly lulled into slumber, suddenly noticed that Su Guiwan had fallen silent for an extended period. Fearing his plans might be revealed, he abruptly opened his eyes to find her lost in thought. Rising from Su Guiwan's side, he curiously grasped her hand and gently rubbed it. "What is on your mind, Awan?" Su Guiwan gazed at Yun Mo in silence for a long while, and just as he began to feel anxious, she suddenly broke into a joyful smile. "I believe I have discerned the issue." Yun Mo, with a tender smile, teased Su Guiwan, "Might you share what the problem is?" The delight radiating from Su Guiwan's face eased Yun Mo's anxiety. Had his intentions been revealed, her demeanor would have been far more revealing. Su Guiwan rose and began to pace around the room, then joyfully approached Yun Mo, fixing her gaze upon his eyes. "Amo, even with the inclusion of martial examinations in the imperial examination, does it not merely select those who excel in both martial prowess and literary talent?"
Yun Montak.
Being exceptionally astute, immediately brightened at her words. "Awan, are you suggesting we introduce additional selection criteria?"
Sugiwan bigeres linarid.
"Precisely. Just like me. If you were to pit me against anyone in martial arts, I would surely lose. And in literary talent, there are countless noble ladies in Bianjing whose skills far surpass mine." Chapter 78. The seventh princess consort requests an audience. Yun Mo, displeased with Su Guiwan's self-deprecation, remarked, "Awan, you are being modest. In terms of talent, you are indeed the foremost among the noble ladies of Bianjing." Su Guiwan shot him a glare for interrupting her thoughts, to which Yun Mo responded with an ingratiating smile, encouraging her to continue. A hint of pride graced Su Guiwan's features. "While I may not compare in talent or martial skills, I can assure you that in the art of medicine, there are few practitioners in the entire Dongjin kingdom who can rival my expertise." Yun Mo regarded Su Guiwan thoughtfully, her medical acumen rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the imperial physicians, giving her ample reason to feel proud. Habitually reaching for the Buddhist beads on his wrist, he realized that he had buried them with Wan Fei when he ended Yun Yan's life. He had carried those beads as a reminder to restrain himself from excessive violence and not bring ruin to the Dongjin kingdom. With Yun Yan's demise, the need for the beads had vanished. Su Guiwan settled beside Yun Mo, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "So, do you think we should expand our selection criteria?" Yun Mo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must ensure that talents like our Empress, who excel in various fields, are not overlooked." He playfully regarded the radiant Su Guiwan before him, realizing that he would not have contemplated such matters without her influence. Su Guiwan, while confident in her own abilities, felt a sudden shyness at Yun Mo's praise. The warmth in his gaze deepened. "Then, Awan, let us deliberate on which talents we should seek to select." Through discussions between Su Guiwan and Yun Mo, they established criteria for the selection of talents in over 100 fields, from literary and commercial expertise to skills in animal husbandry and road construction. Upon the issuance of these standards by Yun Mo, excitement surged through the populace, with many eager to apply. Countless individuals, previously unaware that their seemingly mundane skills might catch the emperor's attention, rushed to showcase their abilities and vie for government positions. Frequently donning ordinary attire, Su Guiwan and Yun Mo ventured into the streets to observe the selection process, discovering genuine talents among the diverse applicants. Properly harnessing these varied skills could undoubtedly elevate the Dongjin kingdom to new heights. One day, shortly after rising, Su Guiwan was informed that the seventh princess consort sought an audience. She exchanged a glance with Yun Xiang, who stepped forward to provide clarity. "Your Highness, it is said that the seventh princess consort is a gentle and composed individual. Conversely, her husband, the seventh prince, has a rather notorious reputation, being known as a hedonistic wastrel." Su Guiwan absent-mindedly tapped her fingers on the table, a habit of hers when pondering perplexing matters. After much contemplation, she could not fathom why the seventh princess consort would wish to see her, so she decided to let it be. Since a message had been sent, it would be impolite to refuse her entry. Thus, she permitted her to enter the palace. Yun Xiang complied, while Linglong remained to accompany Su Guiwan. Before her lay a collection of memorials, and Su Guiwan had transitioned from initial shock to accustomed familiarity with them since marrying Yun Mo, who had coaxed her into reviewing and analyzing state affairs. Fortunately, Yun Mo's harem remained unencumbered, with only her presence within. The former princes and princesses had been granted titles and expelled from the palace to establish their own households. Those who had children were taken away by them, while those without were returned to their families if desired. Those unwilling were relocated to an external residence. Yun Mo's inherently domineering nature forbade anyone else from residing in his household alongside Su Guiwan. She often felt grateful that Yun Mo had resolved the issues surrounding the concubines and the royal offspring. Otherwise, managing the affairs of the Dongjin kingdom while also overseeing the harem would have been an overwhelming burden. The floor was adorned with lavish carpets, and exquisite porcelain and jade artifacts were displayed throughout the space, with incense of immense value burning in the incense burners. This was the first thing that caught the 7th princess consort's attention upon entering. Everyone was aware of the Empress's favored status, but witnessing it firsthand was far more astonishing. The luxurious flowers she beheld were but a fraction of the opulence. Any one of the items in the palace could serve as a tribute on its own. Dressed in a bright yellow gown, adorned with a simple phoenix crown and exquisite pearl earrings, Su Guiwan wore a faint smile. The 7th princess consort quickly averted her gaze, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to your majesty, the empress." As expected from Yun Xiang's description, she was indeed a gentle and graceful woman, her clear gaze devoid of ulterior motives. Su Guiwan's first impression of her was favorable, prompting her to warmly invite her to rise. "Yun Xiang, please show the 7th princess consort to a seat." Su Guiwan's kind demeanor eased the tension in the 7th princess consort's heart. Before marrying Yunze, she had been merely the daughter of a merchant, lacking any opportunity to engage with true ladies of high society, having only heard tales of Su Guiwan from others. Today, she realized how misleading rumors could be. Many spoke of Su Guiwan's supposed bad temper, yet upon carefully observing her delicate features, she found only tranquility in Su Guiwan's expression. Such a person could not possibly possess a bad temper. If Su Guiwan were to become angry, it would surely be due to someone provoking her. Su Guiwan graciously allowed the 7th princess consort to scrutinize her, sensing only curiosity and intrigue in her gaze, without feeling any offense. Gathering her courage, the 7th princess consort addressed the resplendent Su Guiwan. "Your Majesty, I come today on behalf of my husband, the prince. He has learned that the emperor is seeking talents and wishes to recommend himself." Su Guiwan regarded the 7th princess consort with surprise. It seemed the rumored wastrel prince was not as simple as he appeared. Rather than outright rejecting or accepting the 7th princess consort's request, she regarded her with curiosity. The emperor's recruitment criteria stipulates that candidates must be from the Dongjin kingdom, with no restrictions on gender. Why does the 7th prince not come forward himself and instead send you? The 7th princess consort nervously clutched her sleeve. The prince said that to guard against the hidden machinations of the late emperor and empress, he has long feigned the role of a good-for-nothing wastrel.
Now,
If he were to suddenly reveal his abilities, it might lead to disrespectful consequences. Not daring to finish her thought, she cautiously glanced at Su Guiwan, fearful of inciting her anger. The 7th princess consort's naivety surprised Su Guiwan. Smiling, she filled in the unspoken words. "You fear that the emperor may suspect him of harboring treasonous intentions?" The 7th princess consort abruptly rose from her seat and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. The prince absolutely harbors no such thoughts. It is merely my clumsiness in speech." Su Guiwan had not anticipated that this woman, who initially appeared so gentle and refined, would reveal such timidness in conversation. The empress harbored no intention of reproach. Rather, she felt a twinge of curiosity. There was no need for the 7th princess to be so fearful of her. She was not a man-eater. Raising her gaze towards Su Guiwan, the 7th princess observed the resigned smile on her face. Embarrassed, she found it difficult to lift her head, having mistakenly assumed the empress harbored ill will. Witnessing the innocent and bashful demeanor of the 7th princess, Su Guiwan realized why Yunze had chosen to marry a merchant woman devoid of any influential background. She acknowledged her own narrow-mindedness. Upon hearing of Yunze's marriage to a merchant, she had, like everyone else, presumed that he had been ensnared by the Empress Dowager or had made a choice to avoid the strife for the throne. After all, an ordinary merchant woman could not provide Yunze with any substantial assistance. Yet, it now appeared that the 7th princess and Prince Yun were genuinely in love.
Sugiwan.
Observing the reserved seventh princess, gestured for her to partake in tea. Do not be anxious, since Prince Yun wishes to participate in the talent selection. You must enlighten me regarding his abilities. Her words brought a spark of joy to the seventh princess, who lifted her head, her eyes brimming with pride, clearly elated by her husband's capabilities. Grasping her handkerchief tightly, she replied, Your Majesty, the prince possesses exceptional martial skills and aspires to become a great general. However, her spirits dimmed as she continued, revealing that the prince had long been honing his skills in secret, fearing the jealousy of the late Empress Dowager and the former emperor. He had resorted to digging a tunnel to practice and study in solitude. Unbeknownst to her, Su Guiwan's face brightened at this revelation. The Eastern Jin state was in dire need of capable military leaders, and the prospect of having such talent at their disposal delighted her. However, she resolved to have Yunma investigate Yunza's true abilities to ascertain the truth of the seventh princess's assertions. If he proved to be capable, they would certainly not hesitate to bestow upon him military authority. Noticing Su Guiwan's silence, the seventh princess, anxious that the empress might still harbor doubts about their intentions, eagerly added, Your Majesty, please trust the prince. He harbors no ulterior motives, only the desire to serve as a formidable general. Su Guiwan smiled and nodded. I shall mention it to the emperor. The seventh princess wished to say more but feared that further elaboration might provoke the empress's displeasure, so she reluctantly fell silent. In truth, Su Guiwan found the seventh princess to be quite endearing and couldn't help but interject, Rest assured, if Prince Yun possesses genuine talent, the emperor will surely employ him. At this, the seventh princess visibly brightened. On behalf of the prince, I extend my gratitude to your majesty, she said. Long after the seventh princess departed, Su Guiwan remained seated, lost in thought until Yunmo returned from court. Upon entering, he noticed Su Guiwan resting her chin on her hand, deep in contemplation, and approached to take her hand. What occupies your thoughts, Awan? I didn't even notice your preoccupation. Even as the emperor, Yunmo retained the habit of never referring to himself as I in Su Guiwan's presence. They were first and foremost husband and wife. Su Guiwan gently removed the ornate crown from Yunma's head, replacing it with a simpler one. It's nothing, just that the seventh princess came to say that Prince Yun wishes to become a great general and hopes you might consider him. Yunma smiled wryly. I thought he would hide his talents for a lifetime. Really? Su Guiwan exclaimed, surprised by Yunma's response. She had intended to suggest that Yunma send someone to investigate, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Yunma affectionately kissed the top of her head. I have long been aware of Yunza's concealed abilities and had my suspicions regarding his aspirations to become a general. Curious, Su Guiwan asked, when did you come to know this, and how? Under her inquisitive gaze, Yunma slowly recounted the events. 11 or 12 years ago, the Empress Dowager orchestrated the demise of her own sister to ascend to power, while simultaneously harboring jealousy towards other consorts who bore the emperor's children. The second prince, even at a tender age, exhibited remarkable talent. The then Empress Dowager, fearing his potential, lured away his attendants and drowned him in the lotus pond. Yunza, who was hiding behind a rockery, witnessed this horror. Royal children are never foolish. He immediately feigned ignorance, waiting for the Empress Dowager to leave before emerging to inform Consort Jing. She was initially terrified but soon instructed Yunza to act as if nothing had occurred and forbade him from practicing martial arts. Thereafter, the once obedient Yunza began to behave increasingly recklessly, incurring the emperor's wrath on numerous occasions. The empress, seeing that Yunza was unlikely to achieve greatness and that he contrasted sharply with Yunzhou, ultimately allowed him to live. After listening to Yunma's account, Su Guiwan embraced him, her heart aching. You must have endured great hardship during that time. Yunma shook his head, compared to other surviving princes. Yunzhou and I have lived the most comfortably among all the princes. Su Guiwan looked at him, perplexed. She understood that the one who caused harm was Yunzhou's biological mother and could fathom Yunzhou's ease, but she could not comprehend Yunma's situation. She could not believe that the empress, who had orchestrated the deaths of princes, would spare Yunma, who was clearly far more capable than Yunza. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Yunma's eyes. It was my father. He always protected me from the shadows, helping me evade numerous plots by the empress. When her actions became egregious, he warned her that if she continued to target me, she would lose her position. Su Guiwan's mind was still filled with questions. But why didn't he father protect the other princes? Did he know that the former empress was responsible for the latter's death? Was he aware of how those princes perished? A barrage of questions from Su Guiwan left Yunma exasperated. Under her curious gaze, the fleeting melancholy he had just felt dissipated. Yet he was glad to provide her with answers. Having been raised in a family filled with love and devoid of ulterior motives, Su Guiwan, though intelligent, remained blissfully ignorant of the treachery that often permeated royal life. She had utilized Zheng Xia's concern for his family to extract information, as she herself valued her family above all else and would go to great lengths to protect them. Had she dealt with someone indifferent to family, her threats would have failed. Chapter 80. The former emperor's sinister intentions. Yunma's expression turned complex. My father knows that the former empress was responsible for the latter's demise. In fact, he condoned her death. Otherwise, how could a mere second daughter of a duke's household manage to bribe palace midwives to eliminate a properly established empress? Su Guiwan's eyes widened in shock.
Why?
Why would father wish to harm the former empress? It's absurd. He aided his sister in killing his own sibling and then married her. Could it be that he favored his sister, thus removing his wife to place her in power? Seeing Su Guiwan's bewildered expression, Yunma could only shake his head in exasperation, realizing she had misinterpreted the situation. Grabbing Yunma's clothing anxiously, she implored him to divulge the truth.
Yunma,
though aware of the unsavory nature of his father's actions, knew that he had ultimately protected him and provided him with much.
Now,
tasked with dissecting his father's dark motives for the empress, he could only silently apologize to the former emperor. After extending his apologies to the former emperor, Yunma sighed deeply. The Duke of Zheng had been one of the ministers who assisted him in ascending to the throne. Marrying the Duke's legitimate daughter was a means to placate the old officials, and it was also due to the former empress's exceptional talent and beauty, which surpassed that of all noblewomen. After marrying the legitimate daughter, he discovered that the Duke of Zheng had a second daughter as well. Fearing that the legitimate daughter might bear a prince, and that the second daughter could marry a powerful minister, he worried that the Duke could conspire with the minister to eliminate him and support the young prince's ascent to the throne. Su Guiwan expressed her astonishment, realizing that the former emperor was not the wise founding emperor that others had described. Before Yunma could continue, she looked at him with a dawning comprehension. So, the emperor aided the empress in causing the death of the former empress. This not only prevented the Duke of Zheng's family from expanding their power through marriage, but also sowed discord between the Duke and the empress. The Duke would certainly harbor ill feelings towards the younger daughter who caused the death of his eldest, making their alliance impossible. After answering, Su Guiwan felt that the former emperor's heart was truly sinister. Yunma smiled mysteriously, saying it was not just that. Yun Yan and Yun Zhou, one being the legitimate son of the former empress and the other of the current empress, had many supporters among the ministers. After hearing Yunma's analysis, Su Guiwan anxiously embraced him, relieved that she was born in the Su royal residence. Had she been born into the imperial family, she could not have grown up in peace. Observing Su Guiwan's shattered impression of her father, Yunma hesitated to continue discussing other matters. He sought an excuse to divert her attention, but Su Guiwan had not forgotten that Yunma had yet to fully answer her questions. He could only continue his analysis, revealing that the former emperor did not care about his own son. His existence was inconsequential. The reason he aided Yunma was due to her martial talent and capabilities, wishing to cultivate a son who could lead in battle. Another reason was the influence of the Shi family behind Yunma, wanting to use her to balance Yunzhe against Yunyan and counter the Zheng family. If Yunma were to die, Yunzhe would not be a match for Yunyan, and the external families would not suffice either. Ultimately, the throne would likely fall into the hands of the Zheng family. Su Guiwan wearily nodded. It's so complicated. Everyone has to guard against and scheme against each other. My father must be exhausted. Yunma gently tapped her forehead. Perhaps it is tiring. An emperor always fears being overthrown, so all potential threats must be eliminated. Su Guiwan gazed at Yunma anxiously. Will you also become such a person in the future? Yunma looked at her in surprise. Awan, are you seeing me with closed eyes? Su Guiwan, irritated by his words, forced a smile, her eyes brimming with intent, as if warning him that if he did not provide a reasonable explanation today, she would not let him off the hook. Yunma rubbed his nose, realizing it was another day of missteps. He knelt before her, wearing a hopeful smile. Awan, I mean to say I have always been like the former emperor. There is no distinction to be made. He dared not voice the latter part of his thought. He swore that if he did, Su Guiwan would twist his ears with a vengeance. Su Guiwan blinked in disbelief, wondering what she had just heard. To avoid being accused of blindness, she had to carefully reflect on their interactions. Finding no traces of such a nature, she recalled their initial encounters, noticing faint signs, and remembered what others had said about Yunemo. Upon reflection, she indeed discovered something amiss. During their first meeting, Yunemo had smiled outwardly, yet his eyes revealed a sense of detachment and a desire for control. Including the medication for her abortion, had Yunemo not developed feelings for her, the outcome for the Su royal residence could have been dire. Su Guiwan sensed that had Yunemo not fallen for her, the fate of the Su royal residence would not have been favorable. Much like the Zheng family, who were ultimately driven out of Bianjing after being drained of their last drop of blood by Yunemo. Rumor suggested that the Duke of Zheng was guilt-ridden over his eldest daughter's suicide alongside her nephew, yet Su Guiwan felt something was amiss. Initially, the Duke intended to die at the city gates to trouble Yunemo, but when she mentioned the Zheng family, the Duke's fervor should have been extinguished. The Zheng family had offended the ascending emperor and those who once aided Yun Yan, facing numerous threats. Would the Duke truly commit suicide under such circumstances? The fact that he supported the murderer of his eldest daughter ascending to power illustrated his prioritization of family interests. Such a person who valued familial ties would not easily embrace death. If he were to die, it would have been at the city gates, securing a lasting reputation, rather than dying under the weight of infamy. Moreover, it was said that he died seeking revenge from the families of the princes and princesses he had wronged, or while pursuing Yunzhou under the orders of the empress. Were the Duke of Zheng and the empress truly victims of revenge? Yunemo leaned close to Su Guiwan and kissed her delicate earlobe. "Wan, have you begun to understand what kind of person I am?" Su Guiwan bit her lip. Is the empress and the Duke of Zheng truly victims of revenge as rumored? Yunemo encouragingly pinched her cheek. "My Wan is indeed clever." This acknowledgement confirmed his involvement, causing Su Guiwan to lean dejectedly against him. Whenever she thought herself astute, she would realize her own folly.
Yunemo chuckled softly,
Embracing her as they reviewed the memorials. Chapter 81. Yunzhe's pitfall. Who said that? Maya Wan has always been intelligent. It's just that my dark thoughts are something she cannot fathom. Su Guiwan tenderly kissed Yunmo's cheek. It's not that your thoughts are dark. You are merely compelled by circumstances. To me, you have always been a good person. Yunemo rubbed his face against hers, his gaze deep and inscrutable where Su Guiwan could not see. He had told her that his dark thoughts were beyond her belief, which was not her fault. He was never a good person, burdened himself yet dragging his Awan into the fray. For instance, he had long known of Chu Rui's affections for Su Guiwan. Rather than helping the two to soar together, he had intentionally expressed his feelings in front of Chu Rui to make him withdraw. Despite appearing gentle, one should not mistake him for a virtuous man. If he were truly a gentleman, he would not have married Su Guiwan knowing his days were numbered. He wanted the world to remember that Su Guiwan was once Yunmo's wife, cherished in a way that no later suitor could surpass. When Su Guiwan looked up at him, Yunemo resumed his usual gentleness. "Awan, I need your assistance in reviewing these memorials." Still grappling with the chasm between the former emperor's reputation and his true nature, Su Guiwan felt sympathy for Yunemo, raised as a mere pawn. Thus, she obediently sat on his lap, helping him review the documents. Yunmo's eyes sparkled with mirth as he placed the memorials before her, and together they scrutinized them. The following day, Yunemo summoned Yunzhe to the palace. As soon as Yunzhe knelt, Yunemo let out a cold laugh. "You certainly know how to scheme, using your consort to test the empress's soft-heartedness." A flicker of regret passed across Yunzhe's face as he knelt upright. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. After enduring for so many years, I finally see a glimmer of hope. I truly do not wish to relinquish this small chance. Xiang He is a pure and kind-hearted person, entirely unaware of my ulterior motives. She merely wishes to fulfill her husband's desires." Yunzhe took all the blame upon himself, which softened Yunmo's expression slightly. However, Yunzhe's concern that Yunemo would deny him military power and then test Su Guiwan still angered him. He could accept all schemes but could not tolerate any machinations aimed at Su Guiwan. Having never witnessed Yunmo's fury, Yunzhe understood why he was so enraged. Imagining if it were Xiang He in the crosshairs today. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I assure you, I shall never repeat such actions again. I have heard that Her Majesty the Queen possesses exceptional medical skills, and coincidentally, my estate has a rare Tianshan snow lotus. I hope Her Majesty will not find it lacking. Yun Mo gazed at him with indifference, her eyes betraying no emotion. Yun Zhe clenched his teeth. My estate also possesses a unique medical text. I hope Her Majesty will not disdain it. Rise, came Yun Mo's clear voice. And Yun Zhe's tense body relaxed at once, for he knew he had successfully passed this trial. In the imperial study, Yun Mo and Yun Zhe engaged in lengthy discussions, ultimately deciding he would lead troops to the border adjoining the Shilin Kingdom. The Shilin Kingdom, eyeing them covetously, would undoubtedly not remain passive, and Yun Zhe, familiar with the Yun family's history, knew none of them were to be trifled with. For the sake of avenging his mother, Yun Mo could never let the Shilin Kingdom escape unscathed. He was resolute that the Shilin Kingdom would be vanquished, and Yun Zhe aspired to be the valiant general leading the charge. He wished to demonstrate to the world that he was no mere frivolous prince. However, the moment he returned home, his lofty ambitions dissipated. He lingered outside the courtyard, hesitant to enter. His clenched jaw was not due to reluctance over the medical text. Rather, it was because that very text was part of his wife's dowry. Yet, he felt he had no alternative in terms of gold and treasures. Yun Mo possessed far more than he could offer. Presenting such items would only serve to insult the emperor and the queen. Xiang He, having heard from the servants that Yun Zhe was lingering outside, assumed he had been punished and set aside the garment she was making for him to rush out. My lord, are you all right? Yun Zhe reached out to catch the approaching woman, her demeanor warm and gentle. Xiang He, do not worry, I am fine. Xiang He scrutinized him closely, relieved to find no visible injuries, and took his hand to lead him inside. Then, why did you not come in? Yun Zhe's expression stiffened as he looked at the innocent Xiang He, feeling a pang of shame. Xiang He, would you be willing to sell me the medical text? I promise to pay whatever price you ask. Xiang He looked at him reproachfully. If you want it, just take it. After all, I have no use for it. Her generosity only deepened Yun Zhe's guilt, and he grasped her hand, apologizing. I'm sorry, I sent the medical text without your consent. Xiang He gently shook her head, disapprovingly gazing at him. We are husband and wife. It is merely a book. Although Xiang He refused any payment, Yun Zhe could not genuinely accept it. What would that make him? Before Xiang He could retrieve the medical text, Yun Zhe opened the storeroom and selected numerous items to send to her. He dispatched the Tianshan Snow Lotus along with the medical text to the palace, where Su Guiwan looked on in astonishment at the perfectly preserved flower, urging the servants to store it away. The palace had previously possessed its own Tianshan Snow Lotus, yet Yun Yan, harboring animosity toward Yun Mo, would never leave behind any medicinal materials needed by him, and thus had them destroyed. The Tianshan Snow Lotus in the Chengwangfu could not withstand the annual demand for its use in medicine. The personnel dispatched by Yun Mo remained on the mountain, awaiting the harvest of the matured flowers, with no assurance of when that would occur. After securing the Tianshan Snow Lotus, Su Guiwan turned her attention to the ebony box containing the other item, sitting alongside the flower. Its significance was unmistakable. The instant she opened the box, exhilaration surged through her as she delicately lifted the medical text within. Su Guiwan became so engrossed in the text that she neglected her evening meal. Yet as she flipped through its pages, her expression darkened with increasing alarm. Upon reaching the final page, despair overwhelmed her. There was not a single mention of the cold poison. In disbelief, she flipped through it again, only to find the same absence. Sitting despondently at her desk, she found it impossible to accept such a conclusion. Since her marriage to Yun Mo, she had instructed the imperial physicians to scour every medical text for references to the cold poison. Concerned about the presence of ill-intentioned physicians among them, she had even placed her shadow guards to monitor. Furthermore, she had sent individuals to comb through the palace's library. A physician had once informed her that perhaps a unique medical text might hold the key. Due to this, she had discreetly arranged for the collection of rare medical texts, yet none contained any reference to the cold poison. Today, she had clung to the hope that this text might be different, only to be met with disappointment once again. Her nails dug painfully into her flesh, yet it seemed she felt no pain. She genuinely wished to grow old with Yun Mo. A few short years simply were not enough. Those in love are always particularly greedy, not to mention years. Even a lifetime would seem insufficient. 3 months swiftly passed, and the selection of talents by Yun Mo concluded. To properly assess these individuals, he arranged a grand banquet within the palace. Countless prodigies arrived, all observing the palace with curious eyes. Just after parting from his ministers, Yunemo entered to find the palace attendants bustling about. Yet Su Guiwan was nowhere to be seen. He pointed to a kneeling maid and inquired, "Is the queen still in the pharmacy?" The maid respectfully bowed her head and replied, "Your Majesty, the queen entered the pharmacy this morning and has yet to emerge." Furrowing his brow, Yunemo strode towards the pharmacy. Upon entering, he found Su Guiwan looking weary and disheveled, and immediately embraced her. "Awan, my affliction is of no consequence. You should rest." Su Guiwan glared at him, her eyes red. "Of no consequence? What then is of consequence?" Her sudden outburst caught Yunemo off guard, and he momentarily froze. Gently patting her back, he whispered soothingly, "It is significant. It is significant. I was wrong, Awan. Please calm down. Your anger could harm your health." Su Guiwan sobbed silently in his embrace, having taken his pulse. If no antidote could be found, Yunemo would only have 2 years left to live. How could she bear such a fate? Over the past months, she had perused countless medical texts and concocted numerous antidotes, all to no avail. Yunemo tenderly wiped away her tears. "Awan, it will be all right. We will find a solution together. As long as we strive, I believe we will uncover a way." Su Guiwan clutched tightly to his garment, silent, feeling utterly helpless. She had studied so extensively and collaborated with the finest physicians, yet they had yielded no progress. The physicians in the Imperial Hospital were the most skilled in the realm, and even they were at a loss. Neither had they found any hidden divine healer among the populace. Su Guiwan felt as though she were suffocating under the weight of despair. She had always prided herself on her medical prowess, yet she could not save the one she loved most. If she could not save him, what use was her talent for healing? Once Su Guiwan composed herself, Yunemo accompanied her to freshen up and change clothes, causing them to arrive at the grand hall a little late. The other attendees pretended not to notice the emperor and queen's tardiness, promptly kneeling to pay their respects. Hand in hand, Yunemo and Su Guiwan ascended to their high seats. He maintained a gentle demeanor, even when dealing with grave matters. As they settled in, some attendees began to murmur amongst themselves. One girl in a blue dress cast a disdainful glance at Su Guiwan. However, the hall was crowded, and seated in the middle, Su Guiwan was oblivious to the contempt in her eyes. Lanyu subtly glowered at Su Guiwan several times, noticing that Su Guiwan did not spare her a glance, which only fueled her resentment. The nearby Lady Lan, catching the subtle gestures, shot Lanyu a warning look, reminding her of their location within the palace. Yet, Lanyu dismissed her warning entirely. If a divorced woman like Su Guiwan could ascend to the role of queen, why should she, the eldest daughter of the Lan family, not be able to? She has always been enamored with the gentle and handsome Prince Jin. However, after he was poisoned and given a short time to live, as well as being unable to ascend the throne, she repressed her feelings. The emperor, who even looked favorably upon Su Guiwan, a discarded woman. She believed that if she expressed her intentions to him, he would surely take her into the palace as his consort. At that moment, she would revel in outshining Su Guiwan, who occupied the position of empress. While Lanyu indulged in her fantasies, little did she know that Madame Lan was beside herself with anxiety, regretting countless times her decision to bring her daughter into the palace. Yunemo and Su Guiwan remained oblivious to Lanyu's thoughts, as Yunemo felt no murderous intent. They were not mind readers, and thus paid no heed to the inconspicuous Lanyu. The grand hall was filled with individuals, with 6 rows of seats on each side occupied to capacity. Aside from ministers and their families, the rest were capable individuals gathered from various regions of the Eastern Jin. Observing the numerous attendees, both Su Guiwan and Yunemo nodded in satisfaction. With such a multitude present, the Eastern Jin would surely grow powerful in due time. After granting the assembly permission to stand, Yunemo raised his cup, looking with appreciation at those below, some filled with excitement and others with ambition. There was no need for excessive formality. This was merely a gathering to introduce one another, and a casual atmosphere was encouraged. The Empress and I toast to all of you, hoping that in the future, you shall make a name for yourselves. Upon hearing Yunemo mention her, Su Guiwan gracefully lifted her cup to toast the attendees below. Those receiving the toast were taken aback, but quickly rose to reciprocate their respects to Yunemo. After finishing the toast, Yunemo encouraged them to engage in conversation, as they would be working together in the future. It was at this moment that Lanyu caught the attention of the crowd. As Yunemo invited everyone to mingle freely, the hall buzzed with quiet chatter. And she abruptly stood up, drawing attention to herself as if the rest were blind. Startled, Madame Lan cried out to stop Lan Yu. Subsequently, she forced a smile and addressed Yun Mo and Su Guiwan. I hope your majesty and her majesty will forgive us. This girl, Lan Yu, is merely excited to see everyone happy and wishes to perform a talent for you all. I implore your majesty and her majesty for permission. Madame Lan's words were so insincere that not only did Su Guiwan and Yun Mo want to laugh, but the entire assembly struggled to suppress their amusement. Those unable to manage their expressions exchanged glances of disbelief. Did Madame Lan truly expect them to believe that Lan Yu, with her troublesome demeanor, wished to showcase her talents? The excuse for a performance was cleverly devised. Today, with everyone in high spirits, if Lan Yu were to comply and perform a talent, it would result in no significant trouble. At most, it would mean no one would approach the Lan family for matchmaking in the future, which, compared to the family's reputation, was a minor issue. However, should Lan Yu defy Madame Lan's wishes, it could lead to severe consequences, even to the extent of being executed for treason if the ruse were discovered. The onlookers eagerly anticipated how this family would navigate the predicament. Chapter 83. Recklessness. Madame Lan understood that her actions were somewhat reckless, yet she believed it was the best course. If she did not proceed this way, their family would face dire consequences sooner. Ignoring the presence of the Emperor and Empress, Madame Lan cast a fierce glare at Lan Yu, pressuring her to adhere to the excuse she had concocted. Lan Yu, however, merely met her mother's gaze before directing her attention to the extraordinary gentleman above. Upon catching Yun Mo's gaze, she beamed at him with excitement. Witnessing this scene, it became apparent to everyone present that Lan Yu intended to present herself as a candidate for the Emperor's favor. Lord Lan was immediately drenched in cold sweat, regretting that he had not suffocated this troublesome daughter at birth. Yun Mo and Su Guiwan observed the unfolding situation with detached amusement, curious to see how the daughter of this minister would dig her own grave. Lan Yu performed a deep bow, proclaiming, I, Lan Yu, daughter of Lan Hongqiu, pay my respects to His Majesty the Emperor. Her exaggerated tone left the other noble ladies astounded, each struggling to comprehend her actions. The grand hall was nearly filled with the elite of the Eastern Jin, all of whom were destined to become ministers in the Emperor's court. Their parents had brought them here to select suitable husbands from this promising assembly. After Lan Yu's display, if anyone assumed that all noble ladies behaved similarly, how could they ever choose their partners? The expressions of the attendees soured, including that of Yun Mo, who usually wore a smile. In a sudden burst of anger, Yun Mo smashed his cup to the ground. Impudence. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Everyone save for Su Guiwan knelt on the floor, as Yun Mo's eyes, filled with murderous intent, fell upon Lan Yu. For disrespecting the Empress, take her out and administer 20 lashes. Afterward, she is not to receive medical treatment nor any medicine. Although Yun Mo's sentence of 20 lashes seemed light, it was a calculated punishment designed to prolong her suffering, ensuring she would endure pain rather than die swiftly, thereby demonstrating to all the consequences of disrespecting Su Guiwan. Madame Lan and Lord Lan knelt in supplication, begging for Yun Mo's forgiveness, their fear preventing them from advocating for Lan Yu. Those with ulterior motives felt relieved that their plans had not yet been enacted, quickly suppressing any treacherous thoughts. They had never believed that an emperor would remain loyal to one woman, and they were waiting for Yun Mo to change his heart or tire of Su Guiwan. Today's events served as a wake-up call. Whether or not Yun Mo would waver was of little consequence. What mattered was that before he did, they must hide their ambitions well. Yun Mo's cold smile surveyed the assembly, his gaze piercing through the myriad of thoughts. I care not for your schemes. Dare to conspire against the Empress, and I shall not show mercy. Heads bowed in unison, proclaiming their innocence, while Lan Yu struggled to speak, only to be silenced as palace guards covered her mouth and led her away. What folly! The Emperor would not allow her to prattle on before his judgment. Madame Lan and Lord Lan remained prostrate, trembling in fear. Su Guiwan smiled down at them. You have truly bestowed upon me a most unique introduction. The two continued to bow, insisting they were innocent, completely unaware of their daughter's intentions. Upon hearing their attempts to shift the blame, Su Guiwan scoffed. One could easily mistake Madame Lan and Lord Lan for being too preoccupied with their official duties to manage their household. It appeared that their high status had left them little time to oversee family matters. Yun Mo, amused by Su Guiwan's performance, turned his smiling gaze back to the kneeling couple, instantly freezing their expressions. If their high rank had indeed led to neglecting their daughter, then they should be demoted to commoners. Madame Lan and Lord Lan knelt in despair, expressing their gratitude. Once again, the assembly witnessed the Emperor's favor towards the Empress. With just a few casual words, he had stripped a fourth-rank minister of his title. Regardless of whether or not anyone held ulterior motives, all present silently vowed never to offend the Empress and resolved to warn their families against harboring any such thoughts. Young women and ladies stole glances at Su Guiwan, eager to decipher the source of her power. They marveled at how she had secured a man who had stood by her side for over a decade. And just when they believed she had been abandoned by Chu Yi and would succumb to despair, Su Guiwan found another who cherished her alone. This new man was leagues above Chu Yi, and even considering his affliction, they believed that with the entirety of the Eastern gene at his disposal, acquiring a simple antidote would be no challenge. Moreover, even if he failed to obtain a cure upon his passing, Su Guiwan would remain the most powerful woman in the Eastern gene. This is precisely why Lan Yu chose to retreat upon learning of King Chen's poisoning. Yet she remained fixated on obtaining the position of emperor, and the allure of being empress or empress dowager is indeed irresistible to women across the realm. Once one ascends to such heights, the affections of men become inconsequential. Su Guiwan sat above, observing the crowd, who were making earnest attempts to relax, yet remained visibly tense. A shared smile between them conveyed mutual understanding. Su Guiwan nodded towards Yunma, who immediately turned his gentle gaze upon the assembly. While the group appeared to engage in light conversation, their attention was unwaveringly focused on him. Upon sensing Yunma's gaze, they promptly ceased their chatter and lowered their heads in respectful silence. I see that even with me and the Empress present, you all seem rather restrained. I shall take the Empress for a stroll. Feel free to relax, Yunma proclaimed. With that, he extended his hand towards Su Guiwan, who accepted it, and he led her away. Farewell, Your Majesty and Your Highness. Yunma waved dismissively to the crowd as he guided Su Guiwan to the Imperial Garden. Knowing Su Guiwan's fondness for peach blossoms, he had planted numerous peach trees in both the garden and Fengyang Palace. Although the blossoms had faded with the season, the trees were laden with unripe peaches, offering a unique charm of their own. Su Guiwan gazed at the small fruits and then turned joyfully towards Yunma. Amok. It has been so long since I last saw these trees. I had no idea they bore fruit. Yunma placed his hand over hers, which held a peach, and sighed. Indeed, time flies swiftly. Soon we shall be able to enjoy the peaches. A wave of melancholy swept over both of them, yet they maintained their smiles, choosing to keep their sorrows concealed. Su Guiwan resolved to diligently find an antidote for Yunma while he contemplated hastening his efforts. In the Imperial Garden, they lingered for quite some time when suddenly a young girl adorned in a blue dress, jingling with small bells, approached them from a distance and offered a respectful bow. Yunma entrusted Su Guiwan with the task of bidding the girl to rise, as he preferred not to converse with any woman other than her. With a gentle smile, Su Guiwan addressed the lively girl. There is no need for excessive formality. Are you here to admire the flowers in the garden? The girl eagerly nodded. Yes, Your Highness. The flowers in the Imperial Garden are truly beautiful. I have long heard that it possesses the most precious blooms in all the world, and indeed, it is as magnificent as I was told. The girl's excitement warmed Su Guiwan's heart, dispelling the earlier gloom brought on by Lan Yu. Not everyone was as distressing as Lan Yu and Lu Rushua. There were also Su Miao, the seventh princess, the girl before her, and many other delightful women. Yet, thoughts of Lu Rushua still left her with a complex mix of emotions. If only Lu Rushua had not resorted to underhanded tactics to harm her. Her relentless ambition would have been somewhat admirable. With beauty and cunning, had Lu Rushua's circumstances been different or her talents applied to noble pursuits, she would surely have achieved great success. Returning to the present, Su Guiwan noticed the girl gazing at her curiously and gestured for her to join them in the pavilion. The girl happily took a seat across from Su Guiwan. Your Highness, you are truly beautiful. Like a rose, you captivate all who behold you.
Su Guiwan smiled graciously.
Thank you for your kind words. You too possess a lively and charming beauty. The girl, blushing, cupped her face in her hands. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. By the way, my name is Yuxian. In no time, Yuxian and Su Guiwan became quite familiar, while Yunma remained an invisible presence, only offering Su Guiwan warm tea when she expressed thirst. Both women soon discovered their thoughts aligned remarkably, and as they conversed, Yunma was gradually forgotten. Yunmo noted the genuine smile on Su Guiwan's face, deepening his own joy and resolving to take her out more often in the future. When Yuxian mentioned the delights beyond the palace walls, he caught a glimpse of nostalgia on Su Guiwan's face. Upon hearing that Yuxian possessed medical skills, Su Guiwan excitedly grasped her hand. Yuxian, do you know how to cure cold poison? Yuxian looked at the eager Su Guiwan in surprise. Recalling the rumors about the Emperor's prior poisoning, she shifted her gaze toward Yunma. Your Highness, you say the Emperor is afflicted by cold poison? The fact of Yunma's poisoning was not a secret, and Su Guiwan nodded. Yuxian shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I do not know how to cure the Emperor. Though this answer was expected, both Su Guiwan and Yunma felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Seeing Su Guiwan's crestfallen expression, Yuxian gently consoled her. Do not despair, Your Highness. The many physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau will surely concoct an antidote. At this, Yuxian's tone turned regretful. It is my fault for focusing solely on raising my silkworms. I should have learned more medical knowledge from my master. Perhaps then I could have cured the Emperor. Upon hearing about her master, Su Guiwan felt a flicker of hope. Yuxian, where is your master now? Yuxian lowered her head sadly. My master has passed away long ago. Su Guiwan was taken aback and quickly apologized, but Yuxian dismissed it. Your Highness, it is all right. My master lived to over 100 years and passed away with a smile. Having experienced both hope and disappointment, Su Guiwan's spirits were not high, especially after a long morning spent in the pharmacy, leaving her visibly fatigued. Yunmo noticed this and immediately suggested she return to rest. Yuxian also urged her to take a break alongside Yunma. Su Guiwan, however, remained undeterred, looking expectantly at Yuxian. Yuxian, you were selected from the common folk. Surely your medical skills are commendable. Why not stay in the palace? Yuxian readily agreed, while Yunmo remained quietly supportive of Su Guiwan's wishes. Standing in the pavilion, Yuxian observed the Emperor and Empress departing hand in hand. This esteemed youthful couple, admired by all for their high status and wealth, lived a reality far more challenging than most could imagine. Yuxian bit her lip in sorrow, wishing her medical skills were sufficient to assist this gentle pair. While many recoiled from those who raised silkworms, the Emperor and Empress treated everyone equally. This selection process included individuals from various professions, including many young women. Even those skilled in embroidery, pig slaughtering, and farming, granting ordinary people the chance to become officials in the court. Yuxian's face radiated gratitude. Yet with pressing matters on her mind, she could not linger in the Imperial Garden. Finding a palace servant, she made her way to the Imperial Medical Bureau. With Su Guiwan's endorsement, she easily gained entry, poring over medical texts in search of a remedy for Yunma's poisoning. Aware that the physicians there had likely examined him, she sought to learn new methods that might aid in his cure. Holding on to this hope, Yuxian studied with utmost diligence. Upon returning to Fengyang Palace, Yunma firmly carried Su Guiwan to bed. Awan, you must rest now. Seeing Su Guiwan still attempting to rise for the pharmacy, Yunma's expression grew stern. Do not assume that I am unaware of your daily retreat to the pharmacy whenever I am absent. Noticing the guilt in Su Guiwan's eyes, Yunma softened his tone. Awan, I can permit you to spend ample time in the pharmacy, but will you heed my request to rest properly? Su Guiwan was the type who responded better to gentleness than sternness. Had Yunma been serious in forbidding her, she would have resisted. Yet, seeing Yunma's pitiful gaze, her heart melted, and she willingly pulled the blanket over herself. I shall rest well. Aweo, will you keep me company? Each day, she busied herself with concocting antidotes, while Yunma managed the vast realm of the Eastern Jin, busier than she. Chapter 85. Awan, do you still remember? Yunma glanced helplessly at the empty side of the bed beside Su Guiwan, removed his shoes, lay down next to her, and pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her. Sleep now, I shall keep you company. When Yunma awakened once more, he found Su Guiwan lying in bed, bored. He affectionately kissed her cheek. When did you awaken? Su Guiwan tenderly caressed the dark circles beneath Yunma's eyes. I just woke up not long ago. You should also take some time to relax. Yunma smiled silently. It was still not the time for him to rest. Su Guiwan, recognizing his reluctance to agree, resolved to pay closer attention to Yunma and find opportunities for him to recuperate. In the palace, there were quarters for their guests. To demonstrate the value they placed on talented individuals, Yunma and Su Guiwan had specially permitted them to spend a night within the palace. This was also part of their candidate selection process, as the palace attendants were not naive and kept watch. Anyone attempting an assassination under such circumstances would find themselves facing the king of hell. Yunma attended to matters of talent allocation while Sugawon ventured to the Imperial Hospital to ascertain the progress of the physician's research. Upon seeing Sugawon's expression of surprise, Yuxian hastily set down the medical texts in her hands and bowed to Sugawon. Sugawon smiled gently and helped Yuxian to her feet. There is no need for excessive formality. I have heard from the palace attendants that you have an interest in the medical texts of the Imperial Hospital. You are welcome to visit often. Sugawon had never underestimated Yuxian, who had risen above many skilled practitioners. She hoped Yuxian could merge the medical texts with her previous knowledge to create something extraordinary. Sugawon's suggestion resonated with Yuxian, who eagerly expressed her desire to reside in the Imperial Hospital, if possible. Sugawon, sharing her enthusiasm for the medical arts, often visited the Imperial Hospital to engage in discussions with the physicians. Had it not been for Yunma's firm opposition, she would have long since made her home there. To facilitate her medical studies, Yunma had constructed a pharmacy for her in Fengyang Palace even before their marriage. However, thinking of Yunma, Sugawon lost her enthusiasm for conversing with Yuxian and instead sought out the physicians to discuss detoxification. Yuxian lingered close to Sugawon, listening to their discussions, when suddenly her eyes brightened. Your Majesty, among the poison insects I am studying, there exists one that can counteract toxins. As you mentioned, if the formula for the cold poison and the antidote are unknown, and the Emperor is afflicted by the last known cold poison in this world, any antidote we concoct may be incorrect. Why not experiment with the poison insect? Sugawon's eyes also lit up. Indeed, their issue was never a lack of medical knowledge, but rather the inability to identify the formula for the cold poison, which hindered their ability to create an antidote. So, why not try the poison insect? She grasped Yuxian's arm. Yuxian, how confident are you in using the poison insect for detoxification? The physicians nearby frowned in disapproval. That is unacceptable. It is far too dangerous. Yes, Your Majesty, how could we resort to such sinister means to counteract poison? The physicians held a disdainful view of poison insects, perceiving them solely as instruments of harm. Upon hearing Sugawon and Yuxian's intention to use poison insects for detoxification, they hurriedly urged against it, deeming their plan folly. Sugawon waved her hand, silencing the physicians. She wished to hear Yuxian's perspective. Under the expectant gaze of Sugawon and the physician's skeptical expressions, Yuxian felt immense pressure. She smiled at the physicians but received only cold stares in return, rolling her eyes at Sugawon. If I can cultivate a poison king, I have a 90% chance of helping the Emperor detoxify. Yuxian's words ignited a flicker of hope within Sugawon. She instantly resolved to assist Yuxian in breeding the Poison King. Though the physicians wished to oppose this method, Sugawon shot them a cold glance, and they obediently fell silent. They consoled themselves, knowing that the Empress desired the Emperor's cold poison to be resolved even more than they did. They would follow her lead, lest they offend the Empress and incur the Emperor's wrath. Yuxian beamed at Sugawon. Others would distance themselves from her upon learning of her involvement with poison insects, but the Empress and Emperor did not scorn her. She was determined to assist the Empress in saving the Emperor. Once Sugawon and Yuxian found their focus, they forewent dinner and engaged in fervent discussions with the physicians in the Imperial Hospital. Yuxian mentioned that her knowledge of breeding poison insects was not yet fully developed, as her master had once informed her that part of the crucial text had been lost. Suddenly, Sugawon recalled the unique manuscript Yunma had acquired from Yunzhe. Upon reviewing it, she discovered it contained numerous references to various poison insects. At that time, she had been solely focused on finding records related to the cold poison and had overlooked its potential significance. Upon learning of the manuscript's relevance to poison insects, Yuxian eagerly urged Sugawon to send for it. Just as Sugawon was about to call for Lin Long to retrieve it, a palace attendant announced Yunma's arrival. Looking up at the darkening sky, a sense of guilt washed over Sugawon. She had promised Yunma to remember to rest while researching the antidote, and it was evident that it was quite late. Yunma entered with a smile, taking Sugawon's hand and gesturing for the physicians to rest in the palace that evening, assuring them that the imperial kitchen would prepare dinner for them. Observing Sugawon lingeringly glancing at Yuxian, reluctant to depart, Yunma lowered his head, smiling silently as he gazed at her. Eventually Sugawon, feeling the weight of his gaze, had no choice but to conclude their discussion early. As they walked, Yunma held Sugawon's hand tightly. while a frown of concern lingered on his face. He was at a loss as to how to do what was best for Sugawon. He hesitated to take her away from her pursuits, yet he was pained by the thought of leaving her alone in this world. Yunmo remained silent for a time, prompting Sugawon to believe he was upset. She shook the hand he held. "Aweo, I promise I won't stay out so late next time." Yunmo halted, pulling Sugawon into his embrace and letting out a long sigh. "On, what am I to do with you?" Sugawon playfully wrapped her arms around Yunmo's waist.
What do you mean by that?
"I promise not to stay out so late again. I will ensure I eat on time, alright?" Yunmo tightened his embrace around Sugawon as they both gazed at the full moon above. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He looked down, smiling gently at Sugawon. "On, do you recall that night when you first arrived in the northern city? I stood outside your window and spoke to you about the roundness of the moon there." Recalling Yunmo's words about the round moon in the northern city, Sugawon could not help but smile. Chapter 86. The red sleeve husband causes a stir. She looked up at the moonlight, her eyes filled with affection for Yunmo. Then, feigning nonchalance, she gazed at the moon above, her voice warm and resolute. "The moon in Bianjing is indeed round." Yunmo's eyes sparkled with delight. His awan was truly wonderful. The selected individuals received Yunmo's decree the following day, most of them tasked with improving local conditions to enhance the lives of the common folk. A select few were dispatched to the borders to safeguard the tranquility of the Eastern Jin. All their information had reached Yunmo, and the reason he hosted a grand banquet for them was to showcase the splendor of Bianjing, encouraging them to achieve results sooner and find successors, allowing them to retire in Bianjing. When Yunze traveled to the border, he initially intended to ask Su Guiwan to care for Xianghe, but she insisted on accompanying him to the border. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Yunze reluctantly agreed to take Xianghe along. Though he had many concubines, his deepest affections remained with Xianghe. Marrying her was not only a strategy to lower the guard of Yunyan and the others, but also stemmed from genuine affection. His original plan was to bring a few favored concubines, but he could not bear the thought of Xianghe suffering in the harsh borderlands. Despite his attempts to dissuade her, Xianghe insisted on following him, prompting Yunze to abandon his initial intentions and seek Su Guan's assistance in providing 2 horse-drawn carriages for Xianghe to bring more belongings. Bringing such a large quantity of items would not only violate regulations, but also invite discontent among the soldiers. However, items granted by Su Guiwan would be different. Having spoken with Yunmo, Su Guiwan was aware that Yunze would not betray Eastern Jin, and she readily consented to his modest request. After dispatching these individuals, Yunmo and Su Guiwan began to discuss the removal of Yunzhou. From a young age, Yunzhou had been favored by the Empress Dowager, learning her nefarious schemes over the years, and had consistently obstructed Yunmo and Yunyan. Even the death of the former emperor could not be entirely divorced from Yunzhou's influence. When Yunyan took action, Yunzhou had intervened, hoping to reap the benefits of their conflict. He anticipated that while Yunyan and Yunmo battled to the death, he could seize the throne for himself. Yet, he had not expected Yunmo to endure so patiently, biding his time for over 2 years. This time, he intended to surrender to the formidable Yunmo, waiting for the moment when Yunmo would eliminate Yunyan and suffer significant losses, allowing him to swoop in for the advantage. Ultimately, he was left disappointed, as Yunyan, once a formidable adversary, was easily vanquished before Yunmo. He had no choice but to hide at the border, hoping to learn from Yunmo and return with strength. During their discussions, Su Guiwan became increasingly aware of Yunmo's formidable power, realizing that there were even individuals he had placed around Yunzhou. Had it not been for the caution of the Western Ridge Kingdom regarding the situation with a gentle concubine, which involved several princes confining her, Yunmo would have certainly rescued her. The thought of that tender-hearted individual stirred feelings of sympathy within Su Guiwan. Noticing her sadness, Yunmo glanced at her, understanding the source of her melancholy. In his life, he had miscalculated only twice. Once when he fell victim to a chilling poison, and the other when he failed to rescue his mother. However, the matter of his mother was a dead end. In Eastern Jin, neither Yunyan nor the Empress Dowager would relent, while in the Western Ridge Kingdom, they would not allow it either. No matter the means he employed for her rescue, those involved would act before he could succeed. Yunmo opened a drawer and retrieved the jade hairpin left by the gentle concubine, approaching Su Guiwan with it.
Awan.
I recall you once declined this. Might you accept it now? When she left the prince's residence, she had placed the hairpin on the table, and Yunmo had kept it on him, hoping for an opportunity to adorn Su Guiwan with it. He had wished to place it in her hair on their wedding night, but in his joy of finally marrying her, he had forgotten about the hairpin. After so many subsequent events, it had remained in the drawer. Seeing the hairpin again stirred a complicated emotion within Su Guiwan. Previously, she had never envisioned a future with Yun Mo and was uncertain of his feelings, leading her to remove the pin as she departed the prince's residence.
Now,
After all that had transpired, it had returned to her possession, and she smiled with her fox-like eyes. You should place it in my hair. Yun Mo skillfully inserted the hairpin into Su Guiwan's hair, nodding in satisfaction. In his heart, he silently conveyed to the gentle concubine that he had married the woman he adored. A few days later, an embroiderer in Bianjing invited Su Guiwan to visit her workshop, and Su Guiwan was pleasantly surprised by the invitation. She had not anticipated that Lady Hongxiu would have organized the workshop so swiftly. Linglong nodded beside her, saying, Lady Hongxiu was personally chosen by the Emperor and Empress, and given her capabilities, it is only natural she could arrange things so quickly. Su Guiwan placed the invitation on the desk and rose. Yunxiang, prepare a set of plain clothes for me. I shall go and see how Hongxiu's workshop is faring. If it is satisfactory, we can proceed with our next plan. However, upon arriving at the workshop, they were met with a chaotic scene. Linglong and several skilled palace maids shielded Su Guiwan, while Yunxiang ventured to gather information. Upon her return, Yunxiang's expression was one of distress, prompting Su Guiwan to realize that the commotion must have truly unsettled her, for Yunxiang usually maintained a calm demeanor. Madam, it is Hongxiu's former husband, accompanied by his newly acquired concubine, causing a disturbance, claiming Hongxiu has not sent money home in a long while. Hongxiu had a husband who relied on her weaving and embroidery for sustenance, a fact known to both Yun Mo and Su Guiwan. They entrusted the workshop to Hongxiu, believing in her capabilities, but also testing her. If she succeeded, she would undoubtedly become the head of the largest embroidery workshop in the land. If she failed, they would have to find someone else. Hongxiu, I tell you, if you do not produce 1,000 taels today, you shall not enter your own home. The farce continued, and Su Guiwan moved closer, eager to see how Hongxiu would respond. Facing the man, Hongxiu managed a bitter smile. Jiyuan, I must have been blind to choose you. A heartless wretch. The man's expression darkened as he impatiently regarded Hongxiu, while his new concubine leaned against him, casting a smug glance at Hongxiu before tenderly rubbing his chest. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves, and Hongxiu, long disillusioned with Jiyuan, felt a pang of sorrow at this scene. Chapter 87. The commoners have no such intentions. Her family had once owned a fabric shop. At that time, she had been infatuated with the seemingly decent Jiyuan and insisted on marrying him. Her parents, seeing her genuine affection, acquiesced. They enjoyed a period of happiness. But after her parents' passing, Jiyuan's true nature emerged, indulging in debauchery. With each new concubine he took, she was left to toil day and night, weaving and embroidering to support the household. This opportunity to select talent arose only because a neighbor mentioned it, and she had come to try her luck. Never expecting to be chosen by the Emperor and Empress, she promised the Empress to establish the workshop well, providing a haven for many abandoned women. Hongxiu's resolve grew stronger. Jiyuan, let us part ways. Jiyuan and his concubine stared at her in disbelief. The surrounding crowd buzzed with gossip. In Bianjing, aside from Su Guiwan, only Hongxiu had successfully divorced. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, she repeated her declaration. Whatever fate she had created for herself was her own doing, but many women behind her awaited her rescue. Jiyuan, unable to believe that Hongxiu dared to propose a divorce, stared at her as though she were mad. Hongxiu, do you realize what you are saying? After years of entanglement, when the moment finally arrived, Hongxiu felt a sudden lightness wash over her. It turned out that divorce was not as terrifying as she had imagined. Now, she found herself looking forward to life after separation. Jia Yuan's anxious concubine, Xiang, looked at the resolute Hongxiu with worry. Gritting her teeth, she released her hold on Jia Yuan and knelt before Hongxiu. Xiang, why are you kneeling to her? Get up quickly. Xiang slowly pulled Jia Yuan's hand away and gazed at Hongxiu with a pitiful expression. Sister, it's all my fault. Please don't let my actions cause you to quarrel with the master. You and the master are husband and wife. I'm merely a playful trinket in this household. You mustn't let our disagreements affect your relationship with him. Her words were heartfelt, as no one understood the true situation of the Jia family better than her. The reason she married Jia Yuan was due to her admiration for Hong Xiu's ability to earn money. If Hong Xiu were to leave, who would provide for her? She certainly did not believe that Jia Yuan, a man with merely a handsome appearance, could support them. Following him would be no better than returning to the brothel, where at least she would not lack for food and clothing. Jia Yuan thought Xiang Xiang was kneeling for him, his eyes brimming with tears, touched by her kindness. Hong Xiu coldly regarded the woman who had repeatedly stolen her possessions, feeling the familiar frustration rise within her. Each time Xiang Xiang played the victim, Jia Yuan would unconditionally blame her. She wondered how he would scold her this time, but she no longer cared. As expected, Jia Yuan was furious, disdainfully eyeing Hong Xiu, whose skin was dull and complexion waxen, her eyes resembling stagnant pools of water.
Xiu.
Xiang Xiang has already given up her claim to being the lady of the house. What more do you want? Can't you refrain from being unreasonable? Your actions make us all weary. Xiang Xiang felt a sense of dread as soon as Jia Yuan spoke. With his current attitude, they had no idea how they would extract money from Hong Xiu today. She tugged at the hem of Jia Yuan's trousers, urging him to lower his tone. They had come expecting an easy acquisition of funds, with Xiang Xiang already envisioning the jewelry and cosmetics she intended to purchase. To her dismay, Hong Xiu's stance was unexpectedly firm. Kneeling on the ground, Xiang Xiang crawled toward Hong Xiu. Madam, please rest assured that I will listen to you and the master from now on. Don't continue to be angry with him. Seeing his beloved concubine so humble only fueled Jia Yuan's rage. Hong Xiu, don't overstep your boundaries. Hong Xiu's heart, already riddled with wounds, felt another stab from Jia Yuan's words. Why couldn't she let go? It was because Jia Yuan had once genuinely loved her. She remembered how his eyes had sparkled with affection for her, and those memories of the past lingered. Yet now, as she looked into Jia Yuan's eyes, which were filled solely with thoughts of his concubine, she suddenly laughed through her tears. Why cling to something that no longer belonged to her? In the past, she had been too fearful to consider divorce, knowing how difficult life would be for a divorced woman. Without support, she would be looked down upon and bullied, terrified of being harassed at night. But now, she had the embroidery room behind her, along with the support of the Emperor and Empress. What was there to fear? Having come to this realization, Hong Xiu wiped her tears away. You need not plead with me. You should seek Jia Yuan instead, for he is the one who accepted you, and he is responsible for everything concerning you. Pulling the fabric from Xiang Xiang's grasp, Hong Xiu, for the first time since marrying Jia Yuan, found the courage to meet his cold gaze. Jia Yuan, do not forget who I am now. If you refuse to divorce me, I will not hesitate to request the Empress to issue an edict for our separation. Before Jia Yuan could respond, Hong Xiu turned to the guards stationed by the embroidery room door. Throw them out and do not allow them to approach the embroidery room again. The guards, now aware that Jia Yuan was Hong Xiu's husband, moved into action at her command. Xiang Xiang, realizing Hong Xiu was serious, quickly sprang to her feet in anger. Jia Yuan glared at Hong Xiu. Hong Xiu, you will regret this. Whether she would regret it was uncertain, but one thing was clear. He would surely regret it. The sudden voice startled everyone present. Some who heard Su Guiwan's self-introduction knelt in reverence. Those who did not hear her words instinctively followed suit, recognizing the arrival of a significant figure. Upon seeing Su Guiwan, Hong Xiu straightened her shoulders and knelt before her with gleaming eyes. As Su Guiwan halted before Jia Yuan and Xiang Xiang, she asked, Do you know that this embroidery room was established at my behest? Jia Yuan and Xiang Xiang, unsure of her meaning, nodded obediently. Su Guiwan scoffed, so you know. Since you are aware that it was I who allowed Hong Xiu to manage the embroidery room, why do you come here to cause a disturbance? Are you challenging my authority? Your Highness, spare us. We meant no disrespect. They cried, panic-stricken. We are innocent. Su Guiwan's gaze turned icy as she regarded them. Are you claiming that I am wrongfully accusing you?
No, we never meant that.
Su Guiwan shifted her attention to the kneeling Hong Xiu. Hong Xiu, what do you intend to do? Having composed herself, Hong Xiu cast a cold glance at Jia Yuan before turning her gaze back to Su Guiwan without a hint of longing. Your Highness, I wish to divorce Jia Yuan. Su Guiwan looked at her with approval. Well done. Since you have made your decision, you shall be separated from him starting today. A weight lifted from Hong Xiu's shoulders, and she smiled at Su Guiwan with newfound ease. Jia Yuan, however, appeared utterly bewildered. Just recently, Hong Xiu had made him clothing. He had never considered divorce. Hong Xiu was the girl he had loved in his youth, for whom he had become a son-in-law. Xiang closed her eyes in despair, fearing the loss of financial support if Hong Xiu divorced Jia Yuan. Su Guiwan, noticing the greed in Xiang's expression, felt her coldness deepen. Once you two are divorced, you will return all of Hong Xiu's dowry and assets. I will ensure that it is verified. The despair that had initially gripped Jia Yuan and Xiang transformed into utter hopelessness. Jia Yuan was merely a son-in-law, without parents or wealth. Had it not been for Hong Xiu's affection, he would have long fallen into ruin, with no assets to speak of. After issuing her command, Su Guiwan instructed Yun Xiang to retrieve Hong Xiu's belongings before entering the embroidery room. Hong Xiu followed closely behind, adhering to Su Guiwan's orders while not sparing Jia Yuan a single glance. Upon entering the embroidery room, Su Guiwan was greeted by colorful fabrics billowing in the wind, all dyed and woven by the women within. Su Guiwan felt a growing satisfaction with Hong Xiu. Her skills in weaving, dyeing, and embroidery, combined with her management experience, made her a valuable asset. Initially, Su Guiwan had not granted Hong Xiu much power, wary of her clarity of mind. However, Hong Xiu's current performance had impressed her greatly. It also made her realize that many women do not wish to endure the cruelty of their husbands, but lack the means to seek a divorce. Most women, once divorced, fear the stigma from their families and lack financial independence. Even if they possess some money, life outside is far more challenging for women than for men. During her time in the Dream Village, she had contemplated providing a refuge for those women who had nowhere to turn after leaving their husbands. The embroidery workshop is indeed a fitting establishment, as no one would remain unclothed. The demand for fabric is ever present. Most women engage in weaving, dyeing, and embroidery. This craft is not arduous for them and provides both shelter and financial means. After thoroughly inspecting every corner of the workshop, Su Guiwan sat contentedly in the accounts room. Setting aside the ledger, she cast a gentle glance at Hong Xiu. "You have done excellently," she remarked. "In the future, we can expand the workshop and establish branches in other regions of the Eastern Jin Kingdom. As for the finances, I shall arrange for someone to deliver the necessary funds." Hong Xiu gazed at Su Guiwan with profound gratitude and nodded vigorously. No one understood better than she the significance of expanding the embroidery workshop. It was this very support that had emboldened her to seek a divorce from her burdensome husband. She firmly believed that as the workshop flourished, more suffering sisters would find the courage to depart from their marital ties, reclaiming their identities rather than remaining as mere parasites, dependent on men. Once satisfied with her inspection, Su Guiwan departed the workshop and returned to the palace. On her way back, they encountered Jia Yuan, who had been expelled, accompanied by his entourage of concubines. Hong Xiu and her companions were not originally from Bianjing. After being selected, Hong Xiu had sold off some family assets to bring Jia Yuan and the others to the capital. They were temporarily residing in a rented house, the rent paid for with Hong Xiu's funds. Now that she was unwilling to continue, it was only natural for her to reclaim her belongings. With nowhere else to turn, Jia Yuan and his concubines returned to the workshop seeking Hong Xiu, but the guards, following Hong Xiu's orders, brandished their weapons, scaring the group away, ensuring they would not dare approach the workshop again. By the time Su Guiwan returned to the palace, twilight was gently descending, leaving behind a lingering glow. "You are back." Yun Mo, seated at his desk reviewing memorials, hurriedly set down his documents to take Su Guiwan's hand, instructing the attendants to serve the evening meal. His fingers brushed against hers, warm and delicate, bringing him a sense of relief. "You seem in good spirits. It appears Hong Xiu has not disappointed you today." A smile of contentment graced Su Guiwan's face. "Indeed, Hong Xiu has divorced her hindering husband. I believe she will thrive in the future." This was anticipated by Yun Mo. He possessed an understanding of everyone's background and character traits. Their admiration for Hong Xiu stemmed not only from her exceptional skills in weaving and embroidery, but also from her resilient nature. A woman who, after losing her parents, had managed to safeguard her family's assets while supporting a lavish lifestyle for her husband and concubines could not be deemed lacking in capability. Her only flaw lay in her husband, and once she liberated herself from him, she would become a significant asset to Su Guiwan. Previously, Yun Mo would not have bothered to offer such opportunities to individuals of her ilk. In his view, everything must be earned through one's own efforts. If one lacked the ability to attain something, one could only blame oneself. He never considered himself a guiding light for others, yet he turned to gaze at Su Guiwan, who was animatedly recounting her day, and smiled. The resemblance between her and his Awan was striking. Awan had also faced her share of struggles. He had never believed in fate, only in self-determination. However, with time running short for him, he wished to perform more good deeds, hoping that the heavens would smile upon and protect his Awan. Even if the heavens were unaware, he hoped those he aided would, in turn, safeguard her in the future. Following that day, both Yunmo and Su Guiwan became increasingly occupied, seeing each other only during the evenings and mornings while they toiled away at their respective duties. Yunmo was preoccupied with matters concerning Yunzhou and the Western Ling Kingdom, while Su Guiwan and Yu Xian focused on concocting the Gu King. The antidote for the cold poison remained elusive, and the Gu King was their final hope. Your Majesty, shall we seek assistance from others? Yu Xian suggested. Noticing Su Guiwan poised to harm herself with a dagger, she grasped Su Guiwan's hand firmly. Su Guiwan, with a gentle yet resolute shake of her head, replied, I cannot take that risk. Allow me to handle this. Observing the unwavering determination in Su Guiwan's eyes, Yu Xian slowly released her hold. After much research, they discovered that creating the Gu King required human blood, specifically the blood of one individual, so that the Gu King would recognize its master. To facilitate the Gu King's growth, the master must consume copious amounts of nourishing medicine to provide superior blood. The Gu King itself would emerge from the fierce battles of countless poisonous insects, with only one surviving in the end. After an extensive struggle, only a few Gu insects remained in the room, waiting for the last one to emerge victorious, while the others were nearly indistinguishable from one another. The Dark Guards had delivered another batch of poisons and toxic herbs. After Yu Xian inspected them, she presented them to Su Guiwan for her examination. As Su Guiwan's blood dripped into the bowl, the scent of iron quickly attracted the remaining Gu insects, which clamored to seize the offering. The Tianshan snow lotus had also been consumed by Su Guiwan to nourish the insects. Her affinity for them stemmed from an herb she had consumed in her youth, a rare plant found in the Gu insect's natural habitat. Anyone who had ingested this herb would become an ideal master for the Gu insects. Yu Xian had lamented the absence of this plant, fearing that the Gu insects raised could become disobedient and turn upon their master. Su Guiwan volunteered to find it, only to discover that the herb Yu Xian had sketched was indeed the same one she had consumed as a child. At the age of 6 or 7, while her parents were away fighting, she had been trapped on a mountain by the enemy, and her parents had worried that she might starve, thus foraging for wild vegetables and non-toxic herbs for her. Among them was this very plant. Upon hearing that Su Guiwan had consumed it, Yu Xian sighed with relief. This herb was exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one available among hundreds of Gu insect habitats. They were uncertain if they would be able to find it. And even if they did, time was of the essence. Yet, witnessing the esteemed empress wounded before her, Yu Xian was filled with trepidation and concern. Su Guiwan shifted her bandaged wrist and smiled at Yu Xian. Why so anxious? It is merely a little blood. Yu Xian playfully touched the bell on her head.
Oh.
Your Majesty, why are you here? Su Guiwan turned in alarm, only to find the corridor empty. She turned back to Yu Xian, exasperated. Is this amusing to you? Yu Xian shrugged, her hands raised. Not at all. I just thought that since the Empress doesn't seem to mind the injury on her wrist, the Emperor likely wouldn't either. Her tone brimmed with mischief, prompting a weary sigh from Su Guiwan. The more time she spent with Yu Xian, the more fatigued she felt. It was perplexing how such a delightful girl could possess such a cruel streak, finding joy only in the misfortunes of others. Upon their first meeting, Su Guiwan had assumed Yu Xian was a simple and obedient child, but in hindsight, what kind of well-behaved child would raise Gu insects? Cradling her bandaged wrist, Su Guiwan lacked the courage to return to the palace, daunted by the thought of Yunmo's potential anger and guilt upon learning of her injury. After pondering numerous soothing words, she steeled herself and entered the palace. Relief washed over her as she noted that Yunmo had not yet returned. Whether or not her delay had any impact, she hoped to prolong this moment. Since becoming busy, they had seldom dined together. As Su Guiwan stepped into the palace, the attendants promptly set the evening meal before her. It was her first experience being served by others since her growth. Only after midnight did Yunmo return. As he approached the bed, he was greeted by the metallic scent of blood. He hastily pulled aside the bed curtain and was relieved to find Su Guiwan still breathing. His heart, which had been suspended in worry, began to settle. As he inhaled deeply, he noticed the bloodstains seeping from the bandage on her arm, dried and darkened against the fabric. To conceal the injury from Yunmo's view, she had chosen black cloth for the bandaging. Mo gently leaned in to blow on Su Guowan's wrist, an act he once deemed utterly foolish, believing that mere breath could not alleviate pain. Yet, this was the only gesture he could offer her. Surrounded by countless protectors, Su Guowan was safe within the palace. She was unlikely to suffer harm even outside its walls. The fact that she had sustained an injury, particularly to her wrist, under such layers of protection left Mo with little doubt as to the cause. The pained sounds escaping Su Guowan's lips in her slumber disrupted Mo's thoughts. He hastily wiped away his tears, planting a tender kiss on her forehead, and continued to blow gently on her injured wrist. Under his soothing presence, Su Guowan gradually drifted back into a peaceful sleep. Once she was comfortably settled, Mo adjusted her blanket and stepped out of the palace. From the shadow guards, he confirmed that Su Guowan had indeed harmed her wrist to detoxify herself for the sake of nurturing the Gu King. His fists clenched tightly, veins pulsing on his forehead. Dressed in thin garments, he stood outside for an extended period, blood dripping from his palms. Eventually, he turned back inside the palace. After tending to his own wounds, he approached Su Guowan's bedside, delicately unwrapping the black cloth from her wrist with a clean cloth and medicine in hand.
Whenever Su Guowan stirred,
Mo would kiss her gently, reassuring her with soft pats. Familiar with his presence, Su Guowan felt at ease, falling back into slumber as he changed her bandages. The following day, when Su Guowan awoke, she was surprised to find Mo still by her side. In a hurry, she concealed her hand behind her back. Mo approached her, gently pulling her hand into view. "I noticed it long ago. There's no need to hide." It was then that Su Guowan realized that the black cloth on her wrist had been replaced with white. Bowing her head, she awaited Mo's reprimand for neglecting her own well-being. The sight of her submissive demeanor filled Mo with both frustration and guilt. He cradled her face in his hands. "Awan, you are not to blame. I am the one at fault for allowing you to suffer alongside me." The guilt and pain in his eyes pierced Su Guowan's heart, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. "No, Mo, I am truly happy with you. Everything I do is my own choice, and the thought of nurturing the Gu King to save you makes the pain in my wrist feel insignificant." Mo was at a loss for words, tears welling in his eyes as he realized how fortunate he was to have Su Guowan by his side. With her wounded hand, Su Guowan gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and kissed his eyelids. "Mo, do not feel guilty. Remember, once you recover, we will have a lifetime together, and that makes it all worthwhile." Mo playfully pinched her nose. "Where do you find such reasoning?" Su Guowan merely smiled at him, her innocent expression bringing him joy. He remained bent over, gazing down at her, and unable to resist, he cupped her face, rubbing his nose against hers. In the ensuing moments, Su Guowan seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on Mo's lips, prompting him to embrace her waist and deepen the kiss. Afterward, he followed the contours of her lips with soft kisses, drawing her closer into his embrace. Noticing Mo's calm demeanor, Su Guowan took his hand. "Mo, when did you hurt your hand? Is the cold poison acting up again?" Resting his chin on her shoulder, Mo replied, "No, it was my own clumsiness." Sensing his reluctance to elaborate, Su Guowan refrained from questioning further, feeling an inkling that it was somehow connected to her. After their morning meal, as time slipped away, Mo showed no signs of wanting to rise, prompting Su Guowan to voice her impatience. "Mo, aren't you busy today?" Lifting his gaze from the documents, he caught sight of her fidgeting feet. It was a clear indication of her urgency to be elsewhere. He glanced at her before returning to his papers. "No, I am not busy today." The glimmer of hope in Su Guowan's eyes dimmed, her expression falling as she replied, "Oh." She resumed her quiet waiting, casting glances out the window. After a while, Mo set down his documents and stood up, instantly brightening Su Guowan's expression. He cast a fleeting glance at her before she quickly masked her excitement. "Mo, are you off to work?" Mo shook his head. "No, I am just fetching a cloak." Su Guowan's hopes were dashed once more as she sat idly in her chair, restless to see the Gu insects of the day. But she dared not mention it with Mo present. He would never allow her to harm herself, and as she idly played with a handkerchief, she contemplated how to create an excuse to meet with Yu Xian. Mo donned a cloak and held out a purple one. Leaning down, he observed Su Guowan's eager eyes, You need not concoct excuses. I will accompany you. Su Guowan's head snapped up, and Yun Mo, anticipating her reaction, stepped back to avoid being bumped into. She grasped his arm. AMO, you could have mentioned it sooner. I was left wondering when you would leave. Her unconscious display of affection brought a smile to Yun Mo's lips, for it was only before him that she allowed her childlike spirit to shine. With permission to see the Gu insects, Su Guowan couldn't help but push her luck. Watching Yun Mo carefully, she suggested, if you are busy, you can review your documents first. I can go alone. As she reached for the cloak in his hand, it wouldn't budge, and when she looked up, she found Yun Mo regarding her with an impassive expression. Feeling disheartened, she stammered, well, AMO, I still believe I need you to accompany me. He gently flicked her forehead. Let us go. As they stepped inside, Yun Mo's brows furrowed deeper. The atmosphere was damp and dimly lit, illuminated only by a faint glow from a luminous pearl. As they approached the area for nurturing the Gu insects, Su Guowan's heart raced. She feared that Yun Mo would not permit her to stay in such an environment and would prevent her from interacting with Yu Xian. Yun Mo believed they were merely in the apothecary, unaware that the Gu insects were housed in a dark dungeon. He lightly patted Su Guowan's head, a gentle gesture that nevertheless brought a frown to her face. She understood his unspoken message. He would address her transgressions once her wrist healed.
Today.
It is the Emperor accompanying the Empress, came Yu Xian's teasing voice as they entered, lacking the innocence of their first meeting. Her demeanor prompting Su Guowan's desire to bite her. Yun Mo acknowledged Yu Xian with a nod. Thank you, Miss Yu Xian. She lowered her arms, gesturing for him to look at Su Guowan beside her. If the Emperor wishes to express gratitude, it should be directed toward the Empress. I merely enjoy nurturing Gu. All the poisons, herbs, and insects were sourced by the Empress, and even the blood was provided by her. Yun Mo gazed tenderly at Su Guowan. Indeed, gratitude is warranted. It deserves a lifetime of thanks. Yu Xian's smile was radiant, envisioning the timeless love between the Emperor and Empress, a tale she could recount endlessly. Upon first meeting Su Guowan and Yun Mo, she had endeavored to present herself as a demure and obedient person. Now, having grown familiar with them, she recognized that they were quite amiable, leading her to let her guard down. Yun Mo's affectionate gaze lingered on her, while Yu Xian exchanged playful glances. Su Guowan stepped forward, asking, how are the Gu insects today? Upon hearing Su Guowan mention this, a frown immediately creased Yu Xian's brow. They had gathered nearly every poisonous herb and toxin known to humanity, yet 3 Gu worms remained. The trio peered into the enclosure at the writhing worms, and Su Guowan's smile faded. Yun Mo gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, offering silent comfort, before turning his gaze to Yu Xian. Is it still a lack of poisons and herbs? Yu Xian nodded but offered no hope to Yun Mo. If Su Guowan could not find them, it was certain that no one could. Moreover, Su Guowan and Yu Xian had already administered numerous toxins to the Gu worms. They had exhausted all conceivable methods. Do not worry. I will provide you with the poison in 7 days, Su Guowan assured, both she and Yu Xian casting their eyes toward Yun Mo, who smiled faintly, aware of their unspoken question. Indeed, you have gathered every possible toxin available, yet there is still one place left unvisited. Yu Xian looked at him in confusion, while Su Guowan suddenly became animated, exclaiming together with Yun Mo, Shilin country. After their exclamation, the two exchanged smiles, leaving Yu Xian bewildered. Eventually, Su Guowan kindly elucidated for Yu Xian. The poison that afflicted AMO originated from Shilin country, so they must be concealing a wealth of toxins. Yu Xian's face lit up with understanding, and she promptly gave Su Guowan and Yun Mo a thumbs up. However, this revelation raised a new concern. Su Guowan gazed anxiously at the remaining Gu worms. Yet acquiring poison from Shilin country will not be an easy task. Yu Xian's face mirrored her concern, knowing that her Gu king must not fail at this critical juncture. They had expended immense effort to cultivate these Gu worms, and they could not afford to falter now. Yun Mo's lips curled into a cold smirk. It is possible. When my mother went missing, I arranged for several groups to infiltrate Shilin country upon uncovering a lead. During the rescue operation, some were exposed, yet there are still operatives within. Yu Xian fell silent, recalling the infamous tale of how the gentle consort was slain through a conspiracy involving Yun Yan and Shilin country. She feared that speaking too freely might provoke Yun Mo's wrath. With a source for the final poison identified, Su Guowan and Yu Xian felt a temporary sense of relief regarding one urgent matter. The remaining issue lay in their exchanged glances. neither daring to suggest that it was time to feed the goo worm's blood. Neither of them were adept at feigning emotions, and Yun Mo could easily read their expressions. He gazed at Yu Xian with a final glimmer of hope. Could we perhaps assign someone else to feed the worms? I would be willing to do it myself. Why must it be Su Guiwan? Yun Mo's heart ached, feeling sorrow for Su Guiwan, who had endured so much alongside him. Yu Xian shook her head decisively.
No.
The only herbs that can bond the Goo King to its master have only been consumed by Her Majesty, and we cannot find them now. If it were merely common goo worms, it might be acceptable, but this is the Goo King. If it cannot recognize its master, not only will we fail to detoxify, but our very lives will be at risk. Yun Mo had anticipated this outcome. Had Su Guiwan not been the sole option, there would be others to feed the goo worms. The vast realm of Dongjin did not necessitate the Empress herself to bleed for the worms. Su Guiwan took Yun Mo's hand with her uninjured one, her expression gentle. Amo, it is merely a small sacrifice of blood. Yun Mo gazed at her with guilt. Awan, I am sorry. It is my inadequacy that has caused you to suffer alongside me. Su Guiwan shook her head. That is not true. Had I not encountered you, I would still be lost regarding the fate of the Su Wangfu. There has never been a sense of grievance between us. Su Guiwan recognized Yun Mo for who he was, had she not fallen in love with him. The Su Wangfu might have become a casualty in the power struggle between Yun Mo and Yun Yan. Even though she harbored a strong affection for Yun Mo, she understood that he, in pursuit of his goals, would not hesitate to sacrifice others. Yu Xian watched Su Guiwan and Yun Mo with admiration, and before long, she approached Su Guiwan. Your Majesty, do you think I will one day meet a man like the Emperor? Will my future husband care for me as the Emperor does for you? Su Guiwan found it difficult to answer. Yu Xian had lived in seclusion for so long that she had little experience with the outside world. The first people she encountered were officials seeking talents, and she had been thrust directly into the palace. Thus, Su Guiwan and Yun Mo were the first couple she had ever known. Seeing Su Guiwan's hesitation, Yu Xian probed further, and after Su Guiwan recounted tales of unfaithful men, Yu Xian's expression turned melancholic. I see. It appears I should focus on nurturing the goo instead. Men are rather unreliable. As the only man present aside from the guards and secret agents, Yun Mo coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Not all men are unfaithful and heartless.
Miss Yu Xian.
You cannot condemn all of them with a broad brush. He worried that if Yu Xian continued voicing her doubts, he might also be perceived as untrustworthy in Su Guiwan's eyes. He cared little for his image in anyone else's view, but could not bear to be seen as a scoundrel like Chu Yi in Su Guiwan's heart. Yu Xian and Su Guiwan exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Yu Xian nodded at her head adorned with jingling bells. Yes, yes. I know the Emperor is deeply devoted to the Empress. He is not that kind of man. Yun Mo felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to quietly accompany Su Guiwan. Su Guiwan smiled helplessly, shaking her head. Of course, not all men are unreliable. You may take your time to find the right one. You have me and Amo behind you. If that man betrays you, we will help you deal with him. Yu Xian nodded enthusiastically, having witnessed Su Guiwan and Yun Mo's affectionate bond daily. She yearned for a man who would dote on her as well. If that man were to betray her, she would simply cast him aside. Just as the Empress advised, never fully entrust your heart to a man until the moment of death. Should you discover his infidelity, withdraw promptly. Throughout this discussion, Yu Xian remained concerned about Yun Mo's reaction. Stealing a cautious glance at him, she found him smiling, unaffected by Su Guiwan's words about not giving one's heart entirely to a man. As they lingered in silence, no one mentioned the necessity of feeding the goo worm's blood. Yu Xian feared Yun Mo's piercing gaze, while Su Guiwan dreaded the sight of Yun Mo's guilt-stricken expression. Yun Mo, in turn, feared witnessing Su Guiwan inflict a wound upon herself. Ultimately, it was Su Guiwan who steeled herself, cautiously regarding Yun Mo. Mo. Perhaps you should return first? Yun Mo, pained at the sight of Su Guiwan's bandaged wrist, firmly rejected her suggestion. Awan, if I were to evade witnessing your sacrifice for my sake, then I am unworthy of being your husband. Yun Mo refused to leave, compelling Su Guiwan to reopen her wound in his presence. Throughout the ordeal, Yun Mo's gaze remained fixed on the injury, his face taut with suppressed fury. His hands clenched tightly. The hatred for Xiling country surged within him, vowing to raze it to the ground.
Yu Xian,
overwhelmed by the palpable aura of vengeance emanating from Yun Mo, retreated to a safe distance. Once the blood was drawn, Yun Mo swiftly applied a coagulant to the wound and rewrapped it carefully. Finally, it's over. You nearly terrified me, Yu Xian gasped, her heart racing as she stood by the luminous pearl, shaken by the earlier scene. From that day forth, every day, Su Guiwan tended to the goo worms while Yun Mo accompanied her. After Su Guiwan completed her bloodletting, Yun Mo would carefully bandage her wounds. The courtiers observed with trepidation the increasingly frigid countenance of the emperor. Once a smiling tiger, he now wore a face devoid of any curvature, save for a cold smirk or a mocking grin. His murderous intent grew ever more palpable. The last person who petitioned the emperor to bestow a title upon a concubine now lay cold in the grave. Yet, no one felt pity for him, for he harbored ill intentions, seeking to offer his own daughter to the emperor. Following this incident, those who believed the emperor would soon tire of the empress extinguished their hopes. Upon returning, they sought suitable matches for their daughters, realizing that, given the emperor's infatuation, it would be years before any new entrants graced the palace. The emperor could afford to wait, but their daughters could not. Should they fail to find suitable husbands at the right age, they would risk being left without a match as they grew older. As the cold aura surrounding Yun Mo intensified, the ministers became exceedingly cautious, diligently attending to their duties, fearful of becoming the emperor's outlet for frustration. Thus, a month passed. While Yun Mo was feeding Su Guiwan, Yu Xian sent someone to summon her to the dark prison. Su Guiwan abruptly stood up from her seat, and Yun Mo handed the bowl he held to a nearby palace maid, his eyes reflecting the same joy as Su Guiwan's. Yun Mo took Su Guiwan's hand in his right, exclaiming, "Awan, you no longer need to bleed." Su Guiwan smiled and nodded, "Let us go see." She pulled Yun Mo towards the exit, only to be halted by his firm grip. "Wait a moment." After instructing the palace maid to fetch them cloaks, Su Guiwan, suppressing her excitement, waited until the maid returned before proceeding. Upon entering the dark prison, Yu Xian approached them with a beaming face. "Empress, we have succeeded." Were it not for Yun Mo's vigilant protection of Su Guiwan, she would have joyfully embraced her. The trio peered into a small crevice, witnessing the last goo worm devouring the corpse of the other. Yu Xian leaned closer to Su Guiwan, saying, "Once this goo worm completely consumes the other, we will have successfully nurtured the goo king." Her tone brimmed with pride. Her master had spent a lifetime nurturing goo worms without ever producing a goo king. And now she had achieved what was once deemed impossible. Today, she resolved to return and pay respects at her master's grave, sharing this monumental news. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes, realizing her master would never witness the goo king. Had she known the emperor's power could foster a goo king, her master would have sought royal assistance. In the past, she and her master had endured countless hardships for a mere ordinary poisonous insect and risked their lives to gather a toxic herb from a perilous cliff. She had always believed that nurturing goo worms was an arduous task until she arrived at the palace, where she discovered that wealth and power could simplify the process to mere words. In truth, she had never found it so effortless to nurture goo worms. She merely needed to observe the process, while everything else was conveniently arranged before her. The three of them watched intently as the final goo worm finished consuming the corpse. Once it had devoured the remains, the dark and purplish goo worm began to slowly transform. It emitted bursts of white light, and its inky hue gradually lightened. At that moment, no one felt inclined to speak. They were fixated on the goo worm's metamorphosis, for the stakes were monumental. Time seemed to stretch until Yu Xian's anxious body grew numb, and finally, the goo worm ceased its transformation, revealing a pale green hue. Yu Xian was overcome with the urge to embrace Su Guiwan in celebration, but Yun Mo, ever perceptive, quickly intervened, pulling Su Guiwan away. "Awan's wrist is injured. Do not harm her," he admonished Yu Xian, who sheepishly withdrew her outstretched arms. "I apologize. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement," she replied. Su Guiwan held deep gratitude for Yu Xian and dismissed the incident with a smile and a shake of her head. "Shall we now open the door to let the Goo King recognize its master?" Over the past few months, Su Guiwan had learned much about nurturing goo worms from Yu Xian, and she was well aware of the next steps. Yu Xian nodded earnestly, and as Su Guiwan approached the goo worm, Yun Mo remained subtly vigilant of Yu Xian. Su Guiwan trusted her friend, confident that Yu Xian would not betray her. Despite having thoroughly investigated her lineage, gazing at the obedient Goo King resting in her palm, Su Guiwan joyfully turned to Yun Mo. "This is wonderful, Amo. Your cold poison can finally be resolved." Yun Mo understood the depths of Su Guiwan's suffering during this period. To ensure she could extract blood the following day, Su Guiwan had only applied hemostatic medicine to her wounds, without any healing properties. He wrapped his arms around her waist, glancing at Yu Xian, who had been following closely behind. I will tend to Awan's wounds now. Thank you, Miss Yu Xian, for your hard work. You deserve to rest. If you need anything, do not hesitate to instruct the palace servants. Without waiting for response, Yun Mo led Su Guiwan away. Upon returning to Fengyang Palace, Su Guiwan intended to detoxify Yun Mo, but he halted her. First, let me bandage your wounds. We will discuss the rest later. Under Yun Mo's unwavering gaze,
Su Guiwan reluctantly suppressed her excitement.
After tending to her wounds, Yun Mo gently placed a kiss near her injury. When Su Guiwan insisted that Yun Mo remove his clothing for detoxification, he hesitated, seeking her permission. Awan, can we skip the disrobing? Su Guiwan looked at him quizzically. She had seen every part of him, so why the sudden shyness? Suddenly recalling something, she seized Yun Mo's left hand, catching him off guard. Lifting the sleeve of his garment, she discovered a similarly bandaged wound and pointedly questioned him. Yun Mo, what is this? The injury was clearly self-inflicted, and when Yun Mo attempted to pull her closer, she vehemently rejected him. Do not touch me. If you do not clarify how this happened, we are far from finished. Realizing he was at fault, Yun Mo lowered his head. Awan, as husband and wife, how could I allow you to suffer alone? It is my inadequacy that has led you to bleed for my sake in order to nurture the goo and detoxify me. If I cannot even share your pain, what use am I as a husband? Su Guiwan found herself at a loss for words, feeling her anger dissipate in light of his sincerity. The fire within her could not be unleashed, and suppressing it only left her feeling frustrated. With a huff, she sat silently beside him.
Yun Mo cautiously approached Su Guiwan.
Awan, such events will not happen again. Please do not be angry with me. Su Guiwan glared at him. You wish for there to be a next time?
Yun Mo fervently denied. No.
Absolutely not. I will take better care of myself from now on. My life is a gift from you, Awan, and without your command, I shall not dare incur any harm. Su Guiwan regarded him with exasperation. Have you even applied any medicine? Yun Mo hesitated to answer, aside from the hemostatic powder. He had not applied any other treatment. Each time she inflicted a wound upon herself, he mirrored her actions, and had he not feared her discovery, he would not have even used the hemostatic powder. Seeing his silence, Su Guiwan understood the answer and stood up with a cold expression. Remove your clothing and sit in the bath. It is time for healing, and you need not harm yourself further. Yun Mo, recognizing her resolve, obediently disrobed and settled into the medicinal bath. Su Guiwan released the Goo King from the jade bottle, allowing it to extract the poison from Yun Mo's wounds. Cold sweat streamed down Yun Mo's face as his hands clung desperately to the steps of the bath. Su Guiwan vigilantly stood by his side, fearful that the Goo King, without her restraint, might harm Yun Mo. In just 1 hour, the Goo King drained the poison that renowned physicians could not resolve. Sated with poison, the Goo King grew drowsy. Su Guiwan gently flicked its small body and placed it in a jade vial to absorb the toxins. For them, the poison was lethal, yet for the Goo King, it served as nourishment. Having purged the poison, Yun Mo leaned weakly against the edge of the bath, his eyes softening. At last, he could be with his Awan forever, free from the worry of what would become of her after his demise. As Su Guiwan secured the Goo King, she noticed Yun Mo's gaze filled with hope. She nodded towards the clothes laid nearby, suggesting he wash up and change before resting. Yun Mo's eyes dimmed momentarily, and a hint of grievance crept across his face. Awan, perhaps it is a lingering effect of the detoxification, but I feel utterly drained. He spoke truthfully. He lacked strength, though not to the extent of immobility. Under Yun Mo's gaze, Su Guiwan felt a profound sense of obligation to assist him, leading to her helping him bathe and dress. Once clad in fresh garments, she supported Yun Mo to bed, where he grasped her hand tightly. Awan, may I have you beside me while I rest? The thought of not just 2 years, but a lifetime ahead stirred his emotions. Only with Su Guiwan by his side could he fully grasp the reality of it all. With a resigned smile, Su Guiwan lay beside Yun Mo. Initially, she kept her vigil, but soon, lulled by his presence, she drifted into slumber. When she awoke, dawn was approaching, and Yun Mo gazed tenderly at her. As Su Guiwan opened her eyes, she met his smiling gaze. Amo, what time is it? When did you awaken? Yun Mo tightened his embrace. It is already dawn. I have only just awakened. Reluctant to rise, Su Guiwan nestled against Yun Mo's waist. And he remained beside her in tranquility. When they felt sufficiently rested, Yun Mo gently kissed Su Guiwan's forehead. 1. We skipped our meal last night. Shall we eat first, and then return to rest? Su Guiwan, her disheveled hair escaping Yun Mo's embrace, nodded in agreement. Not long after their meal, Yu Xian came to bid them farewell, eager to inform her master that she had successfully nurtured the Gu King he longed for. Su Guiwan understood and graciously lent the Gu King to Yu Xian for her journey home. Moved, Yu Xian gazed at the jade vial containing the poison, toxic herbs, and blood, all of which were Su Guiwan's contributions. Despite her minimal involvement, Su Guiwan insisted that Yu Xian deserved the credit and should take the Gu King to honor her master. With a gentle smile, Su Guiwan remarked, Yu Xian, had it not been for you, I would never have considered nurturing the Gu to detoxify. Without your assistance, I could not have raised the Gu King. You certainly hold half the credit. Yu Xian returned to her valley, promising to return after paying her respects to teach the women of Dongjin who wished to learn medicine. Many women suffered in silence, too embarrassed to seek a physician, and she aimed to train more female doctors, inspired by a conversation shared with Su Guiwan. The news of Yun Mo's detoxification remained undisclosed, and those searching for physicians in Dongjin did not return, believing him still afflicted by the cold poison, waiting for his demise. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Mo and Su Guiwan hastened their plans to conquer Shilin Kingdom. Following orders, Yun Mo's men swiftly moved against Yunzhou, thwarting his rebellion before it could commence. After Yunzhou's demise, his conspirators were dealt with, and the remaining threats were neutralized by trained soldiers. Thus, the border's hazards were resolved, and Yun Mo initiated warfare against Shilin Kingdom. By the time they reacted, his forces had already seized their territory. In an unexpected turn, the once frivolous Yunzhe demonstrated remarkable military prowess, overwhelming Shilin Kingdom almost effortlessly. Yun Mo personally led the charge against Shilin, while Chu Rui and Su Guiwan governed in his absence. As Chu Rui approached with the memorial, he found Su Guiwan gazing intently westward, a bittersweet taste lingering in her mouth as she passed the document to the attendant beside her. Amo possesses unmatched combat skills, and with so many valiant soldiers, he shall surely return victorious. A comforting voice interrupted Su Guiwan's thoughts, and she turned to nod at Chu Yi with a faint smile. What matter brings the left chancellor to discuss with me? Chu Rui positioned himself parallel to Su Guiwan, nonchalantly fanning himself with a handkerchief. With autumn approaching, winter shall soon follow. Every year, countless citizens perish from cold and hunger. I have come to seek your counsel on how to mitigate such losses. A trace of worry crossed Su Guiwan's brow. Winter was unlike other seasons where one might forage for wild vegetables or edible leaves. The land would be blanketed in snow, rendering sustenance nearly impossible to find. Moreover, without means of warmth, many would succumb to the cold. As she rubbed her thumb and index finger together, she struggled to devise a solution. Then, recalling the sweet potatoes she had previously gathered, Su Guiwan turned to Chu Rui. I believe there are still many edible resources yet undiscovered. What if I issue a decree for the citizens to seek out and cultivate high-yield edible plants? Chu Rui nodded in agreement. So, your plan is to locate abundant food sources for large-scale cultivation to sustain the populace through winter? With generous rewards, I am certain there will be surprising results. Frankly, Chu Rui found Su Guiwan's proposal commendable. As autumn had not fully set in, 4 months should suffice to stockpile provisions for the harsh winter ahead. Encouraged by the support of others, Su Guiwan beamed with a radiant smile. I propose we first ensure the citizens stockpile sufficient food to survive the winter, while also gathering materials for warmth. This will undoubtedly reduce the mortality rate during the cold months. The genuine smile of the young woman, not yet 20, prompted Chu Rui to smile in response. Without delay, Su Guiwan returned to issue an edict instructing the citizens of Dongjin to seek edible resources, promising substantial rewards for those who discovered large quantities. With her decree, everyone busied themselves, either gathering firewood or foraging for food. During Yun Mo's absence, although she did not attend court, Su Guiwan diligently reviewed memorials, collaborating with several ministers to address them. News of victories at the border spread, and the smiles on the faces of Dongjin's people grew brighter each day. Finally, as the first snow of winter fell, Yun Mo successfully conquered Xiling Kingdom, seizing vast resources and wealth, ensuring that other nations would no longer dare provoke Dongjin. Regardless of whether Dongjin intended to mobilize against them, they could not afford to provide an excuse for conflict. Had they not witnessed Yun Mo's annihilation of Xiling Kingdom, the very nation responsible for the death of Lady Ro? The other kingdoms lacked the formidable soldiers and boldness of Xiling. Yun Mo was indifferent to their thoughts. All he desired was to return swiftly to Bianjing. For months have passed, and one wonders if Su Guiwan feels weary from managing such a vast nation. On the journey back to the city, Yun Mo appeared particularly eager, ultimately abandoning the main troop to return to Bianjing with a small entourage. Upon entering Bianjing, he gazed up to see Su Guiwan adorned in a red cloak atop the city tower, dressed just as she had been when bidding him farewell. His heart leaped,
and he quickened his pace.
Su Guiwan stood quietly on the tower, watching Yun Mo approach step by step. Clad in armor, with a beard that had grown long, he halted 3 steps away from her, smiling as he opened his arms wide. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Guiwan dashed into his embrace. "Congratulations on your triumphant return." Yun Mo held her gently, exuding a possessive aura, akin to a fierce dragon guarding its treasure. "Awan, I have returned victorious." He leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "And Awan, I missed you dearly." The warm breath against her ear prompted a smile to grace Su Guiwan's lips as she rose on tiptoe to whisper back, "I missed you too." Yun Mo could not contain his laughter, a deep, resonant sound echoing in his chest. Not far off after finishing his state affairs, Chu Rui arrived and beheld the tender scene before him. Pausing momentarily, he resumed fanning himself nonchalantly, a teasing smile on his face. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects and extend my congratulations on your glorious return." Stepping back from Yun Mo, Su Guiwan interlaced her fingers with his. As Yun Mo led her closer, he patted Chu Rui on the shoulder. "You have worked hard during my absence. Once stability is restored, I shall grant you some well-deserved rest."
Chu Rui strygened,
a smile illuminating his face. "That would be wonderful. It has been ages since I had a break." He trailed behind Yun Mo and Su Guiwan, watching their intimate figures. His expression a blend of friendship and loyalty, concealing the bittersweet feelings hidden within. The resolution of the West Ridge Kingdom proceeded according to Yun Mo's plans. Yet he remained busy with winter preparations. It was imperative that the death toll remained low this winter. Too many casualties could spark rumors that he had brought about divine retribution for excessive bloodshed. In the past, he had dismissed such concerns, believing they could not harm him. However, now as the Emperor of Dongjin, he bore a responsibility to his people. Upon returning, Yun Mo plunged into the imperial study, where ministers came and went incessantly. It was not until near the year's end that Su Guiwan and Yun Mo found a moment of respite. Inside the Phoenix Sun Palace, Yun Mo lay on a small couch by the window, gazing at the swirling snow outside. It reminded him of a similar snowy day when he had unintentionally brushed against Su Guiwan's hand at the Su residence. Her hand had been cold, and he had longed to warm it in his own, but at that time, he felt he lacked the proper standing to do so. He had never dared to dream that one day Su Guiwan would become his bride. As Su Guiwan rose and completed her morning routine, she found Yun Mo admiring the snow. She nestled into his embrace, and he tenderly covered her with a blanket, the warmth of the nearby brazier enhancing the moment. "Would you like to have breakfast?" he asked, kissing her cheek. Su Guiwan nodded, as the winter chill made her crave something warm. Yunjing promptly sent a message to the kitchen to prepare their meal. Gazing at the snow piled high, Su Guiwan wondered if her grandfather felt lonely in the palace. Reflecting on the jovial Su Wangya, who had recently invited friends over for drinks, Yun Mo remained noncommittal. Only Su Guiwan, who frequently checked on him and sent gifts, would perceive his solitude. However, he could not voice this thought aloud. With a smile, he suggested, "If you wish, we can visit the Wangfu to see grandfather once the weather improves." While Yun Mo and Su Guiwan discussed Su Wangya, he was in turn conversing with the steward about the couple. Discussing the emperor in private was typically frowned upon, yet as Su Wangya was Su Guiwan's grandfather, he felt at liberty. Taking a sip of warm wine, he gazed out at the snow with a moment of wistfulness. Guiwan, Guiwan. Why did her parents choose such a name for her? The steward, aware of the impropriety, merely smiled in response, understanding that Su Wangya sought no real commentary from him. Had he truly demanded criticism of his deceased son and daughter-in-law, the steward would have been replaced. After expressing his thoughts, Su Wangye took another sip of wine, continuing to ramble. Guiwan, indeed she is Guiwan. A late-arriving fate, a late-arriving husband, a late-arriving home. She shall find happiness, do you not agree? His query was directed at the steward, who immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The princess is beautiful, gracious, sincere, and kind. The emperor personally came to seek her hand. She will undoubtedly find happiness. Chapter 95. Gaining weight. Satisfied with the answer he sought, Su Wangye happily buried himself in his blankets, having spent the morning indulging in wine. Now feeling pleasantly lightheaded. Previously, he had worried about Yunmo's health and the cold poison within him, fearing he would not be able to accompany his granddaughter.
Now,
those worries had vanished, allowing him to finally enjoy his retirement in peace. The people of the West Ridge Kingdom were naturally tall and strong, and Yunmo believed they would be excellent for agricultural work, assigning the captives to cultivate the land. Amidst the heavy snowfall, the citizens of Dongjin experienced one of their happiest winters yet. Su Guiwan had dispatched ministers to inspect every corner, and the intimidated officials dared not engage in corruption, diligently collecting taxes and leaving ample provisions for the people. Many commoners, motivated by generous rewards, found various foodstuffs to plant. With sufficient grain to survive the winter, the populace had more time to prepare firewood, resulting in a minimal number of deaths from freezing or starvation. Aware of the arrangements Su Guiwan and the ministers had executed, Yunmo's first act upon returning and rewarding his soldiers was to commend those who had aided Su Guiwan during his absence. The entire Dongjin kingdom radiated joy, with smiles gracing every face. After rewarding the ministers, Yunmo, still wearing a smile, strolled into the Phoenix Sun Palace. Su Guiwan was engrossed in a medical text, surrounded by numerous used herbs. Leaning down to her, he asked, "Awan, how was your day?" Su Guiwan looked up, puzzled. "Isn't it just like any other day?" Yunmo chuckled, kissing her cheek again. "It is my fault for not ensuring that my Awan is happy each day." Su Guiwan was at a loss for words, realizing that since their union, the once commanding Yunmo seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different. Yet in matters of state, the resolute Yunmo had returned. Noticing her silence, he awkwardly withdrew his hand from her shoulder, recognizing that had she not been feeling better, he would have surely earned an eye roll. Sitting beside her, Yunmo awaited her response. "Awan, today I rewarded the ministers with titles and treasures. Care to guess what I shall bestow upon you?" The significance of a reward differed greatly. While the ministers were subjects deserving of recognition for their service, Su Guiwan, as his wife who had alleviated his burdens, was deserving of a gesture that honored their relationship rather than belittling it. Su Guiwan immediately discerned Yunmo's intentions, setting aside her book and turning her head to smile at him. "If my guesses are not amiss, you've brought me some medicinal herbs, medical texts, and gold and silver treasures from the Western Ridge Kingdom." Yunmo feigned a sorrowful sigh. "How is it that Awan has guessed correctly again?" Su Guiwan smiled in silence. Her preferences were few, and naturally, Yunmo sought to indulge her tastes, since she had so easily surmised the truth. Yunmo clapped his hands, summoning the palace attendants to bring the items in. 10 large rosewood chests were placed before her, causing Su Guiwan to gasp in astonishment. "Have you really brought me everything from the Western Ridge Palace?" The Western Ridge Kingdom was not affluent. If it were truly wealthy, it would not resort to pillaging from other nations. The truly prosperous realm was the Eastern Jin Kingdom. If it were to present such items, it would hardly be surprising. But the bounty from the Western Ridge caught Su Guiwan off guard. Whatever Yunmo deemed worthy enough to present to her could not be lacking in value. And with so many treasures laid out, it seemed that all the finest offerings from the Western Ridge were before her.
Yunmontak chuckled helplessly. "Avan,
"Do open them, and see if they please you." As Su Guiwan had the chests opened, she found them filled with herbs, medical texts, and jewels. Yunmo approached and picked up a jade hairpin, placing it delicately in Su Guiwan's hair. "It looks exquisite. Only such precious items are worthy of you, Awan." Su Guiwan had no words to counter this. She had been nurtured with every precious thing since childhood by the Su royal family. Her grandfather, having fought alongside the late emperor to establish the Eastern Jin Kingdom, possessed a vast collection of jewels, all of which belonged to her. What others deemed rare and valuable were commonplace to her. Yunmo rested his head on Su Guiwan's shoulder. Since their marriage, they had been perpetually busy. But now they finally had the time to truly enjoy each other's company. This winter was the most leisurely for Yunmo. There were no battles to fight. No one watching him closely, waiting for a moment of weakness to topple him. He only needed to attend court daily, deal with some memorials, and arrange state affairs, leaving the rest of his time to spend with Su Guiwan. They enjoyed the snow, sipped tea, played chess, practiced martial arts, and read together. Su Guiwan focused on medical texts while he delved into more complex literature. When fatigue set in, they would stroll hand in hand. By the time Yu Xian returned, Su Guiwan had visibly gained weight. Yu Xian looked at her round and radiant figure and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, it has only been a few months. Yet you have grown so fair and plump. It seems you have fared well during my absence." At Yu Xian's words, Su Guiwan's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily touched her face, feeling its smoothness. She anxiously asked Yun Xiang to bring her a mirror, and indeed, her face bore a bit more flesh than before. She had been preoccupied with her reflection daily, and the gradual changes had gone unnoticed until Yu Xian's comment brought them to her attention. Yu Xian, puzzled by Su Guiwan's anxious reactions, wondered why she was so distressed over her weight gain. It had merely been a light-hearted jest. As Su Guiwan's smile faded, Yu Xian straightened in concern. "Isn't it just a little weight gain? It's nothing to fret over. You still possess the same enchanting beauty."
Indeed.
Yu Xian spoke the truth. The slightly fuller Su Guiwan had not lost her allure. On the contrary, her complexion had become more delicate and fair, resembling a ripe and juicy peach. Su Guiwan rested her chin in her hand, exclaiming, "No, I must eat less. If this continues, I will inevitably become quite the hefty figure." Heaven knows how anxious Su Guiwan felt upon seeing her reflection, which now bore more flesh than before. Her previous appearance had leaned towards a cool and radiant beauty, but now it bore a hint of cuteness, lending her an air of innocence. Yu Xian was unaware that her casual remark had cast a shadow over Su Guiwan's previously joyful demeanor. She animatedly recounted her experiences during her travels and the joy of reuniting with her master. Su Guiwan proved to be a splendid listener, attentively engaging with Yu Xian's stories and occasionally prompting her to delve deeper into topics of interest, which only fueled Yu Xian's enthusiasm further. Chapter 96. Su Miao's intentions. When Yun Mo returned, Yu Xian was still sharing with Su Guiwan. He raised a hand, signaling her to dispense with formalities, and then moved behind the screen to review memorials. Not wishing to intrude, Yu Xian discussed her plans to teach medicine with Su Guiwan before taking her leave. "Gone already? If you wish for anything to eat, let the attendants prepare it," Yun Mo said, engrossed in the memorials. When he noticed the absence of Su Guiwan's response, he lifted his gaze to find her wearing a frown. He pulled Su Guiwan onto his lap, gently stroking her forehead with concern. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Su Guiwan languidly nestled against him. "I've gained weight, all thanks to indulging too much this winter." Hearing this, Yun Mo chuckled helplessly, relieved it was not of greater concern. Su Guiwan, seeing him take it lightly, pinched his waist in annoyance. "You still laugh? I've never been this heavy before. If it weren't for you urging me to eat more, I wouldn't have gained so much."
Yun Montauk repeatedly apologized,
claiming it was entirely his fault for encouraging her to indulge. With his apologies, Su Guiwan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ultimately, it was her own inability to resist temptation that led to her current state, and it had little to do with Yun Mo. He affectionately stroked her bejeweled hair and asked, "Awan, would you like to visit the Su royal residence tomorrow?" Su Guiwan lifted her head, her face alight with joy. "We shall go see grandfather." "No, I must prepare gifts for him." With that, she dashed off to select items from her private treasury, with Yun Mo closely following behind. Not only was he her grandfather, but he was also Yun Mo's grandfather. Thus, the gifts should be chosen together to convey sincerity. Su Guiwan had never been this happy before. Previously, it was always her grandfather providing her with gifts. Though he had often stated that all treasures of the Su royal residence belonged to her, it was different now that she could present gifts not tied to the Su royal residence. While both the Emperor and Empress had their own private treasuries, Yun Mo, finding it troublesome, deemed his possessions to be Su Guiwan's as well, resulting in their shared treasury. Yun Mo picked up a sword, finding it satisfactory, and placed it in a chest. Su Guiwan searched for a while, but the Su royal residence had an abundance of items, leaving her with little to choose from. The Su royal residence had always been wealthy, and even though her grandfather had already provided a substantial dowry, plenty remained. Were it not for the need to support the families of soldiers disabled or deceased due to warfare, Su Wang would have gladly bestowed the entire Su royal residence as dowry to Su Guiwan. As they sifted through the items, remarkably, they selected the most medicinal herbs. Looking at the 5 chests brimming with treasures, Su Guiwan felt a surge of excitement. Her grandfather had cared for her for so many years, and now she could finally repay him. Despite the 5 chests seeming modest, the offerings within were all exquisite. Only rare items would be presented to a sovereign. Both Su Guiwan and Yun Mo had discerning tastes, and the items they chose together were indeed of exceptional quality. Yun Mo intended to take Su Guiwan's hand but suddenly recalled that he had just touched so many chests and items, so he placed his hands behind his back. Awan, let us wash our hands and dine. There is still ample time before tomorrow. With everything ready, Su Guiwan nodded in agreement. The following day, as soon as Su Guiwan and Yun Mo settled at the Su royal residence, they were informed that Su Miao sought an audience. Su Guiwan did not immediately summon Su Miao but remained silent and contemplative. The individuals present are undoubtedly astute. If Su Miao had no pressing matter to seek from Su Guiwan, she would not have hastily intruded without allowing Su Guiwan time to exchange pleasantries with her family. Yun Mo turned to Su Guiwan and inquired, Awan, what are your thoughts? Su Guiwan set down the peach blossom pastry she was holding, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. Let her in, she said. Both Yun Mo and Prince Su felt a pang of sympathy for Su Guiwan upon witnessing her demeanor, harboring a deep-seated disapproval for Su Miao. They had spared Su Miao's father, who had plotted against Su Guiwan, out of consideration for her, should Su Miao continue in her dissatisfaction. They would not hesitate to take matters into their own hands. Commoner Su Miao pays her respects to His Majesty, the Empress, and Prince Su. After several months apart, Su Guiwan almost failed to recognize the woman before her. Once, Su Miao had always been cheerful, her complexion fair and radiant, but now she appeared pallid, her eyes devoid of life. Su Guiwan seized Su Miao by the arm. Su, what has transpired? Su Miao numbly glanced at Yun Mo behind Su Guiwan, remaining silent. It dawned on Su Guiwan that it was inappropriate to have Su Miao voice her grievances in front of so many, so she turned to Yun Mo and Prince Su, then led Su Miao to her premarital chambers. Su Miao cautiously surveyed Su Guiwan's room, a place she had frequented before Su Guiwan's marriage. Yet it felt strangely unfamiliar in this moment. Having spent too long in the company of relatives, she had lost touch with finer things and had not resided in a good dwelling for quite some time. Su Guiwan touched the fabric of Su Miao's sleeve, her brow furrowing. Su, why are you wearing such poor material? I recall your parents left you a substantial fortune, and I have gifted you many items as well. Su Miao lowered her head, stating, my cousin said she liked them, so I gave them to her. All of them? Su Guiwan felt anger rising within her as she observed the submissive Su Miao. When had the once lively and spirited Su Miao become so timid? Tears welled in Su Miao's eyes as her shoulders drooped. No matter what I possess, my cousin always claims it is lovely and then weeps, lamenting her misfortune, stating she has never used such fine things. Initially, she had compassion for her cousin and generously gifted her many items, but later her cousin's demands grew incessant. Many of the items were things Su Miao herself could not bear to part with, and if she ever refused her cousin, she would cry and claim her own misfortune, leading everyone to believe Su Miao was the one bullying her cousin. Even Yu frequently scolded her for not being generous enough. Upon hearing Su Miao's words, Su Guiwan let out a cold laugh, poking Su Miao's forehead in exasperation. You've truly learned to be bullied by an entire family. Su Miao blinked in confusion. No one is bullying me. Are you misunderstanding something? Afterward, she bit her lip and sighed. It's just that I lack ability. If I were capable, I could provide more for Yu and his family. At that moment, Su Guiwan's shock was palpable, as if she had been struck by an unseen force. Her mind reeling. Wait, what did you just say? You were blaming yourself for not being able to provide more for them. Even Su Miao, though slow on the uptake, realized her words had displeased Su Guiwan. Yet, she was unable to discern which statement had caused the upset, merely nodding awkwardly. Su Guiwan felt a surge of frustration, her cold laughter echoing. How dare you nod at me? Su Miao, feeling wronged, lowered her gaze, unable to comprehend why Su Guiwan was so enraged. Even a 9-year-old child could perceive the blatant targeting, yet Su Miao remained oblivious. Exhausted from arguing with Su Miao, Su Guiwan decided it was unwise to let her own anger affect her health. She inquired about Su Miao's interactions with her fiancé and his cousin, and after hearing Su Miao's responses, Su Guiwan regarded her with incredulity. Is she simple-minded? How could she be so easily manipulated by such tasteless individuals? After taking a sip of tea to calm her temper, Su Guiwan turned to the silently brooding Su Miao. Su, do you truly not notice the problem? Su Miao was initially silent, but after a while, she lifted her gaze to meet Su Guiwan's. I know Enyu prefers his cousin, and even his parents favor her more. However, Enyu is my fiancé. Aside from appeasing them, I am unsure what more I can do. The confusion in her tone tugged at Su Guiwan's heartstrings, prompting her to pull Su Miao down onto a stool. Su, if a man is unworthy, we simply replace him. There are countless better men in this world than Enyu. You need not sacrifice an entire forest for the sake of a single crooked tree. Su Miao blinked in astonishment, unable to comprehend the implications of Su Guiwan's words. After a moment, her shoulders sagged in defeat. But my parents instructed me to take good care of Enyu and heed her words. My mother said that men are a woman's lifelong support, and women must honor their elders and be submissive to their husbands. Su Guiwan slammed her teacup onto the table, startling Su Miao with the sound. They are talking nonsense. No one is anyone's support. The only person we can rely on is ourselves. The premise of honoring one's elders is that they are kind and benevolent, and the prerequisite for being submissive to a husband is that he is deserving. Not every worthless brute merits your self-sacrifice. Su Miao was taken aback by Su Guiwan's sudden outburst. In the past, she would have dismissed such anger, seeking to comfort Su Guiwan instead.
Now,
After enduring the teachings of the Yin family, Su Miao's first instinct was to reflect on her own words, fearing she had said something wrong. She hurriedly apologized to Su Guiwan. Su Guiwan gazed at Su Miao, her heart aching. What had the Yin family done to transform the once innocent and cheerful Su Miao into such a submissive figure? She could scarcely find a trace of her former self within Su Miao. With a heavy sigh, Su Guiwan took Su Miao's hand.
Su,
Do you remember what you were like back then? The word back then struck Su Miao as distant and foreign. How could she forget her former self? Always clad in pink dresses, laughing joyously? It felt like a lifetime ago. Recognizing Su Miao's days, Su Guiwan continued to analyze the relationship between Enyu and his cousin, as well as their ulterior motives. After Su Guiwan's analysis, Su Miao sat in a stupor, struggling to believe that humanity could sink to such depths. Still bewildered, she looked at Su Guiwan. I am not a jealous woman. If Enyu's cousin wishes to become a concubine, I would not object. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, Su Guiwan replied, she does not wish to be a concubine. Su Miao looked at Su Guiwan, perplexed. But didn't you say there are feelings between them? If she doesn't want to be a concubine, does she aspire to be Enyu's wife? Su Guiwan nodded appreciatively. At last, you've displayed some wisdom. What woman would desire to be a concubine? Claims of not caring for status are merely ploys to evoke sympathy from men, compelling them to cherish them more. Su Miao's face fell, disappointment washing over her, not just in the Yin family, but also in herself. Disappointed in her inability to discern people's true nature. Disheartened by the prospect of spending her life with such a hypocritical family. Leaning against Su Guiwan, she sought solace.
Su Biwan genli kay Su Mia sợ hét, Su.
Have you considered finding another man, or choosing not to marry at all? Su Miao lifted her head from Su Guiwan's shoulder. Really? I can truly find another man. And if I cannot find someone suitable, I need not marry? However, as soon as she spoke, her expression fell once more. Perhaps it is best to let it go. Mother has always said that the most important thing for a woman in her lifetime is to find a husband who cherishes her. Enyu is the betrothed chosen for me by her and father, so I have no choice but to marry him.
Su Guiwan, feeling exasperated,
Pinched her nose. What matters more, your reputation or your happiness? Do you truly wish to spend your life with such a loathsome individual?
Su Miao,
In a moment of despair, slumped over the table. What else can I do if I don't marry him? Aside from marrying him, I know nothing. Su Miao's self-deprecation infuriated Su Guiwan, who pinched her waist in retaliation. Su Miao obediently endured the pinch, and only after it was over did she grimace in pain. Rubbing the spot where she had been pinched, Su Guiwan scoffed. Serves you right. Who told you to undervalue yourself? Just look at you. Delicate and lovely, kind-hearted, loyal. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and capable of managing accounts. I cannot fathom why such a wonderful you would feel inferior.
Su Miao leaned closer to Su Guiwan.
Her large, glistening eyes blinking innocently. Wanwan, am I really that great? Su Guiwan raised an eyebrow. When have I ever deceived you? After Su Guiwan's encouraging words, Su Miao gradually regained her confidence. Su Guiwan breathed a sigh of relief. She truly feared that Su Miao would lose herself after enduring the constant nagging from the Yin family. Su Guiwan fixed her gaze firmly on Su Miao's eyes. Su, tell me, do you genuinely want to marry Yu and live with the Yin family for the rest of your life? Su Miao hesitated, biting her lower lip. But my parents. Forget about your parents and dismiss any other concerns.
Just tell me if you want it or not.
Su Miao released her lip. Looking at Su Guiwan with determination, she shouted loudly, I do not want to. Were it not for her parents and reputation, she would never consider marrying someone like Yu, who would demand she sacrifice everything for his cousin. Every member of the Yin family disliked her. They never waited for her to join them for meals, and if she arrived late, there would be nothing left for her. Whenever she expressed a desire for more food, they would scold her for being spoiled, insisting that if she wished to marry into the Yin family, she had to adhere to their rules. Yu's cousin, however, was exempt from such expectations, but she dared not voice her grievances, as her parents and maternal family were not in Bianjing, and no one would advocate for her. Her mother often taught her to obey her husband and honor her in-laws. Stripped of external pressures, she had no desire to marry Yu. Su Miao was not yet beyond redemption, and Su Guiwan felt a renewed sense of comfort. Do not worry, since you do not wish to marry him. We shall annul the engagement. A cloud of despair passed over Su Miao's face. Can I truly break the engagement? Su Guiwan shot her a glance. If I can divorce while pregnant, why can't you, who hasn't he even married yet? Remembering Su Guiwan's initial resolve, Su Miao's wavering heart slowly grew firm. She clasped Su Guiwan's hand. Wan, I want to annul the engagement. Could you ask Linglong to help me? Afraid of the numerous and family members who had bullied her, she lacked the courage to face them alone. Knowing that having Su Guiwan accompany her would tarnish Su Guiwan's reputation, Su Miao suggested borrowing Linglong. Linglong, skilled in martial arts and a favored attendant of the Empress, would deter the Yin family from mistreating her. Su Guiwan gestured for Linglong to follow Su Miao, and Linglong promptly stood respectfully behind Su Miao. With Su Guiwan's support, Su Miao could not remain in the Su residence any longer. She bid Su Guiwan farewell and rushed back to the Yin family to annul the engagement. Just as Su Miao departed, Yin Mo received the news and arrived at Su Guiwan's courtyard. The courtyard was lavishly decorated, adorned with numerous precious trees and flowers, many of which still bloomed even in winter. Upon entering the house, exquisite paintings and porcelain were meticulously arranged, giving no hint of the owner's absence due to marriage. Su Guiwan smiled as she poured tea for Yun Mo. My former courtyard was beautiful, wasn't it? Yun Mo nodded. Indeed, it is splendid, both luxurious and warm. No wonder the people of Bianjing say that Miss Su is raised with gold and silver, precious as jade. Even an ordinary stool was wrapped in exquisite embroidered fabric. In the past, Su Guiwan had been indifferent to such remarks, but today, Yun Mo's words stirred a wave of nostalgia within her. Gazing sadly at the swing in the courtyard, constructed from redwood and adorned with embroidered cushions, which were changed daily, she asked, Amo, do you know who built the swing in the courtyard? Noticing the wistful expression on Su Guiwan's face, Yun Mo guessed correctly. Your father and mother cherished you greatly. They would surely be comforted to see their beloved daughter happy from above. A smile crept onto Su Guiwan's lips. Indeed, my parents spoiled me. I remember when I was young, they often went to battle, but upon their return, they would always bring me gifts. Whenever they had time, they would play with me and teach me. Su Guiwan recounted many tales of her parents, and Yun Mo listened intently, quietly accompanying her and reminiscing about them. When Su Guiwan had finished narrating all the stories of her parents, she turned to Yun Mo, who had been listening earnestly. I am deeply grateful for the guidance of my parents and grandfather. They taught me to always prioritize myself and pursue what I love. Su Guiwan shuddered at the thought that had her parents and grandfather imparted the same teachings as Su Miao's parents, her life would be unbearable. Often, it is not power or individuals that confine us, but rather our thoughts. Once a person's mindset is formed, it is challenging to alter. Thoughts compel individuals to comply and to endure actions that align with their beliefs, but do not bring them joy.
Yun Montak,
having had little interaction with the Su residents in his youth, had only known of the beautiful love story between the female general and the male general. From Su Guiwan, he learned much more about the couple. Between them, there had never been a third party. The resilient and brave female general fell in love at first sight with the steadfast and aloof male general, and they pledged their lives to one another. When Su Guiwan was 9, her father fell in battle, and her mother, after valiantly taking the enemy general's head, followed her husband into the afterlife. Yun Mo took both of Su Guiwan's hands in his, solemnly promising, "Awan, I will always stand by your side and love you alongside your parents." Su Guiwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she nodded resolutely. She believed in Yun Mo and in her own ability to never suffer loss. After dining at the Su residence, Su Guiwan and Yun Mo prepared to return to the palace. The Prince of Su, reluctant to part, had prepared a multitude of treats for Su Guiwan, all procured by his servants, which she particularly enjoyed. With the Gu King in hand, neither Su Guiwan nor Yun Mo felt the need to have the food inspected. They simply tucked it away. If the food were indeed poisoned, the Gu King would be the first to react. Accompanied by Ling Long, Su Miao returned to the Yin family, where several members were conspiring to reclaim the residence she currently occupied. Upon hearing this, Su Miao couldn't help but rush out, engaging in a heated argument with them. The Yin family was not particularly well off. Only father and a prison guard was somewhat useful, while the rest were all dependents. They had never encountered Ling Long, mistaking her for just another maid of Su Miao's, and paid her no mind. Anyu shoved Su Miao aside, and Ling Long quickly caught her. Su Miao looked at Anyu, distressed. "Anyu, you promised my parents you would take good care of me. Is this how you care for me?"
Anyu,
impatiently adjusting his clothes, wore a look of annoyance at Su Miao. He believed that if not for her fussing, he wouldn't have had to mess up his newly bought clothes by shoving her away. The disdain in Anyu's expression did not escape Su Miao's notice. Due to the teachings she received from a young age, she has always treated Anyu as her future husband, despite his numerous flaws and the discomfort he brings her. Every time Anyu shares an intimate moment with Fu Yao, leaving her feeling abandoned, it pains her deeply. After a conversation with Su Guiwan about relinquishing Anyu as her fiancé, she felt a sudden clarity. She began to question the judgment of her parents regarding this fair-skinned, bookish man with an unsteady gaze. Her parents had always told her that her innocent nature might lead to her being taken advantage of. Thus they sought a husband of humble origins, believing that such a family would treat her kindly. Su Miao felt a sense of grievance, wanting to refute her parents. A family of modest standing would not necessarily treat her well. As Wanwan said, a man of higher status may feel insecure. Once a man feels inferior, he tends to suppress women to regain his self-esteem. Through Su Guiwan's analysis, Su Miao realized it was not her inadequacy that had caused Anyu to side with his cousin, but rather her own exceptional qualities that made him feel unworthy. Coldly regarding Anyu, who had always been courteous to his family, her face was devoid of any desire to appease. Anyu, taken aback by her demeanor, quickly regained his composure, recalling that Su Miao no longer had a father in power. "Su Miao, what are you making a fuss about? I was merely helping Yao put on her bracelet. Go ask around, whose fiancé behaves like you." And mother rolled her eyes dramatically at Su Miao, nodding in agreement.
exactly.
My Tenyu has not held your father's lack of status against you. You should be grateful for that. Who gave you the audacity to cause a scene in my home? Despite the rising tension, Su Miao remained remarkably calm. She looked at the Yin family with irony. "It was your family that sought my family for a union. I have never been the humble one." Her words struck a chord, reminding them of their regret after Su's father resigned, lamenting their hasty decision. Had they waited, they would not have been bound by a promise that brought Anyu a fiancé who could offer him no assistance. They had long resented Su Miao for holding the title of Anyu's fiancé, attempting to ostracize her in hopes of driving her to despair. This way, they could acquire Su Miao's wealth without bearing the stigma of ruthlessness or murder. And father stood up, visibly displeased, his eyes dark with malice.
Miss Su,
"Do not speak so harshly. Our Anyu is exceptional in every regard. Had it not been for your father's influence, we would never have accepted this marriage." Su Miao scoffed, unwilling to engage in dialogue with those who feigned ignorance. Her cold gaze landed on father. "Anyu is devoid of talent, virtue, and capability. I wish to annul our engagement." "What?" Upon hearing Su Miao's intention to withdraw, the entire Yin family sprang to their feet in alarm. Anyu glared at Su Miao, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Su Miao, what are you saying? Have the courage to repeat that."
Su Miao,
Undaunted by the anger and shock radiating from the Yin family, pronounced with clarity, "I, Su Miao, wish to break off the engagement with Anyu." The moment she spoke, The invisible shackles binding her to the Yin family seemed to loosen. She had always felt compelled to be kind to them, despite their mistreatment, adhering to her parents' words. But today, someone had urged her to live for herself, to avoid actions she detested. Thinking of Su Guiwan, Su Miao straightened her back, feeling no fear. For she had her best friend standing by her side. In a fit of rage, and you reached out to slap Su Miao, only to be kicked to the ground by Linglong, who stood nearby. Su Miao exhaled quietly. She had been prepared, realizing that without her foresight, she might have met a dire fate at the hands of the Yin family. And father and mother and Fu Yao rushed to help Yu to his feet. And father glared at Su Miao with a fierce intensity, his hatred piercing her like a blade. Terrified, Su Miao instinctively sought to evade his gaze, but recalled Su Guan's words. As a close friend of the Empress, she could not show weakness in front of outsiders. Thus she held her ground, glaring back defiantly. What are you looking at? Hadn't you not attempted to strike me, Linglong would not have acted. And mother, livid with rage, charged at Su Miao, only for Linglong to dismissively kick her away, sending her crashing into her father.
Ouch!
Fu Yao, witnessing and mother being sent flying, deftly sidestepped to avoid being caught in the fray. Once father and mother lay sprawled on the ground, she cautiously approached to help mother up.
Aunt,
are you all right? The pain was unbearable, and mother, in her agony, turned on Fu Yao, pressing down on her.
Fu Yao, facing concern,
comforted and mother while her eyes betrayed her indifference. And father pointed an accusing finger at Su Miao. Su Miao, you wicked woman. How dare you conspire with outsiders against your future husband and in-laws? If this matter spreads, who would dare marry you? Su Miao shrugged nonchalantly, arms outstretched. Then go tell everyone, but shouldn't you first return my belongings? The Yin family exchanged furtive glances, with mother shouting in outrage. What belongings do you possess in my home? Su Miao, do not slander us. Su Miao smiled, a genuine expression of joy that had eluded her since her parents' passing. You can swallow my belongings whole, but she paused, observing the gleeful expressions on the Yin family's faces, believing her to be powerless without her family backing her. Before they could revel in their triumph, her next words left them speechless. Among the things you have consumed, some were graciously bestowed by the Empress herself. To misappropriate royal gifts, I wonder how many lives you think your family has to spare. And mother, startled, released her grip on Fu Yao, who promptly fell backward. This time, no one had the chance to assist her, and Yu swallowed hard, fear gripping him. Was it true that the items held the Empress's blessing? Su Miao tilted her chin, gesturing toward Linglong beside her. The Empress's formidable attendant is right here. Do you think this is a mere fabrication? The faces of the Yin family turned pale as they beheld the stern Linglong. It was over for them. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, and mother crawled to kneel before Linglong, bowing her head in submission. Linglong, I beg for mercy. We will no longer bully Su Miao. We promise to care for her properly. And father and Fu Yao followed suit, kneeling as well. And Yu, gritting his teeth, knelt before Su Miao, grasping her skirt. Su Miao, I was wrong. I promise to treat you well from now on. I will never bully you again. I will return all your belongings. Seeing Su Miao remain unmoved, he glared at the quietly kneeling Fu Yao, pointing an accusing finger at her. It's all Fu Yao's fault. She seduced me. Yes. It's all that wretched Fu Yao's doing. And Yu's mouth was filled with curses directed at Fu Yao, while Su Miao stared in disbelief at Yu, who resembled a rabid dog before her. Just moments ago, he had been tender with Fu Yao, yet now, in a matter of seconds, she had become the target of his scorn. Linglong shouted, capturing the attention of everyone present, rendering them speechless as they cautiously observed her every move. She stepped forward, deftly kicking away Anyu's hand that clutched Su Miao's skirt. Anyu, her face contorted in pain, cradled her hand, too fearful to utter a word. Her demeanor, once indifferent when unaware of Linglong's status, now reflected a stark contrast. Linglong regarded Anyu with an expressionless gaze, stating, the items in question were bestowed upon Miss Su by the Empress. Will your family voluntarily surrender them, or shall I retrieve them myself? Anyu, visibly anxious, hastily shook her head. We can fetch them ourselves. We shall do so immediately. With that, she sprang to her feet and rushed into the house to gather the items, while her parents followed suit, not daring to delay. The remaining individuals in the courtyard fell into a profound silence, each apprehensively avoiding conversation. Fu Yao quietly turned her gaze towards Su Miao. I have a few of Miss Su's belongings as well. I will retrieve them for you.
Su Miao,
Reluctant to engage in dialogue, recalled how Fu Yao had often leveraged the support of the Yin family to belittle her. Despite the absence of contempt in Fu Yao's eyes now, Su Miao still harbored no fondness for her. Su Miao's silence left Fu Yao perplexed, unsure of her intentions. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Yao spoke, her expression unusually calm. Miss Su, I apologize. I realize my apology comes rather late, but I did not intend to target you. Linglong narrowed her eyes, a flicker of understanding crossing her features. The peculiarities she had noted were now elucidated. Fu Yao's disdain for the Yin family was evident, as was her indifference towards Su Miao, whom she regarded as a rival. Su Miao, feeling at a loss, glanced at Linglong. The earlier words had been taught to her by Su Guiwan, but the apology from Fu Yao was unfamiliar territory, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Linglong, her expression inscrutable, regarded the kneeling Fu Yao. What prompts such a statement?
Fu Yao forced a bitter smile.
It is the Yin family that compels me to act this way. Su Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom why Fu Yao would target her at the behest of the Yin family, who bore no grudge against her. Doubting Fu Yao's words, she turned her gaze toward Linglong, the only one present who appeared astute. Linglong cast a casual glance at Su Miao before returning her focus to Fu Yao, urging her to continue. Fu Yao let out a sarcastic laugh. Miss Su, do you not understand why the Yin family wishes for me to confront you? Upon receiving Su Miao's earnest nod, she momentarily considered pointing a finger at her, questioning her intellect. However, recalling Su Miao's connection to the current empress, she refrained from uttering any harsh words. It is because your family background is too illustrious. The Yin family fears that if you were to marry into their family, you would be difficult to manage. Thus, they seek to diminish your spirit through me. Su Miao's face flushed with indignation. She could not comprehend why her noble lineage warranted suppression from the Yin family. Hadn't her parents always claimed that a humble family would treat her better? The words of Su Guiwan echoed in her mind. A person of lower status, insecure in their own worth, might resort to undermining others to mask their own inadequacies. Su Miao shook her head, smiling. The reasons mattered little now. Women who married into higher status families were expected to accept their husbands' concubines and support their children, often losing their own sense of dignity. Conversely, those who married into lower status families faced constant belittlement, all to preserve the family's fragile honor. She resolved never to marry again, preferring the tranquility of solitude. Fu Yao cautiously glanced at Su Miao. Shall I return your belongings now?
Su Miao not that easily.
Fu Yao's demeanor was unmistakably reluctant to return her possessions, and Su Miao would not allow her to succeed. This was the same expression Fu Yao wore whenever she sought to take advantage of her. Without a gracious dismissal from Su Miao, Fu Yao felt as if the sky were collapsing around her. She had endured so much, suppressing her own disgust to appease the Yin family for the sake of wealth, only to find that the spoils she had painstakingly acquired were slipping away. As she handed over the jewelry and money to Su's servant, she clutched them tightly, resisting the servant's attempts to take them multiple times. Fu Yao gazed at Su Miao with a pitiful expression, hoping for a softening of her heart, even for a token gesture. Su Miao, however, paid her no heed. She was not foolish enough to offer anything to someone who had previously bullied her. Linglong circled the gathered items and then instructed Su Miao to come forward for inspection. Miss Su, please verify that all your belongings are present. If anything is amiss, we shall trouble the indifferent guards to retrieve them personally. Upon hearing Linglong's words, and mother abruptly pushed Su Miao aside, laughing awkwardly. I just remembered that I didn't gather everything earlier. I'll go fetch the rest right away. And father and Anyu quickly followed suit, providing excuses that only they understood. As everyone busied themselves, oblivious to her, Fu Yao's eyes darted around. By the time Su Miao and Anyu exchanged tokens of engagement, darkness had begun to descend. Linglong safely escorted Su Miao back to her home, which she described as merely a modest courtyard. After resigning from his official duties, Su father had purchased this dwelling for Su Miao in Bianjing, knowing well the character of Su Guiwan. As long as Su Guiwan was present, he believed his daughter would remain safe, allowing him to leave her alone in the city without concern. When Su Guiwan learned of the entire incident from Linglong, her expression was one of astonishment. From Su Miao's brief remarks, she had expected Fu Yao to be akin to Lu Ruxua, yet the reality surprised her. Yunma peeled an orange and handed it to Su Guiwan, succinctly commenting, she is not entirely foolish. Su Guiwan nodded vigorously, agreeing that Fu Yao displayed cleverness. While the Yin family sought to use her as a pawn to manipulate Su Miao, she had cleverly turned the tables, utilizing the Yin family to save money for her own future. Engaging in flirtation with An Yu, Fu Yao was acutely aware of the Yin family's shortcomings, never truly contemplating marrying him. Rather, she aimed to leverage the family for financial gain before seeking marriage elsewhere. After Su Miao reclaimed her rightful possessions and jewelry, Fu Yao seized the opportunity to pilfer from the Yin family amidst the chaos. Su Guiwan couldn't help but remark, she is even more unscrupulous than I. Noticing Linglong's stifling laughter, Su Guiwan shook her head in exasperation as she bit into the orange. You did this on purpose. Intentionally watching Fu Yao steal from the Yin family. Chapter 101. This palace does not require failed experiences. Su Guiwan made her statement with certainty. She understood Linglong, who, despite appearing innocent and cheerful, was not without her own malice. Linglong laughed. To bully the friends of the Empress and expect to emerge unscathed, such a notion is absurd. Both Yunxiang and Su Guiwan exchanged amused glances at Linglong. Upon entering the palace, they had thought Linglong had learned to be prudent, only to discover it was merely an act. At her core, she remained the spirited maid from the Su family. Fu Yao escaped the city with the stolen wealth, convinced that she had rightfully earned it. The Yin family had promised her compensation for humiliating Su Miao. She understood that the Yin family intended for her to become An Yu's concubine, but she had no interest in that useless man, merely informing the Yin family of her financial needs. An Yu's mother, displeased, remarked that as long as Su Miao was dealt with, she would ensure Fu Yao was well compensated. Fu Yao took this as an implicit promise of payment, and now that her task was complete, she sought to claim her due reward. When Su Guiwan relayed this news to Su Miao, her expression was a complex mix of emotions, ultimately leading her to instruct Su Guiwan to disregard Fu Yao. Su Miao, inherently kind-hearted, could not bring herself to retaliate against a woman so tormented by her stepmother. She also found it difficult to generously forgive Fu Yao for her past grievances, deciding instead to treat the incident as if it had never occurred. After this incident, Su Miao was thoroughly intimidated. Her parents had personally arranged her marriage, yet even a family of lesser status sought to manipulate her. Thus, she no longer dared to place her trust in men. Following her conversation with Su Guiwan, she resolved to open a restaurant, confident that with a good sister like Su Guiwan by her side, no one would dare to confront or trouble her. Su Guiwan wholeheartedly supported this decision. When Su Miao rushed to see her that day, an ominous premonition gripped Su Guiwan. Indeed, Su Miao had been bullied by the Yin family. The uproar surrounding Su Miao's broken engagement stirred considerable attention. The Yin family's offense against the Empress became public knowledge, leading to a relentless targeting of them. Ultimately, the Yin family lost everything and was reduced to beggary as they departed from Bianjing. Once favored by Su Miao's father, they mistakenly believed themselves to be exceptional, desiring both a noble daughter-in-law and an obedient one, only to end up with nothing. As they begged along the way, Anmu continuously cursed Fu Yao, blaming her for their downfall, convinced that had it not been for Fu Yao's meddling, Yu and Su Miao would have thrived, and their wealth would remain intact. They completely overlooked the fact that Fu Yao was the one they had initially summoned to trouble Su Miao, intending to demonstrate Yu's appeal to women, thereby suppressing Su Miao's spirit and ensuring her obedience. In the end, they gained nothing, a fitting retribution for their insatiable greed. Upon learning of these events, Su Guiwan merely smiled and instructed her attendants to cease reporting to her. She now faced a different dilemma, having been married to Yun Mo for a year and a half without conceiving. This circumstance had sparked discontent among the ministers in the court. She had not concealed her previous abortion, and nearly everyone was aware of it. The dangers posed by abortifacients were well known, and this knowledge only heightened the urgency among the court officials, fearing that the Eastern Jin dynasty might end with Yun Mo's generation. Some ministers began subtly suggesting that Yun Mo take concubines, while others' wives initiated petitions to meet her. At that moment, Su Guiwan sat in Fengyang Palace, listening to the ladies below extolling their children. With a serene smile, she quietly observed their performance. Remaining silent, the other ladies found themselves at a loss for words, prompting them to push the Minister of War's wife forward. Lu Shi was caught in a dilemma. If she remained silent, she would offend these ladies, risking future targeting of her family. Yet, if she spoke, she would incur the wrath of the Empress, leading to dire consequences for her family. Finally, with determination, Lu Shi bowed to Su Guiwan. Your Majesty, I have tasted the delightful pastries from your palace, and wonder if I might take a few boxes home for my family to enjoy. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned to her, and she broke into a cold sweat. She feared the united front of the other ladies, as well as retaliation against her husband. But her greatest fear was the imperial authority. She could not fathom who had emboldened these ladies to conspire against the Empress. But she certainly did not have the courage to join them. Su Guiwan smiled and invited Lu Shi to sit down. If you desire them, you may take a few boxes with you later. Lu Shi, feeling constrained, returned to her seat, lowering her head in silence, enduring the piercing gazes of the other ladies. The atmosphere was rife with tension as the ladies exchanged glances laden with unspoken words. Finally, the Duchess of An could no longer contain herself. As the mother of Empress Yunyan, her family had painstakingly nurtured a future empress, only to see Yunyan perish and their daughter enter a convent. Although Yun Mo had not implicated them, they had endured much scorn, struggling to accept the disparity of their current plight. With a subtle smile at the corner of her lips, Su Guiwan was curious to see how the Duchess of An would dig her own grave. Unbeknownst to the Duchess, her family's glory was nearing its end, and she addressed Su Guiwan with a mocking tone. Your Majesty, it has been a year and a half since your marriage to the Emperor. Are you aware that there are 3 forms of unfilial conduct, with childlessness being the gravest? Su Guiwan cast a casual glance at her. Matters of filial piety are not for you to concern yourself with. Simply know that your family's fortunes end here. Upon hearing this, the other ladies were so frightened that they rose from their seats, kneeling on the ground. Only the Duchess of An remained unfazed, defiantly gazing at Su Guiwan. Your Majesty, are you threatening me? Let's not forget that the Duchess of An has produced a previous empress. Before you act against us, I advise you to think carefully.
Su Guiwan scoffed.
Act against you? You are not worthy. Disrespecting the Empress is sufficient grounds for your family to lose everything. The Duchess of An seethed with jealousy, lamenting that had Su Guiwan not obstructed their path, they could have presented a daughter and produced a second empress. All of which had been thwarted by Su Guiwan. Unwilling to concede defeat, the Duchess of An continued to provoke Su Guiwan. Your Majesty, are you afraid that other women might enter the palace and steal the Emperor away from you? You need not worry. I can teach you how to manage those women, just as none of the concubines in the An family ever dared to provoke me. Observing the confident Duchess of An, Su Guiwan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. I have no need for failed experiences. A woman's greatest folly is to lay all blame upon other women. If a woman manages her man well, those other women will naturally be handled by him, requiring no intervention from her. The Duchess of An was incensed by Su Guiwan's words, having previously boasted of her ability to manage concubines. Now, Su Guiwan deemed her experience a failure. The other ladies listened thoughtfully, realizing that it was indeed the Emperor who handled the women vying for entry into the palace. Had it not been for his disinterest, they would not have attempted to undermine the Empress. Despite the Duchess of An's attempts to use the rules of women to admonish Su Guiwan, she only succeeded in humiliating herself. The Duchess of An fixed her gaze upon Su Guiwan's exquisite face. Your Majesty, if you cannot bear children, how can you continue to occupy the Emperor's favor? The initial pretense of respect the Duchess had shown evaporated, and she addressed Su Guiwan with the condescension of an elder. Those kneeling on the ground widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated such audacity from the Duchess. Not every one of them wished to pressure Su Guiwan into compelling Yun Mo to take concubines. Many simply feared being targeted if they did not join the gathering. Impudent. Su Guiwan hurled her teacup at the Duchess of An, the leaves splattering across her face in a comical display. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, please. The palace attendants bowed their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. Su Guiwan coldly regarded the defiant Duchess of An. Whether I can bear children is not for the wife of a subject to question. Duchess of An, remember that your daughter is no longer Empress. Spare us the embarrassment of your former stature. Every word struck the Duchess of An, as she recalled how once in Bianjing, no one had dared oppose her. All of it, she believed, was Su Guiwan's doing. Had it not been for Su Guiwan, their family would not have descended into such an awkward situation. Noticing the hatred in the Duchess's eyes, Su Guiwan glanced at Linglong. Linglong stepped forward, seizing the Duchess of An by her collar and lifting her off the ground. Su Guiwan did not spare her another glance. For disrespecting the Empress, the Duchess of An shall receive 50 lashes and be expelled from the palace. Upon hearing the sound of the punishment, the onlookers gasped in horror, realizing that this was a sentence of death for the Duchess of the Duke. How could a woman of such a refined household possibly withstand such a harsh decree? With a morbid sense of curiosity, Su Guiwan led all the other ladies and young misses to the scene of the execution. Those with secret affections for Yun Mo were left pale and trembling, their composure shattered. A mere glance at Su Guiwan, seated leisurely and even sporting a smile, caused their knees to weaken, their petty thoughts evaporating in an instant. If Su Guiwan could so easily dispose of a dignified duchess, what chance did they have? While Su Guiwan dealt the fatal blows, Yun Mo swiftly issued an edict to address matters concerning the Duke's household. Those ministers who had supported the Duke were likewise dealt with. A palpable sense of unease enveloped the court, as everyone realized their grave error in underestimating the temper of the sovereign upon the dragon throne. Yun Mo promptly declared that he would only ever have Su Guiwan as his consort, warning that anyone who dared to mention the matter of a second consort would find themselves dispatched to the borders. In truth, he wished for a more decisive resolution but refrained, fearing it would tarnish Su Guiwan's reputation. Those whom Yun Mo had quietly groomed now stepped into positions vacated by the disgraced officials. Following this incident, no one dared to question Su Guiwan's lack of pregnancy. Both she and Yun Mo had become figures too formidable to challenge. At last, peace settled over Yun Mo and Su Guiwan. Yet it was at this moment that others began to notice something amiss. For all their commotion, not a soul from Yun Mo's maternal family had spoken up. And if they did, it was in support of Su Guiwan. Sure, Ihan smiled faintly, explaining that officials must naturally adhere to the will of the emperor. The emperor had merely been a bit infatuated, but he had committed no folly. What could anyone say? Having expressed his sentiments, Sure Ihan turned to leave, leaving a disheveled assembly of ministers who realized they had become the scapegoats. Regardless of external perceptions, Su Guiwan and Yun Mo continued to live their lives as they pleased. Thus, for years passed, and just as everyone had abandoned hope for Su Guiwan's pregnancy, preparing for Yun Mo to choose an heir from the side branches, she miraculously conceived. This child was a delightful surprise, bringing relief to all the ministers. A child was certainly a blessing. 8 months later, Su Guiwan gave birth to a son, who was immediately proclaimed crown prince by Yun Mo. Sure Ihan exchanged a knowing glance with Prince Su, each reflecting mutual satisfaction. Prince Su finally felt at ease. He had witnessed the care Yun Mo had shown Su Guiwan over the years, lamenting only that they had no children. Now, with this child, he no longer feared for Su Guiwan's future well-being. Another 5 years passed, and Su Guiwan sat in her study painting, smiling at the voices drifting in from outside. Yun Mo entered, leading their son Yun Sucheng, who, at just over 5 years old, displayed remarkable poise as he respectfully greeted Su Guiwan. "Greetings, mother." With a smile, Su Guiwan ruffled his hair. "How did you fare with your writing today, my dear?" Yun Sucheng nodded calmly. "Father says I write splendidly. Tomorrow, he will teach me to play chess." With a smile gracing her lips, Su Guiwan looked at the man beside her son. In his 30s now, Yun Mo had matured, shedding some of his youthful exuberance while gaining a steadiness that suited him well. As he watched the bond between mother and son, his heart swelled with gratitude. His beloved wife and their obedient child filled his life with meaning. Noticing their father and mother lost in a moment of affectionate exchange, Yun Sucheng instinctively covered his eyes. Su Guiwan, feeling slightly embarrassed, patted his head. "Did we not agree last night that we would go vegetable picking today?" In an effort to prepare Yun Sucheng to become a virtuous emperor, they decided to accompany him in experiencing the lives of the common people. Lowering his hands, Yun Sucheng's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, "Mother, when can we go?" Yun Mo took Su Guiwan's hand and extended his other to Yun Sucheng. "Let us depart now." The family of 3, hand in hand, strolled away slowly, the sun casting warm rays upon them, enveloping them in a comforting glow. The end.